Yeah, we did. It's basically like Mario needs to be in the title or make a meaningful appearance in it for it to count.
Yeah. I think actually we said the rule would be the word Mario has to be in the title of the video game.
However, the first two, and maybe the first two to get knocked off, actually the first three, we kind of have this loosely alphabetized or chronologically
sort of
Ish,
with like Luigi's Way at the bottom.
So we're gonna go through this list kind of quickly and try to whittle it down. It's gonna be hell. So let's just start Donkey Kong. Is Donkey Kong one of our final 10?
Oh, definitely. Donkey Kong is such a major player in the Mario franchise. He was Mario's first enemy, when you think about it. His first major enemy.
It's true, but Mario's not in the title.
Yeah, but that's where Mario started, right there.
So I would say, though, that the Donkey Kong from Donkey Kong is Cranky Kong, more specifically. And Cranky Kong is the reason that when playing Donkey Kong 64, I had to reach 5,000 points in the old ZX Spectrum game Jetpack. So frankly, as far as I'm concerned, he is a non-person.
It's also not a Mario game, it's a Jumpman game.
Well, he was also called Mario at that time, too, just not on the cabinet.
Yeah. So, I guess that does bring up an interesting question. Like, does a Donkey Kong, threaten to make this list? But is it the Donkey Kong from Donkey Kong, or is it like the Donkey Kong from DK94 and Mario vs. Donkey Kong, which I think is
That is Donkey Kong Jr.
Well, it could be Donkey Kong Jr.'s son as well. Yeah. We don't really know. It's very complicated. That's a whole other thing we're not going to get into.
The last time we saw Donkey Kong Jr. alive was in Mario Tennis on the Nintendo 64. What happened to him?
Was he in the GameCube version or no? I don't remember.
No, I think
when we saw that
64.
When we saw that DK Jr., he was in the same game as the DK with the tie, which is modern DK, not Cranky Kong.
Yeah.
This is complicated.
Yeah, but then there's also Baby Mario with Mario, so...
Is Baby Mario an enemy?
Is Baby
to
Wario
players, yes.
In my heart. So I guess the question, are we talking the character Donkey Kong or the title Donkey Kong?
The idea Donkey Kong.
The concept.
I'm just going to say... Donkey Kong, if your name is Donkey Kong, if you're the son, grandson...
It's like the Avatar.
Yeah, because, I mean, Mario's been feuding on and off with the Kong family for a long time. Sometimes they want to kill each other. Sometimes they're just hanging out playing a friendly party game or some sports. You never know what's going to happen with DK. You could just want a new toy and go nuts.
Okay, I'm taking off Donkey Kong Jr. We're going to leave Donkey Kong and we'll come back to that because
one thing
that's fair.
Okay, one thing I want to quickly say about Donkey Kong Jr. is in the NES version of Donkey Kong Jr., he actually kills Mario, but not the arcade version.
Excuse me?
Yes, if you finish a run through of Donkey Kong Jr., Mario has a halo over his head after he falls off and dies, but only in the NES version, I believe.
Well,
I'm sure Angel Mario will be a doctor in Dr. Mario, the mobile game soon.
I am looking for I am looking for Dr. Foreman's Spike personally. That would be what I would like to do. But I don't think Foreman's Spike's going to hang on this list.
Oh, I put him on there because Foreman's Spike is worth mentioning.
He represents capitalism.
Might be the greatest enemy. All right.
It represents a game Nintendo keeps trying to force down our throats, but it's just not a good game.
Have they really? I mean, I guess there's a Smash Brothers stage, so there's that.
Yeah.
Well, Foreman Spike has also been in other games as well. I think there was a golf game in Japan on Game Boy Color with Foreman Spike.
Oh, of course. How could I forget?
Wrecking Crew 98.
Well, I just saw Foreman Spike's Japanese name, and I don't think I'll repeat it, but it's not the best. I'll put that in our private chat there.
Oh. Yeah.
That's not great.
You can Google it at home. So Foreman Spike is gone. Now, we do have a little bit of like the classic ones. So basically, the Super Mario Brothers 1 group. So we have Goomba, Koopa Troopa, Piranha Plant, Spiny, Cheep Cheeps, Hammer Brothers, Lackey 2, Bullet Bill, and Bowser.
And Shy Guys.
What stage? Were they in the original Super Mario Brothers?
Oh, not in the original, but
No.
they're like classic Mario enemies.
We're focused.
And I
We're
think that this. Sorry, you go.
Yeah, no.
I listed game by game.
Yeah. So for
I think that this is.
go on, Matt.
I think that this is where we're going to get into sort of a philosophical argument over whether the classic iteration of the enemy is more deserving of the top spot, or whether one of its particular iterations and variants is. Because we could put the basic Hammer Bro, or we could put the Yo Bro from Superstar Saga that attacks with yo-yos.
He's got a point.
So there's a philosophical question to be answered of which do we value
The Boomerang Bro, Fire Bro, Sledge Bro.
Sledge Brothers, Ice Brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that one?
I don't think Cheap Cheeps are going to hang on this list.
No,
I
Cheap
would agree
Cheap.
with that.
No.
I hate Cheap Cheeps. When you got to those levels, you just wanted to cry.
Yeah.
The trick is keep running, guys.
Yeah, which makes him a good enemy. I think Spiny is probably not going to hang.
I don't think
I feel like
Lakitu
Spiny-
or Bullet Bill
Spany's
deserve it
very
either.
closely tied to Lakitu, so
I mean,
It's
I
like an
think,
enemy.
I think Lakitu, because Lakitu's got versatility. This is the hill I might die on, because Lakitu, he's been a cameraman. He saves you when you fall off of courses, and also he's a
Countdown
pretty
clock.
good enemy. Like Lakitu is versatile. He shows up in Mario Kart. Has he been in a Mario Party? He might have been in a Mario Party. I don't even know. But Lakitu, I think Lakitu can hang.
I think Piranha Plant needs to hang just because he actually got the Smash Brothers slot. So
Yeah.
I kind of agree with
like
that.
he-
give him some clout.
He's the perfect joke character for Smash Brothers, and in fact, Smash Brothers was his first ever playable appearance. So
Yeah.
it's like, well,
Yeah.
there's something going
Right
on
up
there.
to the big leagues.
But I feel like a lot of these classic enemies we see right here have stood the test of time and continually come back, which gives them probably a greater value than a lot of these other enemies.
Yeah.
Whether you like that or not, that's just the facts.
Let's start keeping on going through the list. So we got Bowser's brother. So what's that?
Bowser's brother,
All right,
Steve.
No, Bowser's brother is this fake Bowser. Here's in the lost levels, but certain guides refer to him as Bowser's brother, so he's considered a separate character.
I just
He's
googled
the blue
Bowser's
Bowser.
brother, and it just brought me to the page for Luigi.
No, Bowser's brother is the blue Bowser, and you only see him in the lost levels. And
We're
I have
probably
I
going to
have
cut Blue Bowser.
all right, but I have a fan theory that he is actually the father of the Koopalings.
Oh my god.
All right, we should have made
That's
that
just
the
my.
panel.
That could be enough.
So Shy Guys, I think we need to keep Shy Guys around.
We have to.
Yes.
I will die on that hill.
Ninja, Pokey, Mask of Infamy, Sniffits, Mauser, Triclide, Birdo, Wart, and that's our Super Mario Brothers 2 batch. What from there can go?
I'd
Clyde,
say-
Mouser, Sniffits, Mask of Infamy, Pokey, and Ninja.
Basically all
think
of them
we-
except for Shy Guys.
Well, I think you need to keep,
All of them but Shy
Birdo
Guy
Wart.
and Birdo and Wart.
I feel like I want to fight for Ninja, but I don't know if we have the time for that.
So goodbye to Triclide. And all right, so Shy Guys, Birdo, and Wart. We're getting things off this list. So let's go through Super Mario Brothers 3 and start to trim the herd more. So we have Boo, Angry Sun, Boom Boom, Boomerang Bros, Fire Bros, Parabeetle, Shoe Goomba, Sledge Bros, Thwomp, Spike, Dry Bones, Morton Koopa, Ludwig von Koopa, Wendy O Koopa, Roy Koopa, Iggy Koopa.
I just like that not all the Koopa kids made this list.
Oh, I like Wendy a
Larry and
lot.
Lemmy.
Yeah, I like Wendy a lot because it's a female Koopa, and that's very unique. I really like Wendy because of that.
I think Boo needs to stick around. The Angry Sun needs to
Yeah.
stick around. Boom Boom, I think, can go.
Boom Boom
Yeah.
has an unfortunate
Boom Boom.
name.
Yeah.
Boom Boom. Every time I think of Boom Boom, I just think of the Hollywood movie.
Oh,
I think
oh,
Shoe
yeah.
Goomba needs to go because the enemy is no different than a regular Goomba. It's just sitting in a shoe. So the species is exactly the same.
That's true. And then the shoe
That's-
is not an enemy. I say get rid of the bros that are not Hammer Bros.
Yeah.
And maybe Thwomp?
I think Thwomp can go. Thwomp's classic, but don't get me wrong.
Keeping Spike, damn it. That's the hill I'm dying on, Spike.
I think Dry Bones might be my favorite Mario anime, so I think Dry Bones.
Dry Bones is real good.
What about Gold Dry Bones?
So for the Koopalings, are we keeping any of them? We have 5 here. We've got Morton, Ludwig, Wendy, Roy, and Iggy. Are there any that we think will make the final 10?
I say either we count them all together as one entry, or we cut them all. Because I do not think any
the Mario Kart 8 approach
can stand up.
We're cutting them.
The Smash Brothers approach.
Yeah.
The Smash Brothers, that's what I meant.
All right, Super Mario World, we're making good time. All right, we got Wiggler, we got Rex, we got Reznor, we got Mecha Koopa, we got Dino Rhino, Galoombas, Monty Mole, Chargin' Chuck, and Magic Koopa.
I mean, Reznor is named after Nine Inch Nails frontman Trent Reznor. So, I think that speaks for itself.
I think
The Packer fan in me wants to keep Chargin' Chuck.
I do really like Chargin' Chuck. That was
Chargin' Chuck is actually really good.
Monty Mole is awesome, and Mecha Koopa is pretty cool too.
I think Magic Koopa. Did anybody put Kamek or Kamek?
I did put that on the list also.
I think if we're gonna go with a Magic
Kamek's
Koopa,
a better version.
Yeah. So from this, call out any that you think should get cut. Wiggler, Rex, Dino Rhino.
Wiggler.
I mean, Rex couldn't make it in Smash Brothers, so.
Not yet.
Mecha Koopa probably only useful in one area.
I do think Mecha Koopa's fun. Galoombas are hysterical to me because they're basically just like, they're Goombas, but they kind of suck. I don't know, like they look weird.
And they're like the Dinosaur Land version of Goombas.
Yeah.
It's like
They're in a low Galoomba.
But I will say, I think Galoombas are fun. They're not top 10 fun.
No, Monty Mole, get rid of Monty Mole.
Oh, poor Monty.
And then, so Dry Bowser. I think Dry Bowser has a really metal origin story.
Dry Bowser has to stay because what the hell?
But it's going to come down to Bowser or Dry Bowser.
And Dry Bowser wins
Mario Brothers. Bowser gets put in the lava, and you think he's dead, but he's not.
Yeah, but Mario Kart Tour Gold Dry Bowser.
Oh my God, is that?
Oh yeah.
Yes, it is a thing.
Yes, it is.
That's terrifying.
So I guess like after he died and was like, I'm sick of these bones. I want to like coat myself in gold.
Like you do.
All right, so now that the list has started to whittle down, we got Nabbit.
Kill him. Just kill him.
Nah, I'm not feeling him.
And how are
You put him, Zach.
How are we feeling about?
Look, I put him on there so we could badmouth him. That's the whole reason he's there.
All right, so we got the Yoshi's Island contingent. We got Spear Guy, Stilt Guy, Fat Shy Guy, Fuzzy, Krabby, Neppy Nut, Kamek, Bert the Bashful, Prince Froggy, Tap Tap the Red Nose, Raphael the Raven, and Baby Bowser. What from that stays?
I really like Neppy Nut. I really do.
Kamek, I
He's
think.
probably not going to win.
Yeah, I say keep Kamek because Kamek is like Bowser's advisor and became like a major character after, like, I think starting with this game.
I mean, I feel like Stilt Guy is from the wonderful Electrode School of Design of how they just flipped over Voltorb and called it a new character. And I think the moxie that it takes to pull that off, you gotta respect that.
Yeah, that's an impassioned response. You can stick around. I think my Yoshi's Island to keep might be Fuzzy or Bert the Bashful.
I like Bert the Bashful.
Fuzzy is neat because of the effects.
Yeah,
But as an enemy, not great.
I feel like Fuzzy, just for being an overt drug reference in the 90s, is
if you haven't
pretty crazy.
If you haven't played Yoshi's Island, you touch Fuzzy and the music gets all weird and the level gets all woozy and wavy. It's
Touch
a lot of
get
fun.
Dizzy, unless you played it on Game Boy Advance, in which case the effect is not the same.
No.
All right, so
I say get rid of all the bosses, but Bert the Bashful. I can get rid of Baby Bowser because he can suck it.
yeah, I think Baby Bowser should go.
Yeah, but just for everybody watching, Baby Bowser is not the same as Bowser Jr. I see a lot of people, mix them up.
somehow, different characters.
All right, Super Mario 64 is the next on this list. We got Womp, Koopa the Quick, Haunted Piano, Mad Piano. Are they the same thing?
I think they are, but I looked it up, and the name I found on the wikis was Mad Piano, so I put that there.
Okay.
So,
Mad Piano. Giant Eel is horrifying.
Yes.
And then we got iRock and Big Bully. Is that just the random eye?
No, iRock is the boss that's in like every Mario and Zelda game now. That's like a face of stone
hands.
and two hands of stone with eyes in the palms.
From the pyramid level, right?
It's like contractually obligated to be in every single Mario and Zelda game now.
It's like the master hand.
Yeah.
I cut him. That's
Cut him. I hate him.
Well, I want to go back to Mad Piano. Like, when you first encounter that enemy in Mario, it'll scare the garbage out of you if you don't know. It scared me so bad when I first played Mario 64 that it became this memorable Mario enemy.
I think Mad Piano's safe.
Get rid of Womp.
okay.
I don't think Koopa the Quick is an enemy. I think he's like a rival.
He's not an enemy.
He's a
civilian.
I just want to be like, hey man, Koopa the Quick, you're a bro.
He's just a competitor.
Yeah.
Mad
Il
Piano,
Piantismo on here?
Giant Eel, and Big Bully. Big Bully we can probably cut.
Yeah.
All right. Sunshine, we got Cataquack, Petey Piranha, and Bowser Jr.
Can I get in a write-in candidate real quick?
For
Il Piantismo II? Just for his name?
Il Piantismo II, and then we're cutting him?
He's cut.
I mean, he's not even first of his name.
Is Cataquack,
Can we
Petey
keep Bowser Jr., please?
I do kind of like Bowser Jr. Like, he's a weird character.
You mean Shadow Mario?
I'm for Cataquack here. Spoilers, Justin. Thank you. I'm for Cataquack here.
I love
because
Cataquack.
I really want to imagine the evolutionary line of how natural selection brought us to an animal whose primary method of defense is to launch you a straight line into the air and come back down to exactly where it's sitting.
Yeah, I gotta love them in Mario Kart as well, right?
Yeah. Oh god, that damn race.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot about that.
I mean, Matt, you came to play. I'll give you that. Petey Piranha, no.
No, I
but
prefer
Nintendo really pushed that character hard at the time.
All right, let's. How many? We're doing some damage. It's still like 70.
Yeah.
Odyssey, Brutal. No.
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 The Brutals are like at absolute best a funny reference to Japanese culture, and that's about it.
Yeah. But I will say for the other two Odyssey call outs here, which is the T-Rex and the Ruined Dragon, I think those both need to stick around.
I do too.
Yeah,
I think of the two of them, I would get rid of the Ruined Dragon because even though the Ruined Dragon is amazing, it's not particularly iconic in Mario. Whereas the T-Rex, everyone knows from the trailers, from the game, it's a T-Rex with a Mario head.
Well, that's only if Mario captures them, but
Well, sure.
you know, I think Ruined Dragon may become an iconic Mario character to children if frightened.
That might be true. I really hope the Ruined Dragon shows up in later games. Just shock in playing that game.
I wouldn't know why it's
game
there.
am I playing right now?
I have a lot of questions about Ruined Dragon that I wish were answered.
It seems like something out of a Xenoblade, honestly.
Yeah, Xenoblade or the
It's just the
Fire Emblem games.
You know what? Actually, I will acquiesce to cutting Ruined Dragon, if only because my wife is playing Super Mario Odyssey recently, and apparently my son cried when the Ruined Dragon game was.
See, Ruined Dragon needs a Xenoblade-style unique name like Immovable Gonzalez or Final Marcus.
They're real, aren't they?
Yes.
Wow.
I think Immovable Gonzalez is in 1 and 2.
Yes, he is. As is Territorial Rotbart. See, it's so much better with these names. And Ruined Dragon, Nah, doesn't do it for me.
All right, so Meowser. I think Meowser's the best thing about Super Mario 3D World.
I think the cat suit is the best thing about Super Mario 3D World, not necessarily the Meowser.
The best part of the cat suit is seeing Bowser in the freaking cat suit.
I don't know. I think with seeing the developers at E3 in the cat suit meowing and like, meow, like that was...
We're just gonna our final list is just gonna be all the Bowser variants.
I mean, it could be. All right.
Well, it could have been, but you got rid of Bowser's brother.
All right, let's try to get through the Super Mario Land contingent because we are closing in on halfway through this, and we
honestly killed them all.
This is a deeply strange.
I really like. I like the chickens, though.
Yeah, so Bombshell Koopas, chickens, King of the Sphinx, Mechabon, and Pom Pom Flower, all gone. Pour one out.
Hi, guys.
Wario, I think, needs to stick around.
Oh, yeah.
The Umbrella Monster and the bear on the beach ball, I forgot about the bear on the beach ball until I read where it was like,
I forgot about the bear in the beach ball, too.
What game is he from? And I was, oh, okay, it's Bear. Yeah, I remember him. So this is where I might get a little squirrely. The Super Mario RPG contingent. So here's the list. We got Krako, B-Lone, Mac the Big Knife, Booster, Boyer, Exor, Axum Rangers, Smithy, and Q-Lex.
Honestly, I don't think any of them are very good.
All right, so Belome is wild because he just shows up, he eats everybody, he spits them out, talks about how Princess Toadstool tastes peachy, but all the Super Mario RPG guys can go. It breaks my heart.
Sadly, I agree.
They are, unfortunately, by the way the world works, all one note. Even if like the Axum Rangers are really fun, and I like Krako, and like Mac the Knife's a pretty good gag. There's a lot of talking swords and weapons in this game because Smithy's a blacksmith. But
very ahead of its time for the I want to date my sword audience.
No.
I have been aching.
The DeviantArt generation.
RPG, so hopefully I'll get to do that at some point in my life. So all right, so Paper Mario. Let's just do. I'm gonna read off both Paper Mario and the 1,000-Year Door, and I believe I think there's some more. Or did somebody? Okay, no. Okay, someone has it listed as 1,000-Year Door, but it's not. That one's from Origami King.
Yeah, that looks like an Origami King.
So I'm going to just read off our Paper Mario contingent we have here. We have Spy Guys, Dupla Ghost, Anti-Guy, Tubba Blubba / Tubba's Heart. I think it's kind of one enemy. Jean-Pierre Colored Pencils the 12th, who's a boss in the Origami King, and X-Naught PhD. So, Matt, go.
So the X-Naught PhD, Dr. X-Naught, if you will. He is the only confirmed enemy on this entire list to be college educated. And I would say...
How is he not a doctor in Dr. Mario World yet, then?
People on Reddit always tell me that mobile games are terrible, so this is just more evidence.
All right. Sure.
I like to think that Dry Bowser went to community college.
It's just like after the New Super Mario Brothers was like,
exactly.
Man, that was rough. I need to go back to school.
I gotta turn my life around.
I have most of the Paper Mario nominations here, two of which are Shy Guy variants, because as I mentioned earlier, Shy Guys are the most versatile and perfect enemy that the Mario franchise has had. The Spy Guys are from General Guy's Toy Box Army, and they are the contingent that clearly served in Vietnam. So they are unique with the ranks of Funky Kong from Donkey Kong 64.
Oh my god.
The Anti-Guy, another member of General Guy's army, he is the noble fighter. He is not interested in General Guy's war. He is there to guard a single chest, and he will challenge you if you want that chest, and he will win. He is an absolute unit of a Shy Guy. He is anything but shy.
Well, you're forgetting Mario is also a war veteran from Mario's Bombs Away, a Game & Watch title.
Oh my god.
It's all part of the military-industrial complex.
So, and then Dupla Ghost, is that I think I remember
So that's the one. That's the one that it transforms into you and your party members. And there is a particular Duplighost that was the boss in Thousand Year Door, who is powerful enough to steal the concept of the letter P from the world. It's some Kingdom Hearts. If that's not true power worthy of the top 10, I don't know what is.
That's why we need to get rid of it immediately.
I just love the idea that Funky Kong was in Vietnam because it explains a lot.
I mean, maybe that's the next panel that we do, is talking about Funky Kong's history and his war experience, his time as a hippie beatnik, and then how we started surfing.
But also, this was one of your nominations, Neil, and I'll also back up Tubba Blubba because he's a lich.
Yeah,
like there's a real lich in Mario.
So Tubba Blubba is just this dude who is invincible, and it's because Bowser locked his heart in a tower or something. It's been a while since I played Paper Mario, but I just that was
this guy. I had to look him up. I remember this guy.
Yeah, I think, because we are getting to the point where we're going to have to start cutting things. Matt, out of those three from Paper Mario 1, Anti-Guy, Duplighost, and Spy Guys, what is your pick to stay?
Out of those three, I would go with Anti-Guy.
Okay, that's what I was going with, too. I almost put Anti-Guy. So we'll cut Spy Guys and Duplighost.
As much as I want to respect the troops, there's just something about the power of Anti-Guy.
Is Tubba Blubba or Tubba's Heart sticking around, or no?
No. Tubba Blubba is in the same tier as Boom Boom.
Yeah, and I feel like RPG villains too.
I feel like Tubba Blubba ends up being outclassed by his same species counterpart of Grubba in Thousand Year Door, and even then I wouldn't put Grubba on the top 10.
I do. So I think it is worth pointing out that Tubba Blubba is referenced by Francis in Super Paper Mario, and that Tubba Blubba apparently starred in an anime.
Oh, well then never mind. He's number one.
But he's gone. And I do want to... So I just want to call out Jean-Pierre Colored Pencils the 12th. He's like the first major boss you fight in the Origami King, and he's a thing of colored pencils. He shoots the colored pencils out of you with missiles. If you saw the Nintendo Treehouse Live about it, that boss was shown. So the funny thing about that boss is that there's a screen capture of Origami King that's been going around, that you go up this tower and there's all this really nice artwork there that was drawn by Jean-Pierre Colored Pencils the 12th, and you get up to the top of the tower. He's insane. You fight him and you beat him, and as you're going down, your partner Olivia says something along the lines of wow, he was a bad guy, but his art was so beautiful. What a doozy. And that might be the best joke in the entire game. It's really good. And surprisingly poignant with the world. So, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga group. We got
Awful days. Nobody else does.
Yo Bro, Limbo Bro. And then we'll throw in Partners in Time, Elite Boom Guy. So I think Fawful... I am almost tempted to bold Fawful now, because Fawful should be on the top 10 list.
Fawful is
I don't know
amazing.
about top 10, but I think the only one that should survive out of this group is Fawful.
Yeah, I'm taking off Cackletta.
I mean, are you familiar with the Elite Boom Guy? He is a shy guy with a cannon strapped to his head. That's the entire thing. It's incredible.
I really regret.
Matt could just make a whole.
But he's from Partners in Time. That's
I almost did. I came very close to making an entire list of Shy Guys.
It's a shame that there wasn't a remake of Partners in Time, because I think that game actually, with a few changes, I think that game's way better. It was
true.
too bogged down in the de-issification of games at the time.
That's true. That's a good point.
But all right, Matt, I'm gonna make you choose again between Yo Bro, Elite Boom Guy, and from Hotel Mario, Rhinestone Goomba.
Okay, well, the Rhinestone Goomba is an Elvis impersonator. I'm not even exaggerating. That's literally the entire concept. And I don't really think it's the best, but I felt I needed to make the world know.
All right.
And the Yobro is...
We'll take Rhinestone Goomba off, but I'm glad you brought that to everyone's attention.
Yeah,
I just looked it up. It's terrifying.
unfortunately, it's from Hotel Mario.
Yeah.
So the Yobro, he is he's a hammer brother that instead of throwing hammers or any boomerangs or fireballs or anything, he has 2 yo-yos, and those are his primary weapons. He's also got a fez and a medallion as what he wears, and he's a rapper. He's a hip hop enthusiast, and this is just so many concepts all in one enemy that I feel like it's the pinnacle of how many things can be put into one idea in Mario. It is frankly everything I could ever want out of a Mario RPG enemy, and he is exclusively found in Woohoo University. And anyone that's played The Sims knows why that's very funny.
So what you're saying is we'll take out Elite Boom Guy and keep Yobro around.
As much as it breaks my heart to take out a Shy Guy.
All right, so I'm just going to read these last couple off. They're from Luigi's Mansion, Mario Tennis, Dr. Mario, Smash Brothers, which I mean, we can make the argument for Smash Brothers, but I thought that was on our do not include list. But
Oh, sorry.
King Boo from Luigi's Mansion, Captain Fishhook from Luigi's Mansion 3, Waluigi from Mario Tennis, The Viruses from Dr. Mario, Master Hand and Crazy Hand from Smash Brothers, Giga Bowser from Smash Brothers, and Bone Piranha Plant from New Super Mario Brothers 2.
I just felt like I needed to remind everyone that there was in fact a dry piranha plant. One of God's horrors.
Is it really called Bone Piranha Plant and not Dry Piranha Plant?
It is.
That's even
It's
worse.
God's mistake in the Mario universe. Even the name is incorrect.
I don't think we should put Captain or King Boo on here because he's really more Luigi's arch nemesis.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he captures Mario.
He does.
He does. That's true. He's very good at capturing Mario.
What about Captain Fishhook? Do you have any passion behind that, Zach?
He's a pirate shark. I mean, he's better than Johnny Shark from Super Mario RPG.
He's already off the list. Jonathan Jones isn't here anymore.
Yeah, Jonathan Jones. Okay.
I have no memory of Captain Fishhook. Did I even get this far?
He was a shark. That's all I got.
Gotten this far.
I do want to say, but I want to go back to King Boo for a second, just to say he is one of the only Mario villains that really has this very well understood continuity throughout all the games, and you basically know where he is, and you don't have to be like, I wonder what's going on with that guy.
No, he's just trying to get back at Luigi.
Yeah,
That's true.
I will say for Captain Fishhook, in the European Spanish localization of Luigi's Mansion 3, his name is Esqualopalo, which translates to sharply stick, which I think is worth something.
So I cut the Smash Brothers characters. Viruses from Dr. Mario. Are they staying or are they going?
I hate those things.
probably. They're not top 10 material in my book.
I think Bone Piranha Plant needs to hang around, but now we are down to a list of 39.
I put Bone Piranha Plant as a joke.
All right. We are down to a list of 38.
Hey.
Should I read them all? Or what? Like, how do we do this?
If you can do it quickly.
Let's go with these. Let's take them 10 at a time and try to rule some out.
Okay.
First 10: Donkey Kong, Goomba, Koopa Troopa, Piranha Plant, Hammer Brothers, Lakitu, Bullet Bill, Bowser, Bowser's Brother, and Shy Guys.
So I think this is where we really need to answer that philosophical question of like, what do we value? Do we value the original or do we value the variants? Because if
I feel like you could technically the original could encompass the variants because they're all variants on the original concept. So Shy Guy includes all the Shy Guy variants over time. Koopa Troopa includes all the kinds of Koopa Troopa there have ever been.
But I think Koopa Paratroopa would actually might be a different species.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, then we're getting into a whole other discussion.
I have not done a phylogenetic tree of Koopas.
Maybe that's what we're doing for the next panel.
That'll be next year's show.
Right now, frankly.
So I think Goomba needs to go.
Oh, really?
I wasn't expecting that. I don't necessarily disagree, but I was
such
not
an
expecting
iconic
that.
enemy.
All right.
I feel like if Goomba goes, all these have to go. I mean, if you're going to keep one out of this list, that's not.
Goomba is the first
player.
enemy you
So then what-
see in a Mario game.
Guys, we need to get rid of.
Yeah, but I'd keep Goomba, and I'd get rid of Koopa Troopa, Piranha Plant, Hammer Brothers.
I think Piranha
The
Plant,
name
Koopa
the name
Troopa,
Goomba has become synonymous with something that is lame and doesn't matter. That's what it means now.
Like a de-evolved dinosaur.
I think.
So, yeah,
Koopa Troopa.
basically, yeah.
Does anybody else want to stand Koopa Troopa, or is that coming off the list?
I think
I
there
don't
may
think
be
Koopa
bigger
Troopa is as
players
iconic as the Goomba. If I had to choose between those two, I'd choose the Goomba to keep.
Okay, I'm getting rid of Koopa Troopa.
I'd get rid of Hammer Brother, Lakitu, and Bullet Bill too. I mean, if we're
I will fight
getting
down
down to it.
Lakitu and Piranha Plant. Those are the two that I will fight for on this list.
Okay.
I think I would agree.
And then get rid of Hammer Brothers, I guess. But man, they were terrifying.
What about Bullet Bill?
Kill
You
him.
can get rid of
Just
Bullet Bill,
ammunition.
but I just want to remind everybody there is a new Bullet Bill variant called Boomer Bill that's only in Lego form, and
Yeah,
nobody. It's not from any game.
Because
Okay,
we can't
Boomer.
say bullet.
Yeah, but on the individual enemy piece in the booklet, it says Bullet Bill. So I don't know about that theory, Neil.
It's just that's a nickname then. A localization
I have the
error.
paperwork
column.
to prove it. They say it
Localized
there.
into the language of 10 years old.
Okay, so and then with so Donkey Kong, Goomba, Piranha Plant, Lakitu, Bowser, and Bowser's brother are all
Kill
sticking
Bowser's
around.
brother. My God, why is he still there?
Okay, Bowser's brother's gone.
Because people need to know about Bowser's brother. Look him up, people.
So I think one of the other Shy Guys on this list will stick around, but I think the original one's gone.
I think the original Shy Guy should stay, but the others should go.
Okay, then
That's kind of, I'm with Justin on this.
So let's go with another batch of them. So Birdo, Wart, Boo, Angry Sun, Spike, Dry Bones, Reznor, Charging Chuck, Dry Bowser.
Kill the Angry Sun because it's in like 2 games.
But it's in the show.
I think Reznor should go because
Yeah.
Reznor should go.
Sorry, Dave Brooks.
Charging Chuck is really good, but I think should go.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
kind
don't
of a
think he's
gimmick
bad
bad
enough.
guy.
Oh, that one hurts. I don't know, because it's like the perfect encapsulation of like an enemy's gameplay function being represented in their visual design in a way that instantly makes sense and is really memorable.
He's
I
a
think.
football player throwing baseballs, man.
I don't tell you how to live your life.
But this is, I feel like Super Mario Brothers 2 might be like the power game here, or even 2 and 3, because I'm having a hard time wanting to trim out Birdo, Wart. I mean, the Boos are iconic, and I don't know if King Boo or Boo, if you had to make a choice between ghosts.
I'd go with just regular Boo,
Yeah.
I guess. But King Boo,
Yeah,
he is something special.
All right, so we're going to take King Boo off the list.
I would take off. We all love Wart. I love Wart too, but Wart is not in the same class as like Bowser or Donkey Kong or
cut.
I don't know, the Mad Piano.
I would say that Wart is really only notable for how rare he is in the Mario franchise. I think the fact that he's in that one game and then never really reappeared again, except for strangely Link's Awakening, is the only notable thing about him.
All right, we're going to...
I hope he comes back. It'd be great to see him in Mario Kart Tour, guys.
I hope we see him in Breath of the Wild too.
He just shows up. He's in like he gives you a song when he's hanging out in a cave.
I'd be cool with that.
All right, let's go the next kind of batch here. Stilt Guy, Fuzzy, Neppy Nut, Kamek, Bert the Bashful, Mad Piano, Giant Eel, Cataquack, and Bowser Jr.
I would say
Please kill Bowser Jr. Please,
I would
God.
say when
Bowser
choosing a
Jr.
Shy Guy, Anti-Guy is not. Let me start that sentence over. I would say when choosing a Shy Guy, Stilt Guy is not the one that I would want to.
I agree.
To make the argument for.
I agree.
All right. I think we
Get rid of Fuzzy.
I think we kill everything from Yoshi's Island except for Kamek.
I would even say
Aw.
Kamek.
I don't
I
know.
would say kill Kamek too.
I say keep Kamek for now.
Kamek never actually fights anybody. He just
Oh, Kamek
makes
in the
other
last,
stuff
bigger. Level flies around and can knock you off, right?
Let's,
oh yeah, you're right.
Kamek has a legacy. Like Kamek shows up. Mad Piano or Giant Eel?
Piano.
Piano stays.
You know.
Okay, so Giant Eel. Giant Eel is terrifying. Cataquack or
so is
Bowser
that
Jr.?
Piano.
I think
Keep Cataquack. For God's sake,
Cataquack
kill
is a
Bowser Jr.
Bowser Jr. is better than Cataquack.
Cataquack is a necessary part of the iconic watermelon level.
I'm on board.
Doesn't get more Mario than that.
I'm on board with keeping Cataquack. So I guess.
Thank you. Bowser Jr. is a little.
That's why he's a good villain.
His whole thing is he wears a stupid mask with a frowny face drawn on it in crayon. That's his whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah, and he taught us a lesson early that we should be wearing our masks.
Oh.
All right, we're getting close to cutting this. T-Rex from Odyssey. Does that go?
I say it goes because frankly, it's frankly one of Odyssey's biggest disappointments. How little that T-Rex appears.
I kind of agree. Although there's a great moment still. Meowser. If we were looking at forms of Bowser, I would take Dry Bowser over Meowser.
I agree.
Hey, me too.
So I think that means it's gone. Tatanga.
Tatanga's up there with Wart for me. Only notable for being that weird one-off thing.
Oh man, I love Tatanga though.
Yeah, we'll keep it around for a little bit, and then Wario and Waluigi are Wario and Waluigi making the top 10?
Yes.
Here's the thing. I feel like it's almost cheating to put them on. I feel like they are in a different class. Like I would agree that out of all of the things in the Mario franchise, they would outclass pretty much everything on this list except maybe Bowser and Donkey Kong. But in terms of Mario enemies, I feel like we run the risk of giving them more credit for their appearances as Mario's rivals and friends in spin-off games and how iconic they are there, and applying it to their very few appearances as enemies in Mario.
So with that in mind, then I think Waluigi's gone because Waluigi is never really an enemy in a Mario game.
Nope.
I mean, I was going to come here and say Waluigi didn't even deserve to be nominated. I'm that guy, so...
I'm a big Waluigi fan, and I think he was the boss of the first world in Mario DDR.
If you would like to complain at me for disliking Waluigi, then my Twitter handle is @GrimaceDuminis.
But
Waluigi for Smash also. I'm not giving up on that one yet.
You should. But Wario and Tatanga, let's keep one of those and axe the other one, because I think they serve a similar purpose in the grand scheme of Mario games, and that they have one very notable final boss appearance. I do personally.
Okay, then you have to keep Wario out of those two.
Keep Wario.
Yeah.
Wait, what is it between Wario and Tatanga?
Tatanga.
Oh man, this hurts. I think it should be more between Wart and Tatanga, but
that's a good point.
All right, we're getting to the point where we are almost at 20, but we're gonna have to make hard cuts, guys.
Getting there.
Is X not PhD? Is that sticking around?
no, we got reports.
No, dog.
No.
He doesn't. Frankly, I'll admit it. He doesn't even have any special gameplay attributes. He might have faked his doctorate.
So we are down to 20. I will read the 20, and then we'll go around, and each person. Everybody's looking at the list, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I will read off the 20. In that time, figure out 2 that you want to stay, and then we'll go around and we'll try to lock those down. All right.
Good idea.
Donkey Kong, Goomba, Piranha Plant, Lackey 2, Bowser, Shy Guy, Birdo, Boo, Spike, Dry Bones, Charge and Chuck, Dry Bowser, Kamek, Mad Piano, Cataquack, Tatanga, Wario, Anti-Guy, Fawful, Yobro. So, Matt, what are your 2 that you wanna keep?
Okay, so my first one, I'm going to go for Anti-Guy because I feel very strongly about making the case that the RPGs are represented on this list. And I feel like out of our RPG picks, Anti-Guy kind of works for me the best because he feels he fits nicely into that category of he's not a major part of the game's story or plot, but he is a very memorable moment in the game nonetheless. And I feel like when we're compiling a list of all of Mario's enemies ever, narrowing down all 3,000, it would be very easy to just give it to the story characters, but to give it to that one random regular enemy that stood out above the rest, that I feel like is very important. So Anti-Guy is the RPG enemy for me.
Okay. What's your second?
And my second pick is Piranha Plant. I would say that Piranha Plant is one of the most quintessentially Mario unique enemy designs. It's a matter of, it's not just that random enemy that you plow through and forget about. It's actually only in the original game that it appeared in, you can only defeat it in one way.
Yeah.
It is an ever-present obstacle.
It's actually weird in later games when you can stomp on them.
I can think of two ways you can kill the Piranha Plant.
Yeah, me too. Fire Flower and Star.
Yeah.
The Star is fake.
And
The Star is fake. It cannot hurt you. But I feel like the Piranha Plant is kind of perfect enemy design for a platformer in a way. It is a real threat and it can be mitigated, and it is iconic as a Mario enemy and was notable enough to make it into Smash Brothers. And really, would you cut this face? Look at him. He's adorable.
I would cut that face of that amiibo of the Piranha Plant, but I also agree. I think Piranha Plant should stay. I will do my two picks very quickly. Dry Bones and Fawful are my two. Dry Bones. Nice. I think Dry Bones. Once again, you can't really kill a Dry Bones. There are certain times where you can kill a Dry Bones, but did you really kill the Dry Bones? Because they always come back. And then Fawful is, I mean, much to what Matt was saying, although I think I'm fine with Anti-Guy sneaking in on this list. But Fawful is, you knew if Fawful showed up in a Mario and Luigi game, it was going to be a good Mario and Luigi game. And Fawful is pound for pound, I think, the best villain to come out of any Mario RPG.
I think Fawful is definitely very good. I did kind of want to make the case of like a regular enemy over a story enemy. So to that extent, I would still prefer Anti-Guy, but I would not feel upset to have Fawful on the list.
All right, Justin, what are your two?
My two picks are going to be obvious ones, I guess, because I really don't think either of them should go at all. I don't want them to get pushed aside because people just pick the unsafe ones, which is Donkey Kong, who I think is one of the most important enemies, as well as Bowser himself.
Okay. And then, Zach, what are your two?
My two are, you guys have pretty much all said the two I was going to go with, so I will go with Cataquack, and I still think Goomba needs to be up there.
Okay.
Thank you for picking that one.
Okay, so we now have eight are locked in. So that means we have some hard cuts. So, out of these 5, we have to cut. We can only save one. Lakitu, Shy Guys, Birdo, Boo, Spike.
I say Shy Guys.
I say Shy Guys too.
I say Lakitu.
I think of the generic Mario enemies with they're the ones that show up in basically every game. They have nothing particularly unique besides, being that archetype. Shy Guys, I feel like, are the best Mario archetype.
And I will say, it pains me to cut Birdo, but Birdo also falls into that Wario territory of, like, Birdo's basically kind of an enemy in, like, 2 games. All right, next batch. So for right now, Lakitu and Shy Guys still there. All right, let's cut as many of these as we can.
Wait, I think you deleted Lakitu off the list.
No, Lakitu's back. I deleted it and then heard you talk and then deleted it.
I don't see it.
So we have Charge and Chuck, Dry Bowser, Kamek, Mad Piano, Tatanga, Wario, and Yobro. Let's cut as many of these as we possibly can.
You gotta kill the boo. We did already. Sorry.
We did.
What am I looking at? What the heck am I looking at? I killed Charging Chuck.
If you're going with one-off characters, unfortunately, even though I nominated it, you're probably just going to have to get rid of Mad Piano because I think it only has.
I think so too. Even though Mad Piano is great.
Yeah.
I cut Tatanga because I think that Tatanga is not hanging with this final group.
It's a shame.
I
I still maintain what I said about Wario. I think he's more notable as a member of the Mario crew than he is as
agree.
a Mario enemy.
Let's cut Wario.
No, wait. Wario stole a whole franchise from Mario. He took the Mario Land franchise and stole it for himself.
Good riddance.
Yobro. I think we already have two RPG slots, so I think Yobro is just the odd one out.
I would say so.
Yeah.
Charging Chuck. Do we all have agreeing on cutting that or no?
I'd cut him.
I kind of bought Matt's argument about the gameplay. I mean, if we have to get to a top 10, he's probably gone.
Okay, well,
He made it into the top 14, so I can't be too upset.
All right, yeah. I mean, Charging Chuck, you would have been in the top 15, man. Dry Bowser, I think we already have a Bowser representation, and we also have Dry Bones, so maybe that's not needed.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Then we have,
and I think Wario's a better villain than Dry Bowser.
so we have 4 left filling 2 spots: Lakitu, Shy Guys, Kamek, and Wario.
I say kill Kamek.
and we need to cut 2 of these.
Yeah, we have to cut 2 of them.
I've said it already. Kamek and Wario would be my cuts.
I would cut Shy Guys since we already have Shy Guy representation on the list.
I think Shy Guy is more important than Anti-Guy. I mean, that's just me.
I think Lakitu was very close to being one of my 2 safe picks, so I'd be fine with Lakitu sticking on the final 10.
Yeah, I feel like Lakitu, like you said, has done so much throughout the Mario franchise. Not only as a villain, but also as like the camera guy and stuff. So
I'd go with Lakitu over the Shy Guy. How about that?
I would. Well,
Shy Guys or Wario? What's everybody's pick? Let's go, Matt. You're Shy
Guy.
Shy Guy.
I've said my piece.
Guys-
If I'm
Shy Guys
outvoted,
win
I'm
it out.
outvoted. But
Guys are in.
I would keep.
I would say Wario. Shy Guys didn't even originate in a Mario game.
I mean, but they're awesome.
I know. I like them,
So
but that's my argument. I'm just throwing my argument out there.
So in the interest of time, because we're running short on it, we were going to try to bitterly argue what our top 10 list would be between all 4 of us, but instead we're just going to run down our personal top 10 lists of the remaining characters. So Zach, let's start with you with your top 10 list. You can do it however, back to front, front to back, whatever you want to do.
Okay, I'll do it back to front. Number 10, Donkey Kong. Number 9, Anti-Guy. Number 8, Lakitu. Number 7, Dry Bones. Number 6, Shy Guys. Number 5, Fawful. 4 is Cataquack. 3 is Piranha Plant. 2 is Goomba. And 1, it's got to be Bowser.
That's a good list. Although I will say, and I guess I'll read mine off next, I think you put Goomba way too high. Goomba is my number 10.
Yeah.
So iconic.
Iconic, but bad
Terrible.
at its job. That's the way I look at it. My number 9, Cataquack. My number 8, Shy Guys. My number 7, Anti-Guy, because Anti-Guy is proven to be the best Shy Guy. Donkey Kong at number 6, Bowser at number 5, Fawful at number 4. Number 3, Lakitu. Once again, versatility is the name of the game. Maybe not the most fearsome foe, but also can you trust Lakitu? He might be your cameraman in one game, but he might be throwing spinies at you in another one. Number 2, Piranha Plant. I really think Piranha Plant would not have been as high on my list were it not for the plant's great appearance in Super Smash Brothers, like a really weird, fun character to use too. My number 1, is admittedly a personal pick, is Dry Bones. Dry Bones is kind of my go-to when I like using Dry Bones in Mario Kart. If Dry Bones makes it into a Mario Party game, I'm probably playing Bones. So that's my number 1's Dry Bones. So Justin, if you want to take it away.
All right, my top 10 from this list. Little asterisk there. Number 10, Anti-Guy. Number 9, Cataquack. Number 8, Fawful. Number 7, Dry Bones. Number 6, Shy Guy. Number 5, Lakitu. Number 4, Piranha Plant. 3, Goomba. Number 2 is DK, Donkey Kong. And number 1 is Bowser. He is the villain, guys. I don't know how to not put him as number 1.
I can't argue with the Bowser being the top pick that much. It's just the Goombas being that high. That's what I'll argue.
So for my own list, I hope that like everything that I've said over the course of this hour has kind of like made it clear the way that I value these choices. Both sort of, I prefer like the regular encounters over the story encounters, and also what my aesthetic creative values would be in choosing them as well. I wouldn't say that I value either of those things over one another, but just, you know, how I calculated in my head. I hope it makes sense. My number 10 is the Goomba. My number 9 is Lakitu. My number 8 is Donkey Kong. My number 7 is Cataquack. My number 6 is Fawful. My number 5 is Anti-Guy. My number 4 is Bowser. My number 3 is Dry Bones. My number 2 is Piranha Plant. And my number 1, the best Mario enemy ever created, is the Shy Guy.
Shy Guy is pretty good. Well, thanks.
I'm actually pretty surprised by how close me and Justin were, considering we're far apart on so many things.
Not as far apart as you would think, Zach. I mean,
I guess not.
We both like a lot of the same games. But I mean,
That's true.
I view it as more as not only a Mario like enemy perspective, but as a historical perspective. So I throw that in there too.
From different perspectives. That's what makes this this insane and fun. Thank you, Matt, Justin, and Zach for joining me. And if you wanna vote yourself in our poll, and maybe we'll come up with a definitive list, you can go check our Twitter. That is twitter.com/Nintendo_NWR. Or you can try like Googling Nintendo World Report. It should hopefully come up. We are going to put up a Condorcet poll that you could partake in, and that'll like weigh all the numbers. Pretty cool. It's actually a way that we settle our own like Game of the Year rankings and stuff. So then we'll come up with a definitive list based on, or at least the 10 that we trimmed down to, and then we'll sort it from there about what the top 10 Mario enemies are. So yeah, check us out on Twitter, and you can join and vote after this. We'll probably leave it up for a couple days after this panel goes. So once again, everybody, thank you for joining us. Check us out at NintendoWorldReport.com. We have a Patreon, patreon.com/NWR. We got a lot of podcasts, a lot of video stuff, a lot of written articles. We've been around for over 20 years, and we'll hopefully be around for another 20 more if Nintendo's still making consoles. They could be, hopefully. And probably. And I mean, maybe we'll come back and do this for Mario's 50th, which, good Lord.
Assuming the world hasn't ended by then.
How old will we be by then? That's hard to fathom. Because I think some of us here might be close to or older than Mario. So for Mario's 50th, it's going to be weird. But anyway, thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you soon to talk more about Mario stuff. Bye.
Later.
Bye.
challenge you to a Swap-At Showdown!
Hi, I'm Liam Baker here at PAX West 2018 thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try, and then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
My name is Eve Crevichet, and I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health nonprofit that serves the game industry. You may know Take This as a PAX attendee in the past from our AFK rooms, which are a feature of in-person conventions. And here we are at PAX Online with AFK Online. And one of the reasons that's so important is because just like in a regular in-person convention, a space that you can go to relax and quiet your mind and take a break from the intensity of the convention is important here too. And the reason we care about this, and the reason this is something even to talk about, is because an online convention, not only is it new, but it's also a pretty intense experience in ways that we're not used to. And so I'm here to help you identify some ways to take care of yourself, stay calm, and feel like you have your tools for self-care. So I encourage you to remember, even though PAX Online is a 24/7 convention for 9 days, that it's okay to miss things. You will, in fact, miss many things. It's okay to feel like you're not finding your friends. You will, in fact, not always find your friends online. It's okay to feel like this is strange. It's okay to feel distracted. And it's probably going to happen. Manage your expectations and understand that this is a strange experience and a strange new way of working. It's fine. It's okay. And take breaks. Walk away. Give yourself the opportunity to rest and recharge. Just like at a regular convention, the same basic self-care principles apply. Get enough sleep, eat proper meals, drink plenty of water, and walk away from your screen. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page, and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
So, why can't I come with you?
I've told you already, Cape Cuckoo isn't safe for
Henry
you.
Moss and the Wormhole Conspiracy is a coming-of-age adventure set in a goofy galaxy of oddball characters, ridiculous conundrums, and cosmic evil. Wander, ponder, and laugh your way through a heartfelt exploration of independence, family, and growing up. Teen Earthling Henry Moss helps his mother Seren operate Moss Family Supplies, an interstellar delivery business servicing the outer worlds. Henry longs to break free of his domestic duties to seek his fortune and fame amongst the far stars. Together, the Mosses uncover a cosmic conspiracy overseen by the sinister Benedict Wormhole. This sets the Mosses on an interplanetary journey of compassion, exploration, and self-discovery, together fulfilling a secret legacy founded a generation ago.
Really tried to capture that classic point-and-click adventure experience that so many people love, but bring to it a modern twist. Multiple solutions to problems, a dynamic soundtrack, unique mechanics, and with the family audience in mind the whole way through. It's a story about coming of age and a family relationship, and a modern family at that. This is a game that will really appeal to people that grew up with these games, and if they've got kids of their own, then can hopefully share that joy with them too.
Hello, everyone. Why are we doing an intro at the top of the
Weird.
This
reminds me of something I remember hearing about Jerry Goldsmith.
What did
Do you
you
remember
hear?
this?
No, see,
Basic
this is the
intro
thing. I was
accents
going
by
to see
Jerry
if anybody
Goldsmith.
would just like notice that it was there and ever comment the fact that you have the sheet music and book. What's that called? A book.
Conductor score of
Yeah.
You called me out. You're like, who needs
Yeah,
that?
what is it called? Is it a piano book? What did you call it? What would you call that?
It's the conductor score. It's the
Thank you,
full
Lord.
orchestration. It's not a piano book.
Doctors walk up to the podium and go, "Here you go." And they're going to open that book.
Well,
they
could. They could.
I saw Austin conduct before I actually spoke to Austin.
Yeah, I have 5 years. And what I love is that we never established that until we'd already known each other for quite some time.
Wait, what? How did I not know this?
I lived in Brisbane before I moved to the U.S.
Yeah, so I helped the Brisbane Symphony organize a live video game thing. I was connecting them with PR to like get trailers and stuff when I was still working in the games industry in Australia, and then Austin conducted that show, so I went there with my mom and watched. So technically we worked together.
Yeah, but we didn't meet.
Nope, never met. Never
So
met.
I'm gonna commandeer this for just a second, if I may.
I would have it no other way, please.
Well,
in direct defiance of Alana's that we not watch the stream. If you look in the chat, I have pasted a link to the stream.
Yes.
And I need you all to open the stream and make sure.
He's just rebelling. He's rebelling. And
Yeah,
he's not even done the introductions.
This is a coup d'etat. You'll obviously need sound on.
We're reaching out to a new audience, Austin. We're finding a new audience who've not
Yeah,
seen our
can I
stuff. We're
just
trying to
rein
convince
this
them this
in
is
a
a real
little bit?
podcast.
No, just let me, guys, please.
No,
Because
I'm
the people who
introing-
are watching for PAX don't even know who we are.
Yeah, I'm on
No,
it.
they-
I'm on it. I got you
I'm
covered.
increasingly not caring.
I got you
Okay.
covered.
Not
I
caring
promise.
who we are.
I promise. I prepared an intro that you can trust me.
Okay.
So,
I'm
are you all
watching
watching the stream and you have sound on?
I am, and I'm
Yes.
watching a very intense ad.
Well, then give it a second. Let me know when you're happy.
I need to make the leap, apparently.
You know who doesn't
All right.
subscribe to PAX?
Can I at least do this because this is going to drive me crazy?
No. Well, the ad, yes. But once
Okay,
the ad is over, unmute.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Are we all good?
Yeah.
All right.
What's this?
Josh?
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Play,
Yes.
Watch, Listen.
Our intro to the show.
Let's
Made an
walk you
intro?
through this. I want to contextualize all of this.
Intro to
I have a question before you answer that.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Play, Watch, Listen. I'm Alana. I am joined by Austin Wintry, Troy Baker, and Mike Biffle.
Hold on, if I can tangent. Just for a second.
Tangents are so welcome.
Anyway, listen. Troy is a very prolific voice actor. Mike is a game director, and Austin is a composer.
And we discovered, hey, we all don't hate each other.
All right, let me introduce this.
Before you do
everyone.
that,
Damn
hold
it.
on. Before you do that, I have one question for Mike Biffle.
Actually, I have a question for you. No, go ahead.
Watch, listen. I'm Alana. I've been in games media for like 8 years. I already know the answer to this. Once you work in an industry, you just have a different perspective. that's how it works.
Miyamoto got a gun.
Party, Zac Efron.
There's a continuum from the silk dressing gown to the furry dressing gown.
Statistics from every study I've read say that is not true.
I work long hours, but I get to overcome.
If you're reviewing something that's really complex and you have to give it a score, that's the part that I always screw.
There it is. Joel dying was not a punishment. nor was his living a reward. It simply was the whims of this world granting him another day or not.
I don't think there's any moment of this conversation that Mike and I don't feel some level of anxiety.
I'm so anxious. I'm so anxious.
I don't want to take us off course, but there is a funny...
yes, you do.
It already
Yes,
happened.
you do.
This is every single original from 1977.
Oh my god. I'm not usually gonna do this, but I do want to cut off the Star Wars talk for this episode.
If you read Marx, like communism on paper makes a whole lot of sense.
The Splash Mountain ride in Disney is named not for anything in the ride itself, but because of the movie Splash starring Tom Hanks.
Bunch of bullshit.
You're selling out to the man if you can afford an orchestra. I have a bunch of really wacky ideas, but they are not likely to make you any money.
Okay, hold on. Before we get too far down this road.
Just as a tangent within a
Go for
tangent,
it.
that it's obviously rare that Troy says no.
If Ghost of Tsushima is perceived as a bigger game than Last of Us 2, who cares how much it costs?
Hold on. Don't just like gloss over that. Video games. It's so good.
The early demos of almost every game we've made, you wouldn't recognize them compared to what the final game was. That's by definition wasted work.
And iterating, polish.
Nice.
This is an industry of professional problem solvers.
I don't want to lose massive blockbuster single-player titles.
But it's not a simple matter of if you make the game half the length, it takes half as long to make.
Interesting.
Anyway, I'm being overly long-winded here.
Love this. This is why I love this fucking podcast.
Disagree with me, baby.
Holy crap.
Okay, now close the stream.
Oh my god.
What did you do? Who made that, Austin? That was awesome.
I have a fabulous assistant, Dallas, who's good with the video motion graphics. So I went and sourced a bunch of clips. I arranged it all in a timeline and sent it to him as audio. It was like, now sync all the clips to this audio. And
Oh my god.
That's
Absolutely
amazing.
amazing.
Well done, both of you. Okay.
I have a follow-up call to Dallas after this.
Yeah.
God.
That was absolutely incredible, and I guess I don't need to intro the panel now.
just an option to consideration. Do as you will. I feel like I've overstayed my welcome. I'm going to be silent for the next hour. So,
Hey, can you send that to everybody so that we can have that for forever?
yeah, I'm actually gonna be live on my YouTube channel in like 5 seconds.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Austin. That's crazy. I have no idea what I'm going to do with that audio version. We'll figure it out. It's fine.
Good luck.
That's more work than I put into 30 episodes of this show. So.
What's our? Do you even know like what's our very like percentage between audio and video? Because I feel like most people watch us.
We still have video listeners that have video views.
Do we have anybody that plays?
consistently,
It makes sense.
People that watch, people that listen. Have we conquered the play yet? That's what we should do.
Yes.
Through like dreams.
No, we
or
have
something.
most of our audience is actually on Spotify.
On
But
Spotify.
because of the way SEO works, we have the opportunity to have a lot more views on YouTube.
I can.
People who've never sort of the breakdown. And this is
hot
episode
takes.
30, which is very exciting.
Dirty 30.
You made it to 30.
Wait, are all of us 30 except for you, Alana?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Play by
I'm still a
speed.
ways off, thank God. That's
Are
when you
you,
die.
Troy, are you like 30, 14? Is that your age?
30,
Troy's
14.
been 30 for the last 14 years.
14 years.
Yeah, exactly.
14 years, go strong.
Yeah.
I thought that I would take this opportunity while doing, a live PAX panel to ask Mike Bithell if he's finished The Last of Us Part 2 yet.
Call out.
Not.
Brilliant.
I have not.
Excellent.
I've actively
He has
started
platinum
multiple
Ghost of
other
Tsushima,
games,
though.
I'm nearly there. I've got
accounts.
Tony Hawk's to play as well now as well, yeah.
Son of a bitch. Austin,
where
how are you
are
doing on The
horrible
Good
human.
Place?
I actually have an update on that. I have made it into season 2 of The Good Place. Over the last week, I finally,
Hey!
Angela and I were like, all right, let's do this thing. And I I see upon cresting the season break of 1 into 2, it immediately revealed to me what was the reason you and everyone else was so adamant
that we were
about
into it. Yeah.
Ted
Yeah.
Danson
Don't
is a
say
goddamn
no.
national treasure. Oh my
He's great.
gosh.
Don't say.
Nothing. I won't.
Spoilers.
I love you.
No,
I
but
won't.
I'll say this, you know, because I think we stopped last night at like episode 4 of season 2 or something. The thing that blew me away, that if all of season 1 is like an extended trailer to season 2 in many respects, it feels like to me, like they're laying a foundation that's wacky and silly, and then it pulls out the rug. I know I'm telling you everything that you've known for years, but the thing that I liked was that I thought, okay, reboot, we know the premise now. We're going to basically do a new version of season 1. And what I love is that in the first episode, they see that coming and they're like, okay, 800 iterations later, and they just skip past instantly the
Be
expectation.
careful, Austin. Be careful. But yes, and it keeps going from there. Just, you're going to love it. You're going to love it.
Be careful. Oh my.
I mean, be careful in terms of spoilers. You're edging closer.
No, he's the last person who hasn't seen the show.
Well, I know that's the thing. I'm exercising a little
just him.
diplomatic immunity on that. I acknowledge.
Well, I started playing a Plague Tale. So
Really?
that's
What?
what I wanted to bring to the group. I finally started playing a Plague Tale. That's the thing you've
Is
been
that called
procrastinating for a
2020?
while. Yes. No, it is a weird game to play right now, for sure. Having that context like makes it
Really weird.
just feel a lot darker. But I
Plague
definitely
Tale
also
sounds like a really bad Bible game that like came out on like a PC-ROM Bible game. Like
don't
Moses
feel like it takes
Adventures.
that stance so far. Full title is A Plague Tale Innocence.
Okay,
Beautiful
what's
score.
it about?
Score is very nice. Olivier de Rivière.
I would say thus far it is about 2 people living during a time of a plague, but that's,
Love in the time of
about
cholera?
as far as I am right now.
It's beautiful
who was
as
the
well, right?
composer
All the
for
videos
Ishtar?
I've seen of it are excellent.
It is
It's visually stunning.
Yeah.
And they do a good job at making your stomach churn with the 40 billion rats on screen.
Oh yeah.
Nope, I'm out.
Don't like rats?
How far have you made it, Alana? Are you still pretty early?
Yeah, I'm about 2 hours in.
It's one of those that caught me. I played it. I love how Troy's just fully committed to this.
He's just gone.
I played it because I was interviewing the composer for the Game Maker's Notebook podcast, and I realized that I've known his music as albums for years, but I was like, I don't think I've ever actually played a single game he scored somehow. And so I did this binge where I was like, I'm just going to dip my toes a couple hours over the course of a week in like 10 different games. So I was playing, like, he had just done Streets of Rage 4. I was playing, trying to remember 1111. Is that what that one's called? Yeah, 11 Memories. What is it? I've got it here in Steam. Memories
Are you
Retold.
talking to your producer off screen?
I'm talking, which would be you probably. But then Plague Tale was the one that was kind of like a bigger hit amongst the rest. And then I kept playing, and I was like, I actually feel this burning need to go back and finish it because it got me. It got.
I definitely will. I really like it. Yeah.
Yeah, and good voice acting too. Like I find the little boy, like, I'm like, I need to protect you. You were genuinely innocent, and I need to do what I can.
Troy, good question for you related to children voice acting. Is it often actually a child or isn't it an adult?
No. Dude, Tara Strong, Gray Delisle, Laura Bailey.
Well, even Ashley Johnson is considerably older than
Ashley
Nancy
Johnson.
Cartwright, like
there's a lot
I've
of
done
them.
in last week I did 2 auditions that I had to do for children and was just like I ended up just being like, I don't know how to do this. I have no idea what to do.
You know what I found by and large to be true is that Cree Summer has also done a lot. She was Penny in Inspector Gadget, and she's also she was in what's the family? Super popular.
The Family?
The Family
Nickelodeon. Huh? No.
Just said the Mob. It's fine.
The Mob.
Penny in a Family.
No, she was Penny in Inspector Gadget.
Oh.
And she was
in a show about family.
Not the
There are a couple
Wilderberries,
of
but it was a
those.
very popular Nickelodeon show. I didn't have cable growing up, so I didn't know, but it's the
Rugrats.
Rugrats. Thank you. That's what. So a lot of times it's going to be like a female that's doing it. Yuri Lowenthal is one who's just like perpetually done. He was Ben 10, so he's done kids Spider-Man. Even though Yuri is just a little bit older than me. But the interesting thing is I find the more believable are the ones that aren't kids, but actually just play it as themselves and then let the picture do the work. You know, that
would be a little harder to sell with, like, say, your voice.
I've done kids.
I'd play that game. I play the
12-year-old Troy. That's like,
I don't. Yeah,
you don't know what loss is.
You don't know what loss is. I by and large, I don't typically do kids. I'll do the dad before I do the kid.
Good quote to have.
So weird.
Oh, would you?
I was gonna say.
Yeah?
Do the dad.
Do the dad first.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't do kids. I'll do the dad.
It's a good stance to have.
I kept it.
You don't get canceled
wholesome.
for that.
Mike is just like that,
love how
and we're gonna finally use the edit button on our live episode.
Exactly, like it's.
I kept it wholesome. I want this to know at PAX. I kept it
You're
wholesome.
allowed to say you want to have sex with dads. That's completely fine.
There's a few dads I wouldn't mind having sex with.
There you go. It's not a problem.
That's not gay. That's just logical. That's just like everybody's a little gay too. By the way, let's just be honest. Everyone's a little gay.
Definitely, yeah. It's fact. I don't know how we got here.
Alana, you asked a question.
Oh, I do.
I did ask a question. Yeah, I had to do
clear trajectory.
You did it, Alana.
I had to do a child crying twice, actually. Both of them were children crying. One for a video game, and then one that was like I was doing something else. I finally got to do my robot voice, and they were like, "Can you also cry as a child?" And I was like, "You threw this on me. I don't think so." So I just didn't. I didn't even try it. They didn't say child
18,
crying.
18,
I could have done a
18's a
baby, I think, but a child is a whole other thing. That's like a very complicated thing to even think your way through.
My favorite is Tommy Tallarico used to have, or a few times he had D. Bradley Baker come to Video Games Live concerts where he would be like, okay, here's the scenario. He'd have the audience throw it out. Like, okay, a baby transforming into a vampire that is also part something. And he would create this sound that was unbelievably convincing of all those things happening at once. It was like,
here's what you need to, if for people who don't know, and D. Bradley Baker is definitely, if there's a those guys of film, there's those guys of VO, and it's by and large, matter of fact, John DiMaggio did a documentary called I Know That Voice, and it's brilliant if you've never seen it. He chronicles almost everyone from Mel Blanc forward. But D. Bradley Baker plays his sinuses like an instrument. Like I've literally seen him in like sessions. He's like, what kind of sound do you want? It's like, it's this. And he's like, okay. And you'll see him do stuff like this. And he produces
other creatures, full
and he'll
as in he's playing with like the flow of air in his,
literally.
That's amazing.
And what
That's incredible.
The way that
Tom Kenny,
Tom Kenny is very
SpongeBob
similar.
does the same thing, like with his throat, like physically
when he does the laugh, he goes,
belly belts like that.
And
it's
the
crazy.
craziest fever dream notion or fever dream I've ever had is seeing this was in Vancouver or Toronto. I think it was in Toronto, and it was super late. It was almost like 3 o'clock in the morning. We were in the lobby of this hotel. We were continuing to drink, and there was Tom Kenny trying to teach Mike Tyson how to do the SpongeBob laugh. And all of us were
definitely, and then I woke up and I realized I shouldn't have had the Sudafed before.
But like like Mads Mikkelsen was there with us, and we were and like Jason Momoa had just passed. I was like, this is a fever dream. But Bradley Baker is remarkably talented. If you ever need creature voices or
it does well to the Baker name.
How do you learn how to do that kind of thing? Do you think it's someone just experimenting?
His story is great. He used to play at the Universal theme park. He was Beetlejuice, and it was just like, it's a thankless work, but he's just a great actor, character actor. And Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, we used to work there as well, and she said he would walk around with a tape recorder and just learn like what happens if I do this, and would just record himself making all these sounds. If D. Bradley Baker, if it's ever a lull in a session, you will swear that there's a cricket in the room because he's doing the sound of the crickets, and he's also he's the fish on
American Dad. Yeah,
he's
the
just
impeccable German. He cracks me up.
He also has like a great resource for people who want to become voice actors called iwannabeavoiceactor.com, and he's just like salt of the earth. He's one of the greatest humans, kind, hilarious. DBradleyBaker.com.
I love that phrase. He plays his sinuses like in
plays his sinus, and I've watched him do it.
That's
like he brought in like a glass tube, and I was like, "What sound do you want?" He's like, "Well, they're kind of like helmeted creatures," and so he would. And I was like, "That's processed." He's like, "That's organic." Like all this, and
but that playfulness is something that's consistent with voice actors I've encountered. Like I'd say more than most other professions. the amount of kind of silliness and playfulness in the moment, and how I don't think this is part of being an actor generally, right? That kind of willingness to expose yourself and just be really silly and daft and try things and be creative. I love that. I love the number of like VO sessions where I've got like recordings of those sessions, and the actor, I did one recently where the actor in between takes was just doing other characters like in the booth just to keep his voice warm. And it's just lovely, that playfulness, that experimentation. It's just so much fun. I love it.
You know, I did that. I kept pitching myself. Like I did that also on Tales of Batman. I did the same thing, like Telltale's Batman. Telltale's Batman.
All the ingredients were there. It was fun.
Yeah, you got it.
I kept doing like Falcone, and not
nice.
like auditioning. They're like, we already cast Falcone. I was like, I know. I just like doing the voice. It's just fun. Just see if I can do like listen, Batman. But I think a lot of it. That's you're welcome.
That was where you did
Nobody used this.
It's like when I did Volume and I saw Star Wars Force Awakens, I realized that Serkis basically had turned up and done Snoke in the recording booth. No, I had no idea until I saw Star Wars. Oh, fair play. Yeah, you got a couple of runs out of that voice. It's awesome.
Some of the best versions of like characters have come from just people. Like one of my favorites, I think we even talked about this before. Peter Cullen was, his agent said, you have a session with Fox, I think it was. And he was like, what is it? Like, they want to do creature voices. Like, man, I'm blasted. Like, he'd done a lot of other VO gigs. He's just tired, but he went down and he got the gig. And so he goes down and they said, so we need you to do a creature sound, it's alien kind of thing. And he was like, what does it look like? It's like, we can't show you because it's confidential. He's like, well, I can't give you a voice. I don't know what it's supposed to sound like. So finally they had to get approval, and they showed him what the character looked like. And he goes, oh, okay, I got that. And they use a Sennheiser 416, which is a shotgun mic. He's like, you need to bring that down closer. And they were like, that's where the mic goes. He's like, I don't care. If you want me to do this voice, you need to bring it closer. And so he dropped it like 3 inches. Like, no, bring it right here. And he did the sound. I can't even make sure I can do it.
It's a cat.
Predator.
And that he did that voice because he didn't want to scream.
Wait, Cullen's Predator as well?
Really?
He did. Peter Cullen
Cullen's
did.
Predator.
Yeah.
Damn.
What an instinct! Like, and
Optimus
you got
Prime, like the best and the worst. I love it. I love that.
Wait. So did they give him direction for what they wanted Predator to sound like?
Nope. He said, I need to know what the character looks like. They showed. He goes like, those look like the hermit crabs that I grew up with, that I would find by the water. And so he was like, I know those things sound like this. And so that's where he came up with Predator sound.
That's super cool.
That's amazing.
I guess this is a great spot for me to transition into what I wanted to talk about today.
Go.
It is a weird
subject
week.
of the episode.
Yes, it's a weird week to record because we have a PlayStation conference, and that is happening. Yeah, after we
$800,
record,
I reckon. Internet $900.
Yeah, he's gone up to 900.
10,000 US.
900. We did our price predictions last week, so potentially if that conference is meaty enough, we'll have to catch up on that next week. But we're also a week late on this topic, which is the Dune trailer. Austin, I know we spoke about it a little bit last week that you're a huge fan of Dune. I just bought the book, haven't started reading it yet.
I would call myself a big fan, not a huge fan. Only because I read it as a kid. I loved it.
So what were you like 5 meters?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no.
What's the difference between big and huge?
One is like
No, I understand that. Like, I don't call myself a Star Wars fan because I feel like that's like a layer. Like, I obviously am a person who likes Star Wars, but I feel like Star Wars fan is this like extra layer of
identity, right? Yeah.
Will we not say stan? I stan Star Wars.
I'm a stan. No, because I feel like Star Wars fan is like someone who like has I guess I have a Darth Maul. And
is there a name for Star Wars fans like there is for Star Trek?
Or is there would be. My favorite is the
Skywalkers.
Nah, I don't think there is. I always liked that.
Jedi. Well, they call them Jedi's. And
I mean, they have the 501st, which is like extremely legit. But
yeah, but that wouldn't be.
That's a specific
They're really
thing.
cool. The 501st.
I don't think you have a name for. Really?
Yeah.
Like a full on.
Pull it up right now. They did a whole ceremony for me and inducted me into the 501st. I was like, this is a big deal for me.
But do you have the full suit?
No, I'm an honorary member of the 501st.
That's called.
So I have my challenge coin, I have my badge, and I have my full packet. And I was like, thank you so much. They're like, never be caught without your challenge coin. And so far, I've never been.
That's very cool.
We'll see. We'll see.
That's a
Now
real
I have
thing.
a
But
mission.
I feel like you don't. The Star Wars fan doesn't need a term because Star Wars fan is everything.
just called
Star Wars
human.
is just pop culture, right? Like it's
Right.
just too
True.
broad.
No, my favorite term for those was brown coats for the
Firefly.
Joss Whedon Firefly community.
That's good.
Cool.
I always liked that. Yeah, they were the brown coats and self-identifying as a brown coat. That was
They're
always
coming
good.
for
One.
What did you
back
think of
to
the trailer, Austin?
Yes.
Wait,
Well, I came at it mostly from a standpoint that I have become thoroughly, betwixt by Denis Villeneuve, the director. Betwixt is not the right word. Bewitched by is
No.
better. Is a better. Yeah, like
Is ever the right word?
Yeah,
Bewitched and bedazzled.
yeah, exactly. You're right.
He's betwixt, bewitched, and bedazzled.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Leave it
Wait,
to the
are we
poet.
talking about Dune now?
Yes.
Well, I just thought
Yeah, we
to
were.
me,
It was, yeah.
it's funny. I hear your perspective that it ticked all the boxes of like cheesy trailer tropes.
Yeah.
Well,
But,
okay, we haven't shared that on this show, but yes, that was a beef that I had with it. Was that it felt very cheesy to me, and I almost didn't even want to say that publicly because everyone's so excited that I just felt like, am I missing something about this? That it just looks like very cheesy sci-fi.
To me, there's a task.
Whispered line.
The thing is, well, here's the thing.
They can do all of that. They can do all of that except for they bring in Pink Floyd, and I was like, all of it. Just bring it.
And that's where for me the you have to translate between the conventions of the trailer and like absorbing the face value of them and seeing through to the promise of what they are showcasing. Because that was where I was like, this looks like a really genuinely faithful, adaptation of a novel that has proven historically elusive to really get in a way that everybody can agree on. You know, like every adaptation so far has had like its diehards and then its massive legions of like, that so misses it. And this one really looks. And funny trivia. You want to trivia? We're not ready for Christmas yet. Trivia about Dune is that it's funny. I had a friend write that they said, I hope that that theater going experience becomes a thing, because the 4 movies that I want to see this year in the theater are Wonder Woman 1984, Tenet, Dune, and the new James Bond. And I said, here's something funny. 3 of the 4 of those were scored by Hans Zimmer, and Tenet, which normally would be because he's done all of Nolan's movies for more than 10 years now. Tenet would have been, but he went with Ludwig Göransson because Hans was so tied up on Dune, and he basically the word on the street was that Hans said this is the one, like he read that book however many decades ago and said, if anyone ever makes a proper movie of this, then I will basically not take no for an answer. Like I must be, it's my ultimate bucket list score to write.
Wow.
And so supposedly Hans literally said to Nolan, I'm not available because I'm on Dune now. So it's like when I read a thing like that, and then I see, they had those initial like Oscar Isaac still that came from the set however many months ago, and Zendaya all like super cool production. And I was like, all of that looks really teed up, and then you see the giant worms, and it's like, all right, I think that they've probably done it justice. I should reread it.
So what is it about Dune that people really love?
Yeah.
I wish I had a good. I should have an articulate answer.
The worm in it.
It's just the worm in it.
I think it's
Beetlejuice.
Isn't it also appeal the same way that the Game of Thrones books appeal? That it's like genuinely sophisticated political. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. My business partner's a big fan, and Alexander, he loves Dune, and I think part of that is the intrigue, is imagining the political houses and that kind of mix of feudal and mechanical. It's a story about drug dealing federal dynasties, right? Like it's basically this
I think so.
fascinating
people on planets.
I've never read it, but it sounds cool. I'm looking forward to the movie. This
that
trailer,
surprises me that you've never read
said,
it.
Like it's not.
It's true.
I think I tried as a kid and got like. Yeah, well, I don't read any of these books. They're props for a conversation. Probably have Dune up there actually.
Wait, do you not have a copy of Dune back there?
I don't think I do. No, I think you found the gap.
We did it.
Yeah, we finally
It's
found
been
it.
30 episodes, but we did it.
Don't.
Oh,
I think, I
you
read
just
it. I
got
tried
yours,
as a kid
right?
and got 2 pages in. Oh yeah,
It's like this thick. It's like a.
and that was the thing. I think it was off-putting as a
whole-
kid. I was a bit overwhelmed by it.
Ew. Wait, I thought it was. Turn that sideways. Turn that sideways.
She can't hear
You guys, I
Yeah.
came back. I have it.
Turn that sideways.
Turn your book sideways.
Okay.
That's not
So
that
it's like what,
Yeah.
600 pages? Isn't that right?
Oh, I mean,
Well, don't forget, there's like a million sequels.
yeah, but they,
That's the
from what I
thing,
can
isn't it?
tell,
It's a
you don't have to
massive-
read all of the sequels. That's people sometimes suggest against.
You have to read
Yeah,
it.
it's kind of like Ender's
Okay.
Game.
Right?
Oh, really? It just kind of. But it's also very dense, right? It's very densely written. There's lots of made-up, silly words and very strange
remember that.
names. And I think as a kid, that just overwhelmed me. I couldn't get through it.
I don't know, man. I opened one page and the names that I have are Paul and Jessica.
I'm out.
It seems
Oh, fair
fine.
enough, okay, then.
You know,
I just
fantasy
remember. I
book.
remember my father
If there's not two
evangelizing.
consonants in a row,
Okay,
I'm
wait,
out.
there is a Jamis and a Stilgar, so
I just
Yeah, okay,
remember
there we go then. You're right.
Hey, now you're talking.
my father had been a big
Guitaric.
fan of it, and he evangelized for the book for me. And his selling point was, "You will never appreciate a glass of water more than after you read this book." That was the way he sold it to me. And I remember they made a big impression that they wear these things called the still suits that have the extreme obsessive recycling of all bodily waters to the point that you just dehydrate at exponentially slower rates as a result. And just thinking about the mechanism of that as a kid was somehow unforgettable. Of just like, what would it take to survive an environment like that? Can I pivot on the subject of speaking and surviving in an environment? I'm totally derailing us in a different direction, but just today's
Can't
big
wait.
news that as someone who has a massive pet peeve for this, today has what in one universe represents the biggest news story in the history of news stories, but
Venus?
because Venus, this fucking
got you.
drives me nuts.
I got you.
That
Venus fucking drives me nuts. Austin Wintory, everybody.
Here was the New
There you
York
go.
Times headline. Astronomers have found a potential sign of life in the clouds of Venus, a potential long overlooked, a planet long overlooked in the search for extraterrestrial life. And then the subheading is, scientists have detected a chemical called phosphine in the thick Venus atmosphere. After much analysis, they assert that something now alive is the only explanation for the chemical source.
Something now alive?
Something currently alive creating phosphine as a
Something currently
byproduct.
alive,
Which
rather
is
than,
basically farts.
Fossilized bacteria or whatever.
Yeah, well, so the thing that I can't stand about that is that, it then says they give lip service to the real story, which is some researchers question this hypothesis. And the fact that like the clickbaity science headline stuff it's like supposed to be the one bastion safe from garbage clickbait. Of course, I immediately go to Carolyn Porco.
Science journalism's been a bit like that for a while.
Oh, it's awful. It's the worst.
Yeah.
Science
Well, it's
journalism
because
is
on
awful
the
because
internet, you're competing with a million things. Like
I get it. No, it's just
the headline's got to be sexy.
I read the article.
it's awful. And the funny thing is, I of course I immediately go to Carolyn Porco's Twitter because Carolyn Porco, our mutual friend who was the lead imaging scientist of the Cassini probe that dove into Saturn, and her big baby was studying Enceladus, the moon of Saturn that was jettisoning these ice geysers full of organic material where they're going, there may be a liquid ocean powered by geothermal sources on the moon of Enceladus. And if there's anywhere in our solar system that shows the most promise for independent biogenesis event, it would be, oh yeah, there it is.
There he is.
It would be the moon of Enceladus. And so that's been her big push, is like, we need to send another probe to go ice fishing. But apparently Venus has only a single, I don't think I've ever seen this, Alana. That one's blends right in.
That's so fair. Alana makes it look good.
Thank you.
That's not fair.
This is my one skill. Make glasses look cool.
I can wear glasses.
Yeah.
I'd just like to point out, these are not a prop.
It's not a prop either. I do use them, but
So is that your way of saying that when we record this show, that you have to go on sound on Who's Who? You just have
There's
no
nothing more
idea.
disturbing than not knowing what's on your glasses. These are like those glasses that keep out blue light, by the way. I don't actually wear glasses. But there's nothing more disturbing to me than not knowing what's smudged on your lenses.
probably just your fingers.
spend a considerable.
But it's not coming off, so I'm now grossed out.
Anyway, I consider it my civic duty to say there is absolutely no confirmation of life on Venus. Don't fall for the headline trap. It is an
I don't know what headline you saw.
Get out the space.
I read this
New
too.
York
All
Times.
it says was like,
New York
hey,
Times.
here's this thing. The only way it's not like clickbaity to me. It's like, look, this specific thing that we're finding trace amounts of is representative. It's nothing that agriculturally or geologically
agriculture would be quite something.
can be produced, and the only way that we have found this specific thing has been produced.
That's what's wrong. And here was the tweet that I was led to by Carolyn Porco, which is from Professor Lee Cronin, a chemist.
Lee Cronin's a hack.
A chemist and scientist who wrote, I think we need to teach astrobiologists a bit more organic and physical chemistry, starting with the heats of formation and Hess's law, which Carolyn Porco was confirming to say it actually is entirely geophysically possible to produce phosphine without requiring essentially, microbial life to create it as a byproduct.
Oh.
By the way, this is National Geographic that is tweeting this out. Something weird is happening in the clouds of the planet next door, but some experts are raising doubts about the quality of the data. It's not clickbaity.
Well, no, that's a good headline. That's a good one.
All of the headlines I can see here, Austin,
parading
are all
life.
saying things are possible. God damn, Mike.
Nice, Mike. Good
We've got astronomers see phosphene signal in its
making up for
clouds. A gas found on Earth that signifies life has been detected in the clouds of Venus. That's not saying there's life. Astronomers find possible sign of life on Venus is a bit clickbaity, but saying possible means what they're saying is not a lie. On Venus, mysterious traces of gas tease the possibility of life. Like it's.
Well, the headline I got was the New York Times. And
yeah, you just got screwed. The New York Times is currently life on Venus ? Astronomers see phosphine signal in its clouds.
Yeah, fair enough.
And it's caused by farts.
Caused by farts.
You want to know?
Yeah.
Space farts. That's all you have to do
Space
is just add the word space to it.
It's
anyway. I know. I'm
cool
taking us off. It's just that was one of those that I was looking
Again,
at.
We've had worse tangents than talking about Dune, which I also wanted to follow up and ask, like, why do we think that this particular thing that doesn't seem like it is that mainstream popular has been iterated on this many times? What is it about Dune? Again, not being necessarily inherently guaranteed to make money, because I don't know that Dune is like pop culture, like right on the forefront of things.
Well, Lord of the Rings was Lord of the Rings before those movies of comparable sort of nerd culture saturation. Like I feel like those books were not on every human being's bookshelf, and they still justified a
there was a nerd
$100 million.
Yeah, but there was also wasn't like
multiple for Dune.
Huh?
What?
Go ahead. I just mean there have been multiple iterations for Dune is what I'm saying. Like they haven't made Lord of the Rings like with 3 different people or whatever.
Well, there was the animated.
There was the animated version.
80s, and that was.
I didn't even know that existed. There you go.
Well, it was 40 years before you were born, so it's in fairness.
Yes, thanks. I appreciate that.
That one does not age particularly well in my estimation, musically included. It's one of those that you wish even the score could hold up, and it really doesn't. Leonard Rosenman, sadly. But
call him out. Go for it. Just roast him, Austin.
Dude, how do you know this?
It's
Who
time.
was the composer?
That guy got me insulted as well. Dude.
Austin, who was the composer on Ishtar?
On Ishtar?
Mm-hmm.
Got nothing.
You should have made it up.
I did it.
Yeah, we wouldn't.
I got you. I got Bithel on the bookshelf, and I got Austin on the composer.
It's true. I could have said anything.
I had an astrobiology book. That's. I'm solid. I think that's solid.
How are we talking about PlayStation?
Wow, Dave Grusin is the composer on Ishtar. Interesting.
Well, I mean, we can talk about PlayStation, but it's like I said, immediately outdated by the end of this week. If we talk about
fun.
it,
we can talk about how wrong we are.
Give me your 100% correct things. Say it as though it's already happened about the PlayStation conference this week.
Yes, I remember so well when they revealed the PlayStation 5 price, and it was exactly.
Yeah.
My price projection here.
Troy, I think you were heading through a tunnel.
Yes,
Austin was in the last PlayStation conference. Mike was in this one. That's crazy. Don't know what he was doing there. But his face showed up.
I also not.
It's really
hosted by Greg Miller.
Not to be overly self-congratulatory, I was also in the Ubisoft Fast Forward.
The highlight. You were the highlight
on Thursday with their VR game Agos.
Oh, cool!
Had the pleasure. Scored that ages ago. Glad it's finally.
Did you have one of those
personally, or you personally were on it? They had
one
like
of those great clips of Austin going. Video games are amazing. just one.
Video games are amazing.
I guess in that sense, sadly not. That was my true peak moment in life, was being told.
That was it. That was the moment.
I was telling you, expect the unexpected.
I was very excited to see you there. It was very cool.
It was mostly a lot of wait, what? Him?
Who's that guy?
Not so much excitement, but bewilderment. Like, wow, I guess they pulled that together right at the last second, and he was the only one who was like, "I'll do it."
Here's a question.
Yes, I'll do it.
To Austin's wonderful introduction, which changed more? Austin's facial hair or my, like, what do you think was the most, looking through that, what changed the most? Because like it was either your background or the state of Austin's face. Like your background's changed, I think, less frequently.
I've stayed exactly the same throughout the course of this show.
Your chair has changed.
My chair has changed twice, in fact.
There were two noticeable things that I had forgotten about to that question when putting that together, which was I found a few quotes that I liked from the first episode, and then was very annoyed that was the one where it just had text on screen the whole time saying "There's no video this time."
Yes.
And so I had to B-roll around that with Dallas to make you realize that you're hearing audio from episode 1, but you're not looking at episode 1 in order to solve that problem. And then subsequently, we had a few where whoever was talking was giant.
The Skype days, yes.
The Skype era.
Did we start on Skype?
Yep.
Remember everyone? I think, right?
Yeah. Well, I just remember the complaints. Everyone was upset that Alana was too small. That was just consistently.
I couldn't do anything about it.
That's right.
That's like consistently the issue.
I didn't have a choice. What was I supposed to do?
That was one of those humbling moments of recognizing the pecking order of why people are.
I don't think that's quite it. I think it's just more satisfying to see everyone's reactions be equal. Like, I don't think it's necessarily. I'm sure they prefer to look at Troy.
Very gracious.
Based on the comments, even on the live streams, people in here just talking about
what
Troy.
I love is that, like, there's been so many moments when I've said something and it's the reaction. I'm trying to remember what episode it was where both at the same time, simultaneously, Alana and Mike's reaction to whatever I said was like almost equal. It's like their head cocked to the same side. I love being able to see, like, because there's even stuff that I miss, and like going back and rewatching or re-listening, I was like, oh, there's actually something that, and a lot of times it's something that Mike said, because I typically tune him out.
You don't really listen the first time through.
Anyway,
the accent's tricky.
I'm sorry, it's something weird buzzing in my ear.
What was that?
With a slight British aristocracy. It's something that
actually, you know what's so funny about that exact point you're making is I showed the video to Angela, and the moment in the video where Mike says, "I work long hours, but it's okay because I get to own a company," and we kind of superimposed this like Mr. Moneybags thing because of just how fast moving it is. She missed the point, and I said, "Did you like the thing there?" And she goes, "Oh, I thought that was just because he's British." And I died. I thought that was I was like, yeah. I mean, that's if you walk around London, that's just everybody.
Yes. I mean, ultimately, we create art. Other people bring their own meanings to that art, right? Like we don't own it at that point.
It's true.
It's very important that people can put what they want to put onto it. You know.
Wow, real game director shit out here. Look at him go. But related, I do actually. Speaking of art, we gonna have T-shirts.
What?
This is the logo.
This is my first time seeing this.
I was about to say, I feel like I'm on an episode of like Oprah Winfrey's gonna come out.
It's a special episode, isn't it?
These will be on T-shirts. I'm gonna drop them on Friday. It'll be on redbubble.com/PWL. I decided that we will make $1 of profit from every shirt. The rest will entirely be production, and we will donate it all to charity. So the
awesome.
real play is that I just want to see people wearing our cool shirts. No, because Redbubble doesn't work like that. I would still have to pay for them.
What?
Yeah. Because
Walk us through the design there. That's a hand holding a cup.
Correct. It's a hand holding.
Yes.
I guess I'm doing it the wrong way around. Apparently modeled off of Austin's hand.
And that's Angela made those, and that's my
Yeah.
hand.
You can see the definitive
The Austininess of
index
it.
finger there.
Yeah. There you go.
And are these so? Walk
Really?
me through the colors, like those.
So they're transparent, meaning that on Redbubble you can choose to have like any color T-shirt that you want. For our
Oh.
audio listeners, I'll post a photo on probably Twitter and Instagram if you want to come check it out. But basically, you can have any shirt that you want, meaning that the color of the mug will be whatever color of the shirt you've chosen. Can also do hoodies. Like they have just tons of customization. I'll also do stickers for them as well in case anyone wants one of those. But yeah, a bunch of different color options. She chose all of them. I was like, I just want a hand holding a mug that says play, watch, listen. The rest is up to you. So yeah, those will drop Friday. I'm very, very, very excited to see people wearing them.
Me too, man.
Hopefully.
I'm gonna get one. I got
too.
recognized in the street from this podcast the other day, and if I'd been wearing this T-shirt, I would have been recognized twice.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's the first time it's happened with the show. Yeah, genuinely, someone came up to me.
I was wondering where the black eye came
I love
from.
the show.
What was it like being out on the street?
I was just gonna. Yeah, you beat me to it. I was gonna make the same exact.
Austin and I are just like synced up, man, today. I look, it just in retrospect, this is
clarity. Alana beat me to it. I was gonna make it on the street.
Again, everyone gets credit for everything I say. It's fine.
kind of 30 episodes, 30 weeks
30
of
beautiful.
Yeah, I mean that's this has been incredible, and the things that I've learned about each of
28
you.
weeks, I think, in 2 months or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it. Love
It's-
it. That is the most play, watch, listen response to Troy saying a nice thing, by the way, which is to correct him on the dates. Yeah, that's good.
That guy, I just felt the mirror on myself, and suddenly it was like, oh fuck, every group has one, and it's me. God damn it.
Yeah, I think it's like a little bit of all of us.
All of us. It's all of us.
I love that
It's
this
all of
thing
us.
was born out of just how seemingly haphazard this has come about. Like Alana and you and I first hung out in San Diego. We had.
I met you when I was very drunk.
We were
went
all
and got
drunk.
Diner food. I mean, I had known you for a while before then, like via the internet, but
This was the
and I was
first
telling you about how I
stalking.
have trouble playing jazz on piano because something about I remember this conversation. We were at a diner eating shitty diner food while drunk after a party, and I had trouble playing jazz because something about like the lack of structure in it. I don't really know. Like I just find the flow of jazz difficult. And you were like, you just gotta let it go, man. And I was like, he's right. I do have to just let it go.
That sounds like
man.
me after a night of drinking. You just gotta let it
Does
go.
sound like you after
You
a
guys
night.
are
It's good.
you guys are
looked more
basically
like that.
J.K.
You gotta
Simmons
let it go.
and what's in La La Land? None of that free jazz shit. Isn't that J.K. Simmons like the restaurant owner or whatever?
The devil's music.
Yes. Yeah.
And then Mike Bithell for me. I mean,
Oh,
I don't want to dominate this, but like Mike Bithell for me being your fifth choice, and then that
Well, it
bringing
got
in-
You met
lower.
me before that. You met me before that, and I don't think you remember it. We were back to back
BAFTAs.
on a.
Ooh, I like
No, like,
where this is going. We're back to back in a now
We're back
let
to
the
back. No,
imagination
we're-
wander.
Was it London Comic Con? There was a Comic Con, and like you were there with one of the Marvel Lego games, I think, and I was there with Volume. And I remember we met in a corridor, and I just basically fanboyed at you for 5 minutes. You were very friendly to me. It was very nice. And then we moved on with our lives. But yeah,
My
I had a
first
nice interaction with you
with
before
Mike,
we knew each other.
I think was at the IGN office, and he reached out to me afterwards and said, sorry if I was rude. And I had no
Sounds like
recollection of
Mike.
you being rude at all.
Yes.
I was like,
Sorry,
That's
that's
the
just me
most
being
great
British.
That's the most
What was
authentically
brilliant
Mike
about that,
story.
by the way, what was brilliant about this, the bit that Lana's leaving off, because she probably didn't notice, because again, this is something that happened entirely in my head. She didn't reply for like 3 or 4 days to the DM.
I think
And
it was
Mike's
because
just
it
like,
was
well,
at,
get in the rope.
Lana
I think it was-
hates me. I was like,
No, I think it was
Lana hates me because I'm a
GDC.
terrible human being.
I was
Yeah,
just
something
like, what did, I don't have no recollection of anything you could have even done that was rude. I was like,
You were just
I
so
see.
generally unmemorable.
That's it. I spend roughly half my life apologizing, in fairness.
very British of
yeah.
you.
all good.
But
It's
you
very
know,
British.
related to this, us, thinking back or whatever, I am going to take questions now. If anyone would like to ask them, we've never done a Q&A before.
Let's do it.
I know we did lose some people from the stream, sadly, because the connection was having problems.
Those are
But
technical
there
issues.
is a Discord server. There was at the start, yeah. So I can take them on YouTube, where we did get a question from Ducky Maverick, who said, "Do they ship internationally? The shirts? Yes, they will ship anywhere in the
job.
world." Yeah. Again, I have no control over how much Redbubble will charge for that. I don't even know. It could be a bummer, but hopefully it's not too bad. So yeah, you guys can leave questions if you would like in there. I don't know what I'm going to title this episode.
Just a retrospective, right? It's like
that's not going to work on YouTube,
nah.
Troy.
Sorry, I don't know how it works.
A
I still have AOL.
Well, you can
dial-up.
call it. You can call it Play, Watch, Listen, the musical, and 1 hour postlude.
I do really
I
like
saw
that
someone in the comments. I'm going to give them credit. Was Ice Ray 42 said Dune and other space farts. I thought that was pretty strong.
Space farts is always smart.
Space farts is strong. I click on space farts video.
You can even be venting about space farts.
Venting space farts. Yeah.
Oh, I do like that. I can't do it, but I like it. Gee Hump said, do you guys ever have planned to have guests on? We've discussed this at length, and my take on that is generally, look, this is a show about the chemistry between us four as people who very much respect each other and are willing to disagree with each other and have, all right, fuck off, Mike, and have similar senses of humor, that I think it works. And I think if you removed one of us and you put someone else in, I genuinely think it would feel like an entirely different show.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be this group of people with an extra person. Cool. It would literally not be Play, Watch, Listen anymore. It would fundamentally change the minute we added someone else in. I think we probably will do that if someone absolutely can't do a certain week. If needed, so we're not against
We've come
it.
close a couple of times, right? There's been a couple of times where that's come up.
We've thought about it, but for the most part, I just feel like, yeah, again, that becomes a different show entirely. I don't think it necessarily makes sense. And
I do think it could be interesting to have someone join the four of us, though, instead of a replacement. If we wanted to fixate on a specific game, for example, or a specific something that like someone from that thing were to come and we were all to talk about. So it would be unusual for us because we'd go in preemptively focused on something, but that could be interesting as a periodic. That was the way I've pictured guests before, you know.
I'm certainly not against it, but yeah, it's not something that I'm trying to do. So I guess we'll see. Certainly open to being flexible on it. It sort of depends how it goes.
It does run the risk of those South Park episodes where Kenny's dead for the whole season and they keep auditioning a fourth friend and they're like, Tweak, if you want to be our fourth friend, you're really going to have to act more like Kenny.
You know, I feel like there's one thing with the, as I'm looking at the art there behind you, the Play, Watch, Listen, there's really the fourth one is missing, and I feel like it would be like Play, Watch, Listen, and Wrangle because that's what a lot of does. Like, I gotta put this together somehow
do my best. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We got another one from Jeff McRae that said, "What's Troy's bathroom story that was cut several episodes ago?"
You don't want to know.
It was fake.
No.
We didn't actually cut anything. You know, it was a joke about a thing being cut that didn't exist. I'm sorry to ruin the mystery.
That's how the sausage is made,
look
guys.
behind the Charlie Kaufman-esque kind of process of making this show. Yeah.
Patrick Swinsky asked, "Do you guys think you will ever do more lives like this?" We do them every 10 episodes.
Yeah.
So at episode 40, we will do another live episode. That'll probably be on my channel and on my Twitch. So we certainly have been doing those. They're fun, but also sort of scary. And everyone complains about the audio mix being wrong, even though I can't fix it because it's live. If I go
Which, by the way,
Discord,
mine's gotten significantly better ever since
You've been through 60 mics and 26 computers over the
you guys have been
6
great
months.
like the last 3 weeks. Audio's been
I'm
wonderful.
mic number 61.
Yeah.
Mike, your mic's been good too. You've been good.
You've been trying
I think
various
it's-
mics.
Well, he turned the gain down, which means that now I can turn you up more without you blowing out, which was always the problem with people being like, "Mike's too quiet," and I'd be like, "Yes, but if I made him louder, it would be terrible."
No one's ever complained about that in real life. No one's ever been like, Mike's a bit quiet. He's not chatty enough.
Yeah, what
Keeps
if he
himself to
spoke
himself.
more?
True.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah. What if he had more opinions? And
This is an
You
interesting
speak the
one.
same way you adorn your torso with shirts. It's proudly out there.
Jacob D1987 asked, "What's the last game you played that you chose not to listen to the score?" I don't know that I ever do that.
No.
That is a very specific
Journey,
feel
possibly.
called out. Yeah. Funny enough, there's no UI to turn it off. You got to mute the whole game if you want to do that.
Oh, you can't turn the
Abzu.
music off? Yeah, Abzu,
I love
Assassin's
that,
Creed Syndicate.
I love this. All this advertising.
The Pathless, not out yet, but I
John
muted
Wick
it
Hex,
anyway.
of course. I still don't know what the music's like.
Yeah, you're not familiar with it particularly.
No, I never sat down to listen to it. One day I will. I heard it's great. Like, I've heard the music's great.
What's a game that you've worked on and or played that you think is amazing, but you don't think enough people have played it? My answer to this is generally always Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. Not that people haven't played it, it's just that I wish more people played it.
I don't even know where to start with that.
Yeah.
I feel like Troy probably has worked on so many things that, like, probably there's some real, like, secret classics in your back catalog, right?
Yeah, someone would be like, yeah, a lot of people played that, but I'm really proud of Tales from the Borderlands, and I feel like a lot of people, like the people that played that, are diehard, but it was still just from a sales perspective, wasn't, you know, gangbusters numbers. It was kind of like that indie art house vibe.
It's like the Rocky Horror Picture Show of games, where there's like people that obsess with it and 99% have not seen it. Yeah.
Were you Jack?
What?
Who'd you play in that?
Oh, that's a funny story. No, Damian Clark played Jack in Borderlands, the thing.
Yeah, but he didn't in the Telltale.
No, he actually came back and was Jack in our story. So Telltale but they licensed that from Gearbox, and they were like, we want to do like out of canon, you know, separate story, and kind of infuse our characters and give it our aesthetic and our treatment. And so they created this kind of subworld from all of this that still had like Hyperion and everything else about it, but it wasn't a shooter. So it's kind of the same thing where you look at anybody else who's going to pitch a John Wick game is going to go, it's a shooter. It's at least a third-person action adventure fighter. And Mike Bithel's the kind of person who goes, nah.
That's the smart choice. Sure.
Nah, here's what we do. And so Telltale was like, what if we made this like a completely kind of, you know, point-and-click adventure kind of thing that they do so well with branching narrative dialogue. And so I played Reese in that, and Laura Bailey played Fiona.
Can I just say that Ashley as the Gortys is one of the best things in gaming. Like she's so adorable that it hurts me. I'm like that it's and coming off of, I like played that right out of The Last of Us. And so the whiplash of like this kid who has to grow up too soon and is surrounded by death into just the cutest little circle. It killed me. I was like, this is amazing. I love that game.
That was one of the, if you've never played it, I don't know can you find it anymore? Because
is it not on Steam anymore?
I mean, last I heard, Telltale was pulling everything was off, you know, because
I'm gonna check.
They shuttered. Yeah, verify that. If you haven't played, by the way, if you can still find Telltale games, I obviously have no skin in the game with this because they're Dunskies. And fortunately, most of the incredible amount of talent from the writers, the animators, character modelers have somehow found fertile soil by which to plant themselves and grow in other studios.
Yeah, Ad Hoc now working on
it's still it looks like it's still there, although it's tough because it says it's already in my library, so I can't tell if like I'm getting a special store page that if I hadn't bought it I wouldn't be seeing it, but
you should.
It looks like it's still there.
Obviously, Wolf Among Us and Walking Dead are fantastic titles that they did, but the lesser known ones, Back to the Future is the fourth movie, and Tales from the Borderlands, you'll cry. Like there are beautiful moments in there. It's easy for games to make us cry, except for Alana Pierce, because Alana Pierce typically doesn't cry during movies or games, but she will at a book. But for a game to make you laugh is really hard. It's really hard to do comedy in games. And
because players have control of timing. I find that so fascinating.
Yeah.
Also, how do you do comedy when you can't control timing?
But also, so few people even. No, I cut you off. But people don't even try. Like Tim Schafer is one of the few reliably trying over and over to find new ways of making video game comedy for many, many, many years. But I feel like it's just mostly underdeveloped as a subcategory of games.
But South Park did a great job.
Yeah,
South Park game is amazing. Both of them, I loved.
Tim Schafer, and I'm not sure to be reductive or disparaging at all, but Tim Schafer has a tendency to just kind of go either fantastical or rompy.
But they're still hilarious.
They are. They're funny, but the thing that especially Tales from the Borderlands did was the subtlety and the nuance and the downplayed of like heist as a comedy kind of feel. And that is a credit to everyone that worked at Telltale, but specifically to Nick Herman and Pierre Charette. Like those two guys as writers, both of them have found great homes. But anybody who's ever had the opportunity to work with those two guys would be fortunate people because they're just incredible. So I don't know, that would be my submission for like, maybe people didn't play this enough, but I'm super proud of that game.
Fair.
Anybody else?
Austin?
I think I've scored a lot of things that nobody played. I've also scored far more movies that nobody has seen than I've actually still to this day scored more films than games. It's gonna be probably another few years before those numbers, because the rate of movies that I score is a lot lower these days. So I just had a few years where I was doing so many that I got out ahead basically. But there's one, in fact, you know what? I'll hijack that and say that there's a movie that I did that I was just thinking about the other night. And I was like, man, it's such a shame that more people didn't see this because it's so good, which was called A Little Help. It was directed by Michael Whitehorn, his directorial debut, but he was the creator of the sitcom King of Queens. And he wrote on sitcoms going all the way back to Family Ties and innumerable others. Very, very, very well known and respected name in TV. And he directed a film, and it was Jenna Fisher, Pam from The Office. It was her first film as the lead actress. And it's got also Rob Benedict and Chris O'Donnell. And we did this 10 years ago. I scored it 2010. And no one saw it. And it is so good. And it's not what you're expecting, like, because The Office was still like very much, I think it was still going in 2010, right? It had to have been. So the popularity, you know, she's very much associated with comedy. And the movie is a comedy, but it's a dark comedy about people who are broken in life. Like it's not a slapsticky movie at all. The premise of it, it's a very twisted premise and actually kind of ironic given that we just passed the anniversary of September 11th, because the movie takes place 1 year after September 11th in New York. And
great set for a comedy.
The premise, well, that's the thing. This is Michael.
Jokes write themselves, right?
Yeah, the premise is that at the very beginning of the film, Jenna Fisher, her character's name is Laura, her husband dies of a heart attack, and they have a very broken marriage, and they have this kid who's about 10 who wants nothing to do with her. He's very fixated on his dad, and the dad doesn't really care about the kid. So it's just like a triangle of sadness. And the dad then dies, leaving her with this kid that she has no connection with. And then he changes to a new school, and the school year starts. It's the 1 year anniversary of 9/11, and the kid lies. And because his dad has just recently died of a heart attack, everyone says, "Where's your dad?" And he lies and says, "My dad was a firefighter who died in the towers."
I think I maybe have heard of this.
And then Jenna Fisher, in a desperate attempt to bond with her son, when the faculty call her to basically verify this, she leans into his lie and has to live in that lie with him. And but the movie it's so much more than just that. For a movie about people, it's just about people just trying to figure out life. And her performance, I actually got to visit the set while they were shooting, and I just knew her as Pam, and I was like, she's a real actor. She's nothing like Pam, and she's nothing like her character in this. Like, I was blown away, and it was one of those, the movie, she went on a like Conan O'Brien or one of the late night talk shows to promote the movie when it was coming out. And she was pregnant at the time, and all they talked about was being pregnant. They didn't talk about the movie. And then the interview was over, and then the movie came and went, and I was like, and Jacob Dylan from the Wallflowers, he wrote original songs for it. Sony Columbia put out the soundtrack album that has even some score on it and all that. We had all the dice loaded, and still no one saw it. And I mean, maybe it sucks, but I thought it was amazing. I thought the movie is brilliant.
Put it on the list. Yeah.
I don't even know where you find it. I don't think it's on Netflix. You probably have to stream it.
Never mind then. How about you, Mike? Do you have a throw to that?
I like we've got a minute, so I'm going to say Dead to Rights Retribution is one I worked on that I feel like that game deserved more of a moment, because it was this really nice combination of melee combat and gun combat that was way ahead of its time. But I was only a very junior kind of designer on that. But anyway, we're running out of time, so I think we have to say our goodbyes, don't we?
We are running out of time. Thank you.
Sorry,
so much,
I didn't mean to monopolize so much.
Oh, you're
fine.
fine.
So good, man.
I did want to quickly answer the question that everyone keeps asking: is what are you guys going to do when the pandemic is over? Everyone's like, are you going to be in the same room? Well, Mike lives in a different country, and we have jobs, and we record during the week, so I don't know that we will ever record this show in the same room. But I'm hoping we can keep up the
I'm in
consistency
LA every
when
now and
things
again
open
under
back
normal
up.
circumstances.
Well, this would have been a live
maybe I'll
PAX
have-
panel in person had the pandemic not happened. So we'll certainly try to do it at a conference or something, but I don't think the format of the show will change because I ultimately do the show on my lunch break, so I can't really like drive somewhere or whatever on a lunch break. It doesn't really work.
Do you think we'll go back to monthly, or do you think this is now just a thing that all four of us love?
I don't
enough
want
to. Do
to. I
weekly
like
forever?
doing the show too much, but I guess we'll
Yeah.
see. We'll have to
The
figure
lack
it out.
of the lack of travel has made it really easy to stomach that time.
Yeah.
Because travel usually is a big. My guess, if I had to make a prediction in the spirit of our PlayStation pricing thing, I think a happy medium would be bi-weekly.
Yeah.
Probably. You know, because a month is a long time. Like, just think about that between the first and second episode, where it's like, okay, all the Mandalorians finished, the new Star Wars. It was like there's like too much to unpack.
Too much.
Yeah,
Too much.
exactly.
Yeah,
It's
but
too much.
but we'll figure it out and we'll keep you updated. Thank you everyone tuning in to watching the show live. Yeah, merch drops on Friday, redbubble.com/PWL. Can't wait to see everyone wearing it. We'll see you guys next time.
Bye.
What do you think it's like here? Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Welcome, everybody, to Video Game Music Theory 101. We have a wonderful team of questionable musicians here to give you good information. Up there above me, directly above me, is 8-Bit Music Theory.
Hi, I'm 8-Bit Music Theory. Oh, I on YouTube, I talk about music theory and video game music.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah.
And to his right on the screen is Jules.
Hi, I'm Jules. I have a YouTube channel where I do
doorbell videos, and I have another doorbell. No, I have one doorbell. I think, and then I have another YouTube channel where I do video game metal covers. And I was also the guitarist on Cadence of Hyrule and a bunch of other stuff. And yeah, I also went to school for this stuff and questionably made through and am qualified to teach it to you.
Hi, so my name's Sab. I do YouTube stuff. I do video game music covers on saxophone, but I play a lot of other woodwinds and just other instruments. I just got my degree somehow from Boston University, where I study music ed. So I teach the children and the adults music, and I like to just learn stuff.
My name is Insane on the Rain Music. I make jazz versions of video game music on YouTube. I also just graduated from a music school, the Berklee College of
Little
Music.
known.
You might have heard of it. I don't.
Some people might not have, but
That's
of course,
true.
within the music, it's
Right.
literally like the Juilliard, but for music. I mean, you can go to Juilliard for music, but
The
typically.
Juilliard is for music. It can't be the Juilliard for music if Juilliard is for music.
Well, I feel like mostly like if you people know Juilliard for like dance. I feel like more mainstream, but like,
This is
but
what
you
you
can
can
go
do
to
with the music
Juilliard
degree.
for get your music degree. But it's usually like if you're going for like the biggest education in music that you could possibly can, it's usually one of those two. It's usually like Juilliard or Berkeley.
So we've saved you the trouble of going to music school and and prepared you this panel about video game music because, as we say here, video game music is awesome. We all love it. You can take any song and look at it from a theoretical perspective and see, what of the backbone of the song, in theory, makes it work. Like, what makes it tick?
Mm-hmm.
What sorts of things in music make us feel things? And there's a bunch of things.
There's all sorts of different elements that come together, that knit together.
It's all the different parts that make up this wiggly air that we call music. Harmony is, you might have heard, the word harmony. You might think of it as, two people singing a note and it sounds good. I mean, yes, that is one kind of harmony. Harmony is usually described as notes working together in one way or another, just working together. That's harmony. We can create tension or consonants, nice sounds, dark sounds with multiple notes and using them together, kind of like you would do with colors, Tempo, how fast is the music? Every music has a beat. You might bob your head to the music. What you're bobbing your head to is the tempo. Exactly. Some of us. So, Carlos is illustrating what you do for my type of music, which is you bang your head up and down to metal music. And then for jazz, you kind of do one of these.
Jazz,
there's some snap.
Jazz
There's
just
some
kinda
snapping.
Yeah, you make the stick.
Interesting choice of secondary dominant there. Interesting. He didn't resolve that one. Oh no, that was a mistake. There's no mistakes in jazz. That's yeah. Okay, instrumentation is what types of instruments are playing. If you're listening to jazz, you might hear a saxophone, or you might hear a piano. You might hear some all sorts of things. If it's metal, you might hear an electric guitar. If it's Gregorian chant, you might hear Gregorian chanters, chantees.
You might hear a lot of Gregs. A lot of
a
Gregs.
lot of people named Greg. So these are kind of like some basic things that you can use to make, like, all of these different things that I'm talking about obviously give you different feels, even just by, the illustration of tempo, how you bob your head to the tempo, obviously jazz and metal feel completely different. So these are very basic ways to be able to manipulate how the music feels.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of these are studied in the, I guess, in the professional realm as part of music theory, right? Music theory is an over-encompassing term that encompasses those three things we talked about. It's basically just a system that is designed to explain why music works or why it inspires emotion from like a scientific perspective.
Right.
Music
because there
theory.
are plenty.
Why music be the way it do? That's essentially what we're here to figure out.
For some of you in the audience who might not know anything about music.
Anything at all.
Despite
For some of you
everything...
stupid people. PAX, don't take
I'm
us off the
saying.
air, please.
We thought we would prepare a very basic explanation of music just to catch all of you up.
Yeah.
Even if to catch you up to speed. So we start with the piano. Yes, that is the piano.
On the piano, if you guys have never seen a piano, congratulations. You must have been trying, but yeah, at this point. But if you haven't, it's that big old hunk of piece of wood that makes the notes. It's got the white keys and the black keys that looks like this. And this is a great representation of music in general. We're starting very basic so that everybody can be up to speed. But yeah, so if you've ever touched a piano, hit the notes, you might notice that if you play notes, if you just start playing these keys, as they're called, and you go from left to right, the notes just kind of get higher over time. And if you go the other way, the pitches get lower. We call them pitches. Like, that's a higher pitch than that. That's the way in which we describe the relationship between these two. You might hear them known as notes. Notes are the actual thing on the piece of paper. The actual the thing that you're experiencing right now in your ear hole. That is what we call a pitch.
Yeah,
That
what you
is
hear is pitch versus notes is the visual.
Yeah, no, you can think of it as like note is like notation.
In addition to the pitches that we have, pitches is how music is organized. So like vertically, like you have low pitches and you have high pitches, but then you have pitches over time, right? And pitches happening over time is what we call rhythm. Just rhythm is like something happening over the course of time. Everything has a rhythm, but music writes it in a way that makes it more simple.
It's easier to kind of think of it like if you start at the chord note level. So, I mean, most people have heard of quarter notes. That's 1/4. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. I think, and then if you start going to like 1/2, there's 2 half notes in a measure. And then if you go to 1/1, 1 whole, you have a 1 note in a measure. And the way that we describe these measures is typically most commonly, we can change this at any point, is in the time signature, we call it, of 4/4. That's this 4, this 4 on top of 4 that we see in the beginning of a measure. The measure being the line of music. It's kind of like if you're reading a book. This is the line that we're reading. This 4/4 literally means how many of what. And in this case, we have 4 quarter notes, so 1/4. So 4/4 means 4 quarter notes per measure, and that's where we beat them. So you would count this in that beat as well. 4 quarter notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. So that first measure would literally sound like if we have a constant beat of 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's kind of how that measure would be read. The next one would be 2. And it would be distributed in that way. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you can see that the numbers are strategically placed on this to show you at what point do we play the note. So 1 and 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So obviously this seems kind of like overly complicated if you're kind of jumping at this, in the beginning. But what this does is it does allow us to kind of use different time signatures, count it in 3 or 7 or 26 or whatever. Whoa, 23. Sorry, I was going to foreshadow. Chord note, exactly. So is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So that's beat every single one. So then you also have beats in between that we call these are eighth notes. Subdivisions. Yeah. Thank you. 1. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and is how you would count that, as opposed to 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's kind of how we understand rhythm. Again, I probably explained it a little too complicated this time around, but just think of it as that number in the beginning is how many of what. So 4, in this case, 4 quarter notes per measure, and that's how we beat it. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this is how we kind of write it between whole notes, half notes, quarter notes, and eighth notes. This is how we notate the pitches. Each of these note heads happen on a point on this staff. Where the note happens on the y-axis, up and down, is what the pitch is. In this case, this first one is C, right there. So now if we look at this as it goes up, C all the way through C, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. What clef is at the beginning of the measure is which note on here is C. We have to change this because some instruments deal with range differently. And obviously you see the C here, it's off of the staff. We literally have to create what's called a ledger line to be able to say that's where C is. Some instruments will read the staff better if their C is in a different place. But usually you only see these two. There are other clefs. Don't worry about it. Nobody else does. Yeah, nobody else. Like unless you play viola. Yeah, right. Yeah.
We already forgot about you, so it's okay.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Close
You're not
the
wrong.
stream. It's okay that you've been here this long, but please.
Yeah, we're very sorry that you've watched this far.
PAX Heart is not open to violists, unfortunately.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh my
So if there are
God.
any stupid viola players out there,
The way in which that you would be able to figure out which ones these are, you might have heard every good boy deserves fudge. That's how you would essentially count it from the bottom. That first line on the treble clef is E. That third note is E, and then the second line is G. It's just kind of a mnemonic device to be able to know that. For me, the bass clef, I think of the spaces as all cows eat grass. So A, C, E, G in those spaces. So if you see that clef in the beginning, that's essentially what tells you where the note is. Or if you see a bass clef, the note right between those two dots, that's always going to be F. So that's a good way to know that. Treble clef is called the G clef sometimes because there's a little like kind of spiral. It spirals around the G. That's how you'd know that too. Different ways.
Think about when we were playing the piano before, when we were going up, it was getting higher. That's kind of what the treble clef is that's for where the high, like normally things that are a little bit higher on the piano versus things that are a little bit lower and to the left, that's where the bass clef kind of comes in.
We have all these notes, but we can arrange them in different ways to form what are called scales. Scales are just collections of pitches, basically, that are usually ordered from a low to high pitch. In the normal scale on the piano, there are 7 notes before you repeat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And most scales have 7 pitches. And there are probably infinitely
pitches.
Right, 7 unique pitches. And you have your most common major scale, which sounds, I don't know, not necessarily happy, but like bright.
It sounds
you can
bright,
say that.
yeah.
Inoffensive.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And to contrast that, you have the minor scale, which sounds a bit more
dark,
somber. Darker compared to the major scale. And most music is written in either a major or minor key.
A good way to describe that is kind of like, so if you're in the key of C major here, so this is kind of your kind of, your starting feel. Might even be the key for the whole song, probably. Those notes, this collection of notes, are going to be the safest notes, the notes that are within that. So if we have, those are going to be the notes that you're probably going to choose from. This is why it's a collection of notes. If I start deviating from that, we're starting to kind of like, those notes don't really work as well. Those definitely clash a little bit with those. So, like here, I'm playing, C sharp over a C. Doesn't sound very good, but a C over a C sounds a lot better. That's because it's from the collection, the scale in which that we're doing that. So, same thing for a minor scale. So, if we're in the key of C minor here. Sorry, harmonic minor. I'm not a pianist. I'm a guitarist. But that's kind of the same idea. So when you're in a key, you have a collection of notes that are going to be more or less the ones you want to pick from, and that's what the scale is.
So from the collections of pitches in a major scale, we can form a bunch of chords using just those 7 notes that we chose. So usually the formula is we start with a note. We skip the next one, play the next one, skip one more, and then play the one after that. So you have kind of you skip the notes in between. So with this, we have the C major chord in the key, from the pitches that we chose. So you just get a collection of good sounding triads. And those are some big.
Those are really nice, like car in the background that was like accelerating with that.
Yeah.
It was really instrumentation.
This is the exciting part for me because once you understand, okay, every note in a scale you can number from 1 to 7. So if C in the key of C, C is number 1 because it's a C scale, and C is number 1. So C, and then you just go up the scale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Then, once you understand that you can build a chord starting on each of those notes, then all of a sudden you have 7 numbered chords. The 1 chord, the 2 chord, the 3 chord, etc. And why that's exciting is because no matter what key you're in, if you're in a major key, the 2 chord always sounds like the 2 chord, but it doesn't always look the same. So in the key of C, a D minor sounds like a 2 chord. And if you're in the key of A major, a B minor sounds like a 2 chord. But if you don't know that and you're just looking at a D minor written down and a B minor written down, they don't look the same. You know what I mean?
But they would have the same relationship, typically.
They have the same function.
Right. The same relationship to the home note of the key, and that's what we call function, basically. Or that's like the beginning of what function is in harmony. And so then a cadence is just different ways, different kind of patterns of organizing these different functional chords. So like a 5 to 1 is a foundational harmonic move, and no matter what key you're in, it works and it sounds very final. Like musical punctuation is a great way to put it because it sounds like you're putting this period at the end of a sentence.
Well, one thing to mention as we go through these cadences, like Ben said, 5 to 1, that's kind of like the most common one that you're going to see, because the 5 chord is often going to have the most tension. If we were to just sit on it, you would want us to go, back to our home, our tonic, because one of the key notes in that 5 chord is our leading tone. So if I were to sing do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, and I sit there for a while, you're going to get really mad because I'm not going do. And because we don't have that, we want to resolve, it gives us so much tension, and then finally landing on that C gives us the release. We're like, oh.
Right. That exactly. That's kind of like we know, and everyone can agree that if we land on that feels like do the thing. You know what you want. You might not know what it is, but you want that. We can take that and we can harness that power, that tension, and be able to use that tension to create a feel. So this is the way we notate that, that obviously we're trying to figure out a way to, how do we put that on paper? How do we put on paper? This is how we do that.
I love that explanation. That's so funny.
It's a mix of
So I guess if we elaborate on that, like all these chords exist on a spectrum from to and probably the most is the 1 chord, and we call that having a function of the tonic. So we're getting into harmonic function. So even all these chords have numbers, and they also have fancier names associated with them that essentially describe how they function. Like if they were hanging out in a room together, who would be the nice one, who would be the mean one, who would be the one that's kind of I'm just here, and the tonic chord 1 is the most stable. It's the home chord. It's the most sounding chord. Conversely, the other end, you have dominant, which is the most sounding the most sounding chord, which is the most unstable. And instability wants to go back to stability, and everything exists on that spectrum. In the middle, we have subdominant, which is somewhere in the middle between.
What we'll start to see is with harmonic function, there are some chords that function like tonics but aren't quite. For example, the 6th chord. It sounds different, obviously, but it functions the same way. If I were to go 1, 4, You get a little bit of a resolution, but it's what we call a tonic
tricked me.
substitute.
You tricked him. You
I
tricked
feel
him.
deceived.
Yes. Thank you for that segue. This is what is called a deceptive cadence. We've kind of created a expectation for you that we are going to go back to, but we don't. We go there. Or another tonic substitute would be 3. You don't need to know these for this panel, but this is just something that is worth noting. So we can go 1, 4, 5 to 3. Kind of weird, but it works.
Ooh.
So again, it's all like, just think of it as like, you understand the scale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have fat fingers. I can't play one note at a time here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1. And then you go to 1 because it's like the same note again. You just got back to C. Now, if you put a chord on all of those, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. So each of those have a chord that go along with it. That's all we're talking about. 1 to 4 to 5 to 1. That's the basic summation of everything that we've just taught you. If you're following along, great. We can start talking about video game music.
So we're going to be going through some common chord progressions that are used in game music, because these different chord progressions can have different emotions associated with them, and that's part of what makes video game music so impactful. And you'll see that a lot of pieces that are trying to express the same emotion will end up using the same chord progressions.
Yeah, so the first progression that we have, which Jules will kind of go into more detail, is the 4-5-1, which
Oh,
we
it's
kind of
me.
just talked about. Yeah.
Hey, it's you.
Sorry.
Go, Jules. No, you're good.
So Green Greens from Kirby's Dream Land, sorry, I'm not paying attention at all, follows this exact chord progression that I've been showing, where it goes from C to F to G, which in the key of C is our 1 to 4 to 5 to 1 progression. We go. So now that you're kind of, you've probably heard this song before. Now that you've heard these chords by themselves, take a listen to it and see if you can hear when these chords change. Go for it. So now you're going to hear the chords get a little bit wacky here. But at the end there, you still hear the... Right? So that 4 to 5 to 1, that's a feel. That's a vibe. And that's the way that we notate that vibe. That's the way that we notate that kind of progression.
We have another good example of 4-5-1, but this time in a minor key. And this song is so remarkably simple that it's a great example. A lot of Kirby music is very simple, which is why it's really good for demonstrating this kind of thing. So this is Gourmet Race. You've probably already. What?
I said play it.
Oh, I thought you said wait.
I thought she said what?
No,
Yeah.
I said play it.
Oh.
So far, every time we've seen the 5, it's been big. That's something that we didn't talk about, is that when the Roman numerals are small, that means it's minor, versus when they're larger, more like capitalized, like they're major.
Right. Yeah.
So it's really the minor 5, that little 5, we don't see a whole lot of. So it's really cool that like such a common example is showing that.
One thing I think I've noticed is that when music is more focused on the melody, like that's more of the draw of a tune, the harmony tends to be way simpler, and that's where you see a lot of like 1-4-5. Like folk music is almost entirely all 1-4-5, no matter what.
That's true.
And then jazz music has bad melodies.
It's not.
No, that's a joke.
Bad melodies, yeah.
But like this is just a sick melody, and Green Greens too, just a dope melody. And so it's like all I need is just enough to get by. Just a 1-4-5 get you where you're going.
Right.
Typically, like I feel like a lot of people like might be like already musicians watching this panel and stuff, and be thinking like, oh, like what's a juicy tidbit of information I can take from it and apply to my own music. That's actually like an amazing one. Typically, like if like one of the most important things I've ever learned in music is never have too complicated of stuff going on with more than one thing. Like if you want to have like a crazy melody, keep the chord simple. If you want to have a really cool chord progression, don't make a ridiculous melody. Take notes, progressive metal musicians. Like, not everything needs to be complicated. Have it, like, honestly, like, it hits harder. Like, all of your favorite music that is in a crazy time signature or something, I guarantee you it's probably not that much of a crazy melody. You know, otherwise you would probably not even remember it. It'd be too over your head, you know?
That's true, yeah.
Think about, like, you know, like I played YYZ in the beginning. Like, that's just 2 notes, but that rhythm is crazy. And, like, that, you know... I feel like for most of the time, like if you want to take away one of those things from this panel, try to apply that. Like if you have a really, really interesting melody, keep the chord simple. Let the melody breathe.
For now, we're gonna play our next tune.
We have a beloved tune.
Is a dearly beloved tune called "Dearly Beloved." The title screen music from Kingdom Hearts. This is a lot slower than our previous 2 examples, and you get to hear each chord kind of sit for longer. But it's also it's a good example of how 145 is present in everything, in pretty much everywhere.
What's cool about this piece too is it really shows the weight of a 4-5-1 progression, and then it also shows the contrast of when you don't get the 1 after you can get the deceptive cadence. So in this first example here, you're going to hear how the 4 to 5 to 1 feels, and then you're going to hear that 4 to 5 to 6 feel that I played earlier, but in a context hopefully you're a little bit more familiar with. So that chord sets up this chord, and that's the tension chord. There you go. So we've really created this expectation. You think 1's going to come, but then that feel.
Uh-oh.
So you've probably felt that and been like, what is that? Why does that feel different? That's the way in which we explain that. We've created an expectation, and then we've decepted you. We have deceived you into using a chord that, for all but 1 note, is the same as that tonic chord.
True.
Yeah, but because of that 1 note difference in the case of the 6, because like if we want to look at it in C, which is the only key I can accurately explain on a piano, we have C, but then we go to A minor. A minor is built upon A, C, and E. C is built on C, E, and G. 2 of those notes are the same, except for 1. That 1 note makes all the difference.
We got another progression that we like to talk about, which is the 1 flat 7 1. If you're like, whoa, what's the little B flat? So we're getting into this territory where, you know, we've talked about our major key. We're gonna start kind of borrowing from keys that are closely related. You know, because it gives a certain effect. So this one feels, you know, like we say, particularly heroic. I always think fanfare, and I can't think of a better example to start with than, you know, the title screen from Pokemon. So we'll give it a listen, and you can really hear that 1 flat 7 1. Sorry. Makes you feel like there's a whole adventure ahead of you, just like that really like fanfare go-getter. I tripped over my words there.
That's fine.
You know, you're just like, yeah, I'm pumped. Like that flat 7 kind of does that, because if we didn't use that chord and we actually use the 7 that is in the key of G major, it would be a diminished chord.
It would be like
and it wouldn't have the same effect.
Very different feel.
Yeah.
Like I feel like it illustrates it nice on guitar too, because that's why I picked it up. Because you go, you feel that, right? But now, if it was not that, if it was the actual what we would call diatonic. So if we followed the same rules that we've been showing, it would sound like. Not the same feel at all. But and so we can steal chords. Well, we'd say borrow, but let's be real. Like
back. I mean,
yeah, we're not giving it back. Exactly. Yeah, like we can create new feels, and this is the way that we describe that. We say that chord technically isn't in our key, but it does sound pretty good. So that's where we take it from.
And then we also got the Chocobo song from.
Yay.
I almost said Chrono Trigger. Final Fantasy.
Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy. Come on.
How dare you? Anyway.
I know. I just wanted to make you mad.
And again, it's what's nice about this example is that it's in the same key that we just listened to, so you'll hear it very similarly. Again, it's this 1 flat 7 1 thing. Next page.
Oh my God, is that a 451?
What?
What? 451 in my Final Fantasy?
You can have more than one chord progression in a song?
Yeah,
I thought this was
more
Final
common
Fantasy
than you
3.
might think. Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Next up, we've got sort of related to the 1 flat 7 1, which is flat 6 flat 7 1. Mr. 8-Bit Music Theory is going to talk about this one.
So this one, as we mentioned, you can borrow chords from outside the key or steal them.
We're not giving them back.
I'm not giving them back. That's for sure. So this is kind of an extension. Like if you think of 1 flat 7 1 as an idea, this is like that, but just more so. So you're not just borrowing that flat 7 from outside the key. You're also borrowing the flat 6, which means that you spend 2 chords worth of time in sort of the relative minor key or parallel minor key, I guess. Yeah. So if you're in the key of C, this would be an A flat to B flat to C chord progression in the key of C. Exactly. And you probably could feel there how the last chord really made it brighten up all of a sudden. That A flat to B flat is kind of, it feels like it should resolve to a C minor because those are from the C minor scale, and then resolving to a C major, you get this sense of moving from somewhere darker to somewhere brighter. And you really get that sense in the level complete theme for Mario Bros. It really leans into that feeling to evoke that triumphant, you did it.
Yeah.
That's what that is supposed to represent. Let's give it a listen. And you see this in a ton of different like victory themes because it's such a good progression at evoking that feeling of like,
it's like you did it.
You did it. You were somewhere tough and now you're somewhere, you beat it and now you're in a better place. And that's part of like why it's so crucial to learn these different progressions and to learn the kind of harmonic vocabulary that composers use if you're interested in writing music or studying music, is because it becomes like a shortcut where you can say, if I'm writing a victory fanfare from Final Fantasy, for example, I know I'm just going to use flat 6, flat 7, 1 because it works. And that's what people want to hear. And it, it functions as, it gives off the right feeling for the vibe or the situation.
And then it's so good that you hear it in so many different versions of victory fanfares, like the Final Fantasy one too.
It's the exact same thing. Like,
Same thing. But yeah, it's used in so many different video game themes.
Mm-hmm. It's time to talk about the best progression.
The best one. So you've gone over like the basic progressions. That's very like vanilla feeling. There's also 1 flat 7 1 is very like adventure feel. And then you have
it's kind of sassy.
Which is sort of it's like it's tequila. And then we had which is like very, very much adventure. But this one is like it's so great. It's so great. Like I firmly believe that this is like a really nice hug. Like it's like
it's a warm hug. Whoa!
That was a hug with a knife.
Was that a minor major? Did you do a minor major for?
It was maybe accidental. It was an accidental knife hug.
Okay. What?
I forgot to put my knife away.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Don't you hate it? Anybody else? Anybody else accidentally do that?
So as Sam was getting into earlier, she was talking about borrowing chords from other scales and other things. Normally in a major key, you would only have the major one, the capital one, and you would have 4 or the capital IV. But in this case, we have a minor 4, which uses this one specific note, which is borrowed from basically like the minor version of the scale. Parallel minor, right? So it infuses just a little bit of that darkness you get from the minor scale into the context of the major scale, which makes it feel even more beautiful because it's a little bit of it's bright. Oh, feels so good.
And it
beautiful.
has like this nice chromatic motion because we're going from like, if we're thinking F major to F minor, we're going A flat, G. So it's kind of cool because the other voices aren't moving as much, so it really brings this unique color.
Yeah. A beautiful example of it is the closing, the end of the credits theme from Super Mario 64, which is. So it sets up by going back and forth between the 1 and 4 chord over and over again. And then Koji Kondo pulls it out on you. And it's honestly
My
like
favorite
it's like Peach is like, I don't know, doesn't like Peach kiss Mario on the nose at the end? Jules would know.
I
like,
do know.
I
I would never know because I never get to the end of a run. I always reset before that point.
The 4 minor chord is like a benevolent kiss on the nose.
Yeah. Benevolent.
I like the hug better.
Another really good example in the same key is the National Park theme from Pokemon Gold and Silver, which is such a relaxing song, and the progression is like a big part of like the primary melody from the song.
So good.
It's like so warm and like kind of romantic in a way. It's just very like it makes you feel so calm and fuzzy inside.
The melody also emphasizes it in that bar 6 up there.
Yeah.
It's like that's
really
a weird
hammering
note.
on
that double flat.
That note, yeah.
That is what that is, by the way. If you guys at home are confused, no, that's not a typo. You would notate that as a double flat.
We've kind of walked you through the basics, the fundamental things. And now we're going to start to throw that out the window a little bit and show some other aspects. Like, we talked a lot about harmony, but we're going to talk a little bit about tempo and rhythm grouping and kind of show how wacky music can truly be.
And remember, all of this still uses all the same elements we talked about at the very beginning, just used in very creative and different ways, which is like the best thing about music is that you have these it's like Legos, right? You have like these really simple blocks, but you can do so much if you just have the creativity. Our first example is Tressa's theme from Octopath Traveler. Earlier we were talking about secondary dominance, which is like in the key of C major, we have our 5 and 1. But every other key also has their 5 to 1. And sometimes that motion of 5 to 1 is strong enough to temporarily pull you into a new key, or maybe not even temporarily, like pull yourself into an entirely new key long term, which we call modulation, which is just shifting things. So we'll play this example of Tressa's theme.
Modulation is a fancy word for key change. You guys might know. Like we if you ever hear a key change in a song, we would refer that to it as a modulation. Why?
Same thing. Same thing.
Same thing.
So far it's pretty simple. And here it subtly changes.
So why is that different? Why does that sound different?
It's because we moved into a different key. Well, there's a few reasons.
We were that's what happened. We are no longer in the original key we were in the beginning. We are now. You can also think of this like the whole parallel universe theory that like while anything is going on, there's parallel universes going on of every other thing. In just the same way, if we're in the key of C, every other key exists. They didn't go away. So we can quickly jump to some kind of other, I probably butchered that. Like we can kind of go to the tension chord of another parallel universe to pull us into that one. If you think about it, so we would say that like we're the tense chord, the dominant chord in this case, the 5 of the key of D, so that we create that resolute sound for the 1 in the key of D. Now, how can we just go to that chord, Carlos or Ben? Not Sab, because Sab, you're not a jazz musician, so you can't possibly know anything about secondary dominance, right? I'm projecting my own frustration with the classical versus jazz
Onto me.
thing onto both of us. I'm taking it too.
Right.
I'm taking the brute force of it too. Because I'm asking because I can't know what is that. How do you do that?
So
you can just go to it. Yeah, you can just go to the chord. Doesn't matter what you're on before it. Oh wow. Oh great. There's no rules. Jazz.
Basically, what we have often in music is we have chords that are going to be, crossed over in different keys, and we can use what we call pivot chords to kind of like get us into that new territory, that other dimension, kind of as Jules was saying. So right here, we land on our tonic A major, but then we have an A dominant 7, which gets into that, secondary dominant territory where it is a 5 of 7 of 4 because, yeah. But when you think, as soon as we go ba da 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 da, we are in new territory. So it's kind of doubling as just the 5 chord in D major, and it's setting us up to modulate because we're getting rid of that one note difference in the collection from A major to D major, which is that G sharp that we have in A major has now disappeared and become a G natural. So that's why that A dominant 7 is a really good segue to the D major.
Right. We're really aggressively shoving that note under the rug because like if you think about it, they're very close. The two keys are very close. That's why it's such a natural switchover. But kind of what I was illustrating in a very dramatic way is that how you might ask how can you just throw that? How do you get to that chord? That chord with all the numbers and the slashes and how do I get to that chord though? You can just go to it. Because what happens is when you just land on that note out of nowhere, it causes tension in the same way that any other tense chord would. There are easier ones that you can go to, obviously, that you can be strategic about it and plan that ahead of time. But typically, you can really just drop that chord out of nowhere, especially if you're coming from a tonic, because that chord is going to be tense no matter what. It's just now that where the chord is going to land is going to be different. So instead, if you just drop into another key, everyone's going to be like, whoa, 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 calm down. Where are we now? But if you create that expectation beforehand, it is a lot smoother. And that's how we modulate in this way, in the secondary dominant way.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a classical musician. Everything's through composed.
That's how it is.
What is an improv?
Improve. You get better at your instrument by just playing anything.
It's like with a metronome, right? You improve.
You improve improvisation. That's how you get better. Going back to green greens from earlier, we had mentioned secondary dominance, and we're coming back to it just to show you that. We'll listen to it again, but this time specifically focus on when we get to that E7. Just like Jules was saying, we're not going to a new key with this one, but temporarily drawing focus to the minor key.
God, when you play it like that, it's so juicy. But yeah, listen to that. Listen to how crazy that is. Yeah, when you hear those chords go by, you're like, whoa, that's tasty. What the hell?
It's so short-lived too in this particular song.
Yeah.
It's like
it really sneaks by you. It really does.
Yeah, it's just it gives the song. I mean, so it gives that specific melody just a little bit of darkness, because otherwise Kirby is very happy. Right? It's a very happy melody, right? But you have this one little bit that's like, oh, we're in the minor key. Never mind.
Never mind.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, we were talking about this right before. I think as we were setting up. So fairy flying is cool because this is we've talked about how the time signature is how many of what. As you can see at the beginning of this measure, we have 13/16. What does that mean? That means we have 13 16th notes per measure. How do you get that? Well, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's literally what it is. But, well, okay. Think about it like this. So what's cool about the way that rhythm is notated is we can really kind of look at it as 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I was right. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that adds up to 13, right? 3 groups of 3 and then 1 group of 4. That last note in the measure is grouped as that's an 8th note, so we count that as 2 16th notes. So 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4. Now, if you remember this song as a kid, you're probably like, that song doesn't that wasn't that weird. Well, what's cool about this song is it almost kind of has like what we would call like a rubato feel. Like the rhythm isn't really that strong, but it is. It is extremely on the beat. You just hear it as this 4/4 thing with just like a little extra 16th note at the end to kind of just like take a quick breath. It's
so it's like Navi trying to catch up to you. It's like, hey!
Yeah. Yeah. Take a listen to this. It's cool. Listen to that backbeat. All right, so now we're in a different thing. We're in 5/16 now. Same idea though. 5/16 notes per measure. Ben's grooving. He loves this.
Give me 5/16 any day.
Only Tuesdays. The only day my brain can handle.
I think if that song had like a strong drum groove behind it, I think like you would have thought like oh wow, this is like, I can tell this is not normal. But when it's just like
I think
if it's just like that sparkly thing, like the sparkly synth or whatever it is, it's like you don't really think about the time that much. You just think, oh, that's maybe a little bit not normal, but whatever.
But let's look at a song that does have a groove behind it. That definitely is weird.
And it's wackier than what we just looked at.
Yes. So this is a song that is in 23/16. There's 23 16th notes in a measure. How do you count this? Well, remember how I was talking about in Fairy Flying, you group it together. Now, what's great about this notation as well is you can see how the grouping works. You have 3 groups of 3, a group of 4, 2 groups of 3, and then a group of 4. So those you gamers out there, you can do this. It's just a code. It's just like, 1 2 3 1 2. So just think of it like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4. You got to work at it. Try to count it yourself and practice. I practice it a lot because I've had to cover this. But that's how it works. Now you might just be like, how could that sound good? Well, take a listen. Here. So count that in your head. See if you can follow it now. So that's how you would count that. It sounds like ridiculous, but again, this also comes back to, if you have something really crazy going on, try to keep everything else simple. It looks really crazy, but what you actually have here is the same exact grouping of 3 every time. Do 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 do, and that grouping of 4 is also the same collection of notes, and it's all 16th notes. Imagine if like this was a mixture, like it was like a syncopated, like no, this song would not be listenable. I mean, it is kind of syncopated in the bass line though, a little bit, but it still kind of beats against. I mean, it still beats on the. Yeah, go ahead.
Kind of like what you're saying, like, there's simplicity in the like in the the pitches of the da 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 da, but then the part under it is long and sustained to contrast that, so that really letting that 23/16 shine. It's a really nice compliment, keeping that a little bit more simple, so that can really come through, and you're like, huh?
Right, yeah. It actually, like, and I'm just realizing this now, but I mean, those beats in the bass line there are actually kind of emphasizing where those beats are, like
Yeah.
where those groupings should be, and that's where you feel it.
Pretty much.
Even if you don't necessarily aren't counting this the way that we're teaching you, you're definitely feeling where those beats happen, and that's because of this bass line, and that's the way to kind of keep it organized. And you know that the people who are trying to play this are not going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like you have to kind of start breaking this up so that you can count it right, because at a certain point numbers stop having more than one syllable. So it's really, really hard. So it's good to keep it down to that. But yeah, water caverns. So this is a case in which we have a borrowed chord that's just really, really out there, and a chord that really works against the diatonic chord, the chord structure that we have here. In a normal progression, B minor should go to G major or G sharp major. Is that right?
G major.
Well,
You normally would go to G major.
G major. Okay. Right. Oh, whoa. Well, you got to change that one note. Because now that we're in that chord, now that we're in the chord of G minor, our collection of notes has changed. Now, this is what we call a chromatic median. So the G minor chord here is the 6th, which is what we would say is a submedian chord. Either the median, which is the 3 chord. Don't worry about this. You don't have to worry about it. This is just where we get this. So some of you guys will be following along. Other people just, I don't know, tune out, go watch some other Twitch streamer for 5 seconds. So the median is the 3 chord. The submedian is the 6 chord. That's another way that we use to describe them. Chromatic median is when we take that median chord or submedian chord and we use a note that is use a different third, which makes it chromatic towards the tonic. And it creates a really weird tension because that is such a core structural chord to the key, and we've just bumped it in a weird way to make it really tense. So this should be a major chord, but we have just made it minor. So take a listen to it. So minor, you know, but then this chord. Ooh. The reason why that's so weird is you're expecting there to be a major third in there, but it isn't, and everything shifts. In fact, that specific note that has changed is the tonic note. That's why it's so unstable. Mm-hmm. Because the note that is your home note here, that has just shifted chromatically.
It's gone.
It is gone. It's not coming back. Except
you got rid of your home.
Yeah.
Until measure 5.
Exactly. Yeah, until measure 5. Exactly.
So if we played it without the chromatic median.
It's really nice.
Totally different.
That's way nicer. Why didn't they do that?
Because that's not how those dude, have you tried running through those caverns?
No.
Those stupid doors are like circles that open up like this. It's like that. And then there's like 17 people behind them with their AKs going. The stupid N64 faces.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, this song definitely sums that up.
Yeah, that's I think that's worth noting with the Ganondorf battle too. The reason why you might use something crazy and stupid that sounds really weird is because it evokes a really strong specific feeling.
Exactly.
This is supposed to sound jarring. This chromatic median, you know.
Exactly.
Right. Our last tune is very special. Go ahead.
Chrono Trigger is my favorite game. Yeah, so Chrono Trigger is my favorite game. And what's really cool is that we used to talk, like when we've done this panel earlier, we've always been like, oh yeah, it's an A minor. And I've talked with a lot of people and they're like, no, it's an E minor. So what's really cool about this tune is that we can look at it in 2 different ways. And I think that's one of the coolest things about music theory is that there is not just one way to look at something. We're kind of giving you these foundational elements, but there's different ways to look at it. Sometimes, we have arguments a lot where we're like, well, we hear this chord as the function, or we hear this is how I would label it. And none of us are wrong. because we're just hearing it a certain way. So I think this is the one with A as A minor. So if we were to listen to this, what's really cool about this is that we're using what's not really would we call it a chromatic median? I don't think we would, because we're having A minor, then we're getting this F sharp minor 7 chord in A minor. Yeah. So it's a minor 6. We're borrowing it from the major key, actually.
Right.
And it sounds really jarring because you're like, whoa, that C sharp is not an A minor. Where are we getting that from? But then we bring it back to the F major 7, which is in our key of A minor. And then we have a minor 5, which kind of what we talked about with Green Gourmet Race, is that those aren't seen a whole lot because that 5 is that huge source point of tension because it has that leading tone. This doesn't have it. And then, the same progression kind of repeats where we're going back and forth between 1, minor 1, minor 6, minor 1, minor 6. You want to play it, Carlos, and then we'll talk about it in E minor. Makes me so happy. Like, how do you not want to go on an adventure? Okay,
I'm tired, dude. I'd rather just stay in bed and scroll Twitter, honestly.
All right,
go on an adventure right now.
That's understandable.
No, I think what's interesting about it, and what actually pulls it away from the argument that it's an A minor, is that would be considered like a chromatic median 7th chord. But it doesn't really feel like it. But then again, the other argument is it doesn't need to feel like Water Caverns from GoldenEye, which is just like, it's just like, here's your minor chord, then, and then minor chord, and then, it doesn't need to feel like that.
Right. So if we're to look at it, we just looked at it as if A minor was we're in A minor, because normally the first chord in something is telling, we're normally starting in the 1 chord, 80% of the time. But then this way, if we look at it as E, we're starting on a minor 4, then we're going to a minor 2 to a flat 2, which is seen a little bit more commonly. But then that E minor is kind of acting as the closing point. And what's really cool about this progression is that we have subdominant, 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 tonic. We don't have a dominant functioning chord in the traditional sense. So it's really cool that bum bum bada bum, we kind of are treating that as the 1. So then things sound a little bit different. And at the end of the phrase of ba da 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 da, E is in the bass, so kind of lending itself. And then when we modulate, thank you, Carlos. And then when we modulate, we go to the relative major, ba da 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 da, which is G major. So again, you could still modulate to the flat 7 or the 7 of A minor, but this way it fits more of the traditional mold of we're in a minor key and we're going to go to our relative major because that's what we do. So again, neither of these are wrong. It's not like the way of looking at A minor as the tonic is wrong, but that's really cool that we can look at it in these different ways, and it changes the functions and how we can kind of talk about, where we're starting, where we're going, and where is the point of release.
Anyway, I think we're just about out of time. But usually this is the part where if we were in person, we would take questions. But
yell your questions at the screen.
The Violas in the audience, do you have a question for us?
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for. They left. You kicked them all out. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'm Family Jules. You can check me out youtube.com/FamilyJules7x. I'm on Twitter. I have a Twitch page, twitch.tv/FamilyJules. Come visit, hang out. How about you guys?
I'm 8-Bit Music Theory. You can find me on YouTube at youtube.com/8-Bit Music Theory. I do a lot of this kind of stuff.
You can find me, Insane in the Rain, on YouTube at youtube.com/insaneintherainmusic.
You can find me at youtube.com/SabIrene. I also stream on Twitch, twitch.tv /Sab_Irene. I'm on Twitter, on Instagram, all that fun social media stuff. But yeah.
Cool. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Hopefully see you next year.
Have a good rest of your PAX heart.
Have a good PAX!
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial to robustly assess if virtual reality is an effective way to teach people about cancer, and more importantly, can it change or influence people's behavior and reduce their risk of cancer over a lifetime?
Boyfriend Dungeon, you spend a summer in Verona Beach, California, fighting monsters for money. Except the swords you find in the dungeon can also transform into beautiful men, women, and non-binary people you can befriend or date. You try to get as far as you can in the dungeon each time, but dying's okay, because you can level up too. You need to get stronger to go further. To do that, you'll need a closer relationship with your weapon. You spend the game alternating between fighting in the dungeon and hanging out with your weapons around town. I personally get bored if there's only fighting, but also I get restless if there's too much reading, so we wanted to make a mix of the two. Here, I'm dating Sunder the Talwar, and when we spend enough time together, we'll discover new abilities we can use in combat. Each weapon has a different set of upgrades to find, with choices to make along the way. Different weapons have different preferences for where they want to go on dates, how they want to flirt, and what kinds of gifts they want to receive. They might give you a gift too. There's a variety of different kinds of people/weapons to date in Boyfriend Dungeon, so it's up to you who you want to wield and level up your love. But watch out, there's someone out there kidnapping weapons. We're getting closer to finishing Boyfriend Dungeon now, and we hope people will love it as much as we do. If that sounds like your kind of game, wishlist Boyfriend Dungeon on Steam now.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support, 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
Jim Darkmagic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like.
Hi everyone, my name is Klaudia Czerwińska and I would like to warmly welcome you from the headquarters of Indie Games Poland Foundation in Warsaw. Unfortunately, due to the global pandemic, we won't be able to see each other in person during PAX convention held in Seattle, nor the EGX in London. However, I would like to use this occasion to share with you some of the stories of the Polish game developers and some of the most iconic titles which you might already know, but you don't necessarily have to know the country of its origin. Therefore, stay with us and listen close because we have some really interesting stories to tell you. So, everyone, it is my great pleasure to welcome Paweł Michowski from 11 Beat Studios, and I guess it's a studio that doesn't need an introduction. But just in case you were wondering, those are the creators of titles such as Frostpunk and This War of Mine. Paweł, thanks for joining me today.
Hello.
So, just to start off, what do you think is our superpower as game creators? What makes us so special here in Poland that some of the games and more titles are actually more and more successful?
There are surely few factors that could contribute to that. If you think about the history, game development here dates back even to the 80s. Despite the communism being all around us back then, we already had first studios trying to build up first projects. So when the communism collapsed in early 90s, first professional game dev studios were popping up here and there, including Metropolis Software that I had the pleasure to work at. And then if you think about quality of education of programmers, it's pretty high, maybe even very high. So we have a background, but if you think on a, let's say, metaphysical level, if I can put it that way, that would be the kind of national treat to prove that impossible can be possible. So we like to overcome obstacles that at first glance seem to be impossible to overcome, but then it's like, we like to prove that everything is possible, and that's this, Polish/Slavic way of, if anybody says you can't do it, we're like, oh yes, I can.
It's basically like, hold my beer and let me do it. I'll show you.
This is it. Because games are virtual worlds, and in those virtual worlds, there are no limits. So as far as your imagination goes, you can build it up, all those universes in virtual 3D worlds, and we're doing it. So if you have any idea, brave idea for a game with super new mechanics like Superhot guys did, so the time moves only when you move, they are just doing it, and this is national treat. So we like to cross borders and push everything further, and in such a meaning, we have a lot of teams having real innovative approach to design, to creating gameplay mechanics, and this is our advantage. So we have studios really focused on creating innovative games, and even if you go back a little, we didn't have big budgets. Maybe now we do, because the scene is already big and grown up, so to speak. But in the 90s or early 2000s, we didn't have big budgets. So being innovative and brave on the idea level was the very first advantage, and we were creating in this spirit, and the spirit stayed, right? So we couldn't compete with quality production because of the lower budgets. So we could compete with innovation, and we did that. And this spirit goes on, organically building bigger and bigger game development scene in Poland, but still a lot of what we do is about innovation.
So maybe let's jump into the notion of this war of mine, because the first time it was actually premiering, it shook people. Because just as you mentioned, it was a completely different angle to war from what we know in the world of gaming. And in Poland, no less, it ended up on the list of recommended required reading for kids attending schools, which is a big deal. This is the first time this is happening with a game. So I wonder, as a creator, what do you think do you think it's important for people of all ages to play this game, to get a certain outlook on the situation and to understand what war is really about? Because the games that we usually play that relate to war, we're usually the ones doing the combat. Here, we're just civilians, just as we are in real life.
This game is rated PEGI 18, so it's obviously not for everyone, because it's for adults. So I can't recommend it to teenagers younger than 18, simply because the rating is 18. But above that, I would say yes, but not for everyone. We're not making a game for everyone. There's a saying in industry that if you make a game for everyone, you end up making a game for no one. Because you should know your audience. So we wanted to deliver a game for people who require from games something more than just pure entertainment, and people who look at games in a similar way they look at movies, so capable of covering every topic, be it suffering of civilians, like in the case of This War of Mine. But there's plenty more, like Dead Dragon Cancer, about suffering from illness and about suffering of parents whose child is sick. So a game, if approaching the topic properly, can talk about pretty much everything. Of course, there has to be, the harder the topic, the more respect it requires, but I think it's doable. So our game was made for people who like to experience more. I mean, not just fun, like playing an arcade game, but more. And our focus was to deliver an experience that opens up your mind for some topic. And in this case, it was to show that sometimes the physical cost of surviving war is nothing comparing to the emotional cost people pay, that sometimes they are broken, sometimes they lose dignity and everything that's easy to keep when you live in peace, but horribly costful on a metaphysical level when you live in war. So in the end, we were thinking about this group. So I would say, yeah, maybe this could be a game for everyone. But if you are too sensitive, or maybe if you look in games only for pure entertainment, This War of Mine is not for you. So I would rather say it's a game for people who'd like to think about something. In this case, about how war is horrible, and especially games, like I said, have trivialized the topic of war. War has been presented from the perspective of super soldiers running and shooting dozens of bullets and winning a battle by themselves, which is not true, because the real war is a festival of suffering and horrible things.
And the decision making.
Yeah, that it's a kind of reworked quote by, I think, Naukowska, the Polish writer who wrote many books about Second World War. Anyway, so that was our intention. However, because you mentioned the school reading, that's something we're really proud of and happy, and I think that was a milestone step, not only for 11-bit, but mostly for the entire industry. A milestone that showed that a game can be recognized as a recommended school reading on a national level by administration. So this is something really important, because it puts games on the same shelf as books or important movies. So this is amazing. And now I believe it could be a game for 18-year-olds and older students, because it can open up your mind towards a subject of war and people living in war. And the biggest difference is because school readings are books, and here we have a game. So the traditional question the teacher asks students, what the author had in mind, turns into what you had in mind when you played the game, because you are telling your own story.
It makes you think for yourself and reflect on the things that you see in the game.
Yeah, you tell the story. So you make good or bad deeds, and you are responsible for those. So you can ask yourself, okay, why did I do this or that? And then discuss this with your fellow students in class. So this is something amazing. However, keep in mind, this is a trial program, I would say. So I am now working with Ministry of Education in Poland to create it a formal program. It will take time, but we have some ideas how to make it, and hope it can be finished sooner than later.
So you're on your way. Fingers crossed for that project. Paweł, thank you so much for joining me today. It was a pleasure to talk to you.
Oh, thanks a lot.
And so, everyone, my next guest is Paweł Schreiber, a journalist and a university lecturer at the Kazimierz Wielki University in Bydgoszcz. Paweł, it's lovely
Hi.
to have you here. How are you? All good?
Yeah, the school year started, and my younger kid just went to the kindergarten, and my older kid went to the first grade. So I'm doing as well as I can in these circumstances, yeah.
Well, given that we've stayed at home for a bunch of months, I guess it's good that the kids may
Yeah.
finally see their friends.
Definitely.
So let's jump into the history of Polish gaming, because I am sure that not all of the people, all of the gamers who internationally play our Polish games know what the actual history is. So how was it possible for Poland to create such a technological but also artistic quality in short time?
I think it had to do, at least in the beginnings, it had to do with the scarcity of everything. When you have limitations, you are more determined to work hard. And when you look at Poland in the 1980s, in the mid-1980s, when computers start to enter the country, most people, of course, have never seen a computer. Many people would love to see a computer, but they don't know where they can see it. And those who have access to the computer very often don't have this access permanently. So we would have people writing computer programs in their copybooks and then going to their friend's home or to the local computer club to type them in and then see all the bugs. These kind of heroic stories concern, for example, Adrian Chmielarz, one of the major Polish designers. He has such memories of writing his programs without a computer at first. So this was one thing that was very stimulating. The fact that we didn't have enough of these computers, that we were very hungry for computers. It was not like in the States where you went to school and you basically had an Apple II at your disposal and you could play games, you could learn programming.
And we had certain limitations that were also imposed on us from the outside.
Of course, yes. Because of the Cold War, it was forbidden to import most computers into Poland because they could be used for some sinister purposes. They sometimes were used for dangerous purposes, you could say, subversive purposes. There was a very interesting story about the Polish anti-communist opposition broadcasting a special TV signal disrupting the television news at some point with a political slogan. Those were people from the Solidarity movement. So yeah, you could say there was some kind of political danger connected to computers. And it was, as I said, only in the mid-1980s that you could start to get computers freely in Poland. You could buy the 8-bit Atari legally. You could go through some hoops to get the Amstrad CPC, for instance. My father bought an Amstrad CPC in 1987, and it was a whole ritual.
You were one of the lucky ones.
Yeah, it was brought from England. He had to go to the airport in Warsaw to meet it, to receive it, and then he got on a train with it and went back home to Toruń. So it was a whole ritual to get a computer back then.
What about actually getting some sort of games? Because simply for the reason that we didn't have the right technology, there wasn't the right kind of development for the games. And when you looked at the States, Atari 8-bit, they were no longer in use. They were here, but we didn't really have the games. So how did we manage to actually get the games onto our market, and how did it all look like?
But of course, we didn't get legal copies of the games, but piracy was rampant. Only it wasn't piracy, because the Polish copyright didn't have any provisions for software in particular. So copying software was not something that was illegal. And so while it was very difficult to get access to a computer, once you got into the community of computer owners, it was quite easy to get software. And I think this was also something that was very stimulating for the people back then. It's not just a Polish thing, it's generally an Eastern European thing. And I suppose when you look at other countries, even when you look at Western countries, it very often functioned like this. I talked to Bo Jangeborg once, who's a Swedish programmer from the 1980s, the creator of the game Fairlight, and he said that the Swedish gamers community also functioned based on piracy very much in the 1980s. But as I said, in Central and Eastern Europe, it was legal to copy software. So you would have these huge, perhaps you either had your friends who supplied you with some software, or you went to, in the bigger cities, you went to these huge computer exchanges. The most famous one was a computer exchange at a primary school at Grzybowska Street in Warsaw. This was a primary school, but of course on weekends it was closed as a school. It was open for business for computer enthusiasts who would bring their own equipment, who would bring their tape recorders, of course, and they would
the gaming folklore.
The game. Oh yeah, I mean this was it's still something of it's a legendary place, right? And when you look at the Polish game industry, most of it actually starts there. Most of the people who later on went to create whatever CD Projekt Red and other major companies, they started going to these exchanges, getting their software from others, distributing what they got from others to others yet. But there was also something very important about these exchanges. They were not just pirate dens. They were perhaps most importantly also a place where you could exchange knowledge, programming knowledge, knowledge about the equipment. And I think when you look at it, right now you could use the word piracy, but perhaps it had more to do with the kind of spirit you got, I don't know, in the early days of computing in the Silicon Valley and the area. Places like the Homebrew Computer Club, right? The place in which people who constructed homebrew computers would gather, they would exchange information. From time to time, they would have a spoil sport like Bill Gates coming to tell them that software should be copyrighted and paid for, and they just laughed at him, right? And those were people like, I don't know, Steve Wozniak, for instance, right? So it was a major place. And this early hacker spirit was all about sharing. So you could say that
it was more education. It had an educational purpose, so to speak, as well, because that was the very beginning. So you had to start from somewhere.
Yeah. And there, the basic idea was when you got a great idea, you didn't really guard it and you didn't ask somebody to pay for it. You shared it with everyone so that everyone could benefit. And this was, to a large extent, the spirit of these exchanges. And this is, I think, something that's still very much prevalent. Perhaps not. It doesn't work like this in the Polish game development scene to the full extent. But I think this spirit of community and the spirit of sharing is something that has remained, right? That when there's a competing company, you tend to be friends with them rather than, guard everything from them.
Which I personally admire, because the better the relationship between the two is, the better games we're gonna get in the end, because they share their common experience. I would also like to take a closer look at the concept of soft power in the 80s and the 90s, and the way American industry influenced the budding Polish gaming development industry. What would you say about that? How did America influence Poland in terms of how we were looking at game creation?
Mm-hmm. I think the most important aspect here would be when you look at the 1980s, the US is a beacon for many people in terms of struggle against the communist government. And the American idea of liberty, including economic liberty, was something that was very strongly present in that time. And when you look at this community of people going to these computer exchanges, sometimes sharing things, but sometimes also selling things, it's like a small island in the communist planned economy that works on completely different principles. In these times, private enterprise and private property were something that was quite limited by the government. And there you had this bunch of people who were much more attracted to this American idea of the self-made man, right?
The revolution.
Which was completely incompatible with the regime. And I think this ethos of the self-made man or woman is something that also shaped this early generation of Polish game developers who were self-taught, who had to rely only on themselves because they were at first no regulations to protect them. And then there was, well, you could say that while there were some state incentives for the film industry, for literature, for theater, this was present all the time in Poland. If you think about the state actually helping game developers, this is the question of the last decade, right? And in Poland, this state support for culture was always a very prominent thing. So this also shows you how separate they would be from the very beginning from this state economy. And I think this was something that was very much a space of personal and economic freedom for people. You don't get overtly political games, or you don't get too many overtly political games in the early Polish game industry. But when you look at the early Czech game industry, you would get games like Indiana Jones and the Wenceslas Square, right? It's about the protests that led to the Velvet Revolution, and the leading figure that could liberate the locals from the communist government was Indiana Jones, right? So you get a great example of that. If you haven't read it, I really recommend. There's a lovely book by Jaroslav Szwelch, Gaming the Iron Curtain, which deals with these questions in the Czech game industry. But I think in general, these early game industries were this place where you could be independent, completely independent from the communist government. Yet another little bubble of freedom that you could enjoy in the 1980s.
Some air to breathe.
Yeah.
What do you think? Where do we go from now? Where do we go? Because our gaming development industry has changed dramatically in the last 15 years, especially when it comes to international recognition. What do you think is going to change in the way we make games? And do you think anything is going to change, or we're just going to improve, or we're going to follow certain trends? What is your opinion?
The lovely thing that has been going on in video games for at least the last 10 to 15 years is that you never know what's going to come next.
Exciting.
And I think this is a very exciting time to live in, right? Whenever you make predictions, usually these predictions become outdated 5 years later. So it's a very risky thing you're asking me to do here, because then in 5 years' time somebody will see this video and they'll say, oh, this guy knows nothing. So frankly speaking, I don't know what lies in the future. Definitely something that has happened is that the Polish game industry, and together with it, the other Central and Eastern European game industries, have entered the video game mainstream permanently, right? And it's a lovely process that you could see happening over and over again. with first the British game industry in the 1980s, then the French game industry in the early 1990s, then the German game industry. You had to kind of enter this club led by the American game industry, and you had to be accepted. Right? It's lovely when you look at reviews of French games from the 1990s. You always get at least 3 jokes about smelly cheese in game reviews, right? Because it's a French game. When you look at reviews of Central European games in the early 2000s, you'll always get a reference, oh, but this is a post-communist country, so this is why it's so messy, right? Even if you look at the first Witcher, oh, there's lots of bugs, oh, it's such a strange game, oh, because it's Eastern European, right? So it no longer works that way, and I think we are there permanently, and it's not just like it used to be that it's basically CD Projekt Red and Techland, the major companies that are there, but it's even the smallest Polish companies that function within this system. And as for the closest future, I think it's difficult to predict what will happen, especially after the pandemic. Right? We are going to have an economic crisis. Game developers are going through a hard time because
everything is postponed as well.
Yeah. Because
so the revenue that was supposed to be in place is not yet because the games haven't premiered yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think it's a very difficult time to make predictions. But what I can say definitely is that the problems that the Polish game industry will be facing in the nearest future, they will not be some local problems. Mm-hmm. They'll be the same problems as those faced by the global video game industry.
Well, Paweł, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
And I'll see you very soon, hopefully.
Bye.
Take care. Bye. And so now, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to talk to Maciej Miąsik from Pixel Crow, indie game development studio, but also one of the veterans, one of the founding fathers of the Polish gaming. Maciej, welcome. It's great to see you.
It's great to be here.
So tell me, because before we spoke to Paweł Schreiber, and we spoke a little bit about the history of how it all started in the 80s in Poland. But you joined in at a very, very particular moment in time. The exchanges were coming to an end. However, you were one of the first game developers. How did it all start? What were the moments that you still recall? What was important? And what's basically the history of it all?
Well, we were young and stupid. That's the easiest explanation because, I was studying computer science at that time, learning to program computers, and of course I started to play games because of those exchanges. So we had an abundant supply of games we could play, and some point because I decided, okay, I want to be a programmer. So what is the best job for the programmer? My idea was to create games because every other programming job is probably, boring and not interesting. So let's make games. That was my idea, but we had no idea how to do this at that time because we couldn't even buy a book and learn from the book.
You have to start somewhere.
Not to mention that, no Google at that time. Internet was at its infancy, so we had some limited access to the email, but that was it. So, but we were very young and very eager to learn. So we decided, okay, let's figure out simply as that by trying, by reverse engineering other games, gathering any information we can, copying books, somebody brought from other countries.
This is real dedication.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, because, you had to learn somehow. Programming was the easiest part because I was a student, so I was taught how to program. But programming games is a completely different matter, and creating the game, because the game is not just the code, it's everything. So we had to learn how to program very specific code related to the games, how to create art, for example. The tools, there were some interesting tools to create graphics, for example, but we couldn't read the data formats. So we had to create our own very primitive tools in order to get the data we can use. So we had to build game editors, sprite editors, and everything. And then figure out how to make the game and come up with interesting idea. At some point, we had some jump starts, let's say. We create some prototypes, and not so good, but we learned that way. And then at some point, I was offered the opportunity to create the commercial product, because my friend decided, okay, let's make and sell software in Poland, which was a kind of novelty, because you could get any software here for the very affordable price for the media, basically. But he had the idea, okay, let's make and offer a good service with this. So not only let's make a good software and offer the service the exchanges couldn't offer, like proper customer support and manuals, for example, for the software. And one of those pieces of software was also the idea was let's make a computer game and see how it sells. So we created the first, as we call it, professional Polish PC game, because it was done completely professionally. We were paid to do
Which
this.
one was it?
It was Electrobody in Poland, and later known as Electroman, basically everywhere. And we made the game. That was the easiest part. But turning
so
the
effortlessly.
code,
We made a game.
Turning the code into the product you can sell it, that was quite the challenge at that time, especially for the very small startup company. It was, I don't know, 4 people at that moment. Everything was difficult. You have to remember that we've just left communism and started to build this free market economy, let's say. So in order to do very specific tasks like creating the box, we had to find someone willing to do this at the price we could afford. Of course, we could go to the former, this printing press, huge conglomerate, and ask for creating the manual or print the manual or create the boxes, but their runs were like, I don't know, 10,000 copies at least. We want to start to very small. So finding someone willing to print the manual at the price we could afford, finding the way to duplicate, for example, floppy disks, because we couldn't afford the proper duplication machine at that time, because the machine was more expensive than all the money we spent making the game. So I'm sorry for
That's
the
perfectly
sounds.
fine. You're in your office.
So bringing the game as a product to the market was probably even bigger challenge than making the game at that time. And this quickly changed into the proper, process. In a year or two, it wasn't a problem anymore. But when we started, we had to make the game and then make the product, and then distribute, because there is no distribution network, no big supermarket chains and stuff like that. We had to contact each and every one store, computer store, so-called computer store, and offer them the product they had no idea about, despite the fact that we did some proper marketing at that time, including radio advertisement and press ads and stuff like this. But still, people had no idea what we were offering them at that time. So we had to convince, okay, we have this first professional Polish game that needs to be played, obviously, by everyone. And that way we managed to sell, I don't know, several thousand copies. It was quite successful product at that time, and this proved that if we have the, very we have the offer that really suits the market. People were willing to pay for the Polish game made by Poles for the Polish players.
It's a dream come true, considering the circumstances and considering the limitations when it comes to tools that you were using and the technology that was limited.
We did this first game. We sold the game. The game sold pretty well. We earned some money, which was quite important for us.
It's always nice.
Guys trying to succeed, and then quite quickly, because in a year or so, the game found the foreign publisher. It was Epic Games, and the games was re-released as Electroman worldwide, basically. And that we quickly moved past the Iron Curtain because we felt that we are from this lesser part of the world, and from that point, almost any game produced in Poland quickly found the market everywhere.
It's an interesting point that you made, that we've moved from behind the Iron Curtain, but I think really what it is in terms of our approach towards the gaming world and our approach towards the West and the culture, I don't really think we ever adapted to the communist idea of the East. Don't you think so?
No. We felt that this game is, Western enough to be played everywhere. So we based the ideas on the Western culture. So we felt that we are a part of the West at that time, but still we were in the East. We had to contact somehow people.
How did you contact them?
Using traditional mail, snail mail, that you take the envelope, you put the
No, I get that. But what I'm trying
the address and simply mail it.
What I was trying to say was, what was the response of the communists, of the still kind of like communist and post-communist government, that there is this field, because there were exchanges before, and now you were stepping into something completely different while you were trying to get away from the stigma that Poland had of being behind the Iron Curtain and being a part of the communist bloc. So I wonder, was there any contact before that time when things were still difficult?
No, it was difficult first for us to find the contacts, the actual address. It wasn't easy to mail something to, I don't know, to EA at that time, because we had no idea where is the address to the EA. We are quite fortunate with the Epic, because Epic was the sharer company, so we had the access to their games, and each game was accompanied by some document where there was the ordering information, and there was the address there. So we simply took this address and used it, and it worked. But in case of contacting anybody else, we had no idea how. On the other hand, some guys from some Eastern country somewhere, with the probably white bears roaming the streets during the winter or something like that, are trying to sell you something. So obviously it required someone open, and brave enough to decide, okay, let's make a deal with those guys, because they are making the game which looks like a game. It's not, the game is not made from wood, for example. This is a proper game. And Epic was quite eager to do that. So when they got the floppy disk, they played the game and say, oh, this is a pretty nice game. We want to publish. So let's meet. And okay, let's meet, but this is at that point the US company where we could meet. So let's meet halfway in a way. So we decided to meet in Amsterdam, and we had to take a car and drive all this way to Amsterdam to meet and discuss very basic terms and show that we are real people, not bears.
What an adventure.
Yeah. And then, okay, we agreed that we will work together, and the rest is history, because we cooperated with them. They released many other of our titles. We even published their games in Poland, and were quite successful with that. So it was a pretty good cooperation at that time.
You have many years of experience under your belt. You're one of the founding fathers of the Polish gaming. I'll allow myself to say that. I wonder, what is your recipe to never let corporations get under your creative skin, to keep the freshness, to keep the thirst, the awareness of your own product?
Stay away. That's my recipe, because I decided that big teams and big corporations are not for me. That's why I am now again working at the very small teams. But when you take a look at the Polish corporations, they are not that bad. They are quite innovative. Anyway, they create pretty good games. So it's not corporation bad, small team good. It's not so easy.
It's a matter of personal preference, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So I admire people working there and doing these wonderful things. This is not something for me, and I decided, okay, I had enough. My 5-year stint with the Witcher team was good enough. I learned my lessons, and my idea is to work in very small teams and do what I want. Not what I want, but to have a very direct access to what is being done.
To have hands-on experience, to not just be telling other people what to do.
Yeah, exactly. I need to design stuff. I need to do this stuff by myself, and the responsibility is mine. So if I fail, I cannot blame anyone. I cannot blame other people in my team, because I am the team and maybe a couple of other people. So this is something which is much more interesting for me. But on the other hand, if you would like to create the games that millions of people play and admire, and those games have all bells and whistles and the latest technology, innovation and stuff, you can do this only in those big corporations. That's the only way. And I understand people deciding, okay, I understand the corporation is sometimes not that excellent, but still only there I can do those wonderful things. So it's a matter of choice.
And with this powerful statement, we're ending our little interview today. Maciek, thank you so much for joining me. It's a pleasure, pure pleasure. Have a lovely day, and I'll see you soon. And so my next guest is Tomasz Gob, game producer at Flying Wild Hog, but also a producer of The Witcher 2. Tomek, welcome. Thank you for joining me. It's good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
So, starting off, you've worked in a number of big game developing companies. And so I wanted to ask about how does work in such big companies, gaming companies, look like? What is your experience?
It's not a one experience. It's been changing, evolving, revolving as well throughout years. So I've started, that was 2006 when I actually started within the industry. That was CD Projekt Red. There was The Witcher 1 and The Witcher 2 that I've worked on. And that was the moment where the company was just, getting up to speed. It was like winding up to be what it is right now. And the whole team worked really, really hard, including myself as well. So that was the, I don't want to say pioneer moment, but that was the moment where we all got our footing, even kind of. And then I've worked at CI Games, then was Techland for a short period of time. Now that's Flying Wild Hog. And these companies that I've mentioned after CD Projekt Red, there was a very important shift. There was a very important kind of paradigm change, because these companies are something different than CD Projekt Red was back then, but CD Projekt Red is different to what it was
ever evolving,
because the whole industry has changed. So that's a very interesting, difference. That's probably what we want to talk about. But I think there's a big and fundamental difference between starting off and being this young, ambitious, aspiring game developer that wants to do stuff right, because a lot of people don't have a second shot at things, and we work really hard.
You take what you get. You take what you get. You have the chance, you do it.
That's what exactly. And as compared to the other thing, which is actually knowing what you're worth, knowing what you can do, because you've been there, you've done it, and trying to get, it's a very common phrase right now, like work-life balance, trying to get projects done in a little bit more deterministic manner as compared to being wild and crazy. So that is the big shift that I've noticed. So things have changed in a very good direction. That's probably also influenced the fact that Polish products, Polish game development is being considered something totally different than it was back in early 2000s.
So what do you think that were the influences that actually were involved in the process of this evolution of the Polish gaming development market?
I always like to say that there's a couple of things, and some of them result from the actual nature of what I think a lot of Polish people are. We like to work hard. I mean, it's not like we like to kill ourselves for getting things done, but like we either, do or die, pretty much. Like if we want to do it, we put ourselves in it. And at the same time, we're kind of people who like to manage things. When there's an obstacle, when there's a challenge, we really kind of get motivated by it. And game development industry is like perfect playground for this kind of characteristics of the people. That's one thing. And the other thing is we just grew and evolved, and Polish game development industry, making games and playing games is something that a lot of kids are drawn into, always have been. And because of the fact that Polish have actually succeeded in it, it turns out that more and more Polish kids want and will want to be game developers. So that's probably one of the factors where it's booming so much in Poland right now.
What is your experience with foreigners working in the game development industry in Poland? Because I'm very interested to find out, how do they feel about this market, the way it's developing over time? And is Poland actually an attractive place for them to be working here now?
Yeah, to a lot of them, I'm pretty sure. Right now, working at Flying Wild Hog, the team that I'm working with, multiple teams, being the lead producer. But one of the teams that I'm working particularly close with is a game design team. And within that team, I don't know, more than half people are not Polish. So we got Russians, we even got a Brazilian guy. But the
a long way from home.
I'll tell that to Gabriel. And the thing is, it's really good for multiple reasons. But all of this evolution that we've touched upon, all of this road, the long road that we've taken and we've gone through, it kind of shines and gives back right now, because these people can find themselves working in projects that are being, like big enough to draw and to inspire, that are being led and produced and carried on in a little bit more, or I would say a little bit crazy way than they were 10, 15 years ago. And thanks to that, I think expats and people that are coming to us have a much, much better, clearer, and kind of more comprehensible work environment than it used to be the place. And my experiences are really where I can't think of a single expat person that I've ever had trouble with working. Of course, it means, and it's also big for the rest of the team, like a lot of the Polish in the team, like it immediately boosts their English, which is great as well.
Another question that I have for you is, when you reach a certain goal as a company, as many gaming companies in Poland, they reach a certain goal, they reach success. How do you, when you're successful, maintain high standards of work, but also high standards of creativity, so you don't burn out?
Well, that's kind of the same. I mean, because for creative people, standard of work is being creative. Probably we all know the phrase, stay hungry, stay foolish. I always like that one. I think that's Steve Jobs, if I'm not mistaken. And one of the things you need to do is to stay who you are. And that's the really worn out phrase. But what I'm talking about is, like, it's probably possible that a lot of people will work really hard for the first period of their work in a game development. And it's the same for the studios. And that's why I'm trying to tie these both together. And at the same time, when you've done something, when you've accomplished, when you've reached the pinnacle, when you've reached the top that you wanted to climb, then you look around and you see what's next. And it's always important to see why you were there in the first place. So you don't you think whether there's something you can do better. And that means that Polish companies have, and they do, and they probably will be, fingers crossed, and they will be keeping their work re-evaluated once they do something. And that means also reaching that pinnacle. Like, okay, so we've done that. Now let's try to repeat that, being better for our team, being better leaders, being, better work environment, rewarding them better, maybe better pays as well. That's also
super
very important.
important.
But also
a happy team is a, fulfilled team.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of people reaching the goal, but then there was nothing else for them. And you can keep the people. Like at first, it's reaching that, but then it's keeping the team together, keeping the company, keeping the vision, keeping the the road forward. It's as much important. But that shift, once you're at the pinnacle, from that turns to that. So you look broader. You look at the team. I think that's something that's really important and underestimated in a couple situations, and that probably didn't pay off well.
There's always field to improve. I also wanted to ask about The Witcher 2, obviously. I wanted to ask about your experiences, and did you actually, would you predict that it would become such a powerful franchise in terms of games that are being produced on the Polish market?
Yeah.
That was a
if
long
you stay
sigh.
foolish, you don't. But if you stay hungry, you do. I've always looked at CD Projekt as a company that knows their stuff in terms of they wanted to be pioneers. They wanted to do something that nobody's ever done. And once they've reached that point, they probably still think how they can stay there. So when I worked at The Witcher 1, then was The Witcher 2, I've seen certain changes in the approach of the company. Some things don't change, but a lot of people have changed. And then there was The Witcher 3. I was not part of that, of CD Projekt Red at that point. But when my friends asked me, what do you think? And they're doing this Witcher 3, there's so much hype for it. And yeah, I mean, if it comes for hype, if it comes for big projects, big budgets, big productions, they know what they're doing. It's going to be all they say and then some. And it was, so it might be a personal question. I mean, some people maybe had not predicted it, but I kind of saw that coming. I saw that coming, and it's great for them. I wish them all the best.
We all wish you all the best. Tomek, thank you so much for your invaluable insight. Thanks for joining me today, finding time.
Thank you very much.
And so my next guest is Jakub Marszałkowski from Poznań University of Technology, the organizer of the Game Industry Conference, an event which I really do believe you shouldn't miss if you want to keep up to speed with the gaming world. Jakub, thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
So what would you say Polish game developers specialize in?
We should start with the fact that our industry is really big. Right now, it's one of the biggest in Europe. Our latest research shows that in 2020, it's nearly 10,000 people working on game production in Poland, over 440 studios producing games. It's really big industry, diverse, with plenty of different approaches to game dev, to game production, to game market. We have a big share of companies producing AAA titles right now. I would say it would be like 6 or 7 studios going that way currently, and we will see those titles this year, next year, and in the near future. But on the other side of the spectrum, we have small teams down to single developer being able to produce successful indie games, something new, something fresh, something that stays in players' minds.
So we're basically talking Polish game industry domestically, but what is the view of the Polish game developers outside internationally?
I think we are more and more recognized for quality of games. That the work we are doing at Indie Games Poland is putting good pressure on that. We've been on many trade shows with Polish games, and we see more and more tractions, more and more players coming back with something like, I've seen you last year, you had great games, what great games you have this year. I think slowly there is this understanding that Polish games mean quality, which is really nice for us.
Would you say that Poland is providing not only a good gaming background, a good gaming industry, but also an opportunity and place to host events that directly relate to the gaming world?
Yeah, we have awesome events, both in huge scale, like Poznań Game Arena, like SIGA Awards being the best games awards for the whole Central and Eastern Europe. But we also have great events on the scale of small cities, of the scale of universities. I would say it's like 40 game jams every year happening in Poland, where people can get more experience, where people can join teams and do games together. We have a really lively community working together, sharing experience. We see also that Poland is more and more interesting for people from abroad to come and to work. Like the biggest companies have a growing share of international employees. But also, I would say something like every year, 1 or 2 studios comes from abroad, relocating whole team to Poland to look for their opportunity here, to look for increase of the team size here, and everything Poland can offer. Yeah, it's very good place for growth of your game dev business.
That's wonderful news. I would also like to take a closer look at the comparison of big gaming companies and the small developing companies. Do you think the growth can be simultaneous, or is it the case that the bigger companies might be overtaking the market space a bit more in terms of development?
We see that the growth is happening on both ends. And the biggest companies are growing really, really fast, like CD Projekt Red with 1,100 people right now. It's crazy big. But on the other end, I remember studios that were 5 people some time ago and now are 40 people. So it's the process. You develop your first game, then you double your team size, then you develop another game, and bang, you're 40. Yeah, it's happening on both ends. Obviously, there are some cases where someone did not survive because market is difficult, because everything is changing. But in general, we see growth in all the factors.
How do you think Polish gaming industry is going to be affected by the coronavirus pandemic?
I think the development part is not suffering from the pandemic. We are developing quite well. Companies switch to home office in most cases, and yeah, it has its troubles, but it's working. What might be more difficult is promotion, access to markets. Like we would love to be at PAX in person, but it's not possible. We would love to show the games to the gamers on the booth with hands-on, with experiencing what's the quality of the game, but we only can do what we can do. So this might be a challenge this year and maybe also the next one.
Jakub, thank you for joining me. It was wonderful to have you here. I hope to see you soon during our Poznań Gaming Arena.
Let's hope that it will be possible.
Fingers crossed. Thanks so much once again.
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are, very simply, a pair of clippers and a hobby knife. You can find either of these things at any hobby store or local game store that carries hobby miniatures products. The last thing you're going to need is you're going to need some kind of adhesive glue. There are two different options. There is plastic miniatures glue, which you can find at hobby stores and works great on hobby products like Marvel Crisis Protocol. There's also classic super glue. Super glue will also work just as well. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. I like to have both on hand. In order to start with this assembly system, we need to clip these parts off the frame. Now, every miniatures kit typically comes with instructions that shows you how to do the build. You'll notice that each part is numbered, and that helps you identify which part you need to stick to which part. So the first thing to note is that you need to separate each part from the frame. In order to do that, you're going to take your hobby clippers, you're going to hold them in your dominant hand, and you're going to find where the injection ports are for the pieces. So you'll see like the injection ports are here on the bottom of the feet or here on the back of the shoulder pad. The best approach when clipping these off in order to minimize any damage to the piece or any excess material coming off when you clip is to make sure that the flat of the clippers, you'll notice how they're divoted, so they come down at an angle. You want to have the flat of the clippers pressed up as close as possible against the piece that you're about to clip. So you're just going to simply come in here, you're going to clip, and you're going to let it go. So now that I've clipped out my Thanos boots, I need to assemble them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby blade, and I'm simply going to look for any excess material that's left over from clipping the part off the frame. And I just simply want to clean this off. In order to do that, I'm going to put my thumb against the flat of the blade like this, and I'm simply going to use a slight scraping motion as I push against the material. The best practice when assembling the two parts is before you put glue on them, always dry fit. So fit it twice before finishing it off. The next step is to add glue. I'm simply going to run the glue across the edge of the part. Then I'm going to take the other half. Using the dry fitting that I just did, I know how to guide it up. I'm going to put the two parts together. I'm going to press firmly for about 10 seconds. Let's go to the next one. We're simply going to clean. We're going to take our glue. We're going to run around the edge. We're going to continue this for each different part until we wind up with a fully assembled Thanos. And as you move through the different parts of the miniature, you'll start to see the character come together in fantastic fashion. All of it is the joy of the miniatures hobby itself. Once your character is assembled, the last step is to attach them to their base so that they are ready for the painting table. And there you go, guys. A completed Thanos, the Mad Titan miniature, all put together. And that, PAX Online people, is a quick tutorial on how to assemble your own hobby miniatures, starting with our Mad Titan, Thanos. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Be sure to check out more content coming your way during PAX Online, and we will see you on the next one.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try. And then I just let Liam do it because Liam that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was like nothing to do, and it was really like boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this like environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to like participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense like I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was like November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
I shouldn't be in minor key at all because it's very depressing. I don't want to do that.
The whole game was perfect.
It was amazing, John.
One night when I was whiskey.
I was amazed.
Welcome, one and all, to a Red Dead Redemption 2 panel. I'm going to be moderating. My name is Sam Strelitz. I play Mary Beth Gaskill in this game that you guys are all tuning in for. We're going to go around and everyone's going to introduce themselves, and then we're going to get right to it. So, ladies and gentlemen, take it away. Howard, let's start with you.
Hi, I'm Howard Penhasek, and I play Leopold Strauss.
Sean?
Hey, I'm Sean Haverly, and I was the Reverend Swanson.
Go ahead, Joe.
Hey, I'm Joe Armanox, and I played Karen Jones.
Kylie. I'm Kylie Vernoff, and I played Susan Grimshaw.
Mia.
Hi, I'm Mia Davis, and I played Tilly Jackson.
And last but certainly not least, Mr. Mick.
Hi, I'm Mick Malamphy, and I play Sean McGuire.
So this is a really, really exciting panel today. I did a bit of crowdsourcing and I got some questions from the fans. So we're going to start off, one of the most controversial questions and the most repeated question that I got was about Miss Karen Jones. Now, there are going to be a lot of spoilers, so if you haven't finished the game, you know, sorry, but we're going to be talking through a lot of different things, so you can always do one of these. Otherwise, we're just going to go straight for it. So, Joe, in the game at the end during the epilogue, John received a letter from Tilly indicating that we may have lost Karen to the drink. But it's a heavily disputed fact, and since there is no actual evidence, we wanted to get your theory on what happened to Karen.
So I get this question all the time, and I truthfully do not have any factual answers on that. And I'm so glad that we're talking about this because it's the number one question I get. I love this character with my heart and soul. And for me, accepting that she came to her demise is just too hard to wrap my mind around. So I like to think that she's a survivor and probably woke up in the woods somewhere and was like, I gotta make a change. And took off to a different town, started what we know as AA. And, you know, we have Karen Jones to thank for that.
I love that. I know that you get that question a lot. So I just wanted to sort of give you an opportunity to speak on that. And Mia, I'm going to take it to you. Tilly is the one that stayed in touch with the Marstons in order to write that letter. Do you have a theory on what happened to Karen?
Karen was my girl, you know, in the game, and I think she went to heaven.
What?
Don't know. My theory is Karen. I think she went to AA too. I think she's better.
Yeah, we had a lot of addicts actually in the gang. You know, one of them is actually the Reverend Swanson. He was addicted to booze and morphine. A lot of people wanted to know, Sean, why does he drink so much?
Oh, why do any of us drink so much? Well, he's out searching for God, right? And God doesn't answer him at all. And he keeps screaming in the wilderness. And so he hopes to try anything he can to reach a close point with God, be it morphine or alcohol or something like that. So maybe he keeps drinking, and hopefully by excess, he'll be able to cross the line and get to ecstasy and be God.
We also had a lot of people asking how the Reverend joined the gang. Any theories on that?
He auditions and they told me to show up. There. So I don't know.
Nice.
All right, Kylie,
That
I'm going to take the
remains
next
to
one.
be seen.
Can you say that again?
That remains to be seen, and I can't wait to hear the answer to that.
Yeah, totally. We have yet to find out. All right, Kylie, I'm going to take this one to you because Grimshaw's relationship with Swanson was really interesting. We saw her really have a deep desire to protect him. Do you want to speak to the fans about that a little bit?
Yeah, I love that question. It's interesting, right? Because she doesn't tolerate people being lazy or drunk or falling down, but whenever the Reverend is a mess and like literally unconscious, throwing up, whatever, her instinct is to protect him. And I think that, you know, the only way all of this works for Susan is if there's some higher purpose. There's order, there's higher purpose. And the morality piece has to be tricky for her. So I think that she desperately needs him to fill his position as the link to some kind of morality, protecting them from all the stuff they have to do to survive. And so she's willing to, you know, cut him a lot of slack because she needs him. And those scenes were always so fun to work with Sean, and also so hard because sometimes you'd have Micah in there literally kicking him, and when he's down, talking about kicking someone when they're down, Susan just, you know, just wants him to stand up and have some dignity. So yeah, she needs him.
I love what you just said about that, and it sort of brings us to the fact that all of the characters in the gang, they sort of all have fatal flaws, right? And they all sort of ride the line of what is moral and ethical and where their conscience is. And so I want to take this over to Howard because you have a very, very interesting character, and the fans really wanted to know how you felt about playing Leopold Strauss, considering he's sort of a special type of evil. You know, he lends money to desperate people and goes into collect. How did that feel, the character like that?
Well, you know, I mean, the one thing that's interesting to me is that I'm probably the most hated person. I get so much hate from people.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's amazing. They all feel like I feel like I'm I killed Roger. I'm the one who killed Arthur. So I didn't even know that at the time. You know, when I was doing this, I was responsible for that. But I guess I am. You know what? I liked Leopold. I just thought that he had one purpose, and that was to make sure everybody stayed, you know, got the money. We need the money, and he's heartless in a lot of ways, but he was raised that way and written that way. So, you know, I just had to embrace it, I guess.
I have a follow-up question. The fans are really interested to know if you are really German.
I know, it's so funny. No, I'm not at all, but I play a lot of Germans for some reason. I just actually finished doing a play where I was German. So
That's
it's just,
so
yeah,
funny.
it's odd. I don't know.
Yeah, the accent is flawless, I have to say.
Flawless. Absolutely.
I agree. Speaking of accents, we're going to take this over to Mick. All right, Mick. This is verbatim a question that we got about Mr. Sean McGuire. So aside from the bullet, what was going through Sean's head in the road shootout?
Aside from the bullet. I think the one thing about that scene is it exemplifies a lot of the innocence of Sean. I think, you know, it's the last thing people expect. It certainly was the last thing I expected. I expected at least another 3 years of work. and I think, to be quite honest, I think it was one of the greatest things about this project from start to finish was like the writing just kind of was just perfect in every way. A lot of what the writers did was just, it was great, and it was as surprising to me as it was to anyone else. Yeah, there was nothing else going through his head. It was exactly the way the scene was set up. You know, it was odd, it was strange. You knew something was coming, and it was built up in a certain way where, you know, what ended up happening was such a shock to so many people. I actually watched one of these reaction videos on YouTube last week of people reacting to that particular scene, and it was the first time I saw anything like that. And to see the reaction that it got from gamers all over the world, in a way, as shocking as it was actually, for me personally, it was actually quite heartwarming, because, you know, I think that, you know, Sean, even though it was pretty early on in terms of the whole game, he certainly kind of pulled on a few heartstrings by the time this happened, and it kind of set the rest of the story up in a great way. So yeah, I think that whole scene just kind of showed like exactly kind of who he was, you know?
I totally agree. People were asking, though, if Sean had lived through the end of before the gang sort of dismantled, whose side do you think he would have chosen? Would he have allied with Arthur or Dutch?
He would have been. I think Sean is. I do believe that Sean was like on the light side. I think Sean was very loyal to Arthur. I think I have to say, between myself, even personally, I think again it shows just how wonderful the people who at Rockstar are, who got together and created this cast. Like they were brilliant in the work that they did. I personally had like a really great little relationship going on with Roger, even when we were working together. I always felt like I was like his little brother. I actually kind of knew Roger from one or two projects before, and it was just uncanny. Like it was kind of almost like serendipity how we all kind of gelled. And I do think Sean really did look up to Arthur so much. And I think Sean kind of has, I think there was a good streak to Sean where he would have, been probably on that side,
Yeah, I could see that totally. I'm going to take this back over to Joe because we are talking about, now we're going to start talking about sort of the Sean and Karen relationship. We saw little pieces of that, but we didn't get to see really how much, how closely knit you until the death of Sean. So could you talk about the transformation of your character and what happened after his death and where the trajectory of her story went from there?
Yeah, for a character who really does not wear her heart on her, who, she likes you, she'll punch you in the face. Like, that's her style of romance, like, she doesn't want to show any vulnerability. When you shove all that down, and then you have these feelings, like you don't really know how to navigate them, and then you commit to them, and you live out these experiences with this other person, and then it's ripped away from you. I think for her, that, and then with Molly as well, those two things just sort of pushed everything to the edge for Karen. Because for somebody with such a huge heart, you have to shove it all down. You don't want to be vulnerable, because then you're just going to be as weak. And in that world, the world we're trying to portray, there's no room for any of that. So, it's actually all of that toughness and hardness was actually just her covering up all the soft stuff on the inside. But yeah, I really enjoyed that. There's not really romance in the game. I mean, flips and pieces, but like that's kind of like one of the main storylines in terms of a little bit of romance. And I kind of like that it was rough around the edges and sad. It's powerful.
It seemed very real, and it seemed that within the idea that you're in a gang of outlaws, and the fact that it's 1899 and you're in the Wild West, and these are basically pioneers. Like it seemed very real for that time and that place. And that's what I really loved about it. And again, when Sean, does get shot, you get to see how much he really meant to Karen because of, her digression after that. Speaking of relationships and vulnerability, I'm going to take this over to Kylie. Grimshaw was, hard as nails, which she had to be, but that she had a lot of love for the gang and camp members. And someone wanted to know, was Grimshaw so hard on Molly because she still had feelings for Dutch? The tea. Give us the tea.
I've actually thought a lot about this. I think that there's no doubt that Susan feels she feels in her 100% she feels that she has been displaced by these younger women. Her place in the gang has moved. She used to be with Dutch. She used to have a different relationship to the men, and she's now been sort of pushed aside in those ways. So here's Molly who has Dutch's attention, but also she doesn't do a goddamn thing around camp. Molly doesn't do a goddamn thing. Have you guys played the game? Every time I see her, she's I mean, she doesn't work at all. So not only does she have all of Dutch's action, but she's,
lazy.
And then, like we discussed, Susan, the structure and the rules are everything. The only way we can survive is if everyone pulls their weight and everyone follows the rules. And so when she believes that Molly has violated the trust of the gang, she feels that it is her responsibility to take care of it. And it's so interesting that you then talk about what Joe was saying about Molly. I think that changes everything for Susan too. That changes everything for Susan, having done something because she believes it's her duty, and finally having to question it at a level of morality. It's an interesting journey for Susan. But yeah, she's lazy. That's basically it. No personal vendettas at all. Clearly, this is not that she's young and pretty. You know, Rockstar did such an incredible job of writing very, very complicated characters. And one of the most complicated characters that we don't get to know as much as we would like to really is Tilly. You know, Tilly is a member of the game that has gone through so much punishment, you know? I mean, she becomes an outlaw at age 12, she joins the gang, and throughout the story, you really see her struggle between her past and her present and what could potentially be her future. Mia, I would love for you to talk a little bit about that and sort of how you got into the character of Tilly, knowing that there was so much trauma that she had dealt with and finding a way out of that.
As an actor, we like a little backstory, you know, about the characters we're gonna have, and like, you know, we get the little blurb and we know what it says. I always say, even in my, you know, my audition, it was what they wanted to see was me be deep in that trauma or that traumatic type of experience, and to see what that life kind of looked like on me, if that makes sense. And that's really all I had to pull from, was that moment in my audition that I said, okay, I did something right. What was it that I did? Because every time I came to set, of course I would have lines and stuff, but like a lot of the things we realized about our characters, we learned pretty much on the day we were there, kind of like what was going on with the lines. We have that type of backstory. But even in the lines I was given, I didn't really have a lot of backstory. Like, you just kind of like listed the backstory that I knew too. So really had to create a different type of victory story for Tilly. And the Vanderlyn thing, not even like what happens to Tilly at the end of the game and like the epilogue. The Vanderlyn gang, I had to create as my little bit of heaven. And because I always think about it as a Black woman now, and then as a Black woman in 1899, I'm like, girl, what in the world? Like, I guess we're protected because there's a lot of them and they like us, but like, are we sure? But I felt like Tilly was like, this is where I'm safe. I found a safety, and I just had to create a world for Tilly to have the angst and the drive, even when she talks to Arthur and we have those special moments and stuff. I was like, I have to recreate the sincerity of that relationship, and think about and imagine what it was like for Roger to save me, for Arthur to save me when he did, because I don't know that. And I created that in my brain, you know what I mean? I
have a follow-up question that I'm just thinking of now, but I just want to know, so as many of you may or may not have known, Mia was actually pregnant during partial filming of RDR2. And I think, you know, being pregnant, knowing that you're expecting, kind of puts you in a different mental space and makes you think about things differently, right? Did your pregnancy affect the way that you, did you pull from that in any way when you were playing Tilly after you learned that you were pregnant?
Yeah, I feel like it gave me just more of a tenderness and a level of, I have to take care, because I knew I had to take care of what was growing inside of my literal body, but I was like, I'm also here in the camp and I do take care here. And so that's my place, is I do clean, I do this, but I somehow take care of Arthur. And then I somehow take care of Karen. And I somehow have an interaction with Grimshaw where I'm like taking care of the vulnerability that she possesses, where she now gives it to me. You know what I mean? Like, I was a part of like Tilly was a lot of the glue, I think. And she was very liquid and fluid throughout the group. And I thought that was great that they wrote her like that. Yeah.
And she had your face. Like, what?
And she had my face.
Speaking of people who share the exact same faces as their avatars, Howard, we're going to take this over to you. I mean, a lot of the fans were commenting like, "Oh my gosh, he looks exactly like Leopold Strauss," which I thought was like really awesome and great, and is a source of envy, you know, from myself to you. Are there any philosophical or life lessons that you learned from playing a character like Leopold?
Oh, well, that's a tough one. I don't know if I learned anything from it. It's funny though that you mentioned this whole thing about looking like him. I had no idea that I would look just like him, and now I have this beard and white hair. Back then, I wasn't white, but it's amazing how they kind of captured me, which is a little scary when I see myself. You know, you don't ever really know quite what you're going to look like, and then I go, "That's me." Um, but no, I don't know if I necessarily learned anything.
Even
Except
just getting into the psychology of a character like that may be so different from yourself.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you know, it's interesting. I always wanted to soften him up because he was, you know, he's like just ice cold. And I was always encouraged never to go in that direction. So I felt like I just kind of went with what we were directed to do. And they wanted him to be hard and tough. But I love the fact that he does have some vulnerability that you see at the end when things are getting bad there. And he's really scared. And up until then, he was so heartless. So, and I really do love that campfire scene. That's such a wonderfully written little monologue. I think all of us had those, and I think, but I just loved it because it was so beautifully written, and it really did talk about where I came from, and I had a rough life, and that's what happens. I think, you know, you turn into these
Yeah.
heartless, cold people.
Yeah, everyone had because, you know, they're outlaws again, they all had sort of like a very interesting path to get to the game, which I always sort of found fascinating. And they come from sort of all different backgrounds. But I'm going to take this one over to Sean. We're going to talk about the Reverend real quick.
Yeah.
So obviously this is acting. Acting in a video game is very different from acting in any other medium. A lot of people refer to us as voice actors, but in fact, we were doing full body motion capture. You played a character that is very often struggling between sobriety and being on a substance, whether it's alcohol or morphine. How were you able to capture that physicality when through a different acting medium, right? It's somewhere between film and theater. So how did you sort of mesh all of your training together to get that to be very accurate?
Yeah, in terms of the morphine and the booze and stuff like that. I don't know. I kept hooking into yearning. There was a lot of yearning for answers and stuff like that. So then I guess when I do what I do, it's like a big soup where you build up a lot of different things. So there was a lot of yearning in that soup and different layers of desire and need and things like that for acceptance. So did I do morphine? I actually did. I was actually had an operation when I was very young, and they gave me morphine. And I remember lifting above the bed and feeling like I was on a barbecue spit, spinning around. And so I was able to kind of hook into the memory of that feeling of what it was like to be kind of suspended and moving, and just kind of worked off that. So
I think that's fascinating. I mean, I guess I would take the same question to Joe. You know, Karen is often toward, you know, the middle / end of the game. She's very often, you know, sort of boozing it up because she's dealing with the loss of Sean. Can you talk to us a little bit about the work that you did to sort of be able to fall into that physicality?
Yeah, so I feel like...
Sorry, they're doing work around my house. I'm going to mute myself while you...
I feel like it's so different, like what you're talking about, how the medium is different and the style of acting. It's like, as much as we are told like it's just like doing a film, like it's not. And with those kinds of drunken gestures and things like that, it reads completely differently. Like for me, it felt like I was doing more of a play when that kind of stuff happened, because also in certain, like during certain types of scenes, you have to gesture in certain ways. Like you have a construct in a sense. I can't remember the name of what it's called or anything, but whatever. That's sort of like tech stuff, which I don't want to get into, but I feel like it was more outside in for this kind of stuff, because, you know, we're also talking about Karen drinking at least a minimum half a bottle of whiskey, and that kind of, or moonshine or whatever the heck, you know, she's not having 2 cocktails and being like, whoa, like, you know, so the physicality was definitely outside in for me. I didn't feel like there was going to be a whole lot of subtlety happening, is what I'm trying to say.
Totally. All right, I have a question for everyone that the fans want to know. Sorry if you can hear the construction happening in my background. By a show of hands, can we see everyone who has played the game? If you've played the game at all. All right, keep your hand up if you have won or beat the game or gone all the way through gameplay. Fair enough. I just had so many people that wanted to know. I just thought, okay, I'm going to toss this out there and see who's a, you know, full gameplay person. Well, it's none of us, but we tried. All right, so we're opening it up to people in chat that want to ask questions. Can you send me that again, Andrew? Would you mind? Sorry, guys, I'm shuffling on like between my computer and my cell phone, so I'm getting things sort of as they go along. All right, Mick, if you had to alter Sean's fate in any way, what would you change?
He would end up moving back to Ireland with Karen Jones, and they would have opened up a little distillery, and they would have invented the first ever kind of, you know, non-alcoholic whiskey, I guess, where they could enjoy
Non-alcoholic whiskey. I love that. You should trademark that anyway.
Each other.
All right, and there was a question for Howard. Andrew, would you mind popping that back up for me, please? Technology is amazing. All right.
You guys, my son has joined.
Oh,
Mason!
hi, Mason.
Getting so big. Oh, now you're shy. Now he's shy. Yeah.
How old is he?
3.
3. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
All right, you ready for this, Howard? I don't know who this person is, but maybe you do. Have you ever been mistaken for Christopher Heyerdahl?
Christopher, who is that? I know everybody, and I don't know who that is.
Andrew, who is that? Who asked that question?
Christopher Heyerdahl. Is that like Thor Heyerdahl, the guy who went across the ocean in a raft? No.
I don't know. I don't know who that person is, but I was like, maybe Howard does.
No.
So, all right, we're moving right past that one. Okay. Whoa. Okay. So a lot of here we go. Actor from Stargate Atlas and Van Helsing.
Oh no, I'll have to look him up. I don't know.
Oh, Joe has pictures.
Good looking guy. You're in good company.
Oh, my dog is barking. I'm muting myself.
Okay. Speaking of people who look exactly like their characters, Mia, you have the face of Tilly, which is indisputable. Were you surprised at all when they revealed your character and they didn't really change that much about your facial features? Were you like blown away?
I think the first time that I actually saw it, we were still kind of shooting a little bit. And I remember like looking and I was like, wait a second. I know you guys wanted to see my face, but what is my face on the screen? I was like, wait, is my face going to be on the screen? It's weird because you think about yourself in cartoon form, and I just didn't think I would look like that, but it is my face. But I don't get recognized in the street. I haven't made it.
So I have a question for everyone. Mr. Roger Clark just texted me. He wants to know what your favorite Roger Clark experience was. and how awesome it was to work with him. So, you know, anyone, just go ahead and pipe up. If the spirit
I
moves
want to
you.
say something about working with Roger Clark. And I know this is probably a little bit, it's probably too earnest for this panel, but the truth is, I cannot get over what a privilege it was to work with Roger and watch him. When someone's number one on the call sheet, the attitude sort of bleeds down from there. And so watching Roger just over years take ownership of being that number one and always make everyone feel welcome, always sort of, without giving away too much, let people know what they were in for. He had such a gentle, everyman way of greeting everyone who was, you know, coming in new. And watching Roger navigate that role, it was such a privilege. I think that Roger Clark is just one of our finest actors, and I love you, Roger. And I'm so glad that I'm getting to say this in front of however many people are watching. So that's my answer.
He wanted to clarify that that was a joke, but we take all jokes seriously on this Red Dead 2 panel. So if anyone else wants to share a Roger Clark experience story, we're here for it. So
Well,
Mick, you look like
I've got a very funny experience with Roger. In the middle of shooting Red Dead Redemption 2, myself and Roger actually worked on a play together for the first festival here in New York at Origin Theatre Company. And it was a wonderful play called Guy Walks Into a Bar, about two barflies sitting in a pub in New York. And it was basically 4 scenes, and in each scene, this unfortunate lad who was looking for love in the wrong places pops in, and me and Roger are playing these 2 different type of barflies in each scene. And the greatest moment of all came in the final scene, where this particular guy walks in on ladies' night, and he encounters 2 Irish American guys who decide that it's not fair that the ladies get free drinks for them on ladies' night. So we dress up as ladies, and I've got some wonderful photographs of myself and Roger in heels and dresses and pearls, and yeah, it's great. And I echo everything that Kylie just said, but that was one of my favorite moments, was going from the Wild West of 1899 to, like, you know, the Wild West village of, you know, sometime in 1989 with Roger dressed up as ladies of the night.
we encourage you to post those online following this Red Dead 2 panel. So thank you so much, Mick.
I will indeed.
And,
I think they're out there already, but I'll post them again.
Okay, perfect. Howard, go ahead.
You know, I knew Roger from before all this too. I won't even say how we knew each other, but we had worked together for quite a while before that. But you know, he was so helpful because, you know, he was there all the time, and there would be times sometimes where I didn't quite know where the scene fit into the whole gestalt thing. And he was always so helpful, like, to know, okay, this is what just happened. And this, you know, so it was always, he was like a real rock. Not to mention, he actually had to carry me. And I think, I didn't know how we did that, because I think I'm a little bigger than he is, but he hoisted me up there and carried me.
I love that. See, Roger, no jokes with us. You ask and we shall tell you exactly how we feel. Sorry, you guys, this is really intense with this construction in the background. But I wanted to take the next question to Joe. So many people ask how well we all knew each other prior to coming on this game, because we all have such a close relationship afterwards, which is very visible on all social media. Is there anyone that you ran into on the game that surprised you that you knew prior to shooting?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Had a couple friends, and quite a few people that had auditioned as well, that I tried to, like, because when I was, you know, helping as a reader and casting while I was in the game, I'd be like, she's amazing, you know, like I'd try to throw, you know, some good vibes that way, etc. Yeah. My friend Jake Silverman played like Captain. My friend Sean Parsons was in the game early on. Like, it's amazing how, I mean, we're talking about a community of New York actors, right? And then we're talking about like thousands of us. And I'm sure that everybody else, like, you know, we're all friends now, but I'm sure there's 1 or 2 people maybe that you knew at least had auditioned, or that you ended up seeing on set. And one guy from Ed from college. And, you know, and there's nothing funnier than like walking out in this goofy as hell outfit, and then seeing somebody you haven't seen in 10 years and be like, hi, you know. But yeah, it's honestly, we have a really special community within the game of all of us, which I'm so grateful for. But on a bigger scale, we're talking about people that are doing just the VO, coming in, like Kathy Searle did some VO, like I'm sure everybody knows her. We're talking about a very strong New York thing, which is really special.
Speaking of New York, in the game, Charles reveals that Swanson actually moved to New York City to minister the First Congressional Church of New York.
Yeah, still
Sean,
there.
do you think that he maintained his sobriety?
No, it just got worse. It got fantastic. He got really lit up. And then I'm actually writing a game myself called Hellfire, where Swanson goes from New York, goes across the country and creates this giant cabal, and they just start slaying all kinds of bad people. So yeah.
That's amazing. Did you have a favorite scene that you filmed?
Of course. I mean, I loved yeah. I mean, the goodbye scene with Roger was the best because it felt like I could let go of a lot of the booze morphine stuff and actually talk to Roger and say proper goodbyes to him. So that was pretty cool. I enjoyed that very much. Yeah.
Kylie, you had a very gruesome death in this game that was really hard for a lot of people to watch, especially because it happens so quickly, and then the boys continue to sort of talk over your body. Like, it's just like the guttural noises, the whole thing is just crazy, and it's like a horror film. Were you surprised that it was written that way, or what was your feeling about Grimshaw's death scene?
Well, yeah, it's pretty. So it was very disorienting because, you know, as you all know, we don't shoot things in order. So even sort of trying to place all the relationships when it was happening, but was disorienting. But you're right. What happens is everyone has their guns trained on each other. So when Susan gets shot, nobody checks on her. Nobody comes to see if she's okay. They can't because there's this standoff going on. And, I've told this story, but Rod Edge, our director, he has such a great sense of timing that the crash pad where I fell after I got shot, where I was still lying, was slightly away from the action that was happening. And he was dictating when I would give these guttural death howls. He was saying, one more, so that, it just kind of was bleeding into that standoff scene, which I think just highlighted even more how alone she is, because she's dying for like a really long time. She's dying for a really long time and all alone and completely alone, which I think, Susan dedicated her entire life to this gang. It's sad. It's sad. I think it's
I have a follow-up question. Do you think there was any sort of poetry to her death as it relates to Molly's death? Because it kind of happens almost the same way to some effect.
No.
Okay, cool.
No, because Susan, Susan is 100% protecting the gang from insider infiltration. It is being attacked from within, and the rat is standing there, and she points her gun. She goes down defending her family. That's what I have to say about that. By the way, I would just like to say that Penny O'Brien is one of my favorite actresses in the world, and I adore her. So I'm giving all this shade to Molly, but Penny's the best.
All right, I have another question for Mia. A lot of people were asking, and maybe you don't have the answer to this, but maybe you do. Why was Tilly so good at dominoes? Do you have any insight about that? She's like aggressively good at dominoes.
And what's crazy in real life is I have no idea. what to do, what the numbers. I don't know. I don't know. I just think maybe her mom taught her, and that's like the thing she holds on to from her mom and her memories. And she got really good at it, but she knows that people like to play her. So she's like, no, I'm gonna beat you. She's really good at it. I don't know how.
I haven't beat her yet as a player. I have not beat her.
Yeah, I don't think that you can. I think it's like playing the computer in chess. Like there's no way to beat Tilly at dominoes. That's just like how they wrote the game. That's part of the code. I'm convinced.
Exactly.
We had another question for Howard. Can you pop that up again for me, Andrew, please? Okay. Did you learn about Strauss's fate during filming? And if not, where were you when you found out about his ending?
You know, for one thing, I haven't played the game. It's horrible to say. But when I found out, I just would hear all this fan stuff that people would be writing, how much they hated Strauss, but he didn't give it up at the end. And I didn't know any of that. It's kind of one of those weird things with this game is that I didn't have a death scene, so I had no idea how it ended. And I just knew I was thrown out of the camp, and I thought that was the end of me. So it's kind of, I think, a nice, touching ending, I think, even though I didn't know about it.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of us didn't necessarily, maybe we had inklings of our characters' endings, but it was sort of something that came out really after the game, All right, my next question is for Mick. Mick, my darling.
Hello.
Hi. So you play a very lovable character in the game, and obviously we're like torn apart when he passes. I was wondering if there was anything that really surprised you about the fans' reaction. I mean, you did talk about seeing the reaction videos, but was there anything about the fanfare after the game launched that really surprised you?
There seemed to be a little bit of a genesis, if that's the right word, almost there was like a path kind of existed after the game. A lot of the reaction to Sean initially was like, he's just pain in the ass. Oh my God, I can't believe I just spent 3 hours trying to rescue this guy and he doesn't shut the hell up and he's so annoying. And then over the course of the kind of weeks after the kind of game came out, people seem to kind of fall in love with him, and I think that was really endearing. And again, for me, it goes back to the writing of the character. I know we've kind of touched on how we feel that the game is, but I really do feel like that this game is in its entirety for me, it's a piece of theater. It's a very kind of lovable and living thing. I think again that so much of the talent of like the people involved in this game, like behind the scenes, really kind of shines through as well. And just seeing like how people kind of evolved their opinion of Sean. I think Arthur has a line in it how, he was like an annoying little brother to him. And I think a lot of the fans kind of took that on board when it came to Sean. And that's something I really kind of enjoyed kind of seeing, really, And I think, there was a little bit of a responsibility in Sean's story, even like when what happened to him, it kind of set a lot of the rest of the story up. And in a broader sense, I do think you touched on it already, and a few people have mentioned it. A lot of video games. I'm not a big gamer myself, but of course I've played this, and I do like playing video games. But a lot of video games, a lot of time you're playing these characters that are perfect in every way, and they're superheroes, and they've got these powers. I think the most beautiful thing about this game as a whole, and it's something I've certainly discovered with Sean, but everyone it's just like a normal family, warts and all, and problems and all. And I think for me, the most surprising thing is just how everyone's really embraced every single character. And, even just seeing how they've kind of taken Sean like on board has been like a really wonderful thing. For me, the greatest experience of Red Dead Redemption 2 has been seeing how it's been received by the community and fans in general. And the fact that I've been opened up to this world of gamers and cosplay and stuff like that has been a real treat and gift for me. I've certainly expanded my headspace because of it.
Totally, which brings me to the girls. All right, ladies. I have a question for all of you because I know that I was really surprised when the game first came out. You can hear them going nuts downstairs, I'm sure. When the game first came out, people loved the part where all the girls pile into the car, into the carriage, and go into Valentine, and they're singing this song. And all of the songs around the campfire that everyone sings. What did you like? Do you remember shooting that, and how did you feel shooting that? And were you surprised that that it got such that people fell so in love with that song and wanted to talk about it so often?
I feel like on that day we had a lot of fun, and I think you can just really see how much fun we're having in the back of the wagon on the way to Valentine. I just remember like cracking up because we were trying to figure out the notes on which to sing and like the beat on which to sing. It was an actual, like, I remember crying laughing because we could not figure it out. And they were like, yes, keep doing that. Keep with that. I'm like, are we sure this is a good take? Like, are we, because I'm out of here. I'm cracking up now. I'm out of character. This is Mia laughing. That's how I felt. That was such a fun day. That was a really fun day.
Joe?
That was like early on too. So I don't know about everybody else, but I'll be completely transparent. Like half the time I didn't know what was going on because, you know, we're not given any information. Like, so that early on, I was still like, where are we going? Who am I? Who are you? Like, you know, because we had such secretive scripts and everything, which made it really interesting. But that day was, yeah, that was a riot. I think we had the Indian catering that day. It was really good too.
Yes.
And I would just say that that scene gave me the most FOMO of anything. When I started, and that scene came on, I was like, oh, how dare they? How dare they? I couldn't believe you were all in that wagon singing songs and I didn't even know about it. I was really sad.
I wasn't having it with Arthur not letting us go somewhere, you know? I was like, y'all, we're gonna get this done. We're going to do something because we were all bored out of our minds. Remember in camp, we were like knitting all day and we just needed something to do.
And the place is called Valentine. And I know that Mary Beth had some grandiose idea of what that place looked like and was very surprised by what it actually was. But Kylie, there's another question for you. Was there anything specifically that surprised you that the fans really clung on to? I know that a lot of people love Grimshaw telling them when to shower and sort of beating Arthur up in camp, but was there a specific scene or moment that people relay to you that they love that really surprises you?
That would be the one that I would say before you listed. I would say that was the one. I remember at some point someone telling me Susan's the only one, like, so Susan's the only one that can make him bathe. And I thought, well, it's kind of a weird thing. Like, but I remember how hard we worked on those scenes. We worked so hard on those scenes. And I'm not surprised that, I mean, I was surprised that the fans were so interested in it. But when I think back at how much time we spent on what seemed like such a small task, for that one, Rod, the incredible director, he had such a specific idea of how that would go. I mean, think about the fact that someone smacks Arthur across the face and doesn't get shot. Instead, he laughs. And we had to work so hard on that. Like, what is their relationship? You know, is it sibling-like? Is it maternal? Like, what exactly is that relationship and how long they've known each other? And I think that moment where she threatens him, where she actually hits him, I mean, it happens a few different ways depending on how high your honor is. I don't know. However you see it, it's a few different ways. And we really finessed that. Roger and I spent a long time on that. Roger loves when I talk about this scene because he loves remembering. Someone asked me recently if I hit him for real, and I said no. And Roger was like, yeah, you did. And I said, I did. I would have sworn that I did like a stage smack. And he said, oh no, you hit me pretty hard. I have no memory of it.
That's so funny. I remember we were filming one of the scenes. I think it was me and Joe. We were filming maybe, oh gosh. Okay, I'm going to ask this question instead because it's popping up and these are popping up and going away and I want to get to them. But this is for Joe anyway, so this is perfect. When you play, if you've played the mission where you're in Valentine, what is your favorite route to go? The harlot or the damsel in distress?
So for me personally, I prefer the harlot. However, I think within the game and in that world, it probably would have been a little smarter to go with the damsel in distress, you know, like Karen's tough and sexy, but she can also be like sweet and vulnerable looking because she's, you know, she's got different things about her. And I think that would be, I feel like you should like get more points or something if you play the damsel in distress, but.
Well, for that specific mission, because it's the bank robbery and you're in the hat and you're in that beautiful dress, I mean, it's kind of hard to play the damsel in distress because you look so much like a boss.
Yeah. And she's the one who like has the idea for this. Like, this is all her. Like, she gets them on this. She's like, no, we're going to do this. And then, you know, afterwards, God, there's nothing more fun than like imagining that you've just robbed a bank and being like, hell yeah, you know, like, wouldn't that be fun if we could like still do that and get away with it? Maybe not.
Totally. But what I was going to say before the question popped up, it's so loud in here, I'm so sorry, you guys, was, you know, you and I had a scene and I remember filming it and it was we were taking it so seriously and we were taking this dialogue like it was really dramatic, you know, because we're putting ourselves in this 1899 atmosphere and the gang's falling apart and and I remember Rod came in and he was just like, no, you're just having a laugh. We just completely had to switch the thing on its head. And I think that was one of the most interesting things about, you know, filming this game. The fact that they had such, you know, Rockstar already knew very well where they wanted things to go and how they wanted to direct it. So even when we were filming out of sequence, it always made sense, you know, when they redirected us, even if we didn't know exactly in that moment why that was happening. Did any of you guys have an experience like that? Where you acted in a scene, you're like, what is she talking about? Did anyone else have an experience where you read the script, you went to go do the scene, and it got redirected in a very surprising way that you didn't even realize the intention was?
Every day.
I'm like, there was this one scene, and Nick is like, every day.
Every day I showed up, I didn't know what the hell I was doing.
Was there anything that really sticks out in your mind where the dialogue was so different from how it was actually you ended up playing it?
I remember my first day not knowing what the hell was going on. I didn't even know it was set in the Wild West. I was given this script and I was like, here you go. I'm like, what? My audition was nothing like this. Actually, I told a story to a couple of friends recently how I think it was about maybe a year and a half into me working in it when a couple of people came to a pub that I owned. I used to run. And Ben was there, Dutch, and I'd been working on this thing for like a year and a half. And it's so funny because now it makes sense, but in Sean's way, which was my way at the time, I'm not totally method, but I actually asked Ben, I was like, so like, you know, is Sean part of the gang? And Ben turned around, he's like, yeah, like, you know, Sean's part of the gang. Like, oh, and then it was so strange because then when I would actually go in and work from then on, I was like, oh, I'm part of the gang. Like, and I felt home all of a sudden. And in a way it brought me to it just added another little layer. And it was just the wildest experience. So that's to answer your question. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt.
I think I had the same experience as Mick, where I came into it because I did do a lot of the chores. I thought I was like the help, basically, but it was like, oh, oh, I'm a part of this. And it gives you a different like a stature, you know what I mean? Like you walk with a different type of grace and you feel like, oh, I can make a couple of decisions. I can talk back a little bit harder because I'm not going to be reprimanded like a second class citizen. I'm a part of this family. Yeah, I had the same experience.
Totally. All right, we have 4 minutes left, and I want to make sure everyone knows where to follow you all on the social medias and all of that jazz. So we're just going to go through and get that out of the way, and let us know if you're working on anything upcoming that we can stay tuned for. We're going to start with Howard. Where can we follow you on the socials and anything coming up?
Well, I'm too old for all the social media stuff, so I still don't even know half the time what I think I'm how5555 on Instagram, I think, or maybe that's Twitter. I'm so bad, I don't know, but it's Howard Pinhasek. I think you could find it somewhere.
We'll Google you.
Yeah, you can Google me and find out. No, unfortunately, I think with the pandemic and all, I don't have much coming up. I did one of those Zoom plays, and that was kind of fun. But other than that, that's pretty much it. Hopefully, it will change.
Totally. Sean?
Me? Oh, I guess Haverly Sean on Twitter. Then there's a movie coming out in November called Talking to God.
How fitting.
I know. Well, I have I'm not sure. I have a decent part in it. It's a comedy. It's a lot of fun. It's going to be on Netflix or something. I'm not really sure what it is, but I'll promo it when I figure that all out.
Perfect. Joe?
I am at I'm Joe Armanox on Instagram and at Joe Armanox on Twitter. And I have a nice chunky guest star coming out on City on a Hill in season 2 with Kevin Bacon, and hopefully that'll get into there on Showtime soon. So, but yeah, I'm trying to think of anything else. I don't really pandemic life.
You're also remodeling a whole home.
Yeah, like follow her on Instagram and you'll see that she's juggling like 50 different things. Yeah, she's like building a house.
It's
HGTV.
That actually has more following than anything else I think I've ever done. is remodeling this house. Oh my god. Yeah.
Kylie, where can we watch all of your stuff, and where are you on social?
So I'm at Kylie Vernoff on Instagram and at K Vernoff on Twitter. Where can you watch all my stuff? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I like all of you. I think I have some things coming out, but it's hard to know when. Everything is sort of changing. Our business is sort of on its head, but I promise to post about it when it happens. But I do host a podcast, and we are just digging into season 2. I'm really, really proud of it. So it's called Let's Play by the Gamers, and it's The Game Hers, HERS, which is a wonderful new platform. They're dedicated to elevating the voice of women in the gaming space. And so check that out. I've interviewed some of you, and hopefully I'll get to interview all of you at some point. I'm really proud of it. So yeah, find that wherever you get your podcasts.
Thank you, Mia.
I am Mia Davis on Twitter and Mia Davis on Instagram. I actually have a horror film coming. I don't know when, because with COVID, you just don't know, called No Fear. So when that's going to be out, I'll let everyone know. There is a movie on Hulu that I was in called Premature. Everyone should definitely check that out. So yeah.
Take it away, Mick.
It's Mick Melanphy, at Mick Melanphy on Twitter and at Mick Melanphy on Instagram. It's really great having a really strange surname that nobody else can name. So, there you go. That's simple. I mean, yeah, COVID Palooza has thrown a spanner into the works. I'm living with that. I'm a member of the Irish Repertory Theatre here in New York, it's my spiritual home. They're the most wonderful people. And they've actually really kind of shone a light on theatre throughout this pandemic. And they've given, like so many artists all over the world, have provided emotional triage along with the wonderful essential workers in our hospitals and in our grocery stores who've, given so much triage throughout this pandemic. Our artists and our theatre companies have done all that. So I'd encourage everyone to follow @IrishRep on Twitter and Instagram, anywhere you find them. Hopefully I'll get this one-man show by Ronan Noon, The Smuggler, up and running there as soon as we can open the doors again. And all you guys that are here today on this panel are invited, and we'll have drinks afterwards. And bring Mason along. He's not having drinks, but.
And I'm Sam Strelitz. You can find me @Sam Strelitz on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, if you're a crazy person like I am and addicted. But just to be clear with everyone, Google all the people on this panel. They're being very, very modest. I would even venture to say they're being too modest. You can watch them on Netflix, on Hulu. They're in movies, they're in TV. There is a backlog of content that you can get of these amazing actors. So I really encourage you to go ahead and look them up if you haven't already. It's really incredible to speak with all of you today. Thank you so much, PAX, for hosting this. It's really, in the age of COVID, you got to do things virtually. So I hope you enjoyed our mini house tours. And we really just appreciate coming on here and the special appearances by some of us who, we haven't talked about Red Dead before. So it's really an incredible moment to be able to talk with everyone. Thank you, PAX. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, everyone that was on this panel. Christina, iPad1, I see you. I don't know who that is, but welcome. I don't know how to sign out, but this has been a lot of fun.
Outlaws for life.
Hey, cheese. I love you guys so much. It was so great, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So good to see you all.
Great to see you guys. You just made my heart grow an extra couple of inches.
Aww, this was really fun. Can people still see us?
Hi, I'm KA, Community Manager at Milky Tea, an indie game development studio based in Liverpool, UK. I'm here to introduce you to our most recent game, Hyper Brawl Tournament. The universe's greatest heroes have been summoned to compete in a showdown for the ages to find the next protector of the universe. Smash, brawl, and score your way to victory in relentless, high adrenaline PvP arena battles from 1 to 4 players. What does all that mean? Let's take a look. Before each match, players must choose their perfect loadout from 12 unique heroes across 3 different hero types, as well as 8 unique weapons that all allow for different tactics and styles of play. Every match plays out in a best of 3, with each round lasting 90 seconds. Your objective is to outscore your opponent, and if there's no clear winner when the time is up, the match goes into sudden death, and the first goal wins. You've got a number of tools to help secure your victory, but it's all about how you use them. Your most basic move is your throw. This is fused with an ability called Hypercurve that gives you complete control over the ball, allowing you to change its course mid-air. You can also pass the ball directly to your player or AI teammate, which allows you to quickly move the ball from one flank to the other. You're also able to perform a dive, which is ideal for intercepting the ball. Next up is combat. Beyond being able to knock out opponents by throwing the ball at full force, you're also able to both punch and kick. The punch allows you to attack in place, which is handy for trying to steal the ball at its current location. The kick, however, allows you to travel across the arena as you dish out the damage. Hyper Brawl is an arena-based sports brawler that you can play either alone or with friends. For new players, we've got 3 different training modes. The Trials teach you the core mechanics, the Advanced Trials test your skills and everything you've learned, and Free Play lets you practice without constraints. In Arcade mode, you can jump into heart-pounding local multiplayer matches for 1 to 4 players. On top of that, the Party system allows you to invite your friends into private matches that let you take your rivalries online. If you want to play alone, the single-player campaign lets you build your own team to compete in league and cup tournaments to become the greatest team in the universe. If you're looking for a real challenge and want to show off your skills, you can take on the world in the online Blitz mode, where you face off against friends and strangers alike, build your win streak, and brawl to top the worldwide leaderboards. Hypercurve is one of the game's core mechanics, and it lets you control the ball mid-air. Using this ability, every match becomes considerably less predictable and allows you to score a goal from pretty much anywhere in the arena, especially if your opponent didn't see it coming. The Hypercurve can be used anytime you throw the ball and allows you to control the ball's trajectory and around obstacles and players alike. Think of it like a superpower that keeps your opponent on their toes. The more power you add to your throw, the less control you'll have over the Hypercurve itself, so you must carefully consider how and when to use it. At times where the match may not be going your way, you can channel the Hyperforce, which gives your heroes superhuman power and the ability to launch their rivals out of the arena to help ensure a last-minute comeback. To acquire this ability, your heroes need to take damage, either from being attacked by an opponent, hit by a weapon, or knocked out by the ball. Once a hero has taken sufficient damage, they're able to activate the Hyperforce at a time of their choosing. If you would like to learn more, head on over to hyperbrawl.com or check out our social media channels. We'll be sharing additional Hyper Brawl deep dives in the weeks to come, leading up to our launch this fall on Steam, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. See you in the arena.
What do you think it's like here? Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games.
Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Should a party member be willing to die for the cause?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Video Game Shark Tank. Pitch your dream game here at Cataline. I'm Rebecca Valentine, I'm Senior Staff Writer at GamesIndustry.biz. I'm one of your co-hosts tonight, joined by Eric Van Allen, user for US Gamer. Hi, Eric.
Hi, Reb. How you doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing okay. We got tons of Shark Tank panel pitches. We got tons of sharks here. So how about we go around and introduce all of our panelists real quick?
We're gonna. So we have gotten together a panel of 4 games industry sharks, people who listen to game pitches as part of their jobs to hear your ridiculous game ideas and tell you if they think they have any merit. So we are joined by Shane Beerwith, EVP of Global Marketing at Maximum Games and Modus Games. Hi, Shane. How's it going?
Hi, good. I'm glad to be here. Second time in a row. I was going to say second year, but technically it hasn't been a year yet since PAX East. So good to be back.
That's right. Shane
yes, I'm actually an ancient soul. Yes.
Yeah, Shane's a veteran of this. Shane was on our panel when we did this at PAX East, actually earlier this year. We have Felix Kramer, PR marketing and production for Finji, and a million other roles if you want to plug those as well. Hi, Felix.
No, I'm good. I do some stuff. It's pretty cool. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here. First time for me.
Glad you're here. Anya Combs, Director of Games Outreach for Kickstarter. What's up, Anya?
Hi. I'm a little nervous, but I'm excited. It's very interesting to come at this from a Kickstarter angle, so I will hopefully bring the crowdfunding expertise to terrible game ideas.
You're gonna be fantastic. And finally, we have J.M. Specht, who told me when I asked him that his job title was Executive Director of Counterintelligence Operations at Devolver Digital.
That's correct, Rebecca. Executive Director of Counterintelligence Operations at Devolver Digital Entertainment, a subsidiary of Fork Park, is a legal happy fun time, Cayman Island Offshore Holdings, #crimes. And it's a wonderful marketing opportunity to be here with you today.
You're going to be great on this panel.
Thanks a lot.
right, welcome to you all. Thank you so much for being here. So over the past week, Eric and I have been soliciting video game pitches via Google form from anyone on the internet who wanted to pitch a game idea to these sharks. We're going to present these pitches. The panel's going to take a few minutes to give some feedback and let you all know what they think. If you would like to submit a game idea to the sharks and have not already done so, please go go to the official PAX online Discord channel. I believe there should be a link in Twitch chat somewhere if you're not in there already. And feel free to drop your ideas in it's Stream One Horse Theater channel under streaming theaters. We'll be monitoring chat during this panel, and we'll pull a few of our favorite suggestions from the chat to give to the sharks near the end of the panel. So feel free to just drop them in there, and we'll keep that. One final note, even though these sharks are real people who hear real pitches for their real jobs, this panel is 100% just for fun. No one's getting a game funded or published or backed or anything else based on this panel. Do not bother these people for money or support for your game, even if they say they think your idea for a My Little Pony Battle Royale with a Toys to Life tie-in is sort of neat. So, with all that out of the way, Eric, do you mind giving our panelists their first pitch?
I would love to. And we're going to start with Calvin, who comes in here with a pitch saying, you're a bird who skates, which means you go downhill to build up speed, then literally go flying off ramps. In this collectathon 3D platformer, you'll look for lava lamps that have phoenixes trapped inside them while dodging cops and military. The game would have 4 levels, a city overrun by cops, a beach with an amusement park and a corrupt navy, a jungle surrounding an abandoned highway clover. A highway clover. Yeah, I know what that is. I'm a human. And to climb up a volcano that has a secret government base inside of it. The city is very dense and mostly downhill. The cops are emus on segways, and there's a boss cul-de-sac with the deputy, who's a cassowary on a scooter and is using the lava lamp as police lights. The beach has 2 main areas, the boardwalk and the ocean with the navy. Along the boardwalk, you can play mini games that involve flying to get lava lamps, and you can grind on the rails of a roller coaster. When you venture out into the ocean, you've got to be prepared to fight back against the navy, which is all penguins. The jungle is lonely but calming. This level would see you building up tons of speed and doing big jumps to get lava lamps perched on cliffs and in trees. The volcano is a tough climb, lots of falling platforms. Once you get to the top, you jump in, you find a bunch of government tech. As you step on it, it falls into the lava below and makes it rise. Climb out of the volcano by jumping on monitors and pipes while the lava's chasing you. If you make it out, you see the volcano erupt, and you have to bomb down the side of the volcano with a wave of lava chasing after you. It's a no name put here for this, but it seems like generally a bird skateboarding game.
Skatebird?
You know,
Let's take
bird skate. Yeah.
Skatebird, auto.
skate.
Bird skate, volcano, lava.
Great.
Lamp.
Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I think it makes complete sense.
Right.
Just,
Totally.
I think Calvin definitely does enough drugs to make video games, so I think he's on the right path there.
Not that we're advocating for anyone to.
No, I'm not advocating drugs. I'm just saying that
They just make you popular and creative.
That's right. He's got a creative mind, Calvin. So stick with it.
Yeah. I like the final boss. I'm big on the final boss being a level, as opposed to I was kind of expecting because we were escalating a little bit with the birds and then the emus and then the cassowary, which is obviously an incredibly powerful foe in every life, including skateboarding bird life. But the final level being a level, final boss being a level was very cool. Love the lava.
Yeah.
Love the jumping. Can you not fly though? Is that a thing? Are you a bird that just you're flightless? Is that
I saw no mention of flight.
It says you literally fly off the ramps, don't you? At the very beginning.
You got to build up speed.
Okay.
Does that count?
So maybe you
as flight?
glide.
So glide bird.
Well, I have some questions about, if I heard correctly, it's 4 levels, but every level is downhill.
It seems that way, but it also seems you are climbing up a volcano using the forward momentum. I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm concerned, Calvin. I'd like for you to look into physics, just as a concept. I'm very concerned about that. I actually like the idea of the whole game being downhill. There's a lot of Flash games that were like that, like skiing Flash games, if anybody remembers that. It's it harkens a little bit back to that. I do feel like this game may have come to fruition by refrigerator word art, just like those magnets, just kind of throwing them and kind of figuring out what's stuck. And I fully support that as a way to be a game designer, quite honestly. I kind of love it.
I love the diversity of birds. It's an ostentatious choice that Calvin has made. You know, we go from ostriches to cassowaries to penguins. There's a lot of flightless birds in there, an entire navy of penguins. I'm a little concerned about the so I get the idea of grinding in an amusement park, grinding across a roller coaster. I'm not sure about like doing a kickflip off of a penguin's head. I find that personally offensive. But I can see where they're going with it, and it's really thrilling. Honestly, I thought this was supposed to be bad pitches, and this sounds like what the French call a dope-ass game.
Right, yeah.
I think you might actually be disappointed if you're expecting only bad pitches, because yeah, some of these are pretty good.
Yeah? Well, switch.
I would play this game. Like 4 levels, it seems like it would be kind of a fast experience. You get to the volcano and you're like, yeah, this all checks out, me going downhill to go to a volcano. No questions there. I just have some questions about getting into the water. So is it 4 levels to get into the water? Or what? That I'm a little bit confused by.
No clue.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
Sorry, I don't know why I posed that. It's like, obviously you all know the answer.
You were interested. You heard
Secretly,
water.
I'm Calvin.
I'm interested in. Was there something about a cul-de-sac in there? Like
Mhm.
at one point, you just end up in like a suburb, like cul-de-sac, and
There's a boss
where does
fight
that
in a
fit in?
cul-de-sac with the deputy who is a cassowary on a scooter and is using the lava lamp as police lights.
Yeah, okay.
The lava lamps that have the phoenixes trapped on its job
Yes.
to rescue the phoenixes.
Right, and what happens when you have to rescue all of the phoenixes, and then how does that come back to, like, what's
The game starts over.
I
get
the Phoenix
the
is your
joke.
XP. Yeah.
I get
Right.
the joke.
That's good.
Got it. Solid.
Well, it's funded, Calvin.
Funded.
Reb, how about you take the next one?
Absolutely. This is from Blue Sun Hired Gun. Uncivilized is a turn-based 4X strategy game in reverse. The beginning of time, civilization gets every edge in resources, warfare, science, and more. Its biggest advantage is that every decision is managed by a deity-level AI that, left unchecked, would conquer your neighbors, establish a cultural hegemony over the world, and take your civilization to the stars. So what's the problem? As a disaffected citizen and malcontent, you don't want your civilization to prosper. Quite the opposite. In Uncivilized, your role is to hinder your own civilization by fomenting unrest, demolishing city improvements, leaking scientific secrets to other civilizations, and anything else you could think of to slow down progress long enough for one of the other world powers to achieve victory. Start a workers' revolt and halt production of the Great Pyramids. Create a schism in the state religion. Goad your military forces into a costly, world-spanning war. Start a panic on the stock market. Encourage distrust in a population's own leaders. In Uncivilized, the world is yours to ruin. Thank you, Blue Sun Hired Gun.
It's like a, I was going to try to say like it's a reverse power fantasy. No, it's just power fantasy.
Yeah.
Straight up. Like
Everyone
power
wants
fantasy.
to always destroy everything. So yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah.
There aren't enough games designed specifically to appeal to iconoclasts, so that is really thrilling. I really dig that.
This oh, sorry, JM.
No, I was gonna just start hating on civilization. So
right, checks out. I feel like, so this kind of reminds me of there's an episode of Parks and Recreation where Leslie she's part of the Model UN, and April decides that the moon is her country. And I feel like this might have been modeled after that a little bit, which is an incredible episode, by the way. It's really key. Also, Andy just wants to take, I believe it's all of the lions from everyone's country.
Yeah.
That's his move, which is kind of a great idea. I feel, this game was called Uncivilized, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Great. I'm glad that it was not called fascism, which is sort of what they're discussing. I don't think I like this game. I don't think I would. I'll be honest.
Too real? Too close to home?
It's a little too close to
playing
home.
this game.
I think I would start it up, cry, and then remove myself from civilization because it's too real.
I mean, yeah.
Is it also
I think
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, despite personal feelings, I think there'd actually be a market for this game. I do like the idea of kind of the reverse civ, but from a game development standpoint, it does sound really complex. There's a lot of stuff interplaying, and I hope this developer has some serious chops or previous experience, because this is going to be a very, very complex game to make.
Yeah.
What's the win state and the fail state, right? Like that would be I'm so curious to find out more about this game. So you got me hooked. That's a good thing when you're pitching, at least, or asking questions. But the fail state being civilization succeeds and everything's good, quote unquote. And the success state, win state being, I'm not sure what the end game looks like. Do I want to know what the end game looks like? Maybe I don't want to know what the end game looks like. Maybe that's,
It's just a perpetual state of trying to make things chaotic.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that
there's just like a chaos meter. Yeah.
I think the fail state is if the civilization gets off the planet and then colonizes another planet.
Oh.
So it's kind of a Kurt Vonnegut. I want every planet in the universe to be inhabited with life the same way I want everybody to have athlete's foot kind of notion. It's I don't want humanity to spread. I don't want the plague that is us to reach the stars or anything like that.
I'm so sorry. Why athlete's foot? Need to touch on that for a minute.
I guess it's the notion that life is like a fungus. Like life on planets is like fungus on feet.
Okay.
It's part of my new rap album.
No, I mean, I love all your singles, so I'm so excited for this mixtape.
No.
And I think the win state is that another civilization gets the edge on your civilization and wipes them out and takes them over.
Okay, so you would screw. Oh, we could swear. Sorry, you've talked about things enough that. Sorry, I forgot that I was like trying to search for a different word other than fuck with things. Sorry, I apologize that my brain is not eloquent enough for that. But that another civilization would come in as opposed to you leave. That you would get colonized by another civilization.
Yeah, like Russia and China and France dividing the United States up in 2025.
Yeah. That seems to be what they are suggesting, because it sounds it's a turn-based 4X strategy game in reverse. Yeah. So the idea being that you have a deity level AI that is trying to conquer all your neighbors, and you're actively fighting against that deity. I think that's what they are suggesting.
I like it. I'm on board.
Are we maybe looking at this from the wrong perspective? From what I mean by that is, like, I understand how the game is being, but like, who are we to decide what is correct in terms of living? Right? Like, isn't that the whole point of colonization, is that you're like, no, I'm saying that my way is better. Like, that's actually kind of interesting to explore.
I'm on board. I love it.
All right, I'm sold now. This is now my game.
Full spin, 180. We've got there.
Sign it.
I'm still stuck on foot fungus.
Yeah.
I think we all are, Shane.
Just pee on your feet. It'll be fine.
Isn't that a jellyfish thing? I didn't know that worked for acid.
No, don't pee on a jellyfish thing.
It doesn't work on jellyfish. Yeah.
I'm sure everything.
Friends lied to us all.
Let's keep it moving with another pitch, I guess.
Yeah. Yes. Eric, all yours.
This one comes from Sam. He says, "This game puts you in the heart of fright-filled, blood-curdling, bone-chilling inventory management. This is a horror puzzle game where the computer controls the actions of your hero as they fight for survival in a zombie outbreak. As the hero explores treacherous blood environments, it is up to the player to sort through their inventory in real time as they collect piles of junk. Combine helpful items like herbs, medical supplies, and weapons to keep the hero going while throwing out useless things like needles and threads. Did I actually need it for later? Who knows? Time is of the essence as your items. As the hero progresses in the game, their path can split based on what is in their inventory at crucial moments. Combining a lighter and aerosol can will clear out a cobweb-filled path, while investigating a paperweight you picked up might reveal a hidden key. A messy inventory will have your hero walking in circles, so act fast and stay organized. Expect Dead Weight to release on all consoles in 20XX. Wow, they had a name. They pitched a name.
Wait, that's a great name.
Great name.
I think this is just like Extreme Wally.
Extreme, but is it like Extreme Wally with the X? Just like Extreme Wally?
But
Yeah.
like a big X and then a little
Yeah,
X and then
yeah.
Wally and then a little X and a big X.
Like the Pixar movie?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
I thought there was a game named Wally that was different. Sorry. Yes.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I just don't understand how the zombie, like, I feel like you can't just drop zombie apocalypse and then just leave that. Like, it has to come back in some sense, right? Because it just sort of feels a little like, I feel like it's trying to explain why you're maybe alone in this environment, but I don't know if zombie apocalypse is maybe the correct way.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I feel a little disappointed by this pitch because the opening paragraph made me think that it was going to be. I guess I feel like a lot of horror games are like inventory management and what inventory you have. And sorry, telling me to throw away a needle and thread and then keep a lighter and an aerosol can as being more useful in a long-term zombie apocalypse situation means you're not really thinking ahead. But the opening paragraph about inventory management, I really thought, as someone who's worked in retail in my life, that it was going to be just a horror game about organizing shelves and putting shit back in place and like organizing a shelf and like getting all the products faced, and then some lady just comes and like grabs it off the shelf and you just put it there and you don't have another one and your manager's going to come by any minute now. And so I don't know. It doesn't sound. Yeah, I don't know.
You would have rather had it been Amazon Stock Manager?
Yeah, like you gotta time your pee breaks because Amazon doesn't let you fucking pee
or else
anymore.
Jeff Bezos comes with like a sledgehammer and right. I mean, so just being real with this one, if it's just inventory management, I think you're gonna have a little bit of trouble with your people, attracting a big audience. You might get 10 people, 20 people, but it's gonna be a tough sell from a marketing standpoint.
Unless it was like an endless clicker.
I mean, sure. Yeah. Even still, I think you're gonna have trouble with marketing this one.
Yeah, I actually at IndieCade a couple of years ago, I played a office worker LARP.
See that?
It was very stressful. Phones were going off. Like I had to write stuff down. I had to talk to my manager. I was like, I don't like this game. It's too real. It's too much.
Are you sure you didn't just like accidentally get a job for like half a day and then in Culver City?
Out.
Yeah.
Felix, it wouldn't be the first time.
Right.
Oh shit, I got a job.
I have to abstain from this one, having helped publish Wilmot's Warehouse, which is the non-horror version of this. So,
I wonder when that
needless
was
to
going to
say,
happen. I wonder when someone was finally going to pitch something that someone on the panel had worked on in some way.
Needless to say, I believe in it though. So
that probably means you got some good perspective to share, though. But okay.
I think the horror version of it actually is the only complaint we get about Wilmot's, which is when it gets scary and or stressful, people tend to back out. So they have successfully pitched the only mechanic of the game that I don't support, unfortunately. So that's my perspective. But you have a good core and you've ruined it. That's all.
All right, Rab, I think we should keep it moving with another pitch.
Awesome. Fantastic. All right. This is from David Mertz called The Last Flower, a spelunking game inspired by Spider-Man and Attack on Titan. You play as a mother/wife who is forced to take one of her husband's inventions, totally not a 3D motion system, into a dark network of caves to find a crystallized flower used to cure her husband and son of a deadly disease. While there, each night, a denizen of the cave visits her in her dreams to dishearten and discourage her from continuing deeper into the cave. The dark denizen impedes the woman's progress with cave-ins, monsters, mazes, and psychological warfare. Meanwhile, the woman proceeds with the motivator of saving her family by finding the cure for their disease. Gameplay involves using the motion system to move through the caves like Spider-Man moves through New York, tackling puzzles and using technology to defeat the obstacles in front of you, up until the meeting with the denizen. Or to defeat the obstacles in front of you up until the meeting with the denizen. The Dark Denizen is the final optional boss where you can either make a deal with him or fight him over the crystal flower. The decision affects whether you leave the cave peacefully and easily or have to go through another ordeal of navigating out during a collapse. Thank you, David Mertz.
So maybe I missed this. Is this like a roguelite, or did he say?
I think it's Spider-Man, like smart Spider-Man. What year was that? 2018. Like recent Sony on PS4
Oh, so we're
Spider-Man
talking like
mechanics.
3D. Okay.
Like moving through caves like Spider-Man.
Yeah,
That's what I
I
got
see.
from this. That
See, I
could be
was
wrong.
picturing this as like a 2D or 2.5D kind of puzzle platformer, side-scrolling type thing. But
Yeah, the opening says you play as the mother wife who's forced to take one of her husband's inventions, totally not a 3D motion system, into a dark network of caves. So I think the implication here is like, in the same way that in Breath of the Wild, the Sheikah slate was kind of like a Nintendo Switch. The character has a 3D motion system that is like giving her these abilities that you then use. I think that's what's going on here.
Sounds cool as fuck. I think that sounds great. Sorry. It sounds like there's some attention to like the notion of having it be largely psychological torment that the nemesis is inflicting on the main character. If it's done well, I think can be really exciting and thrilling. I think it's an ostentatious choice. There are, I mean, that you're looking for a flower to cure your family. The character is well motivated. I mean, it sounds like there's thought behind it and kind of a weird environment to be going through a psychological thing, but I think that can often be the most impactful way to deal with kind of deeper psychological issues, is to take kind of the physical metaphor and get a little more cartoony with it almost. I'm hot for it.
I agree. I like it too. I think it's interesting. I think it's well thought out. There's clear motivation, and I think that, like Jan was saying, there could be some really fun gameplay mechanics. You could play around with that whole kind of mental aspect, and I think it's interesting. I'm still trying to understand what exactly the gameplay loop is and what the game looks like, but I think from a conceit standpoint, it sounds interesting.
I really like the idea of it being. I have a tough time because I keep imagining exactly Spider-Man, but also caves, which immediately limits the space over and over and over again. So I keep, but the idea of it being like a third-person puzzle game where you're increasingly going deeper into caves is obviously, like Jam said, the sort of metaphor, and it's neat to see it play out. I want to know what the denizens, like, are there other inhabitants in these caves? That is definitely, I want weird cave creatures. I want weird cave fungus to come back to fungus. Bring me more fungus, thank you. Not on my feet, no. But in general, I like the idea. I think it's like too well thought out for this panel. I think it's very good.
It's too well thought out.
I tried to discourage on Twitter. Someone asked me how they could protect their game ideas if they pitched them to this panel. I told them that if they were worried about their game idea being protected, they should not be pitching it to this panel.
Yeah, no.
Don't pitch it where people read it out loud.
No.
Yeah. I feel like there is a timeline where this game is an allegory of being a bored housewife, and that's really just sort of what the exploration is. And I actually think there's something really interesting there, where it's like you're kind of dealing with your inner turmoil and your inner demons just sort of being manifested in a cave.
Babadook Cave.
Yeah, Babadook Cave.
Sorry.
I like
spoilers, I guess, for Babadook, but yeah.
If you haven't seen it by now, come on.
Thematic spoilers.
That's sort of like, do you know what happened in Wrath of Khan? Like, okay.
Right, yeah.
Khan got real mad.
Same
thing.
Same timeline, yeah. So the same amount of time has passed. Yeah, agreed. Really good, solid.
David Mertz, consider making this game if you have the ability and time to do that, I guess.
Does this one have a title?
The Last Flower.
Yeah. The Last Flower. Yeah.
That's a great title. I like that.
Good video game name.
Eric?
Shall we take it away with another one? Yeah, this one comes from Anonymous. This has no name. They would not put a name on their submission.
I've heard of this one.
Or they're the Riddler, because it's just a bunch of question marks. So from the Riddler, A horror roguelite where you attend a party with a friend only to lose them in a crowded house full of strangers, and you have to avoid inebriated people, awkward small talk, and confusing situations. Parentheses, when is hurdling over or near a coffee table a good idea? The horror party house is completely procedural, leading to hours of awkwardly scooting past strangers, repeating, excuse me, I just wanna, could you just make some space for me to, do you know if so-and-so is around here, to incoherent people. Thankfully, on new runs, you'll have items such as that one guy's lost shoe, one person's lost phone, the name of a solid pizza place for the group arguing what the best local pizza spot is. Will you successfully find your friend or get tired and head home alone because what kind of jerk, sorry, that's my timer for the last one we did. What kind of jerk ditches you in the moment in a completely new place with a bunch of people you don't know? Find out in Party of Despair. So it sounds like a roguelike where you are in a house party and have lost your friend and need to kind of assemble some adventure game type stuff to put it all together and find where your friend is.
I mean, JM, this seems right up your alley.
Being stuck at a party that I don't want to be at? Yeah. You've been reading my diary. Yeah, no, man, making small talk with strangers. I'm really curious. I want to play the game just so I can find the fucking dog or cat.
Can you pet the dog? Yeah.
Can you pet the pet the pup at the party? That game?
Like that.
Exactly.
Like if there's if there's no dog at the party, I don't want to play this fucking game because I don't want to be at this party. But if there's at least a dog I can go to once in a while and be like, all right, I'm at the dog. I might be able to do this.
It's the social anxiety break.
Yeah.
Yeah. This game sounds terrifying.
I have a tactic that I use at parties, especially industry ones where we go and there's like a lot of people you kind of know, right? Like, and this is not like that. This game sort of implies that you don't know anybody, which is almost like less stressful for me. It's almost more stressful when you kind of know people, like you've seen them, and my tactic at those, which I would say could be a power up here, is to enter, and the first person I see, I say goodbye to. And then as I'm saying goodbye to everybody, it takes you about 45 minutes. It takes you about 45 minutes to do that. You're like, oh, hi, I was just leaving. So glad I ran into you right before. So the tactic means that like anybody who meets you immediately says the thing they need to say because they know they're not going to see you again because you're just saying goodbye to people, right? And then you leave, but you haven't ghosted. You haven't made small talk because everybody's like saying to you the thing they wanted to say to you, and then you can leave, which is like, sorry, I just undid this game, but it works. So if you actually do have this anxiety, it is a respectful and effective way to
you just
navigate.
can't do it. You can't do it right after you walk through the front door and like see the first person and say goodbye.
No, you sort of like you kind of avoid eye contact and make it to the middle. And then you're golden. All you have to do is like, right?
Good tactic, yeah.
Felix, you're the smartest person I've ever met. Holy shit.
No, yeah, it's the introvert's guide to shows. But like people who know you and know that you're doing the tactic aren't insulted. They're not insulted. Nobody's like, how dare you? Everybody's like, oh yeah, I get it. Yeah, you're just leaving.
I like it. Totally. I like it.
This game, I was doing fine until the moment you read out that sometimes you'll restart. First of all, you have to restart it, which is like the most horrifying part. Is this game is a roguelite, so you're just continually playing it. But the point where you were like, oh yeah, you might have an opinion, you get an item that is an opinion, so that when you end up in an argument, you end up in the kitchen because you're just trying to get through, and there's an argument happening over the best pizza place, and they put you on the spot, and they're like, hey, we know you live here, what's the best pizza place? And you're just like deer in headlights, ready to jump out a window, but there's no window, obviously. That made it very real and scary for me. That made it.
Felix, can I also highlight the fact that you just said the worst part about this game is that you have to keep playing it?
Yeah, I mean, there's that. But that's how I feel about every horror game, right? Where I'm like, oh no, the worst part is that I'm compelled. So the selling point is you're compelled to play. Yeah. It's okay if it's the worst part. As long as it's the compelling part, that's okay. For a game pitch, at least.
I feel like this game actually has a lot of opportunity to not necessarily be like purely horror. And I'm not necessarily talking about from like a Five Nights at Freddy's sort of standpoint, but I feel like sort of like those the horror timeline in American Horror Story, where there was like a lot of camp, there was a lot of silliness. And so I feel like there's a lot of tropes that could be played with. So it's like the final boss is like the drunkest girl at the party, right? Like something kind of silly and ridiculous like that. And I feel like there's a lot of opportunity for more playfulness versus just sort of like exploiting social anxieties, right?
Yeah.
Like that I feel like is a little bit more compelling to me versus just like, oh, it's you're uncomfortable, LOL. Like, okay, great, we all are. Like, you know, my trick to not having a panic attack at parties, I don't go to parties. That's the easiest way to not do it, right? Like, great. So, sorry, go
That's
ahead.
a good point. Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think if it's done well, it has the potential to be super funny. And like you said, you could play with a lot of tropes. It could be ridiculous and fun. It also has to be procedurally generated because you're not going to want to hear the same, strings come up every single time that you have to go through it. But yeah, I mean, I think it does have the potential to be super fun. And you could play on some of those social anxiety tropes. You can build in a lot of really fun, interesting mechanics. But it does sound like a nightmare for people with social anxiety, and so you might turn a lot of people off in that sense.
I've been thinking about like you're trying to get out, you're trying to get from one place to another, get to your friend, and like shit happens, like you're walking past someone who says very loudly an opinion that is too stupid not to refute. Like too just fucking awful to like let stand, and then it's no.
JM, what's one
you have to go deal with that.
An opinion? Just one opinion. I just want to know.
That's like a stupid opinion?
Yeah, I'm so curious.
Mad Max 4 is a good movie.
Okay. All right. Wow. Shot it right back at me.
On that note, hi Nigel.
Get out your skull, Anna. Get out your skull.
Oh
Protect yourself.
Dragon skull.
Oh, Reb, why don't you take it away with another pitch?
All right, I will. This is actually from James Batchelor, one of my colleagues, and I totally knew he was going to pitch a James Bond thing. A real spy action RPG, proper James Bond stuff, but not focused on murdering hundreds of henchmen like all the 007 games so far. This would be focused on infiltration and investigation. Haven't got a title, so let's just go with spy. Spy would be set entirely in one city in the surrounding area, a la GTA. No scripted missions as such. Instead, players start with a handful of leads to investigate. By visiting these locations or questioning informants, you pick up clues, Outer Wilds style, hinting at other locations where you'll find more information. The more you learn, the more scenarios you would be able to create for yourself. For example, if you learn that an enemy agent is meeting someone for a handover at an allotted time, you could choose to intercept the person they're meeting and take their place, Hitman style, allowing you to either go through the handover in hopes of learning more or take down the enemy agent, perhaps dragging them back to your base, an apartment or hotel room, to interrogate them further. The game would have day and night cycles and an in-game calendar. Miss the appointment and you miss the opportunity. Your actions would have consequences. Get too close to the enemy's operations too often and they'll begin looking for you, even sending out spies to find you and report your location. Get compromised in or near your base and you'll have to find another. Get caught while infiltrating an enemy stronghold and you'll need to escape, but do so and you'll need to bring in backup to take the place down before they can clear it out. Once you've solved the overarching mystery and the credits have rolled, it's up to you to stop or clear out the last remaining hideouts and agents. Thank you, James.
That is a very well thought out game pitch.
Yet none of us can say anything.
Any other thoughts?
It sounds impossible to make.
Yeah.
Why does it sound impossible?
It sounds impossible.
Does he know
Scope-wise.
this is a game pitch and not a movie pitch?
Scope-wise, it sounds pretty impossible, right?
Yeah.
I'd need to see a hell of a vertical slice.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's, I mean, it's, yeah.
Is it also up against Hitman? Is it like directly up against the successful, like, not necessarily in goal, but in like infiltration and then coming up with interesting ways of solving things, and then it being relatively procedural and like, that kind of thing. It's like, it's not procedural, but you know what I mean? Not, yeah. I mean, that's a big competitor. Like, if you're like, oh man, I'm gonna make a game that the only competitor is Hitman.
And Grand Theft Auto. They mentioned a Grand
Oh
Theft
yeah,
Auto
sorry,
style city.
One level of Grand Theft Auto, right?
Yeah. So
Right.
you're looking at
Yeah.
something pretty huge.
I don't have that kind of money, so I'm gonna bow out. So
I don't either. I wonder if it is like a scope thing. I wonder if it's just sort of scaling it down to like, it's really just a whole bunch of like tiny mini games that takes place in one world. I wonder if that would make it a little more plausible just from a scope perspective.
It almost seems like you'd want it to be like you've got this city and then you'd maybe want other players, part of other spy organizations that are trying to do their own thing. Like we've got to get like blue team needs to get like to sell a disc to red team or something like that and make the drop in the park. And Sub Rosa is available now on Steam.
Oh, snap. So Rebecca, is there any chance that your coworker or colleague is actually going to make this game?
No.
Okay.
James, I love you when you listen to this, but I don't think he's going to write a book. He's probably not going to make a game.
Oh, he's going to write a book.
Yeah.
He's going to write a book about this?
He might. I don't know. He really, really likes James Bond.
No.
Yeah, well,
he really, really wants a good James Bond game.
Yeah. I don't blame him.
It's GoldenEye.
Well, a new one. He loves a new one.
I think the idea of having a really solid espionage game is doable. I think you can do that, but having an open world espionage game where you're just kind of wandering around looking for clues for stuff to happen just doesn't seem like you really need to like have focus to be able to know where to go.
Yeah.
Well, and the power fantasy of James Bond is a lot of like being suave and navigating space in a really interesting way and being like desirable and all this other stuff. And so it would need a lot of it without to not be boring or to not be like, oh, I have all this potential, but I don't know where to go next. It would need a lot of like very linear scripted. Which is antithetical to the whole open world part. So it's like a little bit in conflict with itself when it comes to that. Not to get
you
too
want some sort of
it.
character development happening, yeah.
Which you can have. I mean, like The Witcher or Skyrim or any big game, shows that you can have that.
All have narrative and a plot and cutscenes and
It's big. Yeah. This game's very big.
Huge.
I would say that like I'm going to look to our publishers here to give me confirmation on this, but I do feel like sometimes it's better to have a larger scope when you're pitching versus a smaller scope because it's easier to kind of scale back than ramp up. Am I correct in that or no?
Well, for us, when we're looking at games, we're most often looking, like Jam said, we're looking at a prototype or a vertical slice. And, we want proof that there is a working gameplay loop and that it's a good and fun experience. And, so sometimes you do need to have a much narrower scope and able to prove out that gameplay loop. Otherwise, that would be a massive endeavor to try to include a game like this into a vertical slice.
Fair.
So, but all publishers work differently. I'd say it depends, but for us, that's how we operate when we're looking at games.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, same. It's. I think it's easier to come up with an idea than to make a game.
Yeah.
And it's. I mean, and this is a lot of fun. It's like come up with an idea, pitch a game. I mean, this sounds like an amazing fucking game. If we had like millions and millions of dollars lying around and it was a large team and they had like the chops to pull it off, if they could make it, that'd be fucking cool as shit. I think like a really low-key spy game, like really like get into the espionage, get into like keeping it on the down low and like things like if you're found out, maybe you don't even know that you've been found out, like the other organization starts fucking with you and you don't even know that you're on the bad list because like it's a spy game. They're not going to let you know that you fucked up. They're like, oh shit, now we've got tabs on you. Now you're giving us information. So, I mean, for something like this where we can just say, that's fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome. But like, if you're looking for like a real thing, you've got to be able to actually make the game.
I think this game does work as a clicker. As like an online, I think it works as an online browser-based multiplayer experience. I do think it does. I think the idea of like searching through a fake wiki or like searching through a fake like archive while other people are also doing it is a very, very cool idea. And I know I just scoped this down to literally text-based, but I think it really stands up.
Hypnospace
cool.
Outlaw just happened, and Hypnospace Outlaw is fucking amazing.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't Hypnospace Outlaw is exactly what Felix just said. It is this game, but browser-based clicker.
Right. And then like
weird internet.
Right, weird internet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. Well, congratulations on pitching Hidden Space Outlaw.
Somehow.
I'm gonna try and make every single pitch into a browser-based clicker at this point. So I apologize. I'm on that track now. So
Love it.
Eric, what's the next one?
Oh, this next one I picked out because I wanted to make sure we got to it because it's the one I saw in the Google Doc and was like, yes, we need to talk about this one. This comes from Steve. He says, whose shoes are these? You play a confused father who has a wife and 2 kids. He can't figure out who all these shoes he keeps finding belong to. Is it friends and family, or perhaps anything more sinister?
ship it. I don't know.
I mean, seriously.
That's the pitch. That's it.
Done.
We're gonna get into a bidding war.
I love this.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Oh man, yeah. It could
What
be
is there
anything.
to talk about?
That might still be a spy game.
Just start merging all the game ideas.
Yeah. Okay. So now take it into a city, basically one little GTA. It's a whole city. It's got.
You got to find the shoes.
Shoes averages. Whose shoes are they?
Oh God, shoes.
Nobody knows. Shoes.
Great.
All dating ourselves there. Ooh. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great game.
That's-
over.
Does anybody want to get more feedback on that?
Steve, you're killing it. Beating you, Steve.
Yeah, I mean that
It's
was
a perfect game.
Looks like Steve.
perfectly wrapped with the bow on top. There's nothing, no feedback.
Also, this is definitely in the city episode. So
I'm sure that was what he was looking for.
I mean, I call it
Doesn't
like
matter. He went there.
You
Yeah.
call it like it is. Yeah.
This is as a mobile phone AR game. And suddenly
You
shoes
just
in your
like-
house.
Oh my
You're like,
God.
oh shit, whose shoes
What
are
Oh,
these? Like dings, like, oh, you found a pair of pumps.
Every time I walk out, all every point one click, you got a new pair of shoes. You gotta find everything.
All right.
Where to go?
This is from. We're probably going to start moving into taking Discord as Jess is here in a moment. This one I think is from someone who's watching right now because it was submitted to the Google form while the panel was going on. This is from Bradley. You live in a world where, through years of subtle coercion, cats have been given legal status equal or even greater to those of humans. The cats have become mad with power and are making demands. You, as a human, must now please wave after wave of cats with food and gifts, represented by mini games and special items, or else suffer the consequences. These consequences come in the form of lawyer cats, who descend to issue legal action in adorable but oppressive business suits and legal folios. The game then enters a courtroom phase where you must defend yourself, or else suffer fees or punishment at the hands of their tiny paws via branching dialogue trees. The name, Neko Don't Sue Me. Neko Atsumi.
Yeah. Rebecca's cracking up right now.
It's about 6 games.
Yeah,
But-
Felix, I need you to talk me through how this is a clicker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got to click to keep the cat entertained. Like click over here and then click over
It's
there.
more like Frog Fractions, right? Where the clicker game is the initial conceit for the cats rising to power and gaining status. Where you think you're just playing Neko Atsume type game, and you think that's what you're doing, but really you're actually planning the next phase of the game, which is that the cats then take over. And at that point, it's more like a Cooking Mama or like a management game where you're trying to like create the gifts and hand them over, and then you fail that game. That game's meant to be failed. That's like that stage 2 does not work out for anybody. You're meant to fail it, which ignites stage 3, which is Phoenix Wright, except it's cats. I can't come up with a pun right now, but I know there's one there. And it's cat attorney, ace cat attorney. We'll get there. It's fine. I'll come back to it. Feline Right. Oh, we're close. Anyway, then I guess that one's also you're meant to fail. What was the win case? I know what was the end of the game, Reb? Was there an end? No.
Oh, wait. Oh, the end of the. I thought you were asking me about Ace Attorney's ending, which I do.
Oh, I remember Ace Attorney's ending. Don't worry.
I don't remember well enough. Let me scroll up. The game then enters a courtroom phase where you must defend yourself or else suffer fees or punishment at the hands of their tiny paws via branching dialogue trees.
It seems like it only gets worse.
Yeah, it's cat fractions. It just keeps getting worse. You're right. Yeah. Yeah.
Are the cats good or bad?
Yeah. Great question.
I actually can't tell.
Well, to whom?
The cats.
Yeah, like I understand that they're essentially
To the cats, obviously.
Right, to the cats. Great.
To the cats. Oh my god.
77 says the cat civilization is taking over. You need to undermine their civilization, prevent them from reaching the stars. Sorry, that was someone in
Okay,
Twitch chat.
so we've combined pitch one,
Bashing 'em up.
wherever
I don't
we're
think
at.
I don't think the person in Twitch chat is the person who submitted the pitch. To be fair.
No, that's just a random person. I just saw
okay.
that and I was like, all right.
They're
I also
now
got
on this
fired
panel,
in the Twitch
so-
chat, so
Oh.
Are the cats good or bad is a question I ask myself all the time with my cats here at home.
Yeah, same.
I'm super allergic to cats, so to me, all cats are bad.
I mean, they
I'm
torture
warming
the
up to
things
them.
they catch.
I'm warming up to them, but they don't really like it, and I don't blame them.
They're
You
not
know-
wrong.
You haven't met a lawyer cat yet.
Yeah.
Their
you know?
ostentatious little cat suit.
There's a Ghibli movie.
Little
about this,
cat
by the way.
briefcase.
Yeah.
Okay,
They like knock their little briefcase around.
When they try to get the papers
Knock-
out, they just start
yeah.
like.
The judge cat's just knocking the gavel off. And, yeah.
I'm curious to know when does a laser get introduced? Is
That's
that,
how you beat them. You're
Yeah,
a genius.
like-
You're a
That's
genius.
the clicker.
That's the clicker.
I love it.
Ah.
Eric, do we have some Discord pitches that we can get into?
We do. We have one here from I'm going to pronounce this terribly. Ovoke Jam. The battle royale genre will never die. In fact, even in death, it will still shuffle along like a zombie. ... Like the corpses of all those who have fallen in relentless pursuit of being number one. But in undeath, how do you freshen up this stale genre? That's right, mix it up with a visual novel. Presenting Zom Rom Com 99. The 99 corpses that didn't get their victory royale now engage in a new fight, finding love. Set your zombies' hobbies, search the map for gifts, ask out other zombies on dates. If your date goes well, you survive another round. If the spark of romance fizzles out, so do you. At the end, only 3 will still be sort of standing. Whoever matches the best gets that romantic chicken dinner if they still have teeth.
I'm sold. I love it.
So wait, what is this game exactly?
The 99 people in like a battle royale game who all died get brought back as zombies and now have to date each other to see who is the Casanova among the crew.
But okay.
Are there
just,
99 players?
Yeah, I'm like, what is the Yeah, I'm just still trying to figure this one
if
out.
this is multiplayer or not. It said visual novel.
And it said visual novel, right?
Yeah,
So what's
multiplayer
going on
visual
here?
novel.
What's going on here?
I think that's just the lore. I think the lore
Yeah.
is that every one of those characters died in a battle royale before you met them. And I don't know who you are yet, so I don't know if you're the person that won and now there's nothing to do. Like you got your chicken dinner and at the end you were like, now what? And all of the players that you killed to get here, not you directly, but died to get here, are now trying to smooch you.
Got it. Okay.
Is it from a bunch of... I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Joe.
I was going to ask if it was from a bunch of different... from like all the different battle royale games.
Yeah,
Are there old battle royales or
Yeah, well, you've got like Fortniters and you've got PUBGers, like maybe they're on a date, and then you've got Fall Guys available now in there as well. So like, do they have like the different interactions? Like, do you get different stats based on like what's like? I'm intrigued. I'm into it.
I'm not kissing a Fall Guy.
zombie Fall Guy?
No.
Come on.
JM, where are you going? JM.
Yeah, no, he's left the building. He's gone.
Yeah. No, thank you. I
One
brought this
way
upon
to offend
me.
JM,
What is
and
he
you found
bringing
it.
back?
Just himself.
I was worried he was going to bring back a fall guy.
Actual fall
wish.
guy. I wish I had one. That'd be great.
No.
Jam, your background's giving me post-PAX stress
It's not-
disorder.
Can you smell?
I can.
I
can.
hate
I
it.
can.
I hate that I can. I hate
Yeah,
that I can.
I can taste it. The moistness of the air, truly.
I can hear the sound of like distant air horns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just
shapes and
Brooklyn.
beats. Yeah. Just shapes and beats.
Don't even talk to me about just. I love those guys, but my booth has been across from them every year for 3 years,
Oof.
and I can only dance to the Mortal Kombat theme song so many times, and I have reached my quota.
But
Good
Mike
game,
still
though.
gives you donuts,
Good
right?
game,
You
though.
still get the free donuts from Mike.
Yes, thank God. I didn't know about them for the first 2 years. Someone had to tell me about them, and then I had to sneak back there and be like, I get one of these donuts for listening to the Mortal Kombat theme song this many times. Anyway, they're lovely. I shouldn't complain. But
I mean, it's intentional. They know what they're doing.
yeah, they're good at it. They're really good at it. Yeah, it attracts people from all over. And
So the Zom Rom-Com 99.
Sorry, yes.
I actually think
Right.
there's something interesting there where it's like you kind of do have different battle royale like zombies because there's like a little bit of a Romeo and Juliet sort of aspect there, right? Like there's a little bit of additional danger. I think that's kind of cool. I think that's a fun thing to play with because it adds like the dating thing. I think can get a little bit old because you're like, okay, well, I have 99 different people to pick from, and maybe I need to like swipe, or I don't know how dating apps work, but like, you know, whatever you need to do. So kind of like the idea of adding a little bit of flavor in there with like, this is the Fortnite group, this is the PUBG group, this is the Fall Guys group, like whoever those like sort of battle royale kind of characters are, and adding a little bit of like drama there. Like there's a lot of storytelling that you could really kind of like dive into.
Yeah, I like it.
Good luck with licensing.
Yeah.
Hope you got a big licensing budget.
Make sure
Brad,
it's
shall
still
we-
on Apple too. Oh wait.
Okay, anyway.
Grab onto the next.
Yeah, another one from the Discord chat. This is from Kaiser parentheses Zach. You are a bagger at a grocery store for adventurers. They have purchased all their goods to go out into the world and fight monsters and explore dungeons. But it's your job to organize those items in their inventory. Think Diablo 2 or the Resident Evil franchise. You can rotate and move things in and out to get them the best gear possible, and then they go out and succeed or fail depending on what challenges they face and what you've been able to package for them. The levels are effectively days at your shift, and you can reinvest your earnings to make your job easier, investing in bigger bags, the ability to rotate goods, etc. Still workshopping a name. Thank
Felix?
you, Kaiser.
I'm so on board. I'm on board. I'm okay. Level. I'm sorry to talk a lot here, but I have a passion for inventory games. I love them. I think they're good. I think they're fun. I worry. You had me up until the moment that I realized they would pass or fail. The characters would live or die according to how well I packed their bag. That's very stressful. That's very sad and stressful. It's okay if you just don't tell me anything about yourself. That's fine. Then I'm not attached to you. But if I get to know you before I pack your bag, and then I send you out there and you die because I did not equip you with a banana, who knows, a needle and thread, you know, then I'm gonna, is it procedural? Do I get to try again? Do I know what to, maybe it's a, oh boy.
Didn't we learn earlier that we throw out the needle and thread and keep the paperweight?
No, you keep the
lighter.
Lighter.
Or keep the
lighter in the
keep the
aerosol
needle
can.
and thread. You keep the needle and thread.
Keep the needle and thread.
Yeah.
You throw out the lighter.
That's very small. I mean, I think
small.
yeah, they're unuseful. I'm with Felix on that. If it's a pass or fail thing and they immediately die, based on my packing, that's kind of harsh. But like if the warrior comes back and he's beat to shit because I put all of his health potions at the bottom of the pack and he couldn't get to them in time.
Great.
Or you know, something like that. Like if I didn't let them know about the discount on torches, then you know they only got like a little way into their dungeon and they didn't get enough loot, so they're a little frustrated. I could see like a story building from that as being really fun and compelling.
I feel like this is basically just supermarket sweep Hunger Games. And I'm like really into that. And I also just feel like, I'm sorry to always try to put like humor into this, but I just feel like there's a lot of like catch lines or like catchphrases that could be said here. Like, what do I do with this guacamole? I don't know, something stupid like that.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of,
That's a classic. That's a classic catchphrase.
I don't know.
What happened?
What do I do with this guacamole? Like, I don't know, something silly or ridiculous. But there's something really compelling about this. It's interesting. Supermarket sweep Hunger Games. Like
I think especially if you can build a relationship over time and like make it funny and then watch them grow and get better and watch them succeed and take on bigger things overall. And there's something to be said for like NPCs in video games that do nothing but support the main character and not playing the pro tag in that way. It's always interesting to me as a concept. It's not normally like sustainable for an entire game because of course it is menial and kind of like repetitive over time, but you know, the idea of being the support person who's just there to hopefully help you in some way and maybe or even better, like not hinder you. It's not even that you're trying to be helpful, you're just trying to actively not hinder the hero at the end of the day and just provide them with what they need. That's got some cool, that's like really cool concept, and you know, it makes for like a different story that has a point of difference by far, you know. So
that's what I was going to say. Yeah, it's pretty unique. And I like the idea. Also, there could be a bunch of different threads, different characters, different personalities that you kind of get to experience, you know, and you kind of witness their journey through the inventory that you're providing them. So that's cool.
It's a little like Don't Starve.
Yeah.
It's
like OKKO. I don't know if you've seen OKKO, but it's like OKKO and then like Don't Starve combined with that, where you're kind of just playing the people in the grocery store. There's like big heroes around you all the time. You're not really one of them. You probably aspire to be one, right? You're probably dreaming about it. I would love it too if there were like sequences while you're packing. Sometimes you're just daydreaming about being a hero and then you're not at all. You just like, you get slapped upside the head or whatever by your manager and you're back to reality. Love that. Love it.
That would be really, I like the scene in What Remains of Edith Finch where the guy is chopping the heads off fish and on the other half of the screen he's going through his adventure game, and so you can kind of like go on your little adventure but then also you're trying to pack the bags at the same time, and if you pay too much attention to one you might.
That's cool.
I just like that a lot. That's really
that's
cool.
Fun. Yeah.
Plus.
I think that's gonna do it. I think we're right about at time here. So Red, do we want to wrap it up here?
Yeah, I think so. So this was Video Game Shark Tank. Sorry if we didn't get to your pitches. There ended up being quite a few of them, especially once Discord got in there. They were all wonderful. They were all 10 out of 10 games, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Thank you all so much. Thank you so much to Shane, Anya, JM, and Felix for joining us and doing this. You all were absolutely fantastic. This was great. Enjoy your PAX Online, everybody.
Thanks
so much for having us.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Brianna Taylor, say her name.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you. Manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Mark Adams with the Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, and our labs are based at the Translational Research Institute on the Princess Alexandra Hospital campus. And my primary research focus is on lung cancer. We're also looking to extend some of the findings that we've made in lung cancer to other solid malignancies, such as colorectal cancer and certain types of breast cancer. So I've been extremely privileged and fortunate to receive funding from Cure Cancer. And this funding was focused on my work to improve the sensitivity of lung cancers to chemotherapy. And that's a lot of what our work is in doing, is finding ways to exploit some of the molecules that might be upregulated in disease or dysfunctional. And if we can target these molecules and combine these targeted agents with chemotherapy, this might be a strategy to improve the effectiveness of chemotherapy and to save a lot of the toxicities that are associated with chemotherapy and improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients. Of course, as an early career researcher, it's extremely challenging to attract funding to drive our research. We don't have immense track records. So this is where funding agencies such as Cure Cancer step in. They really do focus on supporting the early to mid-career researchers to enable us to answer, to try and answer some of the research questions that we have, ultimately with the ultimate view of trying to improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients.
Jim Darkmagic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. I think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Darkmagic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous. You know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
Hello and good evening. Welcome to round 2 / kind of round 3 of the Omegathon. I am definitely getting an echo. I hope you guys on the stream are not getting it, because enough of me. That's more than me than I want to hear. But I'm going to assume that I'm going to keep pushing forward. And if you hear the rules twice, then there'll be absolutely no confusion about what the rules are. But just in case, because I don't know if they can hear me there, I'm going to send a text. I got an echo. But while we get going here, we're playing a game tonight called Jones on Fire.
Fire.
That's right, it is. Oh, we all echo to me. We played last night QWOP. We finished with our Grand Prix ranking. GTA came in first place, 8 points. Wolfhawk came in second place with 6 points. Targaryen came in with 4. Boba Fett 3, Mr. Bubbles with 2, and Mr. Thomas. And the echo stopped. Maybe the audio works too. Can you all still hear me? So what do you have to say?
Yes.
Oh, good. Hear you guys.
Yeah.
All right.
No more echo now.
Mr. Thomas came in last place, 1 point. But here's the silver lining. Mr. Thomas now goes last this round, which means he gets a chance to see how everybody did, know the hurdles he's got to get over, and what to shoot for. Tonight, Joe on Fire is a fun little runner game about a fire woman named Jones who is saving cats. And the score is pretty straightforward. They have about 8 minutes of playtime. This will probably take them their 3 lives they have, so they really get 1 shot at this. If they die and have to make over and restart, this gets hairy with the rules, so don't mess this up, y'all. But we are going for total number of cats saved, and then there are some. There'll be a little multiplier based on whatever level they can get in, and the number of golden cats they can save will get multiplied just to round out that bonus. Because the game, although random and giving us nice random cats and obstacles, each level will be roughly close in score, at least if you play it a lot. I often came up within 20 points or 20 cats or so in multiple runs. So the multiplier will help with that. So to get us going, real quick, while you all have your lovely faces still on the streams, how are you guys feeling about this tonight?
Feeling good. Acceptable.
I guess.
On Fire is the thing you don't want tonight?
It's a very,
I want to save some kids.
good balance. Yeah.
So, GTA, you are our first one up. For anybody who's played the game before, we've made them dump all their bonuses. The only thing they get to keep is hats on cats. GTA, I see choosing the top hats as to go. Please, a simple reminder, Omeganauts, do not speed past your score screen, even though we are a bit on a time crunch, because it will be important that I do record how many cats you save if you want those scores counted. So, GTA, I believe we're ready to go. I've got my pen and paper ready to record you. We can ignore all those store bits and get running.
Now?
Yeah. Here we go. This game, super simple. Just up and down arrow. That's all you got. Up makes you jump, down makes you slide. Ducks underneath logs as such. Hats on cats, always a bonus. You'll notice in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, there's 2 little red squares. Those little red squares are just noting how many times you may bump into something. The first time
I missed a gold.
Oh no, missed golden cat. That's minus a multiplier right there. The first time you bump into something, a wall of flames comes right up behind you, and the second time you bump into it, it starts burning you completely, and you got to start that level over. They've got 3 lives total, and we're playing through these 3 lives. There's one of those multipliers that you want. All right, so let's see. 81 cats, 1 golden kitten for GTA. That's level 1. That recorded, you can speed through the rest of these menus as fast as you want to, or as fast as the game will let you.
The menus are so slow.
And we're off. Still more cats.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there's that wall of flame that I
should have slid under that.
Now it's okay, you can still stay just ahead of that wall of flame the whole time you're running. You just can't bump again, which is fine. One of the fun bonuses, the upgrades that you could get, but I didn't let any of them get, is the outrun the fire, which makes you a little
That's an easy golden cat.
Golden cat, there you go.
I didn't even have to jump.
Ground level golden cats are always a nice randomizer up here. Ooh. It feels so much more pressing with the firewall right behind you.
It's pretty nervous. Nerve-wracking.
Another ground cat.
RNG is with me today.
And back to the station. Hazard level 2 complete. Total of 52 cats and 2 golden kitties. All right, we are off again. Hazard level 3. Level 3, the last sort of nice, comfortable level where nothing gets tricky. Hazards start getting real fun in hazards 4 and 5 and beyond. For you watching at home, keep your eyes out for golden cats. Sometimes they like to hang out in fires because, you know, why not? And it's a dangerous choice whether you want to get in that fire and get the cat and add to your multiplier, or play it safe and not bring the wall of flame behind you.
Nice.
Here's some nice clean runs from GTA to start us off. Alright, hazard level 3, 85 cats, 1 golden kitten. Go ahead and keep on running. Oh yeah,
Music
level 4,
changed.
that music. The music changed at level 4.
I hope the stream can hear my music.
And now you gotta make sure you duck under some of these logs.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
those are the fun hazards.
Holy.
There are lots of RNG golden kits. Ooh! The no progress bar on these levels makes it sometimes really frustrating to watch, not knowing how close they are. But if you were playing and they had the progress bar, it can get pretty distracting. And you got cats to save, so it's an important piece not in the game. Alright, hazard level 4 complete. We see 103 cats, 1 golden kitten, doing pretty darn well. Well, much like his co-op run yesterday, oh, there's the stack logs. Much like his co-op run yesterday, I think GTA is going to set a nice high bar here for everybody to follow.
Oops, should have gone under that. Hold.
Nice.
It's only 2 buttons, and when you push the wrong one,
It can have a drastic
it
effect.
hurts.
See,
Oh, first life lost.
1 life down.
Ooh.
One interesting thing you'll notice is his count is like 80 kitties. That's because even though he died, it held on to those cats previously saved.
Oh no. Death strat.
There is a potential for that strategy with let's see if my timer wakes up. You're at about 2 minutes left. You maybe are established. I don't know that we have time for a second run.
Definitely not.
But I believe in you through this level. But GTA, you played with some of the upgrades, correct?
I did.
Yeah.
But
That may have been a
nothing now.
hazard. Some of the other Omeganauts chose not to play with the upgrades, knowing that I'm a horrible, mean person, and why let you play a game the way it's supposed to be played?
I really like the catnip. It makes all the cats just fly to you. Whoops, is that it? It's game over.
That was that. All right, so hitting no for us here. We get that total score. All right, so this made it to hazard level 5. We got 159 kitties with 2 golden kittens. We are at, of your official allotted time, 13 seconds left. So here's what I'm going to say. Casting the broad rule now, we don't have time for another run. It means everybody gets 1 run.
What if you die in 2 minutes?
If you die in 2 minutes, then you die in 2 minutes.
No!
No.
Or here, wait, if you die in 2 minutes and you restart, you have to stop at the end of your timer, however many cats that was, for your next game, but you don't get to keep the first course. That feels fair-ish. We'll see. No one's going to die in 2 minutes. Everybody's going to do great. GTA, that was lovely. You've set the bar relatively well. I'm going to do some quick math while you guys chat.
I think it's pretty beatable. You can definitely get to a higher hazard level than I did, since I died 3 times in the same.
I'm glad that you still keep the kitties despite your death.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good bonus that I didn't think of.
Yeah, I'm sure on that.
And then 5. So that's an extra 35. So you got 480 kittens total, plus an extra 35 with your golden kittens. Because you got 7 golden kittens and made it to hazard level 5. So not too shabby. That's a pretty well high bar set. Wolf, you are up. I need to quit watching that stream and then find Wolf's stream.
I think he needs to share it.
Oh yeah, you got to share your stream again there.
I thought it was.
Let's see, Mr. Thomas, you went dead 2 on your stream.
Did? Oh, I did.
You could get up and running. Please don't get weird with Wolf's stream not showing up on my thing. Oh, I've disconnected. Sit tight. We'll patch you in. That sounds reassuring. While I'm getting patched in, GTA, how do you feel about this?
I feel pretty good.
Overall opening run.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned about my hazard level. I could have got to level 5 easily.
Total 515. It's a good opener. I'm going to take this time to actually record this score so that I don't lose it anywhere. Nope.
515. So that's the score beat right now?
That is the first score beat.
And there is a time limit of sorts now?
There is the 7-minute time limit, although I still can't see your game. I'm going to stop watching, and I'm going to try and watch Wolf's game again. I don't get a preview from you. Stream just started. Get in here. Watch.
Put it down and back up.
Stream has ended. Cricket noises.
All right, just restart it.
There it is.
Oh, there we go. All right. I am ready to go here. We can get the 7-minute timer running.
Yeah, I actually started.
That's okay. I got the timer going. Slid right through the fire.
Yep, you can do that.
One tactic given away now to everybody else. Mr. Thomas, taking copious notes, I imagine here.
How did you know?
Plans on how to get past this. Catching the occasional golden cat in the fire.
That one was new to me. I'm now I have to go through all the fire.
Yeah, I think it's easier.
All right. Hazard level 1 sorted out. 77 cats. 1 golden kitten.
Go ahead.
Yep, whenever you are ready, keep zipping through these. Let's see, so we got top hats and fedoras, I believe, yes?
No, it's
Or these
top hat
Robin
and feathered
Hood-
hat. Yeah.
Feather hat, the Robin Hood cats.
So I got the feathered one, and then I got the top hats, and then I figured I'd save it for the crown because that's an achievement.
Nice.
Golden kitty. Wolf, as an owner of prevalent cats, did you play this game without headphones on, just so they could
Yeah.
hear all the cats you were saving?
Sure did. They loved it.
Hazard level 2 complete, 85 cats, 2 golden kittens. Beginning hazard level 3, the last of the friendly levels. Wolfox's firefighter, a former baseball player, choosing to slide everywhere to stay safe. Oh, golden cat! Oh, oh! Golden cat at wall of flames! Ooh, sliding in. You can see that wall of flames crashing into the fire station. Hazard level 3 complete. 76 cats. 1 golden kitten. The beginning of fun obstacles showing up. The logs you have to make sure you duck underneath. Golden cat! Ooh, yet again.
Sometimes you just have to.
You gotta
take a hit.
invite those flames for the cat.
Risk it for the biscuit.
Oh.
Oh.
Thought I had that.
1 dangerous biscuit. But you keep those cats. You keep the golden cats, so, you know, potentially this RNG level could throw lots of cats at you now. But there's no knowing when. So Death Strat is still a risky choice.
Nice.
We get in there. It's always the best when they're there and you don't even see them. You just hear that weird meow.
Get that extra meow. All right. Hazard level 4 completes. 174 cats. 3 golden kittens on that run. Looking at about 2 minutes left in our official time frame, although we have some buffer zone, so
Tricked me by getting that line there for the other ones.
Nicely done. Ooh, off
Oh,
the triple
wow.
log too.
Hate those
That was
logs.
Gotta love all the ones you have to slide under.
Hazard level 5, 100 kittens and 1 golden kitten. Nicely done. We've only seen 1 death from Wolf Fox. This is where I turn my timer to a stopwatch to help try to fairly judge the time that is given to other players. But it's cool because they all signed a contract. They said to agree to whatever rules that I put out there, so
with 5 seconds left beforehand,
they can't complain too much. I'm fearing that this is going to be a quap scenario, and we'll see the ends of Jones on Fire here with Wolf Fox.
I'm not even sure how far it goes. I'd always just end it once the 3 lives are done. Because it lets you continue, but
yeah,
I figure we don't have 7 minutes, so I would practice these early levels.
Oh, stuck that golden cat. All right, hazard level 6. 109. Oh, I missed it. How many golden
2.
kittens was there? 2?
Yep. Put me on a time limit, so I'm trying to take advantage of that.
I appreciate that.
I'm sure it's going to start throwing stuff at me here soon, so...
It'll get, yeah. It gets more and more exciting as we get going here. Also, cats in real fun patterns that make you want to get them.
Yep, like that.
The most frustrating is those triple high walls where they bounce you off and then they don't line you up to jump again.
Yeah.
And then you bounce off them right into the fire again.
Yeah, if you do it like right after, it actually gives you a second to get back on track, but...
Yeah.
I thought that was nice. Nope.
Ooh.
Knew that was gonna happen.
1 life left, final run. Well, so far, Wolf Fox GTA make me look like I know exactly what I'm doing and how to pick rule sets and time games. So, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
That is always one of the biggest challenges, is trying to figure out how long a game will really take in the Omegathon. This game, there's no set speed, right? You're just running at this pace no matter what. You can't go faster or slower.
You slide, you go faster.
Little bit faster, not a ton faster.
That's
That
nice.
was the worst, like, that was so many slide obstacles in a row. But in particular, tabletop games are very hard to judge how long they will take when I try and set up an Omegathon tabletop game, because it's always whatever my playtest is, plus like an extra 20% of time. It makes it hard to find short games sometimes. All right, that was hazard level 7 complete. 149 with 2 kittens. Ooh, we're at the 10-minute mark. Hazard level 8 may be the last one that we have time for here.
Yeah, this is usually about how far I get,
This is where I was feeling. The music, you can tell, intensifies at hazard level 8.
Oh, that's it.
Oh.
All right. Let's see. So go ahead and say no on that. Continue. We'll get your number of cats saved total here at this level. 84 kittens and 1. So we are at 13.
Not quite my high score. I'm happy at that though.
Let's see, and then that was hazard level 7.
Or was it 8?
Oh, was that 8? Oh yeah, that was 8 because I was at 7 when I was starting to do my adding. Hazard level 8. For golden kittens, it was 13 golden kittens. It is 103 golden kittens added to 854 total cats. For a total of 957.
Wow.
Wow.
Almost double my score.
Insane.
Wow.
So.
What was that number again?
957.
Cool.
All right. So, Targaryoke.
All right.
I'm going to stop watching that stream. I'm going to start watching your stream.
You ready?
I am ready. Yes, it came right up.
Okay, let's go. We're strolling right along.
Oh, top hats plus feathers also with the slide through fire technique.
I opted for all 3.
All 3 hats?
Yes.
So did I.
Hats for all cats. For everyone watching, this music will be in your dreams tonight.
Oh yeah.
We'll be saving kittens. All right, hazard level 1 completes 59 kittens with 1 golden kitten. Mr. Thomas, how do we feel about that Wolfox score that you've got?
I mean, you know, it's a score.
It's a score, all right.
It's a number.
A number.
Hello.
Blasting through fire. Oh, little golden cat right there on the ground for you. Double slides, triple slide.
Oh, I almost missed that. I'm not gonna lie.
Made it in safe though. Stage 2 complete. 83 kittens. 1 golden kitten.
Whew.
As reference, off to a really solid start. You're on par with where both Wolf and GTA went in their first rounds.
All right.
Nice.
GTA, is there some worry now about this slide technique that appeared?
Yeah, I did do that a few times during my testing, but I didn't really take it into account.
I didn't know about it.
I wasn't sure if it was an ability or not.
Oh yes, that's the danger of picking up the abilities.
Yeah, I accidentally did it once. I'm like, oh, this is way easier.
All right, stage 3 complete. 86 and 1. Technically puts you on track to be ahead. No pressure or anything.
Okay.
It's all easy from here on.
Oh yeah. I feel better about being able to slide through the big fires, because sometimes I can't jump through.
Oh!
Oh, that's rough. Oh, really?
Oh no!
No!
That's okay, you saved all those cats.
I did.
I died on 3 too, so.
Oh! Oh my!
Oh no!
Wow. That was interesting.
Don't ask me what happened there, because I have no idea.
Tough obstacle right there. Took a log jam
my.
straight to the face.
Fire was like, I'm gonna get you.
Ah.
Oh, hold up.
I shouldn't have done that.
Oh no!
Okay. Oh.
Always becomes that cautious, like,
My
do I go
goodness.
for cats? Oh, that was the missed jump. Go for cats, play it safe.
Oh no! Oh. Okay.
Okay. Bounce through.
I'm not gonna ask. 'Cause
Feels like the station's got to be close.
Nice
Woo!
golden
And a golden cat right at the end
Yeah.
there, too. All right, stage 4 complete. 215?
Yes.
That was a lot of cats picked up, but 1 golden kitten.
Death strats.
Death strats work well until you run through lots of those lives, and then you're down to 1 left. But you got time. On to level 5.
Oh.
I'm not sure how it is on the stream, or if it's just my watching your live Discord connection, but the audio is just slightly off.
Oh.
So I hear you slide before you slide, so it's like I can precog what's coming.
That's weird.
Yeah, my video's a little choppy for me.
Snap.
Nope. That played your official time. Whew, all right. Hazard level 5 complete. 117 and 1 golden kitten.
Nice. I think you've knocked me down to 3rd place at least. So far.
Okay. Okay.
It's all right. You've outrun this fire many a times.
Ooh.
And a golden cat out of that whole thing.
Ah! No. All right, I'm hitting no, right?
Yep, so hit no. We get through run 6. We get 75 more cats to the pool, plus 1 more golden kitten. Let's see, we'll go to math here. And while I go to math, how are you feeling? Like, if you were to feel where you went, Targario, do you think you made it over the top here to get into second place?
I think so. I'm not very good at math, so I'm not the best person to ask. It would be nice. I think that's the furthest I've gotten, like, without having to use a continue, so. And I did not know about the sliding until now, so I'm sure that helped, and would have helped had I known about it sooner.
Let's see, that is 671, sliding you into second place.
Woo! I'll take it.
All right. I'm going to jump out of your feed. Baby Fett, when you played Quap, I wasn't even allowed to, like, breathe while you were running.
I think I'm good this time.
This is like 7 minutes nonstop. Can I at least breathe?
Maybe.
Okay, maybe.
Quietly, please.
I'll breathe quiet.
Just don't think about the 3,000 people watching. That's all.
Yeah, don't
Oh,
worry about that.
It wasn't even that many yesterday, though.
3,000. I only see 688 on the count. You're fine.
Oh, nice.
Stop. Reset.
Nice.
I know. They, weren't expecting it or something. They didn't know this game. Timer. That's what I want. All right, I'm ready. Go ahead and go.
Okay.
No cats left behind. Well, okay. There's one cat.
Poor kitties.
The big wall of flames only comes when you mess up, so as long as you don't mess up, the cats you left behind don't die in the fire.
Right.
The game is not on the stream.
Oh. That's true. I'll shoot a text over there and let them know.
Oh,
no.
But I'll record your score first.
Okay.
Hazard level 1, for those of you that missed it, 69 kittens. And 1, we lost Crystal, and it was terrible sound, they said. Crystal's back!
Should I just keep going?
Let me see if they want. Those 3 stacks in a row of cats are always so frustrating with none of the upgrades.
Yeah.
Because there's just no way to save all of them. Golden Kitty!
I mean, I guess I haven't played with any of the perks anyway, so I wouldn't know.
Alright, hazard level 2 complete. 86 and 1. That too on par for the first runs.
I hate the ones that are hiding in the logs. Ooh.
All right.
All right, hazard level 3. Well and complete 58 cats. That was a weird 5 that I just wrote. 58. I'm gonna make that look
Must
like
look like a
normal number.
9.
All right, 58 cats, 1 golden kitten. Ooh, and slid and
done.
snapped that golden cat. That was a nice little move right there. Triple wall hop. The xylophone and the music background makes me feel like animated skeletons are playing them on their ribs. All right.
Steven Jones on Fire is ready for Halloween.
Hazard 4, complete 108. 108 with 1 kitten. Outrun the fire 10 times. If you don't, kittens will cry. You can't do that until you get add-ons, but when this is all done, you'll be able to afford all the add-ons.
Oh no. Too early for that. Oh no!
Oh, there's that cat right in front of you. That's okay. Death strats worked out well for Targaryen.
Sure did.
That was the 200 kitten run with the death strategy.
Nice.
What?
Oh, more golden kittens.
Oh no!
Oh, no!
Uh-oh.
That slide didn't work.
where those golden kitten multiplier could come into play.
Oof. I hate those walls.
They are just high enough.
Oh. I also hate those walls.
All right, let's see here. That was run complete. Hazard level 5, but 221 with 3 golden kittens. And then let's see here with the math.
As everyone waits on a
There you go.
All right, golden kitten. On the multiplier board.
Yay! Yeah!
Ooh, another multiplier. All right, sliding into the station hazard 2 complete. 66 kittens with 2 golden kittens.
Oops.
Oh. That's okay. This is still the fun music level. It's all right to hit a hazard right here. Oh, nose! That's okay. We've seen good.
Oh my god, seriously?
We've seen good results with Death Strat, so it is doable. Wow, secret golden cat. Forget those kittens under there. There's more important things. Getting
Like
these cats that we
staying
have.
alive.
Getting these cats we have back to the station.
Yo.
All right.
Ah.
Hazard 3 complete. 130 kittens. 1 golden kitten.
Okay, sure. What?
Oh no!
Oh no.
What was that?
Oh, I don't know. I think my keyboard is needs
Well.
new batteries.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
well
no.
planned.
Oh, that was like the worst time.
Yeah. All right. Just the golden kittens.
Oh!
Oh.
What am I
Okay.
on? Like hazard. Okay, hazard 4. This is.
Yeah. Nicely done. Back-to-back slides, tall walls are never fun.
Oh, come on!
Oh. Okay.
Hang on, was that 2 minutes? Do I get another go?
No, because we're very much down to 5 minutes left. So, 116 with 2 golden kittens. Let's see. It's a total of 5 golden kittens at level 4, so that makes a total of those are 20. 2, carry the 1.
I'm feeling a wooden spoon here.
All right, Crystal Bubbles, total number 385 of
Ah!
these cats.
So that's
Mr.
what you got to beat, Thomas.
385.
No, 957 is what you got to beat. You're
Oh,
coming back from the bottom.
Should not be
Where you
laughed.
want to put your standard.
Oh, no, Mr. Thomas, what did you show? There we go. Your stream is up.
Good.
Yeah, how do you feel about this before we get running?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I think
pick up some strategy?
you know, the three logs are the things that give me the most trouble. So we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, when you are ready, start the run.
Here we go.
I guess I won't bother with the timer officially. This stream's supposed to finish in 3 minutes, but there's a buffer zone. Hopefully they'll let us continue. Maybe people want to know the score.
Don't cut us off.
It wouldn't be the Omegathon if I didn't run long. I've opened up by introducing myself to the enforcers who run whatever the round 1 theater is as high, I'm gonna go long. And I'm gonna take the tech time of the people behind me. I'm really sorry. There's nothing I can do about it. Most of them are returning enforcers, though, often. Oh, Golden Cat!
Sorry.
And they know now. But every now and then there's a new enforcer who I just break their heart that this beautiful schedule was put together. Hazard number 1 complete. 69 cats, 0 golden kittens. I wrote 1 golden kitten, though. I'm going to change that to a 0. Those cats are just too high.
Yep.
So we checked ahead of time for those of you watching on the stream with us. None of Mr. Thomas's students gave him a hard time today about being really bad at QWOP. So,
and that's totally okay. They were lost credit for that. No, I'm kidding.
They won't, if they're watching tonight, they won't recognize that redemption arc.
Yeah. Feeling that Rocky 2 moment coming up right here.
It's a little early for Death Strat, though.
Yeah, yeah.
You got to get more gold kittens before you do the death strategy.
There's one.
All right.
All right, all right.
Hazard 2 complete. 134 with 1 golden kitten. Technically, that's the highest combined score on levels 1 and 2.
Nice.
Just took a death to get there.
Hey, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Strategy.
Sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself to save those kitties.
Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
Oh man, if you could get a Dalmatian skin for Jones. You
That
know, a
would
little
be
fire,
It'd be so cute.
little fire dog saving the cats.
That would be pretty awesome. I read somewhere that they thought Jones was a bird.
A bird?
Yeah. Because if you look at the hands when it's
flaps?
jumping, they look flaps. Yeah. I said the same thing. It's like, no, not a bird.
It's like a little brown chicken with no legs and no beak.
And no beak.
Chicken is a
chicken
bird.
nugget.
Yeah, more like a nugget.
Really, the cats are just chasing the chicken nugget
I need that.
across the whole level.
All right, all right, all right.
Yeah, much less outrunning the fire and more outrunning the cats. 82 cats, 1 golden kitten. We're creating a whole new lore for this game.
Did you hear that Jones was an African swallow? For a minute, I almost forgot what button to push. Oh!
There's only 2. Ooh, ooh.
Worth it.
Ooh, I made
Nice.
it. Oh boy.
Those feel so much worse with the wall of fire behind you.
Do they?
It does. It feels like it goes a lot faster.
Without the wall of fire, I feel pretty confident every time that I can jump the triple logs. But as soon as that wall of fire is behind me, then I'm like, I can't make. Okay, I made it. I made it.
I can't do anything.
Oh no, I missed it.
Oh.
All right,
That
all
would've
right,
been-
all right.
It's okay. That would have been a helpful multiplier, but you got 2 out of that. 94 and 2. All right. Hazard number 4 complete.
All right. And 2 lives left. There we go.
When you say it out loud,
Feeling pretty good. Feeling good. This is only because my Titans are playing tonight. That's why I'm having a good run right now. Hopefully, I'm not wasting my good luck on this and not them later.
listen, you
This
win
is
a
more
prize
important.
for this.
Yes, this is much more important.
They got a movie with Denzel Washington. What more do they need?
That was a different Titans. Also, great movie though. Yay, kitty.
Oh, so many cats right there.
Oh no.
Oh.
Ah, golden one. Damn it.
Oh.
Oh man.
Into the station though.
But you didn't die.
Hazard
didn't
5,
die.
90 kittens, 1 golden kitten.
You can't quick math me and figure out where I'm at, can you?
Nope. I was only able to do it after, levels 1 and 2 because you died so many times on level 2. You had more cats than anyone combined on the first 2 levels.
Wasn't it one time? Didn't I die one time?
Listen, that is
Oh no.
more times than anyone else died on level 2.
Fair. Come on, golden kitty. Dang.
Oh!
There we go. I did
You
get
got
it.
him.
Haha.
I was like swept up by the cats on the trail behind you, not you.
It's a team game. It's a team
Come
game.
along.
We got the catnip, the good kind.
Whew.
Let's go. All right.
All right, hazard 6 complete. 76 and 1. Doing well.
Oh, man.
5 minutes into bleed overtime. But I have no idea when we actually stop. That's okay. I think it's a half-hour buffer. So all of us were convinced we started at 5:45 tonight. So there's so many cats in a row right there. Oh.
All right. It's gonna come down to the wire. Oh, come on.
Oh, that looked like you slid through it. Just reminding you, this is serious. This is about saving cats' lives.
But no pressure.
I guess it's a good time to tell you all that I'm not really a pet person. Oh no!
That's what she gets.
Admitted it in the game herd.
That's what I get.
Don't mess with cats.
The cats pushed you into it.
That's
yeah.
it.
Oh, you're not a cat person? Here.
I'm not. Yeah. All right. So that's it.
Right in. All right. Let's see. Run complete. 89 kittens. No golden kittens. All right, Mr. Thomas, how do you feel? I'm doing my math here on my papers.
What did I get to? 7th hazard. or 6th. I'm thinking maybe 3rd. I'm hoping. Keep my fingers crossed.
Let's see.
Such suspense.
I don't like this.
None of your numbers lined up. Most people gave me numbers that I could like pair up and get nice groups of 10. You got all these weird numbers on me.
That's the English teacher in me. I make everything complicated.
Yep.
Should we give you a drum roll? Like.
Someone in the chat recommends next time, Travis, to use Excel.
So I have an Excel running that is my score sheet, which is super fun right now because like it's also totaling like the Grand Prix, but I've been putting your scores in that place also. So like your Grand Prix scores went from like, 2 points to 387 points.
It's a good
Let's
time
see.
to remind everybody to register to vote. So there we
That's
go.
right. Take that good time to register to vote. You got 6 golden kitties. You cleared 7 levels. The former math teacher in me likes to remind people 7 times 6. People always kind of forget how to do this. But if you, instead of going 7 times 6, you just remember 56 is 6 times. No, that only works like 6 times 8. Sorry. All distracted.
Don't be a teacher.
I'm like, is that 56? What are we doing here?
It was going to
Former
work.
math teacher.
Yeah, no, former math teacher. But then I got all remembering that this doesn't work to get us to 42. Let's see. You got 42 for your golden cat score. We put that over here with this. That becomes that. That becomes that. That stays the same. 696 kittens.
Ooh.
Nice.
696 sliding into second place.
Sliding into second.
Out of last place. Let's go. Nice.
All right. It's like my system works. All right. So ending this game here, getting the scores out. Apparently, scores were not presented well enough yesterday. People chastised me on scores. So finishing this Grand Prix race this time around, in first place this round, earning 8 points, Wolfox.
Nice, dude.
Coming in second place, coming in from the back. Last place, round before. Second place this round, picking up 6 points, Mr. Thomas. Coming in yet again third place, Targaryen holding a strong, just solid middle ground, picking up 4 points right there. Then we've got Boba Fett in third place, or no, sorry, 3 points, fourth place. Coming in that same position there. GTA sliding down from first place in Quap into second to the last place, picking up only 2.
A catastrophe.
A catastrophe. Crystal Bubbles coming in last place, earning 1 point. Here are our current standings now as they go. Our leader and running first in pure rock crawling tomorrow, Wolfox with 14 points. Holding on to a high score still, GTA coming in second in the Grand Prix, 10 points currently. Still sitting in third, Targaryen, just holding down that third place in position, 8 points total. Mr. Thomas rising up from last place into, this is getting hard on my brain, but fourth place with 7 points. Boba Fett, 6 points in fifth place, and Crystal Bubbles has 3 points. We'll also make sure that we throw that into the Omega chat on Discord, where you get a chance to check your scores when they get those updated, but we'll have the full totals in there. Thank you for joining us this evening. Again, our pitch to, hey, go register to vote, because why not use this time for that? And then once you're done registering, go support Child's Play and use that time. There are a bunch of streams going on supporting Child's Play. Find some people doing that. Watch their streams. Give them some love. Give Child's Play some love. And we will see you tomorrow night, 5:30, because, hey, surprise, everybody. We started at 5:30. It was 15 minutes earlier than we thought, but we'll see you then. Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step.
Why, hello there, everyone. Welcome to Design Club Live featuring Darkest Dungeon. Thank you so much for joining all of us here today. We're so glad that you could make it. Let's go around the table and introduce ourselves, and then we'll jump right into the gameplay. Jeff, why don't you start us off?
Hey, I'm Jeffrey Zetkin. I'm a he, him. I am the studio director of Extra Credits, and I'm also a game designer. Been a game designer for over 20 years at this point. My first commercial game was EverQuest. Worked on a whole bunch since, founded a couple studios, and ran a video game research firm called EDAR for a decade. So game design, research. And I think up next we'll hit Arthur.
Hi, I'm Arthur. My pronouns are also he, him. I am the community manager at Extra Credits and a swamp vampire. I have played a lot of Darkest Dungeon. It's one of my favorite games of all time. So I'm very excited to dive into the design of it. And who are you, Master Will?
Oh, hi, I'm Will. I'm also he, him. I am the Twitch overlord here at Extra Credits. I've played a medium amount of Darkest Dungeon on Radiant because horror is not generally my vibe, but I have played a great number of games and I really enjoy game analysis as part of my day-to-day work. Travis, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Travis Williams. I'm he, him. I am a game designer, a game producer. I have been in the industry for 30 years. I got my start as a pen and paper designer at White Wolf Game Studio, where the World of Darkness was, definitely what we did in spades. So that included vampire, werewolf, and mage, specifically. I moved on to doing video games, where I met Jeff, actually working on Matrix. And as far as video game, I've done practically everything. But I think as far as this is concerned, what's the game that I got Adventure Game of the Year for was actually a horror game. So I'm really excited to see what this is about. That game was called Sanctuary.
Nice.
Nice. I'll round us out. Hello, everyone. I feel like I should have a vampire name or something creepy like Matthias Everborn. No, I'm Matthew Kroll. Pronouns he, him. I am the showrunner and narrator of Extra Credits, and I have played 3 minutes of Darkest Dungeon, I think, to this point. But I'll be driving today while everyone else does a lot of analysis, so I will be disappearing soon. But hello, and hope your PAX is going well digitally wise.
Nice. So actually bringing it back around real quick, I have also played literally 0 of this game. So Travis and I are going to be going in pretty much blind on design analysis.
Wow.
Will has played a good amount and Arthur has played the most. So he's kind of our resident expert on all things Darkest Dungeon. And other than that, the whole point of kind of the Design Club Live is to do live analysis of games, both from I've seen it a lot to I've seen 0, to kind of show what you can pull out as a trained designer or as somebody who spent a lot of time looking and analyzing games. And hey, with that, Will, why don't you boot us up a game screen?
I can certainly do that. Oh, look, it's magic. There's a game.
And hey, what screen is this? The first screen that we would see if we loaded the game?
We have skipped the opening cutscene because it's a great deal of talking. Arthur, do you want to briefly describe the stage having been set by our mellifluous narrator?
Yes, we will have to eventually listen to at least some of the lines of the dialogue, because I think that the voice actor that they chose is a huge part of why the design is so successful. But just setting the stage briefly, essentially, you had an uncle. He had a big old McMansion. There was some valuables at the bottom of that mansion, so he dug deep, he dug far, and found something that wasn't so pleasant, drove him and everyone who lived there completely mad, and he passed it off to you and is like, hey, this is your problem now, and now I'm gonna die. Good luck, buddy.
Wait a minute, wait. So already we're in this trope, right? Where white people don't know how to leave a house when it's haunted.
No, he's like, I guess I could leave, but I'm gonna just shoot myself instead. Seems to work out.
Okay. All right.
And I think that there's a really interesting thing that happens here too, which is a favorite literary analysis thing of mine is the hero's journey, right? And we've passed the point where the hero could have refused the call, right?
The call to action has been made.
Right.
Yeah.
The call to action has, and unlike a heroic journey, right? We didn't refuse. We just foolishly went directly into danger, right? Which is, I think, very telling about the way that this is going to progress.
The uncle makes the uncle deliberately tells the player, like, hey, this drove me insane and I'm going to kill myself now. Good luck, it's yours. And we're like, yeah, okay, that seems legit. Let's go check it out.
But from an inclusion standpoint, I'm already thinking, ain't no black people in this game.
We will find out. I mean, looking at this.
If I see somebody black, I'm gonna have some serious questions. So let's do this.
Let's go.
So actually, yeah, just from right there, a couple things we can already tell looking in. This is definitely kind of a gothic vibe.
Yeah.
I believe the intro movie looked semi-Lovecraftian, if I remember right. We're kind of getting a Warhammer/Warhammer 40K aesthetic, more Warhammer than 40K coming in with the art style and especially the little like pane crown going around the torch.
That's a big element.
Yeah, that is very Warhammer. The other thing is we're getting almost no design interface here. It's shoving us into the game. There isn't like a go play the tutorial. There isn't a look at settings. There isn't a go play multiplayer. It is saying one button. Here is the campaign.
Yeah,
and it's angling us right in.
Yeah, I mean, I think, that's definitely what you're getting is bare minimalism going on here, which actually sets an interesting mood for me, because I'm thinking, is the rest of this sort of that way, sort of minimalist?
I have a question for the designers real quick, which is it standard in horror games to remove choice from the player to mirror the removal of choice from a character? Right? So in just the same way that horror focuses a lot around the removal of power from a character to make the situation horrifying, right? I'm thinking like Saw or whatever. Pause. God dang it. We're going to have to cut back to that. My Discord alerts are on. I apologize. I quit Discord and then it booted itself back up. So I'm going to...
So don't stop your record.
No, I'm going to... We'll cut that out. But
and you have to mark it on your end from your time code of it, because my time is not that.
Yeah, I know. I have the time code. I'm sorry. I apologize. I have notifications off and everything off.
So yeah, let's go back to right before that, because that was really, you were saying basically the choice.
You're right. Okay.
Tell me when you're starting.
3, 2, 1. So for the designers, I guess my question is, does the removal of choice for the player mirror a supposed removal of choice for the character? Because in horror games, one of the things that makes it horrifying is that you lose options, right? I'm thinking like Saw, right? You're chained up in a room and you have two choices and they're both bad, right? Is that something that we would expect? Is that a way that a game could set a tone there?
Yeah, that's the literal definition of dilemma, right?
Yeah.
And it's,
absolutely.
A good horror game, to my to my experience, is not a game that limits the player to just like one option, or like removes all the power from the player, but rather gives the player the power to make two equally terrible choices.
Yeah. So what happens when you click a letter?
I do.
We choose a difficulty.
I do also just want to point out, while we were talking about like Warhammer and that kind of like points of design comparison, the art style is also very reminiscent of Mignola's work. Like the way that the shading and coloring works.
I'm getting a very Diablo 2 almost.
That's fair too. Yeah.
From this as well.
Even on the color
I
scheme.
can appreciate the crack in the skull. How bad do you want your brain bashed in?
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of a lot of the original like Doom and Quake games, where like they have like the character portrait like insignificantly more like gnarled or grisly things.
I'm gonna go darkest and find out.
Let's do darkest.
Okay, so let you name
it. It also already sets up the tone for it. That we went back to that like Lovecraftian. Even the names Radiant, Darkness, Stygian is like a great vocabulary choice.
It's not easy, medium, hard, or. By the way, as an interesting thing. Oh, actually, let me shut up and let this go.
It winds with a troubling serpent-like suggestion through the corrupted countryside.
I'm thinking they've already kind of chosen the style as far as animation is concerned.
I like the narrator's voice.
And on its writhing path, you will face viciousness, violence, and perhaps other damnably transcendent terrors.
Yeah, the narrator's good.
So steel yourself, and remember there can be no bravery without madness. The old road will take you to hell, but in that gaping abyss, we will find our redemption.
Ooh.
Dude, I'm so in.
Yeah, me too.
So that's why we that was how we said we had to listen. Oh, sorry. Said we had to listen to like some of the narrator because the narration is like, I think 50% of why this game sticks so hard with a lot of people, in the same way that like Bastion's narrator sold that game so hard.
Yeah, for sure.
I think I'll just talk like this for the rest of the stream.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is it doing? It is dumping us immediately into combat. Or no, not a combat. We have two characters. It looks like we're going to be moving around. So this looks like a tutorial because they're doing an immediate pop-up.
Yep. Right. No problem. So
let's see. Is that an interface bar on the top with the torch? It is. Light. Okay. How bright your torch is, reduced or snuff it out, seems to be how much you can surprise things. So there's some sort of light mechanic we're getting here. Though it's interesting, it kind of blended into the screen. I might have even missed that at first. We got what we want to do up on the left, find your way to the hamlet.
And then down. Okay.
Oh, okay. So some sort of movement.
Yeah.
Okay, it's room based.
How far I can move or how?
Just click.
It is kind of interesting that they don't give you explicit instructions on how to move until after you've left that room, which is kind of interesting. They let you do that sort of like first game designer I'm playing a game for the first time impulse of press all the buttons. I just want to press all the buttons and figure out what stuff does.
I was surprised.
So everybody comes from the ground.
Were you surprised?
I think they might have been surprised. I just got surprised personally.
Fair.
Travis, what were you saying?
No, it's just the way they spawned was surprising to me the first time. That was cool. Just kind of came up from the ground.
Actually, can you mouse over him? Did we just get his... Okay, so mousing over something gives stats. Stunned, light. Looks like there's saves, movement. I see hit points. So it's a hit point based system.
And then it looks like...
I know we're going to spend more time on combat later, so I'd say kind of keep going and we
Sure.
can just kind of look and give our first. Okay, so those are moves you can
These are
do.
different kind of moves you can do, right?
Yep.
That's
So I guess I select and click. So bam. Yep.
Oh, oh.
Wow. Okay.
Bleeding debuff. So we have state effects.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
All right.
You know,
Okay,
I was
so you get
pleasantly
moved?
surprised at how that zoomed in and, you know, and got in your face. Like, you know, I wouldn't have expected that. Like, you know, I kind of expected it to stay this way and have some sort of paper doll interaction that's very simple, but it's a lot more visible.
Yeah, the zoom really helps, I think, emphasize like the brutality of those attacks.
Yeah.
I also think it does a small subversion of expectations, because I feel like when we see 4 or more, like some number of characters, right, in a line fighting some other number of characters in a line, there's a natural comparison to like Final Fantasy-esque, right?
Yeah.
And that's usually a very static viewpoint. And so it goes, hey, this is going to be like Final Fantasy. And then the first time you get that zoom in on kill, it's like, no, it's not. So it's taking our expectations and using them against us in a very subtle way.
Interesting. Coins take up there's inventory space. Coins take up inventory. Oh, that's an interesting zoom as you kind of go back and forth too.
Mm-hmm.
And just looking here.
Oh, it's the end. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
So
debuff.
It's also kind of one of the things that I really like that has been done immediately is we're getting a tone for sort of the level of technology that we're expecting, right?
Yeah, blunderbusses, swords,
Exactly,
pistols.
right? But it's kind of a weird mix because we also have someone in traditional European Middle Ages plate mail, it looks like, right?
Yeah.
So you've got a guy with a pistol and a knife and like a brigand's scarf next to a dude in full plate mail, and they both belong in the same world. And I think it's a testament to the art style that they don't clash, right?
Yeah.
We don't question that,
Yeah.
even though maybe in other circumstances we would.
One of the things that's interesting too, just really quick, look at their hit points for the thugs we're fighting. For the first time when I looked at that, I thought it was like, oh, the big one's going to have 4 hit points and the small one has 2. But that's not actually the case. It's an actual kind of full health bar, but there's some sort of gradation on that I don't know what that means yet.
Oh, you're talking about these tick marks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
In a traditional game, that would have been like hit points showing you that the monster has 4. Ooh.
Yeah, there, and to the point of like the two of them not being different, but somehow still something that we don't really like question the fact that they're together. If you look at their portrait, they have a name and then like a little title underneath them. So this guy is Reynold the Crusader, and we have, I don't remember what the other guy's name is, but the Highwayman. So the fact that those are your 2 starting characters is a really interesting thing to choose to let the player have first.
Yeah, the Highwayman is called Dismas.
Dismas, that's his name.
Corpses.
Yeah.
Obstacles.
You know, I gotta tell you about this narrator, man.
Talk about him.
Like, you know, when you get those trailers where it says like one man in the world, you know, and you're like, I want to be the target of that dude, like for once, you know. This game is giving me all of that, right? Like,
yeah.
You know, like,
did you just hit the corpse?
Sorry, yeah, well, because I couldn't attack over it. Now I can shoot over it.
And when Travis says don't talk about the narrator, we should absolutely talk about that. But I want to hear more of what Travis thinks about the narrator.
No, it's just that look, you get this this term that marketing people use all the time, which is to say aspiration. Right?
Yeah.
Like you want to be these characters. You want to actually, you know, what is it about these main characters that you want to be? Here, it's sort of like this guy is narrating your story, and you know, by his voice, you're pretty badass, right?
And
Yeah.
you've literally been part of this story for 5 minutes. And I'm already like, well, first of all, I'm already going to buy this game. Right?
All right,
Like,
cool.
it just makes me feel like epic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
well, that's like one of the hard propositions of designing for horror, right? Is you always have to answer the question. Well, when you're designing any game, you have to answer the question: why does the player want to play this? And
Yeah.
horror always has the trickier proposition of, hi, I'm offering you an unpleasant experience where you have less power and there are scary, frightening things that you might not be able to do anything about.
Right.
So how do you sell that to like a player? And the narrator is part of that voice where it's like, yeah, you're disempowered, but also it's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm curious what these masks are.
Ah,
Let's do
so
it.
this says +2 resolve XP.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Ooh.
Thanatophobia.
So we've just had a mechanic which we have not yet addressed introduced. Stress.
Plus 20 stress if hit points. Okay, so clearly, if you're stressed out, you're not going to perform as well.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Or if you're wounded. And this guy.
Okay.
And that
Okay,
tells us a
forward.
lot, right? As well. That tells us that our weapons can be upgraded and that there is an associated cost with doing
Right.
that.
And actually, even just going with that combat gives things that are not just material rewards, but it seems to also be giving some sort of permanent character style things.
Yes.
And the two aspects were different colors, so we know that they are benefits and
Hindrances.
hindrances. Yeah.
Everything about this dude's voice is still killing it right now. Oh, and one more thing about like our first interactions that bears, like to be mentioned. We're clearly playing a role playing game, okay, and we did not. I repeat, did not kill rats first.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true. I have bad news about
Oh
that,
my
Travis.
Look, I know they're coming. We all know they're coming.
Right.
There will be rats.
The question is, but for me at least, they weren't the first thing that I got hit with.
So
Your expectations were subverted.
yeah.
Right.
I will give you a small, minuscule taste of information.
Okay.
Rats are way scarier than brigands in this game.
Oh no!
I love them so much. They are my darlings.
So, real quick, everybody else, I'm curious. So when
We have a huge list of goals that are already there.
which is nuts. This is a bit overwhelming to me.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is.
well, not only that, but look at my man's face. I mean, he clearly sees that there's a lot to do.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh my god."
Yeah. How will this ever all get done?
Yeah.
I think this is the piece of art that cemented the Mike Mignola like art style comparison in my head, because that looks directly out of one of his like
Hellboy.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
So we've seemed to have arrived in town. Get help where you may. So this is again kind of part tutorializing in. We are in a different place.
Yeah.
The Radiant H.
Help.
Oh,
So let's see.
Is that H like not like Darkest Dungeon, like Dark Souls praise the sun, right? Because
Yes.
you make an H with your body when you praise the sun, right? Is that it?
Oh wow, the time of day. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I didn't either. So we have a time of day. It went in. It changed the lighting on the town and a little bit of the coloration. Oh, you can zoom.
So it offers a graveyard. I'm not going to click it.
Yeah.
Well, it's also
And
one of
this
the
guy
things
is-
that's exclamation pointed,
Yeah.
even though there's nothing here.
Correct.
Weird.
So okay, so they are giving us exclamation points of. They're using the WoW system. Here are interesting things to go click on.
Sure. And for our viewers at home, we should note that there are some currencies which are currently hidden behind Matt's name that we'll need to talk about, but they'll be easier to see in other contexts. And we may not get to spend many of them since we only have an hour.
Okay. Oh, this here tells us we can go up to a party of 4, and this is where we recruit. Okay, so they introduced us with 2 heroes, and are then giving us the ability to choose an extra 2.
Right.
And
Now,
I-
the choose is a strong word there, right? We're given a grid of different characters, and then it gives us these 2 and says you have to take these 2, right?
Oh,
Because
also this.
yeah. Ah.
Upgrade.
Increases the avail.
Heroes.
Okay, so upgrading that gives you more heroes each week, increases your roster size. So by each week, they're already setting a mechanic that if you burn through your characters too quickly, you will not be able to restock them. So they're giving us an expectation that we're going to burn through characters and a don't do it too quickly, otherwise you're going to run out, just based on the verbiage.
So I'm already not not planning on forming any lasting relationship.
Well, and a thing worth mentioning, which we did not fortunately encounter, but which is notorious for this game is notorious for, is neither Dismas nor Reynald is guaranteed to live through the tutorial. It is possible to lose one of your characters in the tutorial, and if they do, they're dead. Not like, oh, they got hurt and dragged back to town. If they die in the tutorial, they're dead.
Congratulations, you have one character now.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah, this game pulls no punches.
So this is something that's interesting. So far, a lot of this has been click-based, not drag-based. And I have a feeling, because I was like, oh, I'll pick Danvers. And it's not, but it highlights that when I hold the mouse down.
Yeah, and the highlight.
This.
Yeah. Okay, so it is a click. So they're changing. Interesting.
I think that is deliberately so that you avoid misclicking and then committing to having a character you didn't actually want. Because
that's
there
actually what I
are
was
bad characters.
Yes.
Okay.
That actually is what I was going to talk about. Is if you change the interface up, there's usually a good reason for that. So they're making it harder to put somebody in your party than a simple click.
Right.
And we will assume this is a conscious design choice. So that is telling us again that they're trying to make sure you're committing to putting somebody in your party.
This is my question. Where do I see my classes?
I believe. Arthur, is it right click?
There
we go.
I'm intrigued about positions.
Yes.
Yes.
That's so important.
So right now we have quirks. We have quirks at the top where we have those same colored traits that we saw that we got at the end of the combat, the yellow and the red. We have way more red than we have yellow. Interesting.
To me, what this quirks thing is extremely interesting, and like I said, the preferred positions, because I'm thinking here that you're not going to be as in control of these people as you might think you're going to be. Because it seems like these those adjectives are going to be interesting
for sure. And I'll speak to our audience right now. If you're coming to this talk and know anything about Darkest Dungeon, yes, we know Reynald has to die. We'll work on it after the talk is over, and we'll move on.
So why does he have to die? I'm kind of curious.
For experienced Darkest Dungeon players, kleptomaniacs are some of the worst characters to have. You remember when we said that characters were bad? They will steal valuable items, which are very necessary to your advancement and to certain builds that you rely on for multiple characters to survive.
But wouldn't they just get the items then?
They don't go into your inventory, because here's a good question about Darkest Dungeon. Who is the player in all of this?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Okay, so we know there's a whole bunch of the town that we would be coming back to. We hit all the exclamation points. We've got a party. And
hit embark. I did it.
We did miss one exclamation point, but it's just where the cutscenes are held.
Oh, okay.
The Ancestors Well.
So what is this question party?
Okay, so you can rearrange your party members for party order.
Correct.
And we get to choose, it looks like, where we're going. Oh, and if you don't put them in, it looks like you don't get them.
Right.
So you can go in with less than a full party if you want to.
By mistake, it looks like.
Yep.
Yes. This is not a game which is forgiving of player error, I would say. And I think it gives that vibe off right at the beginning.
The design here tells me that. Like, I'm a little bit going in blind. I'm a little bit like, okay.
So I'm going to ask Matt a question real quick. Matt, why did you put them in that order?
Based on years of put the heavy one to the tank in the front, then she looked like she could cause some damage. This person looked like a doctor. and he's super ranged.
Okay, so with that in mind, though, looking at that one character sheet that said preferred position, like how does that shake out? Like, if
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so yep,
So
here
he
we
wants
go.
to be in the first two.
Interesting. So he
doesn't
should
want to be in the back.
Cool. Back. So I got that one somewhat right.
Right. That one's
and
actually
this could go anywhere, but actually the most in the back from what I have. So okay.
So I would, for the sake of our demo, I would switch Dismas and the Vestal, and then we get a
notice
thing.
something.
Yeah.
Yep.
The usual
So-
suspects.
Yeah. So this is one of my favorite little things that you can find in Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon has preferred character combinations that will then reward the player for experimenting not only with character combinations, but placements of those characters by having things like the usual suspects or
When you mouse over to that, does it give you like a reward or something for having?
No, it's just a fun thing.
I regret to inform you, Jeff, that you should not be expecting the game to reward you, rather to not punish you.
Gotcha. So we can also quickly see from here, there's some locked areas. It does look like we have two choices of places to go, though one of them is flashing. So that is obviously hey, you should probably go in here.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, and also just to emphasize how mean this game can get, the two places that are unlocked are the ruins that it's flashing and telling you to go, but you could, if you wanted to, dive into the darkest dungeon with a 4 level 1 party.
Don't do that. Yeah, just
All right.
nope.
If
So
we
this
wanted
is-
to see the death screen.
This is interesting. Remember how we were talking about it can sort of let you fail a little bit? Here's something where it's actually not. It feels like it's not like get going. The button is provisions.
Yeah.
Like it's not like it feels like it's not going to let you go in without buying some stuff to keep you alive.
Uh-huh.
You have to make the choice to go in unprepared.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So
you can buy supplies before
8
you
food
go.
and 4 torches, it suggests.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just do that real quick and see what we have left.
Oh, interesting. You could have bought enough stuff in town to not let you do that.
Sort of. The inventory slots on your characters where they would hold trinkets or other relics that increase their specific stats are not the same as this sort of common backpack screen, which is more of an abstraction of the party's carrying capacity than an individual person's combat loadout.
Gotcha.
I'm just buying a couple of each because I have a feeling, I mean, it looks like all the prices aren't exorbitant and we have a decent trough. You can't see it behind my thing. We have 4,700, so I'll just go
4,700, gold. And that's I will tell you right now, it's a good instinct.
Okay.
I can't remember the last time where I've actually had to buy a torch in a game.
Yeah.
So I just know that the repercussions of probably being in the dark is not where you want to be in this game.
Right.
And we did see that at Torchlight 100 we get certain bonuses. We didn't mouse back over it as the light faded, but Travis, I'll save you some time. You're absolutely correct. Although Arthur will undoubtedly mention, there are some reasons to let the light go
There
out.
are some benefits one might hide from the light.
All right. Well, are we? I think I'm just gonna keep blowing money here if we don't go.
So the other interesting thing really quick is the prices are reasonable. So they're expecting you to stock up on things. So this is a game you're going to go through a lot of expendables.
Right.
There's certain games where you just, you buy the magic sword and you're good. This looks like we're going to be using a lot of things that are used up. And it also looks like we're filling up our inventory. So that probably means that we're going to start having some inventory management coming up.
And I mean, like some of the stuff is like, oh yeah, potions or anti-venoms or things. That seems like a consumable, but a shovel as a consumable tells me stuff's going to break and go away.
Right.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
that's probably actually just a key in this case.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Yeah, do it.
I
By
also
the way,
want
I
to point
love
out
the purity seals on everything.
Yeah.
Very Warhammer again.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Okay, they're in marching order. Scout, explore 90% of rooms. We can see our equipment. Oh, we see a dungeon map.
Okay. Interesting. So
we
we only
see
have-
our light thing up there.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's not a lot here. It's not like they're springing a whole bunch of things on us.
Oh, okay, because I'm in the thing. Yeah, I'll click go to this room.
You're in the room. You're in the first room.
Yep.
So
Ooh, did
basically,
you hear that little
dungeons
door
are.
creak?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that?
What was that?
Yeah.
I think he's freaking out, isn't he?
Right.
Yeah.
Stressed out, was it?
Well, okay. So, Travis, was there something specific that made you think that? Like, why? Like,
so this, whatever that icon or that effect that happened above his head, as soon as that happened, I'm like, what? Do I need to check on him?
Right. Right. And we see that he now has a stress value of 2 out of 200.
Yep.
Okay.
So
now
some of
I'm
those other
already
people
going
already have
afraid.
more.
Now I have to worry about stress and hit points.
Thanks for the free torch.
Word.
Excellent.
So we also have learned that there are maximum stacks. Sorry, not stats. Stacks because
Yeah, you're right.
Torch.
Oh wow.
Oh, and a combat.
All right.
Did your light just go down as you went into this?
It did.
It did.
Okay, so
should I?
Interesting. So light goes down as you move. So moving between rooms expends time. Then, when you went from one room to another, your torch burned down.
Well,
so it's room based.
So if you pay very close attention, it actually ticks down as you walk.
Okay.
Each unit of walking is a small tick or turn, and it did go down right before Matt went into the room. So I just want to clarify that to avoid us drawing the wrong conclusion from two coincidentally coinciding.
But
events.
I would have drawn that conclusion at that point if I had been driving.
And changing between rooms does drop the torch a bigger tick than moving does. There is a room penalty to your light.
That was a pretty good
Pretty
shot.
sure.
Oh, and hey, we're getting animated skeletons. This is no longer brigands. We're like right into supernatural horror.
Yeah. And some things do make sense. For instance, we saw there that the skeleton resisted being bled because, it's a skeleton, no blood.
Oh, nice.
Didn't resist lightning.
Real lightning.
Real lightning.
Wait, Faint Help Blossoms. Did we just relieve some stress or something on that execution?
I don't think so.
No.
Okay.
But yeah, so straight up, this narrator is like the Howard Cosell of RPGs. I'm loving everything about him.
Yeah.
So I will point out, Matt, you hit that hand to just grab out of the chest, but there was that middle slot. You could have used perhaps an item there.
The shovel?
Sure.
We'll have to see on the next
Sure.
one.
Sure.
Okay. What's the pick face thing?
A bust.
It is one of our. We did see this briefly in the town. Busts are one of the resources which we use to upgrade events or upgrade facilities in town.
I have just used a torch, so that knocked us up about 25-ish.
Gotcha. Though my guess is you probably should have done that as soon as you move to the next room if it goes down some between rooms.
Well, we can check now.
I double
okay.
I double checked. I was wrong. My bad.
Man.
Yeah, the walking is what moves it. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty fast at that.
Aha! Shovel.
So wait, what was the
I could have done it by hand, which would have taken longer.
Mm-hmm.
Which would have burned more light. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Amongst other things.
Right. And I think Travis absolutely has it correct that being aware of how much light you have, right? Because every time we take a step, the light goes down, and we can only carry so many torches.
Right.
Oh, let's do some blinding gas.
I'm picking up what you're putting down now.
Yeah.
So you surprised them.
Yes.
That's a stunt. Good. That's nice.
I'm debating if I even want to start talking about all the different combat things. I don't think we have time in an hour, but it is interesting the amount of little stats per attack of and debuffs. This definitely looks like it is a crunchy, deep game if you want to get into it.
So
Go ahead.
And on that note, I do want to, while we're at this combat, Matt, that first attack is grayed out for some reason. Do you want to mouse over that just to look?
Yep.
It's because she's not in the right position. So that means
can't
that
bash.
certain abilities are completely locked to you if your character is not where they should be.
Which is awesome.
Right. And we did see, however, that rather than only having space for 4 moves in that character highlighted screen, right, in the character stat screen, we did see that that there were 8 slots, some of which had little lock icons, which tells us a lot about ways that we might be able to advance our character later on.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, spells.
Yeah.
And as you saw that we got crits, instead of getting the like stress crown that we've been getting while walking through the dungeon, we got that radiant light thing.
Yes.
And there was no corpse.
Yeah. Side note, I saw that this wizard monster got buffed, but now it's not there.
Cultist Acolyte? Yeah.
Yeah. But I was going to use a debuff to. Oh,
what's the corpse thing, real quick? So
well, that's just a corpse. I have to for the fighters. If I want to like stab, I think I'd have to choose. Oh, I guess I don't.
Yeah.
Correct.
So you can choose anything in the first 2, but if perhaps there were 2 corpses, if you hadn't gotten rid of the second skeleton because
Right.
through the radiant damage, she would have still been in the 3rd slot, and you couldn't reach her with that bleed.
Interesting.
Also
Bleed
worth
like
noting that a reason that you might have drawn the conclusion that corpses are impassable is that the first corpse that we've encountered in the game is a large enemy, which takes up 2 spaces. There's the little guy with the gun in the back in that first bandit fight, and the big hulking dude with the whip in the front who took up 2 spaces. Which
So yeah, Jeff, you were asking about the 2 ticks versus the 4.
Yeah.
Those don't indicate HP. They indicate size.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool.
So
Also-
having positioned my people this way and seeing that maybe perhaps they might be suboptimal, can I do that at any time? Can I rearrange them like now?
Yes, you can.
Yes. Outside of combat. Inside of combat, that move option, that rotating arrows, is available, but it does take your turn. Though there are definitely points in combat where you're going to need to move.
It also doesn't seem to adjust. Like I just did some swapping and the light level didn't go down.
Okay. That's interesting though, because this probably then means that we will be subbing wounded characters to the back of the party as a guess, sometimes, and subbing suboptimal ones in to keep them from getting whacked, based on the fact that does seem to be attack depth that can happen.
Sure.
All right, everybody. Do we want to go north or do we want to go east?
Well, we don't actually get that choice yet.
We're not in the room
We have to go
yet.
into the room
We have to
first.
go into the room first.
Fine. I'm in the room.
Now,
And actually, we have to explore 90% of the rooms, so I'm guessing that just based on mathematics, that will mean we actually have to end up hitting every single room.
No, because that would be 100% of the rooms.
It rounds
but-
How do you
interestingly.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing, they said 8 torches, right? I noticed that there are 8 rooms, so they're basically expecting 1 room per torch.
We're getting pretty low. I'm going to go kablam. We got that free torch in the beginning.
That is true.
Okay, north or east?
Let's go north. Why not?
Mordor Gandalf, is it north or east?
By the way, Plague Mask guy still, just the aesthetics of this game,
are so strong.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to like it as much as I did.
It is addicting.
Okay. Good.
It's funny, Travis. I saw a couple minutes just when we did a tech test, and it took a lot of will not to just go get the game and immediately start playing.
Same.
Also, Matt, I want you to hover over the light just for a second, just to look at what dim light does, since we've looked at what it does when it's low.
It gives you stress and it gives you. I see.
And it increases the chance for monster crits.
So before we leave this, let's keep moving because we are a little short on time. And I know that, we would all love to sit here and play Darkest Dungeon for like hours on end. We do have a strict time limit.
Here we go.
I do think that...
dude, Freddy Claus.
Yeah, we should put out the light before we go so we can see what what happens when everything goes pitch black.
Okay. I want today's. That didn't work. Thanks, Shredder. All right.
Dazed and confused.
Debuff.
So at this point, we're kind of learning the combat. I actually would have expected that our characters would have taken more damage just based on the kind of game it is.
I didn't get hit last round. There was a miss.
I'm gonna say that this has actually been a really nice first round.
This is unusually good.
This has been very kind.
My
to
expectation that the combat would have been a little more punishing is would normally have been backed up.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct. Remember, as we said, Matt could have lost either of those characters in the tutorial were he unlucky.
Right. Could, but I'm just, yeah.
Yeah, get stunned.
Okay. We're gonna. Someone had asked about the buff icon.
Yes.
We're gonna see that in a second. Okay. Right there before you make your next move, Matt, can you mouse over the blue buff icon there real quick?
Oh, there you go. Way down below.
Oh, because he was stunned. Now he's not going. He has 50% stunned for the next round.
Very interesting mechanic. This is to prevent you from, or to mitigate some of the desire to stun lock enemies.
Yep.
Because it becomes more difficult as they get unstunned to stun them again.
So you have to choose when you do it.
Correct. It's about tempo more than it is about stun locking an enemy.
Judgment.
Huh.
That's actually interesting. That goes back to part of the horror theme, which is not knowing, having to possibly conserve your resources and others. You're even having to conserve ability usage because you might need it more later.
Okay, I'll take this. I also my plague boy. Can he eat some stuff?
He can eat some stuff.
Nom 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 nom.
Okay,
But
so food
not
to
very
heal.
much. So it was.
Yeah, that was a pretty mini heal.
Can I not open this chest?
You
There
need.
we go.
Wait.
So you can open that chest or mouse over that middle thing. It's option. Not
There,
the
left,
middle icon.
The cash thing.
This.
Dragon item here to use. It's optional dragon item here to use it on this object. So you might. Okay, you decided to go for the statue. Why did you decide to go for the statue?
It was a crest.
Okay.
A chest with your family's sigil.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Fair
But I
enough,
don't have
that does
anything.
make sense.
So.
Don't you?
But a key.
Oh, the key?
Yeah, skeleton. It even says it's used to unlock strong boxes and doors.
Ah,
Which
but
gets
that
you more loot.
See, I didn't see that having a family sigil. But okay.
Oh, I see. So you thought that because it had the family crest on it, it would
I
be
thought it was a
related to
different-
your family,
Yeah.
not
Yep.
the thing
The
we would
fluff-
normally associate
The
with
fluff threw him off.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Okay, so looks like we got to go this way.
Wait, go back to the map a second.
Yeah.
Yep.
What are those little colors in the passageways?
Trap.
Trap?
Trap.
Okay,
So
let's do it.
You had a thing that appeared, and it said it was scouting briefly.
Yep.
And now, if we walk forward,
But how do we get around the trap?
that's a great question, Matt. I guess we'll have to walk right into it blindly, knowing that it's there and being unable to do anything about it.
Oh, I see it. It's right there.
Okay. So what you see underneath your feet, you now have a purple icon.
Yep.
What's that say? So
Disarm. No. Oh yeah. How do I? So do I put him in front?
No.
Now you move.
You
Or you click on the little purple thing.
and then maybe do what?
Help me out.
All right. I would.
You just walk into it with him because he automatically disarms.
I wouldn't walk into it, but I would maybe click on the trap.
Oh, the trap, because I guess it's a trap. It didn't highlight, so I didn't understand.
Yes, because you could you could not know that it was there and walk right into it.
I'm actually a little bummed that you put Dismas in the back before walking into this room. I'm not gonna.
All right, I know.
No. So this is a common thing that we'll talk about later. There are actually multiple ways to use Dismas, because while it's true that he has a gun and can do stuff from the back, there's an entirely different build for Dismas that revolves around him moving back and forth in sort of a duelist stance.
Okay.
And it's very interesting, and I was hoping.
Oh, interesting. We've filled up all of our inventory slots.
Hunger. Eat 4 food, 5 health. Yeah, let's have a meal. Let's hang out. Torch.
Let's chill together.
We only
How
have
close are
eight
we-
minutes ish left, so I'm trying to roll through.
Keep moving, and we'll observe as you go.
What's the last? Okay, so on the way to the last room, do we want to just turn out the lights?
Yeah.
Well,
Matt, no more torch for you. No more.
How do I do that?
Shift Control click.
Just do it.
We'll
Just
snuff out the torch.
Yeah. So look at that
Black
real
as
quick,
pitch.
and we'll talk while you walk forward. Can you
But
show
no,
us?
they're bad stuff.
Yep.
Can you show us what the torch says real quick, Matt?
Yeah.
Good. Can I make
So-
it back now?
Wait,
Yes.
stop.
Hold-
Leave it over
hold
the
over
choice.
it.
So plus stress, plus monster AC and damage, plus monster crits, plus hero surprise, but you get more loot and you crit
Plus
more.
loot.
Plus
player
loot.
crits.
Plus player crits.
Wow.
So-
that's a bona fide strategy. Sometimes you just turn the lights off and see what happens.
Yes.
No.
In fact, there
Yep.
are several fights which you can see coming later on in the game. Keep playing, Matt. Just go.
Yeah. Keep going.
There are several fights later on in the game where you know you're going to fight a boss, and that no, you got to fight it with the light out, Matt.
That's okay. Let's do it. We want to see it.
go.
We want to see it.
Yeah.
Oh, look, the color's
go.
different.
Yes, the color's different. Yep.
There's nothing I can bleed here, I don't think.
There is a surprising amount that is communicated through the visuals of this game alone,
Yeah,
but something that I think is interesting is another not only viable but kind of one of the best strategies for this game is if having your main party, your main stable of adventurers.
Yeah.
And then you, of course, don't want those adventurers to die. You've worked so hard on making them good and awesome and all of their items, right?
Uh-huh.
But there are 12 hero slots. You don't need 12 heroes, do you?
No, of course you don't. Also, I'd like to
So-
point out that it's no longer black as pitch.
Yeah.
Because Matt used Marilak's ability, Dazzling Light, and caused the torch to increase. The torch is not merely a marker of actual torchlight. It's a meter of light in general, and there are abilities which some characters can use to change the level of light up or down. I believe enemies can put it down. I don't know that there's any hero abilities in the base game that turn the light down for you in the middle of combat. So
I don't.
We're
No,
also seeing a
all
lot more
the- all
damage
the-
coming from the monsters.
There are heroes whose abilities cause stress because they do not care about the party around them. But
That's correct.
They are my favorite characters.
Ooh, good dodge.
I can't
good
imagine
dodge.
why, Arthur.
Yeah, why would that be, Arthur? Uh-oh.
Oh.
Okay.
For the more experience.
So,
Yes.
yeah, here's an interesting
This
thing.
is so good.
So
Death
when
Door
they're at
doesn't-
zero, they're at death's door. While in the state,
Heal
you
them.
suffer stat penalties plus further chance to kill them. Heal them to get them off of death. Okay,
Yep.
so they have a kind of a D&D unconscious mechanic.
Yep.
Yes, but you're standing and you can still fight.
So this is a really interesting choice to not because the game is so punishing. This is one of those like mechanics to help take the pressure off of the player.
Oh, he healed someone. She did
yeah.
that.
Oh yeah, the Vestal has 2 healing abilities, of which we've seen 1.
But
Let's
there is
go.
still a skull underneath the Plague Doctor if you want to mouse over that to look at it.
Death's Door recovery.
Okay.
-2 accuracy for the quest. All of those debuffs
Whoa.
remain for the quest, not for the fight, for the whole quest. So it's possible to get into a failure.
All right,
loop.
here we go. He's going to get revenge.
Get that plague grenade. You have plagued the body, the corpse.
Yep. So here's an interesting thing too. That character is going to die on its turn. You could, if you had
Look at
healing
that.
abilities,
Wow.
have done other stuff, right?
Got some greaves. Take it all. You don't have enough room. What? Can I lose stuff? Can I drop stuff?
Yeah, you can absolutely. You don't need those shovels anymore. You're at the end of the dungeon. Toss those out.
Shift click.
Get rid of those.
You don't need medicinal herbs or bandages. Surely no one's gonna bleed to death. You know,
Get rid of them.
You did this fight in the dark. Why do you need torches? Right?
Who needs torches?
And
come
now
on.
you see one of the beautiful, terrible things about this game, which is, of course, you could give that up.
We made it back. We made
Okay.
it back to town. We did it in the dark.
Yeah. Okay, Matt. I do want to call something out real quick. You, like many other players, fell victim to a thing which Darkest Dungeon does somewhat predatorily, and we can talk about this or not. There's a chest in that room which you could have taken and didn't because you were so excited to leave and you got out that there's actually a chest that you missed because of it, which is okay.
But it covers it with the sigil. It covered it with the thing.
It does that, and that's one of my, I guess, UI UX complaints about the game is that happens.
Because that's definitely a UX. We should have seen that more with the option to miss.
Yeah. All right, I think we only have 2 minutes left. Really, let's just look at what these people are gonna have to deal with.
Demonomania.
Okay, believes in the possession of demons.
Sickly.
Great.
So all these are negative.
God-fearing. Will only pray for stress relief, which in this game is bad. And
evasive.
Ooh, evasive Vestal is a strong start. Like, I know that seems rough, but an evasive Vestal will keep you alive for a long time.
Okay.
So we should do some kind of wrap up here. And this is obviously a game that there's no way we could cover in an hour.
Of course. Like even here, I think because I've watched a couple things on this, like I know that like I feel like one of these would be good in the to pray. Like and it costs money.
But even
now you have two God-fearing members in your party, which is Rainier, the Crusader, and you could put Dismas in there, but remember that your Vestal now has God-fearing, so she won't get stress relief except for in the church.
It was Danvers who has to pray, but
it was.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I'm doing this wrong. I'm doing it quick. Anyway, there's this mechanic which we didn't even get to.
Right, she got. Oops, my bad.
So let's go back to all of us and leave the gameplay aside while we wrap up some thoughts on this real quick.
Yeah. So
holy heck, y'all! This game is so good, right?
It is. Actually, Travis, I was going to jump in, but what are your, you and I, this is like our first time like seeing kind of anything about this. What are your thoughts, just real quick, on kind of look, tone, feel, how they delivered?
Well, it's interesting because in being from White Wolf, we have a lot of rules that determined how you would act. Usually in Dungeons and Dragons, people say, well, look, you're chaotic good, you're this, and they try to tell you how you should be acting in those particular situations. In White Wolf, it was very much like, you're verifiable this, so you're going to have to roll to see if you would not act this way, right? Yeah. And so here, I've never actually seen an RPG that actually made you very aware of your characters and their mental states.
Yeah.
And I think that's brilliant, actually. That makes me want to play this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I never would have thought that, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which also is interesting thing on kind of how they market and message their game, because this is a game that obviously you and I'm the same thing. I'm going to go get this game. Yeah. But it isn't one that I rushed out to get, even kind of having seen some of the initial stuff, which means that this is kind of the feel of the game is a harder thing to message, because Travis or I are both in their target market of, based on how we like this, but neither of us had picked up the game, which shows you in some cases how hard some of these are to do well and promote, with all of the stuff out there you can play. Because I love the aesthetic. I like, both the art style and the narrator is amazing. I like crunchy games, just on kind of and tinkering with my party. I like the use of positive and negative mechanics to like let you choose to do away, but also not choose. I mean, there's a whole bunch in this game.
Yeah.
But actually, everybody else, last thoughts around. Actually, Arthur, you should go last. You've played the most. But Matt, you've played let's go Matt, Will, Arthur.
Yeah. I'll literally just say this is definitely right up my alley. For those of you who've been watching our streams, which we play Dark Souls 3 on, I've been getting into Dark Souls. Yes, I do push-ups when I die. Don't worry about it. This is such a nice sort of like, I understand that I had a good run there, even with the torch. Like I felt the goal of the feeling of this game seems to be like stress and release. I mean, mechanic even about what we're doing with our characters is doing just that. And to have that sort of tethering effect as a player does 100% come through. Though Jeff and Travis, to both of sort of your points, this is a hard thing to sell outside of playing. So that's just a sort of side note. I think this game's great. I know a lot of people knew that before I did. Will?
I'm just disappointed that we didn't get to see the lows that goes with those highs.
I know.
For every high that's as high as we got with the success and the giddy adulation of getting out with all of our loot, there are so many worse things than death.
Yes.
Arthur, what thoughts?
See, like I think this is where you and I split, Will, right? Because like you have those feelings and you're like, man, this game didn't really click for me. Whereas I hear that and I'm like, oh yes. Like there are some things that we didn't get to see, like the fact that it is very easy to get into a failure spiral with this game. Had our plague doctor died, that would have caused mega stress to everyone else. And stress is another way you can die. So that causes somebody else to die. Like it just goes off from there.
It's great.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
To the people who play this, once that particular character is dead, there's no resurrection, is there?
You can be extremely lucky some of the time, and you might get one character back.
Yes. The graveyard, things do
Gross.
come back from the graveyard. Whether you want them to or not is a different question.
Wow, so now cemetery.
Right? But so there are things like that. There's a bit. One of the things that I love about this game is that at first it markets itself the way that like we saw it, where it is this like kind of dungeon delvey bit. But later on, after the mechanics really like sync together, you start to realize you aren't the adventurers in the dungeon. You are a dungeon manager. They are your employees, and you only care about 4 of them.
Wow.
Everybody else, goodbye.
Yeah.
You are expendable. You don't get torches. Goodbye.
Yep.
Wow.
It's true. All right.
Because that's how you get the best loot.
It's true. Well, I think that's going to have to do it for us. Thank you all so very much for joining us for Design Club Live. From all of us here at Extra Credits, we hope you have a great digital PAX, a wonderful day, and we hope to see you next time.
And
Bye,
Travis, thank you so much for joining us as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks all.
Bye, everybody.
Enchanted is a co-op adventure where you discover magical potions, serve otherworldly guests, and pacify monsters. Gather your party and journey on a quest to overcome the evil wizard, who just happens to be your landlord. Running a magical inn can keep you busy every day and every night. During the day, work as a team to cook food, brew magical potions, and serve your customers. Just remember to watch out for those pesky monsters, or they'll scare the guests away. At night, make meaningful choices to impact the future of your inn. Do you unlock the secrets of alchemy or revive the spirits of the land through music? Developed for a simple, accessible pickup and play experience, Enchanted can be played in any style you want. Can you work together and save this magical inn?
Shot is a fast-paced, skate-trick multiplayer shooter where players dodge bullets and take out opponents as they skate ramps, grind, parkour, complete tricks, and kills for the most points to win. Contestants select between hover skates or hoverboards. You can score points by doing tricks or taking out opponents, or a balance of both. Complete tricks to fill your trick meter. It boosts your overall speed and damage, making you a more deadly opponent. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. You can carry as many weapons as you can find. Knock opponents off their feet by tackling. Use dash to bridge gaps and gain on enemies. Or you can slide into boomboxes to launch them at your opponents. When you're holding a weapon, each air trick will give you a small amount of ammo. Each ground trick gives you a small armor boost. When you kill an opponent, the score they lose from death adds directly to your combo score. Jump towards the wall to start a wall run. Grinding will continuously give you health boosts. Actions add points to your combo score, and kills will add to your score multiplier. Trick points are based on selecting basic, advanced, or pro tricks. From fast and easy to slow and hard. Pick the air, ground, or grind trick right for you. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. This is Trick Shot.
What do you think it's like? Here. Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own. Different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things. But we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play. A new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles. It also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Should a party member be willing to die for the cause? I think whether they're willing to die is irrelevant. Are they able to die for the cause? Don't underestimate that by itself, because then they can die for the cause unrelated to their willingness, and that is much, much more flexible. I'm not advocating the death of party members before their time. By and large, a coworker is much more valuable when still alive, most of the time. But like so many things, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. And don't forget, in most cases, a cause is unsympathetic to how it is achieved. If the party's goal was to save someone's life, that person might want to say something about it before the party takes action. For example, if you had to imprison 1,000 people in Avernus to save one person, they might say, "Don't put yourself out on my account. I like it down here." It seems bad until you actually show up, and then it's pretty cool. The kind of quests we get are about kidnapped dignitaries or trade disputes. But if the cause is for real clarity, real meaning, the inner workings of the universe, that is worth dying for. It's worth me dying for. And whether or not you agree, it's worth you dying for. Probably first. I am just trying to make the point. If you're seeking forbidden knowledge that can't be obtained with non-occult methods, you don't want to hesitate in the moment with ethics. A wise, long-storied drow philosopher once said, "I'm not giving away my shot." If you had one shot, would you take it or just let it slip? That's from the Book of Lolth. Lolth is a spider goddess they made me worship for a while.
Hey everybody, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Tonight we are playing Wheel of Fortune for charity.
Yeah, woohoo!
My name is Craig. You may know me as Craig Skitz, or the guy who used to have Screw Attack, or Craig Skistimus. Joining me tonight, the one, the only, illustrious, the master of all gooses, Bruce Green.
Oh. Wow, what an introduction there, Craig. The master of gooses. That sounds weird. I sound like a crazy person.
You do sound kind of weird, don't you? Absolutely.
Yeah, I sound crazy. That's great.
Also joining us tonight, Bruce's former partner in crime, forever linked in friendship, the one, the only, Lawrence Solar Sontag.
I was nearly convinced you'd forgotten my name.
What, really?
Just like, yeah, that beat was just like a second, just a hair too long. I was like, oh, he lost it. He lost it somewhere.
First
but you
for
found
last
it.
name.
I appreciate that.
Well,
Sorry,
first for
what?
last name. Do you think I think it was first for last name? I forgot.
Oh, I
That's the
think it
whole
all came to you. It all came to you in a brilliant flash.
thing. In a brilliant flash. Well, speaking of brilliant, we are doing Wheel of Fortune tonight. We are trying to raise money for Child's Play. So we encourage you guys to donate. My goal tonight is Christina, I look up to the side. I see Christina over here just shaking her head. Our producer in my ear, she's shaking her head. Like, what are you talking about? Sorry. Okay, look. She's laughing now. Look, we're trying to raise as much money as we possibly can. But as we do so, I encourage you to donate. They're down below. There's a link that you allow will take you wherever you need to go. All right, we're trying to raise that money. I want to raise as much money as we possibly can. Hopefully, the amount of money that we win, we can match here. So I'm ready to go. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. All right, here we go. It looks like we had a couple doppelgangers here, guys.
It's time to start a toss-up.
Hold on. Yeah, there's two men that look exactly the same.
That's right.
I customized my avatar. You guys should have spent the time in the green room a little more effectively.
Contestant number one.
That's a quick buzz there.
How do you already know this?
It was just a quick one. I'm going to pass.
You can pass? That doesn't sound right. What?
Yeah, you know.
If you pass, you're supposed to get...
No. You just...
Contestant number two.
You can
go
pass.
ahead and solve.
He's got it. He's got it.
I don't know that I do.
He's got it.
I don't know that I do. I'm not sure.
He's got it.
Ooh!
I know that.
I think, Lawrence, you may have this if Bruce doesn't.
I absolutely have it.
Oh, no.
Bruce, I'm bluffing. If you don't get this right, I'm going to look like a fool. Bruce, you gotta get this.
Something... Oh...
Wheat. California wheat farm.
It's not wheat, Craig.
What?
Got it.
Are you ready?
No. I was pressing my button so fast it didn't work out.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
It is a concept of a person, not an actual
Not an
person.
actual person.
No. The conceptualization of it. Oh,
Wait a
that's
minute.
it. You can't delete it now.
Okay, I wasn't aware that you'd need basic dexterity to play this game.
You got it.
I got it.
Mary Farmer. Congratulations. Look at how hyped you are.
Was it the California Fairy Farmer? Is that what you said?
That's right.
They're farming fairies out there?
Why are we doing another toss-up? What is this for?
Sometimes they do this.
I think this is just a game now.
Yeah,
Wheel of
sometimes they
Fortune
do
has
this.
changed.
Contestant number three.
Whoa.
This doesn't seem right. Because
nice job. Nice job.
Wow.
Craig knows it.
Well, I'm not the one choosing it. This is Lawrence.
Can I spell it correctly? Yeah, I'm the only one who's independent here. Again, I customized my avatar, so I have to fight. these doppelgangers, these evil twins.
That little guy on the bottom left does look like Lawrence.
It does, right?
With the blonde hair.
And the denim jacket I'm always wearing.
Spitting image right there.
Everyone knows that jacket and that big old red nose. Come on.
Here,
Same thing.
contestant number
All right, so here's the actual
Why don't you
spinning,
go
right?
ahead and take the first spin.
Lawrence, will you please cosplay as your avatar one
your
day?
Wheel of Fortune avatar.
It's gonna be hard because that's me every day. Oh, my jacket's in the cleaners right now. Spilled something on it, but I said this is important to me. It's my visual brand. I took it to the cleaners.
I like the idea of you having a visual brand. That makes me happy.
It's that really, really blonde hair with that part. That side
That's
part.
right.
on
The side part.
Yeah.
Come on! There's so many boxes. None of them were an H.
Ooh.
Give it a
My
big
brain is also
spin.
being horrible at Wheel of Fortune.
Very on brand. That's okay. Well, you're so for one. You're horrible at Wheel of Fortune. You got the first 2 toss-ups.
That's true.
Yeah, those are good guesses.
I'm incredibly good at Wheel of Fortune. Were you mashing the button?
Me? No. I knew exactly where I was going with that.
Is that Dingle playing through the whole stream? Because I think hundreds of people just thought something disconnected from their computer. That was me, in case that went through.
Did not go through. Okay.
Just wanted to make sure.
We have 1 S.
I'm playing this hard to get.
Got quite a bit of money.
job.
You guys know the first 5 letters you're always supposed to pick?
Yep. RSTLNE.
God, Bruce, you are an expert.
No, I couldn't get the other ones. That was all Lawrence.
700.
Well, I'm starting there. RSTs.
Yes, we have some.
Yes,
T's.
sir.
There we go. Rank them in. What are the next 3 letters? Do you know, Bruce?
Keep that going.
RSTLNE, and
All the
then
winner tonight.
I don't. Was it something like N? I forget the other ones.
C, M, and D.
That's what it is. Yeah.
That's right. I just watched a lot of Wheel of Fortune as a kid.
I did
It's crazy.
too.
Come on, baby. Come on, get there, wild card.
Wow.
RSTs. Let's go for the L's.
We have
Oh,
1
God.
L.
Yeah.
We did it. We did it.
Go ahead. Pick up that wild
What is that? Okay, so we don't find out what that is until the end of the round, I don't think, right?
It's a great question. I legit don't even know what that is. Yeah. So
I think it maybe could end up being either a prize or a money value.
you got to be kidding me.
Oh my gosh!
Bankrupt is always.
Oh,
a
that
good
sound.
one.
That
What are we
bankrupt
doing?
sound.
What are
That
we doing here?
bankrupt sound.
There goes that microwave. Damn.
That'd be the worst thing is if it told you what it was at the end. It's like, and by the way, you would have had $16,000. You know.
Let's see here.
We have 1.
There you go. The end's a smart play.
All right.
I don't
I
even
have a
look at the
rule about
puzzle. Oh, what's that, Lawrence?
Since I'm an honorable combatant, I do have the Discord chat open. If I see anyone posting cheats in there, I'm going to rule them out.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
if you tell me the answer, I'm not going to pick it.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
The Discord chat or the chat?
What would you like?
Well, there's a Discord chat too. Either one.
Are you
Either
talking
one.
about Christina, the producer? Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, sorry. I just want to make sure. Christina's part of this game too, whether she likes it or not. Whether she likes it or not.
Or dark alternate dimension game of Wheel of Fortune with twins and a blonde weirdo. Come play with us.
With the oddly timed fun and games theme here. Look at how smug he is.
I was like, yeah, I knew it. Let's do.
If you'd like to buy a voucher, yes, we have some eyes.
Oh, smart play.
That still doesn't necessarily help me.
You got a cool $550.
I got to go back to the wheel though, because I'm not sure of the first word. Man, I love
got
Wheel
this,
of-
Bruce.
Nope, lose a turn.
Oh, come on.
jeez.
Come on.
Turn.
Sorry.
They're robbing you.
Unlucky spin.
That's the
Not
you
so-
know what? The wheel's a fickle mistress, guys. The wheel's a fickle mistress.
Not so smug are you now? I'll tell you what.
Yeah, you're right. I wiped the smug right off my face.
Man, that's crazy. You guys want to know where my computer's at with the Windows PC update? Oh my gosh!
Almost 1 million.
Wow, I am very sorry.
By the way, still at
Just try to
0%.
keep positive thoughts.
So yeah, I think your computer might be broken, man.
That's good. That's why I'm streaming from my iPhone. No,
Yeah,
please don't. I hope my battery lasts. Come on, baby.
Oh, we got an amazing
give me-
kit.
Yes.
Amazing kite. Wait, what the hell's an amazing kite?
Well, I know there's a V.
We do know there's a V.
Go ahead and pick up the card from.
What is the amazing
This gift is
kit?
worth
I
one.
think it's an amazing kite. There's an E on the end of that. I don't know what that is.
I
You got to spin.
Yeah, I mean, I do. I legit don't even know where to start.
You got to spin. I just don't know what it is.
Come on. Oh, that's
I
nice.
feel like one letter is gonna get us in there.
Yeah.
I
I'm
agree.
mad
I'm
at
gonna
myself for not knowing this.
Yeah,
Let me
right.
go with the
What is-
P here.
That's a good guess. Yeah.
Yeah. That doesn't help me at all.
I guess you'll be paying for dinner tonight.
It's so smug.
Arrogant jerk.
I'm sure everybody in chat knows what this is, but don't tell us, please.
Remember, if you say it, I can't use it.
What in the world?
Go with the classic Gims. Oh no!
What?
Oh,
what is this?
I just want to know what my amazing kite is.
Man, I love Wheel of Fortune so much. I wish I was better at this game, and I'm not.
Do you have a favorite era of Wheel of Fortune, Bruce?
I just love Pat Sajak in general.
So, see, like all of them, all the
We
eras.
have one D.
What?
That's a fair bit of cash you picked up.
It's a good guess.
I gotta buy another vowel. There's got to be another vowel in there.
Oh no!
Oh my gosh! I finally got it. Oh, thank God.
I know. Can you
thank God.
bankrupt a couple times?
Your chance to solve.
Thank God. Okay. Jeez, man, why did that take so long?
Because we're not.
These
good
are all
at Wheel of
phrases we
Fortune.
don't hear anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
Who's on a playground doing any activities?
Yeah, it's like from 50 years ago.
Yeah, this is all from the before time.
When people actually went outside before you can go outside.
Yeah, I mean, we're all fried out.
Craig, I don't know if you
Are we
noticed,
all
but
ready to
I did
start?
the Wheel
Yes?
of Fortune there
Well,
on
let's
my
get to our
camera.
places.
You can see
Let's
the little
get this
wheel.
round started.
I did
It looks
that for
great.
love.
Glory
I did
is
Oh, did you?
that there, yeah.
It's
Absolutely.
going well. You're in second
Let's
place.
get this
Yeah,
round
I'll take
started
it.
with the
Yeah,
first
that's good.
spin.
All right. Oh, my turn. Let's give it a big spin.
Yeah, it's sterile. Yeah, that's what it
It
is.
is really sterile. You're right. You're right. Discord.
These are
chat.
robots. These are beep boop robots. I play Wheel of Fortune from the heart. These guys
Okay.
are playing from the brain.
I want to see some Zoomer memes out there.
Yeah.
Like, come on, give me some 100 Gex song titles.
I know you must be excited to go hop in that car and
You got a half a car, Craig. That doesn't do you any good.
Did you get the part with the engine?
I don't know. Probably the trunk. You don't know my luck. Come on, baby.
Only the inside.
You gotta
That
be
other half a
kidding
car.
me. You gotta be
no.
kidding me.
You lose the car. You lose a half a car. You lose that car. That car disappears.
I'm gonna need you to turn in your half car, sir.
It
doesn't drive.
I'm still gonna need that back.
Trying
Come
to
on,
play
no bankrupt.
play the game Wheel of Fortune for effing charity over here.
500.
Now they got to click that link below. That's the there's one. It's one below the Twitch video player. It's for Child's Play, which is a fantastic charity.
Paying for dinner tonight.
Help them kids.
Got to help them kids play some video games. Let's see
Kids
here.
love Wheel of Fortune.
They love Wheel of Fortune.
Because kids love spinning things.
Oh, come on, baby. Come on, baby.
I actually think merry-go-round might have been my favorite
Yes.
playground
we have some
activity.
tea.
I was gonna say I know you said that and you thought it was funny, but there's a lot of truth in that, and I do think that it's funny, but at the same time, there's a lot of truth to what you just said,
You
Lawrence.
can
Kids do love
certainly-
spinning things.
Yes, we have some
Love them.
tea.
And trains. But what are trains but many spinning things on top of each other?
Great point. Love it. Man, Lawrence, you're on fire tonight. I'll tell you what.
This Wheel of Fortune just brings it out of me, I guess.
Tell you what, this is great. We got.
I'm really trying to figure out what this is right now.
I got some of it.
500.
I have some of it too, but not all of it.
I got the.
Yep.
We have
Yep.
one.
Got
Nailed
that
it.
one too. I know what that one is.
Oh, I know it.
A lot of money.
I got the first three. Don't let it make its way around.
If you'd like to buy a vowel, yes, we have some O's.
Nailed it. Nailed it. I'd like to say congratulations to my Dallas Stars for advancing to the Stanley Cup Finals tonight.
Oh, they made it? Hey.
They did. Isn't that great? I didn't see it because I was in here trying to figure out how to stream. My wife comes in. She goes,
"Where's you gonna cruise ship? I'm going on a cruise."
Well, not yet.
We have one.
My wife just comes in and goes, "Yay!" And I'm like, "Oh, sweet, Wheel of Fortune."
Go ahead.
You got a cruise, Bruce. Give me that cruise ship. Cruise. Give me that cruise ship.
And $500.
All right, let's go. Let's go back to the fickle mistress.
I'm not
so
one
nervous.
to wish bad on you, Bruce, but I definitely want you to hit.
What the hell is free play? What's free play? What does that mean?
Free play.
Means if you lose a turn, you get to play again.
Wait, really? For real? Right now?
Yes. Well, no, you got to get it first.
Bruce, you got this.
Wait, do I have to get it? So I have to get it.
No, you have to just get a letter.
Oh, gotcha.
Yes,
Okay, all
we
right,
have
cool. Yeah,
some
I can do that.
games.
I can do that.
Okay. So now you got the free play space. Or I think you got it
Are you sure?
regardless.
Is that what that means? What is that? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm
Are you
pretty
fooling
positive.
me right now?
No, no. Listen, if there's one thing I know, it's that you and I look the exact same in this Wheel of Fortune game.
Yeah, it's true.
That's the one thing I know. I'm not going to tell you I know what the free place does.
Yeah, thanks. Yes, I got it. I know. Yes, we're all aware of what those two. I got to do it.
You got to do it.
Bruce,
All right, I'm
do
doing it right now. I'm doing it.
Come on, baby.
You gotta be kidding! Are not in your favor right now.
What?
I'll have to take that back.
Oh no, Bruce! You lost a trip. You lost $4,000. Come on! You lost all my respect. It's good.
I can't get that back.
I know you can't. Oh,
Bruce,
no!
it was the perfect turn.
It was the perfect turn. I was good. It was so well.
You went $10,000. Oh, sick.
That's about as
All right, well, you know, hey, at least they didn't build my hopes up before they burned my house down.
The fickle mistress. I love it. I love it.
Man.
You can skip the spin. That's good.
I didn't know you could skip the spin.
That's good.
We have one.
One. What is this?
Not bad. You've got quite a bit of money.
All right, let's go for it again.
You gotta, Craig. You gotta. Somebody's gotta relieve me here because I don't know what this is.
Get the million.
Oh, that's a bankrupt.
Oh no!
Oh.
700.
Oh wow. Okay. Go with the G.
Will we get any help on
We don't have a G. Are you kidding me? Oh, there's no I. Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I have to spin. I don't have a choice. Come on.
And I'm bringing it up the rear now. I'll tell you what. This is not...
We're past that bankrupt. There we go. We're good. We're good.
700?
I don't know how you guys play this game so calmly.
We have
I'm so emotionally invested in this game. It's crazy.
I'm angry.
Fair bit of cash you picked up.
I am. My blood pressure is very erratic at the moment.
What the fuck?
Oh, come on, Bruce. That had to lock it in, right?
I don't.
Bruce, you got it.
I don't know that I do.
Oh no.
Bruce.
I don't know that I do.
Milk it, Bruce.
Oh, I got this. Of course. The C did it.
Did it really? Wow. Let's see here.
Unfortunately,
ouch!
you
Oh, I didn't
What?
get-
Oh no.
I pressed the button. Oh well.
I gotta just go for it, right?
Contestant number 3.
Yeah, and you gotta solve
Go
it.
ahead.
Well, you solve it. You get nothing.
I guess. Yeah, you're right. I should have at least spun.
Company.
It's so silly. Too sterile again. Again, we're out here.
That's a CEO.
Oh, I got a grand for that.
Oh yeah, for solving it. Yeah.
It was the
Wow,
coward's
that
way,
is
though. I should have spun the
incredible.
wheel.
How did
I
you
should have
come up
spun
with
it.
that?
Lawrence, is your
We
character?
have a
Did you
prize
model
round
your
now.
character
The winner
after
of this
Ellen?
round will also be
No, it's me.
Are you all
It's after
right?
me.
Category
I'm just
It
curious.
does kind of look like
Contestant
Ellen.
number 2.
It does.
Why don't you go ahead and take
Perhaps
the
there's
first
something
spin?
about being adjacent to Wheel of Fortune that makes me, the photorealistic representation of me, look like Ellen DeGeneres.
That's a good point.
And also,
That's
you
possibly
do-
what you're thinking of.
Also, you do treat your employees terribly too.
Oh yeah, horrific emotional abuse.
I knew- I
just
knew-
just
yeah.
absurd.
I knew you did.
We have
I
one
don't eat or
car.
drink anything that has a hyphen in it. That's way too bougie for me.
Wow, good job. Hang on tight.
Yeah, I got that
Look at
half
this
a car.
guy. He's got
Got the
half a
half
car
car.
and hyphenated food.
Woo!
Sure, you
Let's
can buy a
go.
vowel. What would you like?
this.
Yes, we have.
So you guys are smart playing those playing the vowels. That's something. 250. That's a good use of that money right there.
I mean, Bruce has all the strats here.
Good use of that money, but I still can't solve the word company. So.
Oh
Well,
man,
that's a bankrupt. That's a,
Oh.
I thought for sure that was a bankrupt.
Oh wait, you still have a free play, right? Or did you lose it in the bankruptcy?
Oh, you know
I would
what?
assume
I
I
don't
lost
We
know.
have
I would
some
assume I lost. Looks like your phone, Craig.
I know. Guess what?
There we go.
Guess
How's
what?
how's that battery looking, Craig? How's
It's
it
not
looking?
looking good. It's not looking good.
Oh, we're riding lightning, huh?
We are.
vowel would you
It's
guess?
just ratcheting up the tension, you know? We got
I
this
know.
blistering game, Wheel of Fortune.
Oh my gosh, what a failure I am in every way, shape, and form.
Ah,
Oh my gosh.
don't say that, buddy. There's still a few more ways.
There's still a few more ways to fail. It's true.
Yeah, there's always a few more.
I was so prepared for tonight, and then everything just hit the fan.
Oh, that's how it
Yes,
goes,
we
man.
have some teams.
That's
That's
the worst. Oh, I know this.
I do too. All right, good. Finally, I can finally do it.
You gonna dunk it, Tomahawk Jam?
That's great. Here we go.
Oh, you should explain one more time. You're so close to.
Absolutely
to
not. I'm not gonna. I don't care. I just want to solve it.
Okay. Hey, listen. Here's the thing, guys. If I just disappear from the stream, I need you to. I will continue to play.
He will, and Lawrence and I will continue. All right.
Yes, I will continue to play.
Guys, there's nothing better than a hot roast beef sandwich. Nothing
best.
better.
My favorite kind of food and drink.
Look at that. You got $10,000.
That's a lot, dude.
The half car. It's that half car.
Oh, is that included in that?
Wait, what? I got a trip to Hawaii.
You're going to Greece, Bruce. Oh wait.
No. On my screen, you're going to Rome.
Oh, what? It's in Hawaii for me. Which one am I going to? Oh, sea turtles.
Is it worth $7,320?
Start another toss-up round.
Oh, just about. It cut off near the end there.
The category is
thing. Well, I'm gonna.
Oh, great! It's a thing. Perfect.
Yeah.
$3,000.
That hyphen's probably a major clue. Oh, got it.
Oh,
Lawrence is right, by the way. All these phrases are 50 years old. That's what it is. That's what it is. Lawrence is 100% correct.
You got it.
Yep.
Oh, I never would have got this one. Never.
It's what everyone craves. It's the perfect thing.
The risk-free trial offer.
I think it's time to start.
I mean, nobody said that. Those are only scam words.
Just try and say no to this. Risk-free trial offer.
Here goes one last spin.
Oh no.
Bruce is throwing this in the bag and running away.
I mean, well, I don't know how close we are to the end of the game. So
this is it. This is the final spin.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Wait, what?
What time is it?
What am I guessing?
Unfortunately, there
No
are
R's.
none on the board.
I guess you're in the lead.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
Well, no, you solved the last puzzle, so you get to start.
Oh, is that true? And wheel? Oh my gosh.
That's it.
Okay, this is anybody's game.
One S, one of them.
I think they double the money values too. So.
What? I got to solve it?
No, you don't have to. You just pass.
You just pass if you don't know it, obviously.
Why wouldn't I try?
Give it a shot. Why not? Who cares?
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, thumpums, right? There's a slogan.
I'm gonna have to guess how many letters this is.
Listen, you got to do this before my phone dies.
Just put in,
Here,
yeah, GOOFR. There, all the O's, yeah. There we go.
There we go. It's everyone's favorite slogan. Thumpum's good. What?
Oh.
Come on, Alan.
It sucks.
Oh no.
We have one T. Not bad. You've
Nice
got
job, buddy.
Hey, pass it up. Let's go.
Okay. I guess we're doing this
We
one.
have one N.
Of course, there's
Not
only
bad.
one. Right.
You've got quite a bit of
Great.
money now. Contestant number 2,
I'll pass that one around because I don't know.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get on the board.
That's not what we need.
No C. Oh. Ellen, she starts yelling at her staff off camera.
What is your
problem?
Why
did you tell me to pick C?
Good job.
Ooh.
I got a chance. I'm trying to come in from behind. Huh?
Okay, all right. I'll do this little guy here.
Yes, we have some L's. I guess you'll be paying for dinner tonight.
Yeah, maybe.
Contestant number 2, your chance to solve.
It's a slogan. Guys, I just want to let you guys know that my computer is at 0% right now.
Oh yeah,
All
still
right.
not updating. Huh?
Oh.
I don't know,
Yes,
Lawrence. I
we
really
have
don't.
some I's.
Oh, Ellen's stoked. I mean,
Yeah,
Lawrence
she
is
pointed at her
stoked.
jacket.
3, would you like to solve?
Jean jacket's where it's at. Jean jacket's where.
Uh-oh. Delete that.
Oh,
Was
there
he?
you go.
You going for it?
Does Lawrence know it right now?
No, I don't know it. I wish
I was like,
knew.
wow.
I want to know it.
I think Craig's up.
I am.
Got this, Craig.
No, we don't seem to have any of those.
Oh, are you kidding me? How are there no G's?
That was my mind game.
I'm sorry, there are none on the board.
No
What
P's?
letter was that? No
That was a P.
P's?
Yeah, that was a P. Come on.
Just absurd, really. Absurd.
I'm gonna go for it.
Have some E's.
Oh, I know exactly what it is. Fuck.
Contestant
Shit.
number 3.
Again,
your chance
1
to
million years.
Yeah, this is so old.
Uh-oh.
What? Uh-oh.
Lawrence, you know it.
Oh,
no.
no.
Oh,
What
no.
are you- It's not.
No, it's not that.
I don't know how to spell that.
It's not that.
I'm a dude. I just flex and grunt a lot.
Yes, we have some B's.
Craig is doing the smart move here.
That's a fair bit of cash.
Oh, no.
Now Craig has to spell it. Are you going to get it wrong now?
Yeah, I'm going to get it wrong.
Now Christina's losing her mind. Yeah. Wait, what did I do?
You flipped
did
the letters on
you
the
flipped
bottom.
the letters. It was B and Y. Yeah.
Oh, that was really stupid.
Wow, that is incredible.
I finished second.
How did you come up with that?
You know what did it for my doppelganger over there was the half a car.
Oh yeah. Or the trip to Hawaii, Greece, or Rome, or wherever it was.
Our
That's
lucky
right. Push it over the
contestant
top.
looks
Okay,
eager to
Bruce, here you
start the
go.
bonus
Bonus
round.
round.
So let's get
Oh, this is
over
my
there.
favorite. This little wheel. I love this little wheel.
Oh, this is sweet.
I love that baby wheel. The baby wheel always, and like one of those is like $1 million or some crazy shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but you don't know what it is.
You don't know what it is until you win. That's right.
You have to solve it.
Guys, I'm gonna need your help now. Now I
Oh,
guess
yeah,
that's true.
absolutely. Yeah, we're all
We
in
have
this
to help.
together.
Letters R, S, T,
Oh, it's a
L,
thing.
N,
It's
and
your
E.
best category, Bruce.
So let's see what shows up.
Are you gonna go CMD or what are you doing here? What's your other letters?
I mean, probably right. That
Could we have
shouldn't that be
3
it?
consonants and a vowel, please?
Unless you guys have. Let's see here. It could no. I'm gonna do C.
D maybe and M.
Yeah, I'll do CMD and then. What's the best I or O?
Yeah, I was gonna say A.
Wow, you made that look easy.
Oh, we got this. Good deeds. Let's go.
That's
Good
it.
deeds.
Yeah, that's it.
We're gonna do it.
Nice
You're gonna
job.
get that card, Bruce. You're gonna get that tiny wheel
Okay,
card.
time is
Nobody
limited,
has
so
said
solve
the
puzzle.
words good deeds in 75 years.
No one does
There
them
we-
anymore.
Hey, come
There
on,
we
baby.
go.
Let's go.
What I win?
$34,000.
That's enough to buy another half a car.
You could
Way to
finish
go,
your
Bruce.
car, dude.
I know.
I'm so happy for you.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Someone's not sleeping in the rain tonight.
All right. Well, I'm gonna challenge somebody. Oh, I did too. I'm gonna challenge somebody in chat to donate $34,000 to Child's Play for charity right now. Match it.
It's technically $47,920.
Oh, you're right. No, you're right about that, Craig. Or you know
But
what?
if
Just donate $5. Either way, whatever you want. Whatever.
Or
you
a half car.
want. Or
Want a half car and Wheel of Fortune? Doesn't drive? Give it to Child's Play.
Love that. Oh my god. Okay, look, the guys. Here's the thing. I'm gonna spin the wheel. I'm going to boot up another computer. I'm going to get another Zoom. You will not lose me. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna spin this. Listen, you will not lose me.
All right.
I'm worried that this is going to make your Wheel of Fortune performance suffer. If your
It
attention is
probably
split.
will.
Yeah, Lawrence, you and I now we got to win right now. Lawrence.
We got to play twice as hard now.
This is when we
I
capitalize.
don't want to disrespect the game.
Exactly.
That's Ajax looking down on us from a high house because he's very rich.
He's not dead.
No, he's very much alive, doing great. Never looked better. Taking them fish oil pills, doing daily stretches.
He looks great. Him and Vanna look fantastic.
Calisthenics.
Yeah,
I would
right.
definitely not want to let them down by playing a subpar game of Wheel of Fortune.
Contestant number
Got it.
1. Your
Yeah?
chance to solve.
Yep. Fun
loving folk.
Fun-loving folk.
Yeah.
Is that-
no,
is that
that's not a phrase. No, that's not a phrase that anybody has said in the
people
last
say it?
75 years. No.
Hey, who loves that fun-loving folk? This guy.
Lawrence
we
is
ready
from
for
Texas,
another
but has
toss-up
lived in
round?
California for a while, and I feel like, and Craig is in Texas. So
Yeah.
Craig should know it.
Yeah, well, you know, we don't really use the word folk very often. I think it's more
I don't like
deep
what's on
south.
my mind right now.
Contestant number 3. Leaves of Song.
Oh, nailed it. Oh, jeez.
I have to spell it correctly. It's
Don't
weird
be
to me that
flipping those letters.
all these tiles are alphabetical and not QWERTY.
Well, they also sometimes it'll also skip over another letter that's blacked
As much
out.
as I enjoy
Nice job,
standing
Ellen.
here, I'm ready to get this.
Boy, Ellen's begging for a punch in the parking lot.
Contestant number 3.
Shooting off them
Go
finger
ahead.
guns like that, that's not good.
Oh, man.
All right, here we go.
Okay, guys, look, I'm right now in the middle of this game in front of the 6 trillion people who are watching us right now. I'm going to go get another computer.
550.
Because I
All
want
right,
to let you know
do
my update is at 0%.
We have 1
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Not
Christina's over here just shaking her head. She doesn't even know what's going on. It's like, wow, I'm upset.
I need at least a few gimme letters here.
Yeah.
Although, I don't know how there can possibly be one character
700.
by itself at the end of the title.
That's actually a really good clue, except that I don't know it. So,
movie title.
We have 1 F.
Come on! Come on! I'm not getting any gimmies here. All
If
right.
you'd like to buy a vowel, we have 1 E.
yeah, good job. Good, that was good. Come
I
on,
need something
Lawrence,
else.
You know one more letter, Lawrence.
I
Put
do.
it in there. Put it in there.
Got the money. Yes, we have
Okay.
Oh, jeez. I mean, what? Spin her again.
Yeah.
Give her a spin. I don't know
Hmm.
that you're going to get another T anywhere in there, but maybe. Right?
I mean, why was T grayed out?
900.
Still nailing it, huh?
I guess.
got
Oh,
it.
wait, why didn't I?
Yes, we have some T's.
All right.
Okay, all right.
Well, that's a healthy amount to add to your winnings tonight.
What? What movie is this? Is this from 1923?
We have 1 I.
I don't know, man.
I don't know either, man.
God, the pressure's so high. Pressure's so high.
550.
Oh, I feel bad.
I don't know what I have no idea.
No, we don't seem to have
Whoa.
any of those.
Craig, you're up. Craig. All right, Craig's playing, but he's not.
He was prepared for this. He knew this was going to happen.
We can't see him, yeah. Oh, no. We can't see his face, but he hit bankrupt.
Bankruptcy gets.
He hit bankrupt. That was great. Nameless, faceless person hits bankrupt.
Meow. Leaving you to only imagine their misery.
500.
Okay.
We have 1 S.
What?
That's a lot of money you won there.
No, it's not. All right. Go again.
I mean, I. Oh,
almost cruise ship.
800.
Gotta get
We
that
have
cruise ship.
1 C.
Nice, nice.
That's a lot of money you won there.
So this is a movie that exists, huh?
Oh
Somebody
my
made this.
gosh, and I've never seen it.
Yeah?
And I don't know what the last letter is. Mother. I don't know what the last letter is.
I mean, you got control of it for a while.
Except unless I hit bankrupt and lose a turn, yeah. Oh, free play.
Nah, you got this.
It's a free play. You have a free play, so take another spin.
Oh, wait, so what does that take another spin mean? What? I'm so confused.
We have
I think that
1
means you have like turn skip
that's a
prevention.
healthy amount to add to your
So if you
winnings
lose
tonight.
a turn, you still get to go again, I guess?
Look, I don't know. I don't know. And I'm going to say that it's this, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Let's give it a spin. Hey, maybe it's the lost city of Y. And this problem will just erase itself in a turn here.
I really, because almost amazing kite.
Please be
City
lost
of
city of
Y.
Y.
There are a lot of people that know this in the chat, but we don't know it.
I can't look because if somebody says it, then I can't use it.
Yeah, I know.
I respect the game.
I appreciate you respecting the game, Maurice.
Although Pat Sajak would probably be very disappointed at me
There you go.
endlessly spinning the wheel trying to guess a movie. Let's see here. What sounds good? Lost City of B, no. D, no. G? Maybe J, maybe K is mysterious. M?
I'm so sorry,
Damn
but
it.
time is out.
All right. I bet Craig knows this. I bet Craig knows this. I bet Craig knows it.
Craig's got to know it. Craig's the big movie guy.
Well, he's
we
a
always
movie
meet
guy,
Craig,
but
and he's like, hey, have you seen the new movie, The Lost City of, a car drives by so we don't hear it?
Lost
We're
City.
like,
What?
yeah,
What'd you-
Craig.
Craig, what'd you say?
Will we get any help?
Oh, Q is such
He
a
doesn't
mysterious
know.
letter.
Out of
He
luck.
doesn't know either. I'll spin it because who cares? Why not, right?
Yeah. Hey, there's only so many letters. I'm
What's
told
the-
26, but
Oh, this
the
is
jury's out on
bankrupt.
that one.
This is a bankrupt for Bruce.
No.
Oh.
600.
Bruce, you got that bankrupt prevention too.
All right, the lost city of.
Oh, it's got to be X.
It's got to be.
I'm gonna guess it.
Wow, not
Ooh.
a
No,
single one
it's
on
Z.
the board.
It's got to be
How
Z.
is it not X?
It has to be Z. It has to be Z.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, but you're quiet.
I'm trying, guys. I'm
Coming,
trying.
you're coming back. You're coming back.
550.
It's
Think
got to be
it's
Z. It has to be.
W. You have. Did somebody guess V?
I
Somebody
did.
guessed
Yeah.
V. Yeah.
I did.
We have one.
No.
Yeah, it has to be Z.
Oh.
I knew it. Like it's either V or Z.
Is that movie good?
I don't know.
No. Christina
Wow, that
has
is
made a face
incredible.
of pain,
How did you
so I'm
come
gonna
up
guess
with
no.
Okay, so she went like this.
Good to see our
I never even heard of
contestants
that
are
before.
so eager to
I've
play.
heard of the movie, just never seen it, and I didn't know. I didn't know if it was Z or V or
Let's go
what.
ahead and start the round. The category is brave. Let's get this round started.
This will probably be
First
something like,
spin.
lick the patootie and spin the donkey.
I know. You were like, what?
Yes.
So Craig, we can barely hear you and we can't see your video, just so you know.
Yeah. Oh, I know. How's that? Can you hear
Who's
me
back?
That's better.
All right. Hopefully that sounds better. Yeah, and I don't know what's going on in my video, but I'm just gonna spin this wheel. Hold on, I'm working on it. Look,
got
things
HDR.
have gotten a little crazy. All right.
Oh.
Are you kidding me?
Wow, I am very sorry. Just
Oh,
try to keep
Craig.
positive thoughts now.
Jeez.
Oh, Craig.
I want to let you know I deserve everything I'm getting. Everything. Everything. Everything I'm getting.
That's a bankrupt. That's
Oh,
a big
come
old bankrupt.
on.
It's a big old
Okay.
bankrupt for Bruce. I'd rather hit the bankrupt now because I got nothing.
Bankrupt wedge
You know?
in
Point.
low is a painful
Solid point.
one.
Good
I'd rather
strats
hit
there.
it now.
Good strats. Good strats. All right. Hey, how about not a bankrupt this time? Let's try that.
If I know one thing about Ellen, it's that she's got powerful arms.
You guys just didn't choose not to land on bankrupt. You should have done that.
You're right.
I was working on it. I know.
He's right about that. He's right about that.
Yes, we have some R's.
All right.
I guess you'll be paying for
Man.
dinner tonight.
Me? Yeah, you.
Sure, you can buy a vowel. Yes, we have some E's.
Oh, you know, I got $1,000. I forgot I won that first toss-up.
That's true.
Yeah, so I'm not totally out of it. Lawrence, I just want to let you know you look really nice tonight.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
shaved and I did my hair.
Really? For this?
Yeah, I like to look
Wow.
good. Good for professional engagements.
Yeah.
Oh,
Free play. Free play.
With
Yeah,
your
me
free
too.
play, you aren't out of it yet.
That's why my camera's off.
Vowels cost nothing. Turn can't be lost.
What
By
vowel
vowel.
would you like?
So I think that means you can guess a wrong consonant and then guess again. I
Unfortunately,
think.
that's not what we need.
Okay, I guessed a vowel. Let's see if I. Oh, I do get to go again. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got it.
We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I can march on through this.
No!
What a play.
Oh.
What a play, Lawrence. What a play.
I'm taking the easy
We
one.
have one.
Oh.
value. That's a
Yeah.
fair bit of cash.
Oh, yeah. That's the Ellen dance. That's a trademark Ellen dance you just did.
I'm scared. My kingdom has been built up so high. Now all I fear is losing it.
Come on!
Wow, I am
Oof.
very sorry.
That hurts.
Just try to keep positive.
All right, this is where Craig spins bankrupt, and then I get to spin.
Here we go. Here it comes. I like that we have double Bruce on screen. Which is great. I'm looking at the screen right now.
Oh,
I got
amazing.
amazing. Is it Kite or Kit?
It's Amazing Kite. It's got there's an A and an E.
Yes, we have some H's.
I'm going for it.
Could you reach down and pick up that card?
Love it.
Amazing Kit. This gift is worth
Oh no, it says Amazing Kit. What? How
Love
could
that
be
kit.
Amazing Kit?
Love that big kit.
Oh no.
That one's. I don't know, Craig. I'm not sure.
Neither do I. Otherwise, I would have solved it.
It's really weird.
Yeah. Oh, here comes bankrupt. You kidding me? No way! Gosh!
So sorry. We need to take that back.
Oh man,
it's unbelievable. Man.
Jeez. I'm gonna do a little bit of a half spin.
They let you hope a little bit that time.
We'll do a little bit of a half spin. See if that gets me around the bankrupt there. There we go.
Oh my gosh. Just
$6.50.
This describes my life tonight. Just bankrupt. Just every way, shape, and form.
What? No S. No S. Okay. All right.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna give it the baby spin. Little Ellen baby arm.
Yeah, there's a little baby arm there. Uh-oh.
Get out of there.
Oh.
All right, well.
Okay.
Very sorry.
That's fine.
Try to keep
It's all right. Craig will spin the
positive
bankrupt.
thoughts
He'll come back around.
Don't worry. You can count on me, boys. Oh no. This is the worst.
Cruise ship.
hit.
Oh.
Almost got that cruise.
Alright.
That's rough, man.
Oh no.
We have
T?
one
Yes.
T.
Okay. All right. There you go.
Not bad.
All right.
You've got quite a
Now
bit
you got a
of
little
money.
bit. Build up that momentum right into that bankrupt.
Hey, you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? Let's go a little
If you'd
vowel.
like to
How about
go
that?
vowel,
How about that?
got the cash,
Mhm,
so
mhm.
what would you like? Yes,
There we
have
go.
some
See, now we're
cards.
talking. Okay, I got this locked in. No, I don't.
Oh, you know it?
No,
He's
I
got
don't.
it. He's
I
got
didn't
it.
think because I don't think you know it. I only know the two letters.
Well,
He's got it.
I'm gonna play the letters that I know. There we
Oh, that could be a
go.
bit-
There it is.
All right, so you play the letters you know and then flip it. You got to flip it. You got to flip it, Craig.
I will. Of
Yes,
course,
we
of
have
course, I'm
some
gonna flip it. Of course.
Oh,
What
I
kind
know
of
the
game-
phrase now. I know the phrase. You got to flip
He's
it.
got it. He's got
You
it.
got to flip it.
Flip it. You got to flip it.
Flip
You got
it.
it.
Yeah! Nice job, Craig.
Oh man, I'm the best Wheel of Fortune player ever.
Solve it.
Solve it, Craig. What?
Uh-oh.
Craig.
Uh-oh. I don't think he knows it. Or is he gambling?
He might be gambling. He's trying to run up that money.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. He knows what he's doing.
That kind of
Craig
doesn't
knows
matter.
what he's doing.
Kind of doesn't matter
knows what
there,
he's
but
He knows what he's doing. This is it.
does
This
he?
is it. Here it comes.
We have one.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
a
All
fair
right.
bit of
I think-
cash.
Now he's gonna solve it.
I think
now
I
he's gonna
solve
hit
it now.
solve.
Gotta
and
I
solve
think
it.
we're
right in.
done here.
There
Done
you go.
here.
Yeah, you got it. He's okay.
Oh,
You got it.
Ready
Yes,
to
you got it.
solve contestant number one.
I knew he knew it all along.
Scared the crap out of me.
That's Craig being
did
a
it.
tough guy.
Oh, look
Love
at
it.
me. What's up?
Wow, that is incredible.
I think I have an
How did you
insurmountable
come up with
lead
that?
here.
Sometimes,
We
like I
have a
said, sometimes they
prize
like
round
double
now.
the.
The winner will be
It gets
picking up
really
something.
expensive in the last one here.
All right.
Contestant
Well, you know
number
what?
two, go
The
ahead.
category is "What are you doing?" and there's a lot of letters.
I mean, people
Oh,
ask
no.
me this daily, so I think I'll be pretty good at solving this one.
The response is not wearing a cool jean jacket.
Oh no, this is a bankrupt for sure. Oh wait.
Nah. You got them all out, Bruce.
50.
Shook it all out. You don't need that anymore.
No, we don't see.
Felt good about that one.
Come on, no
Oh.
R.
Wouldn't that be amazing if it was wearing a jean jacket?
Ellen
That was-
brushing off her. Oh, what's that? What does express
know.
mean?
The
It's
game's
extra
changed,
fast
Ellen.
money. What?
I heard a train.
Yes, we have some in.
Do I get a train? An extra
don't
fast
know.
train?
I'm
This
not
is
sure
a
what you
rare
get there.
opportunity.
Choose express to keep on
The
guessing letters for
express
$1,000 per
mode. Would you like
consonant,
to
or you can
go?
solve the puzzle, but one mistake, you go bankrupt.
Oh,
Cancel,
wow.
receive $1,000 per consonant you just guessed and continue normally. Interesting.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
I
I
like
can't
that.
solve that right now. That's wild.
Yeah, that's true. You cannot solve it. That's
I mean, maybe I
Early.
could guess my way there, but holy crap.
That would be tough. That would be really
Yeah.
tough.
If you'd like to buy, I'm
grab the
sorry,
easy
there
one.
are none on the board.
What?
Oh no. Let's go grab the. Oh no.
I thought for sure there was an E in there. Come on.
I got big time rused. Can't believe it. They hoodwinked me.
A real charlatan.
After all that money.
700.
Can't believe it.
We have one.
There's one S.
One S,
The
no
last-
R's. One S, no R's.
Unbelievable.
So do you think that her touching the things actually makes them flip? Or is there somebody like backstage hitting all the buttons while she's doing it?
I think
with the free
it's
play,
backstage.
You've got a second chance.
I think so too, but I'd like to believe in magic.
It was like a touchscreen.
Yeah, just it was
That'd
like
be neat.
coolest looking thing,
Yes,
man.
we have some tea.
Like, aren't we past the point of Vanna walking from left to right and right to left?
She's a hostess, man.
That's
It's
what
all
she
about
does.
the. I mean, technically, it never did anything in the first place. So
good point.
I mean,
provided
when her first job was to flip the letters. That was her job.
Oh, that's right. They were physical tumblers. Yeah.
But also she could. Her and Pat have a great rapport. I always
They do.
like watching them talk.
I'm with you. I'm with you on
Not
that.
bad.
Wow, did you know there was an M up there?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
No, absolutely not. So here's what I'm thinking, guys. Here's what I'm thinking.
Yep. What are you thinking?
We launch a Wheel of Fortune League.
600.
All right. Competitive esports Wheel of Fortune League.
We have one.
Oh, and then like people could win like actual money, and we could like make it a show.
No.
Oh no, never mind.
Sounds like you're remaking Wheel of Fortune, Craig.
No, but
what? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm distracting from Craig's pitch.
No. Just saying, it could be a good time, and I just. You're right. It's the worst idea ever. I'm sorry.
We have one.
It's a good one. I propose more of an Illuminati-esque fraternal brotherhood, where we
Okay.
get together and put on like big old robes and play Wheel of Fortune and like get drunk and yell at each other.
Maybe like a cult or like a frat house.
I was thinking a little more culty, but yeah, frat house will work.
I mean, what is a frat house but basically a cult where you can drink?
Yeah.
Yes, we have some tea.
It's a cult without all the chanting. Actually, wait, there's a fair amount of chanting.
Yeah,
Great
there
job.
is.
That's quite a bit of cash in your
Well, I'm
pocket.
really locking this in with a bunch of single letters.
I mean, like this is a weird puzzle.
I agree. A little too weird for me. Nevermore in the chat says I'd watch that. Oh, here we go. Let's go. I'm going for it.
He's gonna do
Go
it.
for it. Go for it, Craig.
All the way to the top, man. Oh man, I can't wait for this.
You're going all the way, Craig.
He's gonna get it. He's gonna get it.
All the way, Craig. You're not going to hit bankrupt. You're going to guess every letter in a row.
You live dangerously. Choose Express to
dangerously.
keep on guessing letters for $1,000 per constant until you can solve the puzzle. But make one mistake, you go bankrupt. Cancel to receive it. Hey,
do it. Do it.
You're damn right.
Here it comes. Oh, the music change. Oh.
Come on, Craig. You know what to do. You know what to do. There's only one letter. There's only one choice here.
L.
Yep.
We have one.
Nice, Mr. President. The satellite's only 50,000 kilometers away, Mr. President. What letter are you going to pick?
L.
There's one L, Mr. President. You bought us 30 seconds.
This is it.
We have one.
Nice job. Great job.
Okay,
Way to go.
It's uploading my
You've got quite
something.
a bit of money now.
Up. Can I do a vowel?
I probably, yeah.
Let's find out.
If you'd like to buy a vowel, you can do. We have one. You.
Only
Okay.
one.
Nice.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what to do now. All right. Okay. All right.
I'm taking this.
I'm
Take
pulling
it.
for. I'm pulling for you.
You got
Craig.
plenty of letters to work with.
Yes, we have some O.
There you go.
Now we're
Ooh.
talking. Now
You
we're
got this,
talking.
Bruce. You got it. You got it. Oh,
Oh, yeah. Up.
Yep.
Yep.
you got it. You got it, Craig. Bring it on home
If you'd
now.
like to buy a vowel,
Bring it home,
yes,
Craig.
we have
Bring it on him.
some
Bring it on in.
I don't know what the third word is.
Bring it home, Craig.
You'll get there. You get there.
Bring it home.
If you'd like to buy a vowel, yes, we have some A's.
Uploading my.
There you go. There you
Oh,
go.
thank goodness.
You got it, Craig.
Consonant.
All the way, Craig. All the way in.
We're going, baby. We're going.
Bring it all the
for
way.
Good job. Keep
All the way
going,
home.
And you'll be heading home.
All the way
right
home.
tonight.
I'm not going to tell you this is miraculous,
We have
but this was miraculous. Let's
It
go.
was. Absolutely was.
Oh, man.
Now you can afford that new PC.
It's
Great job.
still at 0%,
After the show,
by the
don't
way.
forget to
Still
pack
at
your
0%.
bags because you'll be going to Greece.
Oh no, $30,000.
Greece awaits you.
Oh, you got a little vacation. Are you going to Hawaii, Greece, or Rome? Oh, Greece.
Wait, I'm actually going to France. Where do you guys say I'm going?
I got Hawaii again.
Yeah, they told me you're going to Greece.
Oh,
yeah, I got Hawaii. They told me you're going to Hawaii. So.
It was worth.
I guess
It's
we'll
worth
find out when they pull the
7,000.
hood off. Once you go out of the van.
I love that idea. It's a mystery trip.
Yeah.
Pick you up at your
Punch
house.
you in the gut.
That was a toss-up. Here we go.
That sounds like an amazing reality show.
Contestant
Got
number
it.
1.
Nice.
Go ahead and solve.
Oh man, that's so funny. I love everything about that. Manhattan. I hope that's how you spell Manhattan. Is house H-A-U-S, boys, or is it actually spelled correctly?
Yeah, H-A-U-S.
I knew it! Oh no, but I didn't know it.
Bruce, we gotta mash it. Okay.
We both mashed it together. It didn't matter. Ellen got through.
It's an A at the end of it, isn't it?
It's an A at the
Yeah.
end. Hey, this makes up for my previous spelling gaffe, huh?
That's okay.
Yeah, you got $30,000 over there.
That's fine. I don't feel bad about this at all. Man, I'm not gonna lie. All right, the idea of a mystery vacation reality show that starts with you getting kidnapped from your house and like it's one of those things where you apply for a reality show and then 6 months later someone shows up at your house and they put a
tase you in the neck and then
right.
You knock you out, put you on a plane.
Right. And by the time
in
you're
Trader
done,
Joe's, they slump over the oranges stand and they throw you into a van. Oh, what? Oh, same letter. How is that a category? What?
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means at all.
Oh, thank God there's some E's. Same letter. What? Is it like two? No?
Contestant number 3, would you like to solve?
Yeah. Yeah, let's get Mr. Beast. He can do this.
I'm with you on that, man. That's so
We have
funny.
1 R.
1 R in that
That's
whole
a
all
lot
those.
of money you won.
Hey, he loves it though.
Oh man. Have you guys met that Mr. Beast guy before?
Yes, we have.
I never have. No.
No?
Nope.
I stood within 5 feet of Ninja once.
Is that
How do you
your
smell?
claim to fame, Craig? Is that?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. It was at an event in Florida, and he walked by me. I was like, "Hey, there's Ninja." That's pretty much how it
What
went.
did you have to learn from him in that amount of time?
Do we have
I learned that he had some sweet highlights in his hair that I can never pull off. That's what I learned.
They must have glistened more intensely in person because I've seen his highlights before, but I wouldn't say that they changed my soul in the way that his highlights seem to have changed yours.
Well, I tried highlights, but they just ended up white now. My hair is gray.
Pass, Craig.
Oh, sure. Sorry.
Oh, each word starts with the same letter. Okay.
Do we have any of those?
Not a single N.
I'm sorry.
So if we get that one letter, we get 3 letters right away.
If we can just get everybody right now to donate.
I knew it. I knew it was an F in there. I knew it.
Once again,
I actually know all the
scroll
letters. I'm just pretending not to.
Add to your
Nice.
winnings tonight.
Yeah.
Contestant number 3, your chance to solve.
This actually may line up pretty perfectly. I mean, outside of the fact that my phone died, my computer's not up working at all. Like this could actually time out pretty
Will
good.
we get any help on this?
Everything worked out.
It seems
Yeah, it worked
this
out
is live.
Worked out great.
Razor
Yes.
Sword.
Come on.
Yes, we have some L's.
Okay.
Whoa! Whoa! You got the letter.
We've got some money. And that's
Oh,
all
my-
about.
15 grand.
I did get some money, but I don't know what this is.
Losers Lelo Lefstusel. It's pretty easy.
Hold on. I can't. Oh gosh. I think I'm really close to knowing it. Oh, and I can't type it in because it'll give it away.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
All right.
I wouldn't do
Pass.
that at all. Oh no. Bold play there. Bold play.
I don't think I don't have it.
I'm taking that Y at the end. I want to let you know that.
Yeah, you take the Y.
And yeah, we'll just serve it right back to Bruce.
Yeah, I know. I'm still not going to win. I don't think there's any way that
Playing the X.
Hit finger guns, nice.
You know it. Hey.
All right, Craig thinks he knows it. Here we go. Craig thinks he knows it. Craig thinks he knows it. Craig thinks he knows it.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking.
Craig thinks he knows it.
No, that's not
No,
right.
that's
right.
not even a word.
That's not right. That's not right. That's not right.
That's not even a word there.
Let's keep on trying. You got to keep working. You got to keep working it out.
Keep working the system.
Keep working it out. Let's go.
What?
No. Oh, I thought that was it.
Okay. All right. So if the second word is what Craig thinks it is. Okay, it is. All right. I got it.
Did I spell it wrong? Oh no, it's an oh.
All right. Here we go. It doesn't matter.
How did I spell it?
I think you spelled it like right there, that with that second U, I think you put an O.
Oh, that's the worst. Oh, you're right. You're right. Well, the good news is that our gameplay feed is not working, but that's okay.
Oh, I think I got it back. It popped another JavaScript error.
Oh, that's all right.
But
hey, well, you know what? At least your computer's working.
Let me see. I don't think there's any. Let me just put that right there. There we go.
Nice.
Craig, rough breaks about all those bankrupts right at the end.
Yeah, it's a tough one, tough go of it. But look, here it is. It's my opportunity to redeem myself.
You got this, Craig.
Okay, here we go. Listen, this now it's teamwork. This is gonna wrap up perfectly right at 11 or 9 p.m.
Now we know.
Is that an and sign? What is that? Is that called an ampersand? Is that
That's
what
an
it's called?
ampersand. Yeah, it's
ampersand. Okay, here we go. It's just teamwork here, gentlemen. Teamwork.
As always, we
Phrase.
give you 5
That's easier than a thing.
RSTLN.
I think you go,
and a
what is it,
vowel,
CMD and then whatever the other vowel is.
Yeah, I think so too. But don't you think they built puzzles that are void of C, M's, D's, R, S, T's, N's, and L's, and E's, and all that? Don't you think?
No, I don't think they try and screw you.
I think they do. They don't want to give away that money. They got a budget to work under. A, I, O, or U?
I don't know.
Lawrence,
I don't know.
It's team effort. Lawrence?
I'm gonna say I.
I it is.
Wow, you made that look easy.
Uh-oh. All right, let's see.
Something, no.
No, that can't be mine.
It could
Kind.
be pond.
So go ahead and solve.
It could be, because it could be pond,
Land.
land.
Wind.
No, it's not land. It's not land.
It's a phrase.
Oh,
it's a
sorry,
phrase.
you're right. My bad.
It could be something pond, like. Actually, chat can help us now. Chat can help us now.
Chat. This is a team effort here.
Chat can help us now.
Hope we're not in a tremendous delay.
That has to be a K, right? Like, or
what's the first letter?
It has to be a K or an O.
A maybe a.
Yeah, A could be an A.
Knife hand?
No,
it's a knife. No.
Oh, unique mind.
Let's see if I can
Bruce
get it in.
has the unique mind.
Well, that wasn't me. It was chat.
Low.
That was chat.
No, there's no M. There's no N. There's no M.
Oh no.
Unique pond. Unique pond.
That's it. Ooh.
You didn't get the bonus round.
Oh, unique pond.
What the hell's a unique bond, by the way? I have never heard of a unique bond before.
Oh no.
What is a unique bond? I've never heard of that.
I don't know. Well, that was ridiculously fun. That was great.
Man, I love Wheel of Fortune so much.
This was fun. I really enjoyed this. Lawrence, thanks for playing today, buddy.
Thank you for inviting me. I leveled up.
You did. Good job. Lawrence, can you tell everybody where they can find you?
Oh, sure. I am at Twitch TV/SirLar, also YouTube.com/SirLar. I decided it when I was 13, and only quitters change their minds. So here I am. I play like really tough games and have a lot of weird thoughts. So pretty much like this all the time. So yeah, come by and say hi.
Love it. Bruce, what about yourself?
Just come to twitch.tv/Bruce Green, E on the end of green. And I just kind of play sort of the newest games, variety streaming. I try to get into whatever else. And then I also play Apex a lot too.
Nice. We need to play Apex again.
And he's really good.
Oh, I love Apex, man. I love it.
This is so good at Apex.
I'm all right. I'm okay.
He's so good.
I'm all right.
And I am, you can find me at twitch.tv/CraigSkits and youtube.com/CraigSkits. I do a podcast, actually, and Bruce is on it. Lawrence, we need to get you on it as well.
That's right. Sure.
All about talking to people and breaking down the walls and talking a little more in depth about stuff. It's great. You get to know your favorite content creators. And then I stream this. It's Mario week right now because I'm preparing for the Mario 3D World. So you can come, if you like Mario games, you can come find me there. I like Nintendo. But you wouldn't know what I look like because there's just a weird face there looking at me right now. So whatever. PAX, thank you for allowing us to invade your space. Appreciate that today. Christina, thank you for dealing with our stupidity and my insubordination of whatever's happening today. Appreciate that. Guys, have a great day. We'll catch you guys later on. And once again, please go follow Bruce and go follow Lawrence, and certainly do not follow me. Have a great day.
Guys.
No, I'm not a professional. Have a good day, guys. Thanks so much.
Bye.
In the spirit of reconciliation, PAX acknowledges the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respect to their elders past and present, as it is their knowledge and experience that holds the key to the success of future generations. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today.
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders, and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. Fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats, and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics, and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade, and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
Each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics, and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilize each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors, and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the Trebuchet and Mighty Siege Tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time.
Hi, I'm Joel from Generosity. Generosity is a charity marathon that happens biannually. We call it a guerrilla charity marathon because we pop up, we run from a physical space for 48 hours to 96 hours, and then we pack it all down and we disappear with 100% of all money raised going directly to the charity that we're supporting. With a variety of streamers, content creators, YouTubers, musicians, dancers, it's got everything. A typical Generosity is a physical event that we take over a location, and for 48 hours plus, we have all these content creators, streamers, musicians, dancers coming through the door and doing different segments in this little studio that we built. This Generosity is going to be a little bit different because it's all virtual, it's all online, but it's going to be really good. It is. We're still going to be just as silly. Everyone's just going to do the exact same thing that they've always done. They might not be able to do it in some sweaty little room that we've managed to take over. They can do it from the luxury of their home. They're able to use all of the different antics and gimmicks that they have with their own streaming setups and still raise money for charity and have a lot of fun. It's an entire event of people giving up their time, giving up their skill set, giving up all of their wild ideas that they have to raise money for a good cause. This Generosity, we are raising money for Cure Cancer, which is the same charity that we raised money for last year at PAX 2019. Cure Cancer is an amazing charity. They've been around for 53 years. They've funded over 500 research grants, all with this very meticulous, very focused method where they want to take the money that they raise and spend it the best possible way that they can spend it to essentially cure cancer. They're very good at what they do, and it's why we want to keep supporting them as a charity. If you would like to donate to cure cancer, you can head over to generosity.com.au. We've got a donation widget there. It's really simple to use. It's an amazing way to make your donation. If you don't want to donate to cure cancer, donate to cure cancer. It's a really good charity. What are you doing watching this video and just sitting there being like, I hate cancer? So donate to cure cancer. Cure cancer. Cure cancer.
Hi everyone, this is Ollie and Phil from Kaizen Gameworks.
Our first game as a studio is Paradise Killer, first-person, open-world murder mystery set on the bizarre Paradise Island, home to a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play as the investigation freak Lady Love Dies, called out of exile to solve the murder of the ruling council.
The demonically possessed prime suspect was found with the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we want to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into paradise.
Welcome to I Speak Giant. I am Zachary. I will be your dungeon master for this evening. But first, before we get into the adventures and the dice rolling and the whatnot, we're going to introduce my lovely cast around me. Luke Lancaster, the criminal of crime, Vinnie Cupcakes. She's got 2 fists and she knows how to use them. Felicia McIntyre as Desmond Wraithwalker. Short.
Oh, sorry.
Short, knife-wielding, cunning, and murderous. Alyssa Grant, which also describes Frankie Risotto.
Wow.
And last, and somewhat least, he's 2 steps ahead, but a day late. The third, L'Entrée the fourth, playing Joel Rennie.
Yeah. Hey, Mom. This is my new slogan, apparently.
Hey, Mom.
There is excitement in the midst of Anktor, the city of dreams, as long as you don't dream too big. We see a child no more than 5 years old, sprinting, weaving through a busy crowd, trying to get closer to what all of them are gathered there to see. Carriages, modified to be longer and wider, hitched together 5 in a row, but largely made of gleaming steel. It is a wonder of engineering and artificing, an arcane marvel. We, the audience, would recognize this as something like a train. But for the people here, this is the first time they're seeing anything like this, and it's blowing their mind. A whir starts up, and the carriages lift off, levitating a few feet from the earth. People whoop and cheer. A few people are scared, but laugh it off. Great Foley.
Yeah.
The excitement of the crowd is palpable. Or maybe that's just the arcane runoff. There's a choo-choo from the train as it starts to glide forward. The crowd waves their friends and loved ones off, and we swing into the last passenger carriage, where the barely fortunate party, -1, are taking their seats. Felicia.
What's up?
Would you like to describe your character for us?
She's tall. She's elven. She is dressed in voluminous clothing. Dark clothing, because she's metal as hell. She's probably picking up after L'Entrée. Just as a matter of course. Like...
L'Entrée is not there.
What?
All right, I'll see you
Vinny.
guys later.
Vinny Cupcakes, please describe your character.
Vinnie Cupcakes, 4 foot nothing, gnome with a darker complexion and unruly black hair, slicked back, unearthly, demonic yellow glowing eyes. His ill-fitting, shabby suit is a couple of inches above his buckled boots, bright pink socks poking out. He straightens his tie and pats his jacket down. He doesn't know how he feels about this whole commuter relationship. He's a work-from-home kind of guy.
And Frankie Risotto.
Frankie Cupcakes.
What? Sorry, you said that. I didn't say that. You said that.
Steal more of my shit. I don't care.
Also incredibly short, Frankie Cupcakes is...
Frankie Cupcakes.
What? What have you done to me? Frankie Risotto.
I don't see no ring on this finger.
Great not having to pay rent, because I'm living rent-free in your head.
So Frankie Risotto has a pale orange tint to her skin. She has scars all over her face, gashes out of her ears. Her ears are lined with just a myriad of different piercings. And she is sitting with her black cloak wrapped around her, playing with her little spider as she gazes out the window and looks back at the spider and gazes back out the window and is like, so does anyone know where L'Entrée is?
As you say that, you look out the window and you see, like, rushing through the crowd. L'Entrée, do you want to describe your character for us?
He's a 6 foot tall human, bard, blue eyes, shaggy beard. Probably should have gone to a barber before this live stream. Long hair. He is wearing a mixture of yellow and blue, which is his family crest, family color, his usual performing outfit. And he's running through a crowd, just pushing people indiscriminately.
You see that 5-year-old kid just boom,
kicking right onto the grass.
Yeah, grabs his ice cream as he does it. And then
you are now running out behind the train. The train is moving faster than you are able to run, though. How are you catching up?
L'Entrée.
Is there anything we can do on the train to make it more difficult for him?
Do I spot him? Can I see him running?
you spot him like running like pushing through the crowd.
So right as I say, so where's L'Entrée? I look out the window again and I see Lantre pushing his way through, and I look back at the group and it's like, found him.
Oh, that's a shame.
I feel like I really don't want to bust a spell slot this early in
You
just
don't have
the
to.
intro montage.
You don't have to.
Surely if I just give up chasing the train, Zach will make it wait for
Yeah,
me.
you can go sit over there while we play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Try it.
No, that's not worth it.
I have an idea.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get up very slowly and unbothered, and I'm gonna walk over to where like the train is going, and there's the door that you can kind of hang off of.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna kind of poke my head out the door and say, "Hey, Lantre, prepare yourself." And I'm going to cast a web from the train over Lantre.
Like the 2 anchor points of the train and Lantre.
Yep.
Cast it. Do you try and dodge away? Do you try...
I think as you say that, Lunch is like, "What? I can't hear." Oh!
It gets in your mouth.
Also, it came from my mouth because I went pa.
Yeah, but the ice cream in my hand flips out of my hand, goes in the air, it lands back in the kid's hand. It's like,
I thought you were gonna say it right on the kid's face. Webs onto you. You like for a second you like kind of like reel back, and then you're like sprung back onto the side of the train. And you're like webbed there. As the rest of your companions sit in their seat, you're on the outside, just being like, "Hey,
Yeah.
"Hey guys, what are we doing?"
And I
Where are we
actually turn
going?
back in and I walk back into the train and sit down. Leave me there.
It's fine out here.
It's getting windy."
Just to stick my head out of the window.
Yeah,
to
how long
dry
is
my
Web
hair
last?
That's a good question.
Don't
It
tell Joel.
lasts. How long does it last?
Long enough, I hope. This is really.
Oh, it says here duration 1
Spell
train
ends
trip.
at the start of your next turn.
What? And then you grab onto the windowsill and like you do that like little like your foot goes like waggling at the train door, and before you like catch yourself and pull yourself in the train. You enter with the rest of your friends just as there's the crackle of speaking stones on each corner of the train carriage. A voice comes over being like, "Could Vinny Cupcakes, Frankie Risotto, Desdemona Wraithwalker, and Lantre the third, Lantre the fourth, please make your way to the engineer's cabin. Thank you."
When the
How do I-
when the announcement happens,
How do I stop this? I got it. Oh, there. Yep. Sorry. Thank you.
when the announcement happens, when we first hear Vinny Cupcakes, I start going,
Risotto and Des goes,
Kind of weird they knew we were on the train, but that's okay.
"We're probably in a log of some kind. Surely we bought a ticket to be here." Okay.
Oh, yeah, totally. We bought tickets to be on the train.
Why?
It would be weird if I didn't buy a ticket.
Wait, you've got so much money. There's no reason why you wouldn't buy a ticket.
I'm unfamiliar with the concept of trains. That's something you established.
Don't assume our purchasing habits, Zach.
It's true. It's true.
There's a reason I got all this money, because I'm not spending it on train tickets.
Exactly how capitalism works.
Yeah, it's fine. I bought a ticket for Vinny.
So you're in the second to last carriage. The one behind you is the luggage carriage. You get up, you move through this one into the next, which is a little bit nicer. There's closed rooms for people. And then you make your way through that to the next carriage, which is like okay, this is like the first class carriage. There is very few people here. They kind of look a bit snooty at you as you pass through. And then you knock on the door. It's like an iron door. This is like a well kind of fortified door to what you believe is the engineer's cabin. You can knock and it opens, and the engineer's like, "Oh, hi there. Yeah. Come in. He's like kind of like a soot-faced guy. Yeah, come on in. Meet the crew." You see a number of like large people. There's a half-orcish woman and another human woman, both having like sledgehammers. You see in the middle of the room is a large lux crystal. This is a material that expends heat if you apply kinetic force to it. They've got soft padded mallets that they've been like striking the train to keep it moving. He's he's like, "Hi, thank you so much for joining us. Oh wow, look, all of you are here. That's great. So I just want to say, I hope you're having a lovely time aboard the train already. We're gonna this is the first passenger. Sorry, you all have I know about you. You guys, like, you saved the kingdom and like so I'm just super happy you're here because I'm just if you could keep an eye out,
For?
like.
Do you want us to give you an autograph? Happy to.
No, I couldn't ask. Well, the half orcish woman is like, yeah, he definitely does. He's hammering. No, I couldn't ask you to do that. That'd be. I'm trying. I need to drive the train. Oh, sorry, I need to drive. And he runs over and starts fiddling this at the very front of the engineer's cabin. There's dials and knobs and levers and such. And he's like, sorry about it. Sorry. Yes. Autograph. No, keep an eye out if you would. It's just, there's a first passenger train that we've taken from Anktor to the capital. So exciting, to get moving, but also things happen. I'm just worried. I'm a worrier.
You seem like a real panicky kind of guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
You should try.
One of the human woman is like, they're both there's this rhythmic kind of pounding sound. But I don't want to put you under any much trouble. You guys have done so much for.
What's your name? Yeah.
Bronkton. Bronkton, my name's Bronkton. I didn't make that up.
NPC we meet and you didn't even name him before you got here.
Things happen.
Bronkton.
Yeah, I didn't.
Ink, that's forever.
I didn't name him just then. I looked at my notes and that's what my name.
Yeah, you didn't hold eye contact from you with the entire time.
Yeah, because it's on his name tag, so it obviously didn't just materialize at the moment that you.
You just said that he has a name tag.
Yeah, he has a name tag. It says Bronkton.
Straight at him.
Did you just say Brompton?
I asked Zach right before this morning if you were ready for date, and you were like, sure.
Got all the names.
So Brompton, is your real name?
Bronkton, just with the K.
So it's Brompton, two names?
Yeah, Bronkton.
Bronkton.
Yep.
LLC.
That's me.
Head
engineer.
So head engineer, sir. We will give you our autographs.
Thank you.
It's fine. No, it's good.
For
Yeah,
the kids.
great.
I've got kids at home.
Yeah, the kids. Yep. Definitely not for you. Totally understand.
What are your kids' names?
and Brankton.
Bralpton and George. He's the black sheep of the family.
Right. So, is there anything that specifically made you worried, or did you
It's just a maiden voyage of a thing always goes poorly.
It seems like a whole thing. Wait, what?
What? Just the maiden, when there's the first voyage of a ship, or
Name one time in the history of
one time
this world where that has been the case.
I can't. It's just more of a vibe. Look, you're right. I'm worrying.
I'm just saying, we were all the way at the back of the train, and you called us on the intercom, and we walked past a lot of people to get here.
Did you just want to meet us? Is that what this is?
No. I just want to.
All right, I'm gonna look sideways at the half orc lady.
Yeah. All right, give me your arm. Lantre just starts signing his arm,
carving into it. For my kids, you understand. Thank you. No, I just, it. But in general, if you could. But it's mostly, I'm good now.
Keep an eye out anyway. Just
cool.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah,
Yep.
I bet you do. I bet you guys are always eagle-eyed, right?
Yeah, not really. I spend most of my time.
Oh yeah. Classic Lantre.
Classic
Lantre. Yeah, right.
That is classic him.
Right,
Hey, Lantre, you should do the thing. Do the thing. He's a fan.
Yeah, he's a fan. Do the thing.
Lantre starts to take unbutton.
No.
What's my thing?
I
my
been,
thing is being naked.
This has been great. This has been great. They say never meet your heroes, and I don't disagree. Anyway, thank you for joining me in the Engineer's Carriage. You find your seats. You have a lovely ride. We'll be there a few hours.
No problem. Just let me know if you ever want me to punch you. Totally fine.
Sure, I think I would actually die if you did that. Just one would kill me. So.
Oh, I thought you were being flattering, as in like, oh, I would die.
No, you'd
I mean,
break
yeah,
my jaw
you
off.
probably would. Yeah.
And I would die.
Yep.
Yeah.
So don't, please.
Okay.
Dez's punches
Not
don't
just a
hurt
little
that much. Okay.
She punches Lingerie.
He just crumbles into the corner.
You guys take your leave of the engineering carriage, make your way winding back.
As we leave, I put my hand on his shoulder. I'm like, never meet your heroes.
It's like, thank you. Who are you? So you make your way back to your seats. Again, it's about an hour. There were a couple hours that the trip was going to take, so you kind of muck about. You know, you've gotten a pretty good sense of the carriage now. About halfway through your journey, the speaking stones crackle again. However, this time they're accompanied by a full illusion of a seemingly human man. He's got grayed hair. He has an eye patch covering a scarred mess of a socket.
It's pirate. Pirate?
He's wearing more like road leathers. He looks around as if he can see his surroundings, and he zeroes in on you, Vinny. He's like,
Vinny's doing a crossword. Hey, you got a 6-letter word for high-speed method of conveyance?
I had a whole.
Oh no, sorry. You do your thing first.
Yeah, I will. Long time no see, Vinny.
Is that a joke about the eye patch?
What? No. Hey. Rude.
Do I recognize this man? I'm sorry. We meet so many people. Andre, do you know who this is?
Oh, hold on 1 second. And Lunche takes out his arm and starts signing it. There you go.
It's an illusion. You just pass right through it. No.
Oh no! It's we met earlier. Brompton, right? You were the guy up front.
Who's Brompton?
The guy up the front of the train.
The engineer? No,
That's
I'm not.
not you. We
I'm
met
your
like an hour
nemesis.
ago.
Remember the eye?
Oh my god, you have a nemesis? I'm a nemesis?
You want this one?
Yeah, I'm right here.
I'm not up for grabs.
I'm right here.
Yeah, like Frankie's here. We got a whole there's a tense professional rivalry.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Frankie?
You know
Nemesis is
Frankie.
here.
Yeah, I know
We
Frankie.
go way back.
Sorry?
Look, look. I had a whole thing prepared, and now you're getting right under my
I'm
skin.
sorry. That was rude. That was rude. Do your thing. Well, hang on. Oh, spooky hologram man. What's he
No,
gonna
because
say?
now you're putting it on. All right, now you're putting it on. You're all really none of you.
Wait,
He took my eye. You're all just like,
Are you there?
yes, you were there.
Oh, I know who it was. I know who it was.
Who?
Edward.
No.
You know what? I think I understand what you're feeling right now. I'm feeling a little blindsided as well.
Oh.
That was unnecessary.
That was good.
That was unnecessary. He did that to me. Vinny did that to me.
I
so
feel like I would remember if I did that to someone.
And
we were on top of a cliff face. It was raining.
No,
there was a
guys.
lightning strike.
He was there. He was a mage. Did some
Not
magic.
a mage.
Vinny isn't one for drama. Look. I
He struck me in the eye with the spell, and I fell from the cliff.
What spell?
Elwood.
One of them.
Oh,
Elwood?
Elgin?
No.
Elgin.
No.
Svetla?
No,
No.
Svetlar's cool.
No, I actually thought it was Elgin. So
I'm gonna. I had a whole thing, and he
Mark.
pulls out a piece
It's
of note.
Mark.
Mark?
No, it's not Mark.
Mark.
It's not Mark.
Okay, no, please.
Okay. Now it feels. You know what? Yeah, because of that, because of your rudeness. All right, how about this? Pop quiz, hotshot. There's a bomb on this train. If the train goes under 50 miles per hour, the bomb blows up.
Yeah, we know. The bomb is the thing
Sorry,
driving the
And
train.
now,
Hour.
because of Vinny's rudeness, the driver and the crew have been murdered.
Is this an algebra test?
Did you kill Brompkin?
What do you do? And then he disappears.
He killed Brompkin?
Is this supposed to be in summary form?
Brumpkin?
Is this multiple
Bromkin?
choice?
What was his name?
I feel like if he just led with that before we cut him
Feel
off, that would have
the
been really
train
impressive.
start to slow.
No!
Oh, this is speed.
This is speed for sure.
He literally did the speech from Speed.
I just straight up stole it. Like I didn't even. Like the pop quiz asshole bit, like nothing really.
I haven't seen it in like a decade. Excuse you.
What are you doing? Train's starting to slow.
Oh, so what if I go outside and run real fast behind it, just to get back up to speed?
I mean, you couldn't push the whole thing.
Could try.
You could try.
You could
and
roll.
It's currently moving faster than you can run.
I think we should get back up to the engine room pretty
might,
quick.
Yeah, the engine room seems to be like a.
And I know he did that whole thing. There's a bomb on this train, but like, there's a bomb propelling this train.
We should delegate this. I feel like someone else could handle the speed of this.
Train's getting slower.
I'm just gonna walk up to the engine room.
You walking?
Should I dance up to the engine room?
Running might be an option.
Yes, I'll run up to the engine room. How's that sound? I'll do it on the outside of the train. That better?
Yes.
How do you get to the outside of the train?
I go outside the train.
Out a window.
How?
Out a window.
Yeah. The window that opens, the one that Lontre came in at the start of the
The doors are open in the back. So you run out there, jump on the top of the train. You can see in the distance there's been a track. There's not rail tracks, but it's now they're out here. But there's a path, a road been specifically carved through here. It's leading up to a tunnel and probably like way in the distance. Like so far. It won't come up again. You sprint across the top of the train faster than your companions can move through the train itself, and swing in through the engineers. Well, you swing in through the lead, like the first class carriage, and then the door is locked.
I punch it.
What are the
Sounds
other
amazing.
passengers in first class doing? I imagine they're like shrieking right now.
They don't seem to be bothered.
Someone
really?
What?
The passengers in your carriage are. The carriage
Not in
at
first
the
class?
No.
Who just had a person jump through a window
Oh, that, yeah. I mean, they're a little bothered by
and
that. They're
start
like,
punching a door?
You punch the door and they're like, uncouth. One of them, a monocle drops into one of their glasses of champagne.
I do declare.
I do declare.
You should think about it in D&D universe in general, like with wizards and mages
Yeah.
and bards and everything and whatnot and monks. Probably the tolerance for weird stuff would be
really high.
Yeah, like someone
Yeah.
jumping in and punching a door would be like, that just happens every time I catch a train because someone tries to break in. That's why they have a big door and they don't get in. So
So it just makes a really cool bell sound.
You dent it pretty good. You reckon, like, if you another few of these, smack, and the door bursts from its hinges, slams open, and you need to make a Constitution saving throw as a wave of gas comes like spilling out towards you.
Why gas?
Because he.
I mean, what? It's the
Find out. Yeah, I mean that's a fair question, but I'm not gonna just answer it.
Who do you think I am?
9.
Yeah, you take.
How much are you gonna take?
9 points of poison damage.
That's fine.
And you are poisoned.
That's fine.
So you have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Oof.
You wade in through this like toxic green mist as you're kind of like brushing your like putting your hand up to your mouth to like cough and sputter. You see now the screams from the carriage beneath you as people start to like scramble away from the thing. You see the body of the two engineers. They kind of like you can see them kind of like weakly coughing on the ground.
Okay, good.
But like their eyes are like one of them like eyes are bloodshot completely, and they seem to be in a bad way. You kind of you could again, the train is getting slower and slower. You feel at this point you're hearing this like whirring sound. It's different to the sound of the arcane devices laden on the bottom of the train to keep it
I'll
afloat.
just start punching the thing.
What thing?
The Lux Crystal. Keep going.
You start to punch it, and you start to pick up a little bit of speed, but you realize you can see as a bit more of the gas clears, the head engineer, who we all remember his name.
Blumpkin.
Brompton.
It's definitely not Blumpkin.
It was 100% Brompton.
Brompton.
Sorry.
Has slumped at the controls, and one of the levers is pushed all the way to the down position.
I
There's
pushed
your
it.
problem.
Push it all the way to the middle position. Nice.
You run up, you push him over, and you do make an intelligence check to try and sort this out.
Oh, I'm intelligent. That's rude. 13. Look, I'm fast with my fists.
I love that we continue Des is canonically bad at driving things.
Also, that was an ability check, so I mean, that's a disadvantage.
Oh yeah, disadvantage. Thanks, Lunchhead.
Is that?
Yeah, what up? Boom.
3.
You guys,
How do you
remember the rules now?
You guys told me I should pay attention and learn how to play. I'm trying.
At this point, the rest of your companions, if you chose to run to the engineering room, you can be there now.
I don't want to. What I want to do as they're running up the train is the sending stone devices. Can I make some kind of check, maybe an Arcana check, to work out if the receiver is on the train or if there is a secondary receiver?
Yes, you can. Make an Arcana roll.
Or you could just hack into it.
Desdemona, as you get up to this thing, you're wheezy, your eyes are running.
That's why it didn't work, not because of
you grab the lever, you push it forward. It goes forward and then breaks off.
No!
And you see a spark from the console. It is in the accelerate position, but that's not changing anytime soon. You realize now that was the problem, that it was deaccelerating. Now it's accelerating, but it doesn't have the power to keep it up. So while it lurched forward for a moment, now the carriage is starting to the train is starting to slow again.
So now if I start punching the crystal, it's fine.
Sure, but you're only one person, and you're a martial artist, but you don't have a lot of strength behind your punches. They're just they're trying to hit. They're just very angry punches. What are the rest of you doing?
17 on my Arcana.
You take one down from the wall. We pan back through the carriages. You take one down from the wall. You realize these are all connected. Yeah, they're hardwired into the carriages, from carriage to carriage up to what you assume is the leading carriage. Now that you think about it, you remember that in the lead carriage there was a master speaking stone.
Interesting. So Mark had to be on the train at least at some point, maybe not anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's not Mark.
Especially Mark.
I'll pocket the sending stone, and I will start heading up to the engine room.
Yeah. So, Frankie and Luntre, what are you doing to keep this thing going?
I imagine I would have started to make my way towards the engine room as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't jump up on the roof or anything, so it's by carriage, from carriage to carriage. And I'm going to ask everyone as I go through. I'm like, there's no need to panic, but everyone just stay in your seats. I said,
I wasn't panicking before, but now I am.
Very annoying person.
I bought a ticket.
Sorry?
How did
I will get my money's worth. What?
I throw water on her and make it and freeze it so her mouth is frozen.
You make your way into the first class carriage, and here there's a bit more pandemonium breaking out. The vapors have kind of drifted out of the room, and people are backed up. They've kind of sandwiched themselves, they're kind of bottlenecking at the door. And as you open it, people are just kind of spilling through and pushing past you to get back to the
I
carriage.
say, everyone, one at a time. You are supposed to be civilized people. Please make your way calmly to the back of the next carriage.
Make
Thank you.
an intimidation check. Or a persuasion check.
Let's do intimidation.
Sure.
Or else I'll do it for you.
There you go.
That is a 14.
Yeah, that'll do it. Like, these people aren't
Oh, that's a
particularly...
19. That's a 20.
Oh, yeah. These people aren't definitely not like particularly like strong-spined, and they like after being ordered directly to behave, they form a line and like get out much quicker, letting you to get in. The front carriage is empty now. You can see that like spilling of gases kind of like billowing out from the engine room, and you hear like Dez's like yelling from inside. Lontre, are you there as well?
So are we gonna get hit by that gas?
If you charge in there, yeah. What do you want to do?
I think Lantre's gonna run up and be like, use his cantrip, which is produce flame, to see if it does anything to this gas.
You're gonna blow me up?
Just test in the waters, like just on the edge. Because it'd either blow up or the gas would just go away.
Not really.
I mean, I feel like it's 50-50.
Is that how it works?
Sure. Light up your hand.
Yep.
You walk up to the gas, and then you see it go, and like spear starts spreading out, flame like burning like it does on like an oil fire. It's not the gas. It doesn't look like the gas is lighting up, but like the edges of it, like they're surrounding it. As it does hit the engineering room, fire just spreads through that room, blowing out the windows at the front. And Des, make a dexterity saving throw for me.
No regrets.
Hey, you got rid of the gas.
Dexterity. Oh, that's 21.
21. Okay, since you have evasion, you don't take anything for a...
Correct.
How does Des avoid this explosion?
She's just so angry at Lontre.
Oh my god, I'm so mad. It just radiates off me, and the flames just go around me. And that's what Lontre sees through the doorway.
You intimidate the flames. Like the flames are just like...
During this, Des makes prolonged eye contact.
Yeah, as the fire burns away, the last two embers you realize are actually just Dez's eyes staring at you.
Yeah, Lontre just quickly wipes his flame out of hand. He's like, I don't know.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Two poor people on the floor.
Ooh.
Oh. They'd be fine. This gas is like, this is a beautiful fantasy realm.
Are they dead?
No.
You wanna do a medicine check?
Yeah.
I mean, 3, because Brompton was in there as well, wasn't he?
No.
Brompton's definitely dead.
No, he's not. I didn't think about repercussions.
Oh, did you not?
Medicine check of any kind that's a 4 and a 5.
Yeah, they're still alive. They're fine.
Yeah.
They might be alive. You just don't know.
Okay, don't worry. I'll give them some good berries. It's gonna be fine.
You rush in there. You see the bodies in front of you. What do you do, Lontre?
I summon some good berries and I put them in their mouths.
I'm like, is Brompton definitely dead?
No.
Well, maybe.
No. You gave him a name and now I'm dead.
You force a berry in each person's mouth, and you see them like you do it once, twice to the two engineers that were like beating the Lux Crystal. You run over to Brompton as he's like slumped in the corner next to the console. Put a berry in his mouth. You sit there waiting. Usually this works faster, and then you hear one of the engineers cough.
Yeah, it's crazy how Des just lit this whole place up.
Lontre?
Make a deception check, Lontre.
Oh, what?
Yeah, make a deception check while Des punches you.
Is that a disadvantage?
No.
Oh, Jesus, I'm good at deception.
Yeah.
Never use that skill, ever. So that is a 25.
They all look at Des like...
I would never. Lontre, you tell them right now what happened.
It's fine.
Lontre, you tell them right
Brompton
now.
gets up. It's fine, Des. Mistakes happen.
Okay.
I did not make a mistake. Lontre?
I'm not sure if I'm scared of Des.
Lontre?
There's bigger things to be concerned about right now.
True, Des.
All right, but you're going to pay for this later.
The train is starting to get on low power.
Des takes Lantre's head and smashes it with the crystal and uses that to power the train.
You tell them the truth.
The chain is just jumping each time.
The engineer's start going wild for Lantre's like self-sacrifice and powering the train with his forehead.
Yeah.
You're our hero, Lantre.
I don't want to brag.
The half orcish woman like coughs is like, it's gotta be regular. You gotta more force than that. You're gonna kill him if you gotta hit it with the
hammer.
Hammers. And you see him like labored breathing.
Yeah. Lantre, could you heal them a bit more? It's the least you could do.
I could, but my head is so sore from being held.
Would you like me to punch you somewhere else then?
The other option is that you could get people from other places in the train.
Yeah, I'll do that. I stick my head out. Does any of the fancy people look like they could wield a hammer? Doubt it. Okay, next turn.
You charge through what little people remain, like guarding their things from what you assume that they think are going to be bandits to steal their goods.
Sure.
You charge through the second carriage. You size up the two biggest people. What do they look like?
One's just straight up a bugbear. Like you.
He's shaved his head to look like he just has a mustache.
Oh, bless.
He's
No,
just
they're
like
connected chops.
Yeah.
They're connected chops.
He's like, why me? I don't know why I would be of any service. I'm just your normal average guy.
You sure aren't, and that's why I need you to help me keep this train going.
Oh, right, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Gets up, lopes into the engine room. Who's the other guy?
The other guy is
a very, very small but built halfling woman.
Yes. You know those? Okay, but she's dressed in like the circus performers that have like.
She has a mankini on.
And she's like,
Whoa.
those people that are like.
It's covering other areas.
Covers everything.
She's wearing one of those like strongman leotards.
Yeah, that's what.
Right.
So like.
It's like a deep. There's like a deep.
And when she
kind of sort of thing.
she's totally into it. She's just like, yeah, I'll use my strength for whatever at whatever time. It's whatever.
Yeah, she's like, you need someone strong. She like spits and smashes throughout the window.
I like you.
She marches over.
No. She goes, hut, hut, hut. Oh.
She actually just starts to flip towards the engine room.
Can we keep them?
They're gonna make it. They're like gonna make it really difficult to give regular strikes. Even one is giant with long limbs, the other is tiny. They're doing their best. As you all reconvene, Vinny, what are you doing actually?
I was headed up to the engine.
Engine room. So you all convene there. So things you know from a cursory glance. The console at this point is pretty well fried.
I did not punch it.
Not punch it, correct. Pretty well fried. The luck stone,